When the time traveler faced his first major choice, he had to decide between becoming a god and attaining immortality. As a well-read traveler of online literature, he unhesitatingly chose the path of immortality, firmly believing that the ultimate goal of all cultivation is to pursue immortality. However, on the day of his soul awakening at the age of 6, he was astonished to discover that he possessed twin martial souls, realizing that he had arrived in the world of Douluo, god.I in this world. He faced a harsh reality. What use is pursuing immortality here? Without becoming a god, one is ultimately an ant. Yet the established rules told him, choosing immortality means you cannot become a god. Faced with this dilemma, the traveler made an extraordinary decision. I refuse to believe that in the accumulation of countless years, I won't be able to find a path that allows me to achieve both immortality and godhood. Thus, he embarked on an unprecedented cultivation journey, determined to break the shackles of this world's rules. Chapter 1. Joining Shrek Academy. Hello, I am here to apply for a teacher position at Shrek Academy. In a village, a young man looked at an old man sitting in a recliner. Upon hearing that someone was applying for a teaching position, the old man glanced up and immediately shook his head. Sorry, young man, but I think your strength is insufficient to be a teacher at Shrek Academy. To be a teacher at Shrek Academy, you need to have a certain level of strength. At least you must be his soul emperor. As he spoke, the teacher released his martial soul. 1 white, 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black. 6 soul rings surrounded him. Li Yusong, level 63 attack system soul emperor. The young man merely smiled slightly, and in the next moment, an overwhelming force pressed down on Li Yusong. Soon, Li Yusong's legs bent down. Am I qualified now? As he spoke, the young man retracted his pressure, looked at Li Yusong, and introduced himself. My name is Time and Space. Can you take me to see your dean now? Teacher Li? Li Yusong was also surprised that this young man had such strength at such a young age, with a soul power level higher than his own. Of course, after a moment of recovery, Li Yusong stood up and took Time and Space to find the dean of Shrek Academy, Flinder. On the way, Time and Space observed the surroundings. It was quite similar to his hometown in his previous life. But that place was much better than here. Li Yusong led Time and Space through a winding path and finally stopped in front of a house that looked somewhat better decorated. I need to tell you something first. Our dean is a bit greedy. If he asks you for gold soul coins, you could just ignore him. Just as Li Yusong finished speaking, a voice came from inside the house. Talking bad about me again? Am I really that greedy? It's just that I borrowed 20 gold soul coins from you last time and haven't returned them. The door of the house opened, and a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s walked out. Perhaps due to the influence of his martial soul, Flinder resembled an owl. Flinder first sized up Time and Space, and upon seeing his not-so-cheap clothing, he revealed a somewhat cunning smile. Time and Space, right? I am Flinder, the dean of Shrek Academy. You can just call me Dean. As he spoke, he extended his hand, wanted to shake hands with Time and Space. I didn't expect Dean Flinder's hearing to be so good. I introduced myself from so far away, and you could hear me. After a brief handshake with Flinder, he personally took Time and Space for a brief tour of the academy. It was more like a village than an academy, and a rather dilapidated one at that. Dean, after seeing so much, why haven't I seen any students? Does our academy not have many students? Flinder continued to lead Time and Space through the school. Well, our academy only accepts monsters, so the admission criteria are very high each year, and only a few can pass. Currently, there are only 3 students, Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun. But don't worry, I believe that in the near future, the reputation of Shrek Academy will spread across the entire continent. After a brief understanding of the academy, Flinder took Time and Space to his residence. The academy is simple. Please make do with it. It would be even better if you could contribute some money to support the academy. Thinking that he would stay here for a long time, Time and Space took out a bag and tossed it to Flinder. Then this is my little token of appreciation. Flinder caught the bag and opened it, and the shining gold soul coins nearly blinded him. After a quick count, there were about 100 gold soul coins. This nearly made Flinder faint. He hadn't seen someone so wealthy in a long time. Then, teacher, please rest well. In a few days, it will be the academy's enrollment period, and there may be a batch of new students waiting for you. Flinder happily took the gold soul coins and left, while Time and Space closed the door and lay down on the bed. Finally, there are some interesting things to do. If there's a next life, I must choose wisely before making a decision. Time and space, who was over 3,000 years old this year, was an immortal being. To explain how this came to be, we must start from when he first crossed over. Upon arriving here, time and space encountered the same benefits as other travelers. A system, but the system immediately made him choose. Host, the beginner gift package is now open. Choice 1. Godly qualification. After you reach adulthood, you will definitely become a god and can strive for even higher realms, but you will never attain immortality. Choice 2. Immortality. While possessing endless lifespan, you will completely lose the qualification to become a god. Faced with this choice, time and space decisively chose immortality, as he believed this must be a cultivation world due to his extensive reading of novels. But it wasn't until he slowly grew up, heard about soul masters, and awakened his martial soul at 6 years old that he realized he had crossed into the Douluo continent, not a cultivation world. Although it was also a world where martial power was respected, time and space found that the Douluo continent was far weaker than the cultivation world. Choosing immortality in the Douluo continent was a highly incorrect decision that he wanted to ask the system to let him choose again, but no matter how much he shouted, the system never responded. What made time and space even more frustrated was that due to his immortality, his appearance would not change and remain stuck in youth. This led to the people around him increasingly finding him strange, forcing him to constantly seek new places to live. Just a few days ago, the system became active again and issued a new task. Creator of a new world task requirements. Change the original timeline and help a new faction dominate the continent. Option 1. Eternal Spirit Hall. Join the Spirit Hall. Help the Spirit Hall win in the final battle, unify the continent, and provide more possibilities for the common people. Option 2. The Flame of the Star Luo Empire. Join the Star Luo Empire. Become a great asset to the Star Luo Empire and achieve supremacy. Option 3. The Birth of a New Power. Create your own faction and dominate the entire continent with absolute crushing power, completely rewriting history. Note: Option 3 will provide the host with assistance and rewards based on each stage. As a traveler and an immortal, he must create his own faction to unify the continent, kick Tang San, and take the great beauties as his harem. Thus, time and space resolutely chose the first option, who would casually create a faction for themselves, thinking it would be simple. The framework of a faction needs to be thought out, resource development in the early stages, and strategic development later on. All of it is on you. It would be nice to have a strategist. Without a strategist, it's all your responsibility. So being a leader is impossible. It is impossible to be a leader in this lifetime. It would be better to directly join a faction and live off them. You might ask if joining a faction means you have to listen to them and do their work. What a joke. A dignified monster who has lived for over 3,000 years would be afraid of them. 3,000 years have allowed time and space to reach a new realm, a realm beyond the ultimate Douluo. He calls it demigod. Chapter 2. Entrance Examination. Why did time and space choose to join the Spirit Hall and come to Shrek? The main reason is that the fundamental task is to change the timeline, and there are many important timelines to alter in the early stages of Douluo. Secondly, and most importantly, is to recruit people. With so many geniuses in Shrek Academy, she cannot let them stay there. They all need to be brought back to the Spirit Hall. The two candidates that time and space focused on were Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, .as for the others. Only Oscar is worth recruiting .as for Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai. Time and space couldn't be bothered to deal with them. As for Xiao Wu, it seems she is not impossible, but it would require some effort. It can be said that time and space came here to gain favor in advance, so that they can lead them to join the Spirit Hall later. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, 3 to 4 days have passed, reaching the day of enrollment at Shrek Academy. During this time, Dai Mubai and the others learned that a new teacher had arrived at the academy and had overwhelmingly defeated teacher Li Yusong with absolute strength. Today, time and space arrived early at the entrance of Shrek, watching the people coming to register. Lying on a tree, time and space soon spotted a few particularly notable individuals. One had a cold complexion, long hair flowing down, with cat ears woven from her hair, and a dark, tight-fitting outfit accentuating her figure. The other had a gentle demeanor, appearing to be from a wealthy family, with clothing reflecting her distinguished background. The man and woman behind them don't need much introduction. These four are Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, Tang San, and Xiao Wu. After Tang San and Xiao Wu passed the tests, They were taken by Dai Mubai to the next testing point. Next comes the first turning point in changing the timeline. Originally, it was Zhao Wujia's turn to assess the final stage, but now time and space planned to take charge personally. First, they found Zhao Wujia and had a brief discussion. Initially, he was reluctant to yield, relying on his position as vice principal. However, after some discussion with time and space, he willingly stepped aside. As for how the discussion went, it's well known. Returning to rest, Zhao Wujia lay in bed, gently touching the wound on his face. Ouch, that was really hard. This person doesn't take me, the vice principal, seriously at all. When Dai Mubai and the others arrived, they found that Zhao Wujia, who was originally here, had been replaced by this young teacher. Dai Mubai looked at the young teacher with awe, as becoming a teacher at Shrek meant that their strength was not to be underestimated. The main reason for his awe was that time and space had reached the Soul Emperor level at such a young age. Even stronger. Teacher sure, these are the ones who directly skipped the previous tests. I brought them to the final stage. Time and space nodded and then spoke. Originally, your final assessment was to be conducted by Vice Principal Zhao Wujia, but he is unwell, so I will take his place. Zhao Wujia's reputation as the unmoving king is quite significant, and Ning Rongrong recalled it after a moment's thought. Wait, the Zhao Wujia you mentioned isn't the unmoving king, right? Time and space thought for a moment and decided, like Zhao Wujia, to have them endure for the duration of an incense stick. However, with time and space's abilities, controlling that duration was still feasible. You have time to discuss tactics and can also ask Dai Mubai and Oscar for help. Dai Mubai was somewhat incredulous upon hearing this. He didn't expect this stage to allow him to team up with the timid Oscar. Oscar noticed Dai Mubai's gaze and shivered. Dai boss, don't look at me. I really don't want to go up. Seeing Oscar's cowardly demeanor, Dai Mubai whispered something in his ear, and Oscar immediately agreed. He walked over to Tang San and said, this stage will be very difficult. You need to be mentally prepared. But Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong disagreed. That teacher sure looks so young. His strength shouldn't be that high. Tang San remained silent, contemplating strategies. Mubai, what is teacher Shi's martial soul, and what is his strength? Upon hearing Tang San's question, Dai Mubai shook his head. Teacher Shi's strength is very strong. He just arrived a few days ago. We don't know his specific martial soul or strength. The only thing we know is that Teacher Shi's strength surpasses that of Teacher Li Yusong at the entrance. He can even completely suppress Teacher Li without activating his martial soul, so don't take it lightly. They didn't know the opponent's strength or martial soul, and the only thing they knew was bad news. The opponent has the strength to crush a Soul Emperor, so, at the very least, he is a Soul Sage. Let's all introduce ourselves. I'll share my strength and martial soul. I'll go first. Tang San, Martial Soul Blue Silvergrass, Level 29 Control System Weapon Soul Master. Xiao Wu, Martial Soul Softbone Rabbit, Level 29 Assault System Battle Soul Master. Dai Mubai, Martial Soul White Tiger, Level 37 Assault System Battle Soul Sovereign. Zhu Zhuqing, Martial Soul Nethercat, Level 27 Agility System Battle Soul Master. Ning Rongrong, Martial Soul 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda, Level 26 Weapon Soul Master. Oscar, Martial Soul Sausage, Level 29 Weapon Soul Master, and no wonder this school only accepts monsters. It has the strongest auxiliary martial soul recognized throughout the continent and a rare food type martial soul. Knowing their own configuration, Tang San quickly thought about how to endure for a longer time. Time and space quietly observed them, not understanding why, in the original work, a level 70 soul sage would be delayed for an incense stick by a level 29. Time and space muttered softly. Zhao Wujia, I'm helping you. If others find out you were held back for an incense stick by a few kids, wouldn't they laugh at you? Soon, the group had a discussion. They considered not only their positioning, but also the possibility of someone being eliminated. Teacher Shi can start now. Hearing that they were ready, time and space snapped their fingers, and an incense stick appeared not far away. Beginning to burn. As long as this incense stick burns out, you will pass. You can start now. With that, time and space flashed and appeared beside Dai Mubai, delivering a punch aimed at his abdomen. Dai Mubai reacted quickly, defending himself the moment he heard a sound beside him. However, without activating his martial soul, Dai Mubai was instantly knocked away. Watching Dai Mubai fly out, Oscar immediately rushed to his side, using his soul power to create a recovery sausage for Dai Mubai to eat. Seeing this, the others quickly activated their martial souls, and Tang San, at the moment he activated his martial soul, attack time and space with his blue silvergrass. But under absolute strength suppression, all efforts were in vain. Your practical combat experience is still too lacking. In a real battlefield, you won't be given time to prepare. Chapter 3. Unexpected Developments. In an instant, everyone adjusted their state and attack time and space together, with Tang San continuously using blue silvergrass to restrict time and space's movement. It's unclear if it was because Tang San and Dai Mubai had fought before, but the two were very familiar with each other's combat styles. Their cooperation was excellent, combined with the years of tacit understanding between Tang San and Xiao Wu, along with Ning Rongrong's support and Zhu Zhuqing's assistance. Their teamwork made time and space nod repeatedly. Not bad. The cooperation among you is very good. If it were Zhao Wujia, he might have felt some pressure, but this time they were facing time and space. Suddenly, Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Oscar were sent flying. The three didn't know what had happened, only feeling a sudden pain in their bodies as they flew out. Among them, Zhu Zhuqing was the fastest, yet even she could not see what had happened. Although they were knocked away, the three of them could still move, so after alleviating the pain, they continued to join the battle. During this time, Tang San was silently counting the time in his heart. It should have been about half an incense stick's worth of time since it started. However, when they looked at the incense stick, they found that it hadn't burned much at all. That what's going on? According to logic, it should have burned halfway by now. At this moment, Tang San remembered something that was said at the beginning of the time-space trial. As long as the incense stick goes out, they pass the test. In an instant, Tang San issued new orders to the others. Everyone, ignore Teacher Sure. Focus all your efforts on extinguishing that incense stick, that if we wait for it to go out on its own, we might already be lying down. At this point, everyone noticed the strange situation with the incense stick. After such a long time, it had barely burned at all. Now, everyone had a clear goal: extinguish that incense stick, and they would pass the test. Finally figured it out. Shirkong thought they would take a bit longer to realize it, but was surprised they caught on so quickly. What followed would be interesting. As the roles shifted, Shirkong became the defender, while Tang San and his group became the attackers. Mubai, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, let's block Teacher Sure together, and Ning Rongrong and Oscar will extinguish that incense stick. First soul skill, blue silver bind. Just as the blue silver grass was about to bind Shirkong, it snapped apart, and Shirkong's figure appeared next to Oscar. Xiao Ao, be careful. Dai Mubai hurriedly warned Oscar. Hearing the voice, Oscar instinctively crouched down, dodging Shirkong's attack, but was still kicked away the next moment. The group gathered again. The gap in strength couldn't be bridged by tactics alone. Tang San contemplated whether to use a hidden weapon to extinguish the incense stick directly, but wondered if that would be too unfair. Seeing them stop their offense, Shirkong took the initiative to entangle them, preventing them from getting close to the incense stick. Faced with Shirkong's pressure, Tang San ultimately decided that they needed to end this quickly. Otherwise, he didn't know how many more hits they would take. Tang San's hands slowly turned pale, and Shirkong immediately noticed this change, realizing Tang San was about to use a hidden weapon. Today, let me teach you a lesson. In the face of absolute strength, all small tricks are useless. Xiao Wu couldn't believe it. She knew how accurate Tang San's hidden weapons were, and she trusted he wouldn't miss, already thinking about where to celebrate. Tang San held his breath, focused, took a deep breath, and quickly flicked his right hand, sending 3 hidden weapons flying toward the target. Tang San confidently withdrew his hand and retracted his martial soul, certain that this time would hit the target. The next moment, everyone was sent flying. Let me teach you another. Don't be overly confident. Put your full effort into everything. Tang San looked at the incense stick, which was still standing intact, just as he had imagined it would extinguish. How is this possible? It should have hit. Shirkong threw the 3 hidden weapons back to Tang San. Don't think such small tricks will allow you to pass the test. In my eyes, you are far from it. As for what happened at that moment, let's take a look from Shirkong's perspective. Seeing Tang San throw the hidden weapons, everything unfolded just as Shirkong had anticipated. The next moment, time was paused, and everything around them stopped. This was one of Shirkong's abilities, time. However, due to his high-level attributes, the maximum time he could pause was only 20 seconds. Strolling casually to grab the hidden weapons, he then came to their side, looking at Tang San, who had already retracted his martial soul. Shirkong planned to teach them a lesson. He then sent everyone flying. After completing everything, Shirkong released the time pause. This was the entirety of Sher Kong's perspective. Just as Sher Kong was about to explain some more principles, Zhu Zhuqing struggled to stand up and charge toward the incense stick with all her might. But under Sher Kong's watchful eyes, there was no way she would succeed. As Sher Kong turned to intercept Zhu Zhuqing, he suddenly felt his feet tighten, as if something was binding him. At the same time, a slender leg swept toward his face. Even Dai Mubai got up and charged at Sher Kong, while Ning Rongrong gave her last boost to the others. Oscar, as a support-type Soul Master, also rushed toward Sher Kong like a battle Soul Master. Faced with this situation, Sher Kong could only first deal with the blue silver grass holding his feet, then the nearby people, and immediately stop Zhu Zhuqing. Second soul skill, Parasite. First soul skill, Waist Bow. Third soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation. 7 treasure glaze tile. First, Strength. 7 treasure glaze tile. Second, Speed. Meanwhile, to save time, Zhu Zhuqing began using her soul skills to close the distance to the incense stick. First soul skill, Underworld Thrust. Sher Kong used his soul power to shatter the blue silver grass at his feet, quickly gathering soul power again, and in an instant, he was next to Zhu Zhuqing. If he hadn't come over immediately, Zhu Zhuqing might have succeeded. Fortunately, everything was still in time. Seeing Sher Kong appear beside Zhu Zhuqing, everyone was anxious. Even if Sher Kong was a sensitive attack-type soul sage, he shouldn't have such speed. Just as Sher Kong thought it would end like this, Zhu Zhuqing erupted with a new force, her soul power reaching level 28. While Sher Kong was momentarily stunned, she quickly lowered her body and continued rushing toward the incense stick. This time, Sher Kong had no intention of holding back, once again gathering soul power at his feet, appearing beside Zhu Zhuqing, and delivering a powerful palm infused with soul power. Zhu Zhuqing's body crashed to the ground. What a pity, just a little more, and she could have succeeded with just a reach. What a shame to AT that moment. Zhu Zhuqing, bracing herself, reached out and swung her slender fingers forward, just managing to extinguish the incense stick. After doing all this, Zhu Zhuqing completely lost consciousness. Chapter 4. Apprenticeship Time and Space did not expect that the final result would be like this. He thought it would be Tang San or Dai Mubai who would extinguish the incense, but unexpectedly, it turned out to be Zhu Zhuqing. Looking at the already unconscious Zhu Zhuqing, Time and Space could only say, "Congratulations, you have passed the final test. If you still have strength, go back to your dormitory by yourselves. Dai Mubai, Oscar, you lead them." Not far from leaving, Time and Space added, "By the way, when Zhu Zhuqing wakes up, let her come, find me alone. I have something to say to her." After saying that, Time and Space left. After seeing Time and Space leave, the remaining few who still had strength suddenly slumped down. They thought extinguishing that incense would be simple, especially since they had the advantage in numbers. But they did not expect it to be so difficult. This forced them to reevaluate Time and Space's true strength. I feel like Teacher Sher is stronger than the Dean. Oscar, who had also seen Flander in action, compared Flander's past battles with Time and Space and found that Time and Space was indeed stronger. Oscar, if you say Teacher Sher is stronger than the Dean, then what kind of strength does the Dean have? With this piece of information, Tang San could more accurately estimate Time and Space's strength. The Dean was a 76th level agility attack type battle spirit saint, the strongest in the entire academy. But that was before Teacher Sher arrived. This meant that Time and Space's strength could potentially be at the level of an 80th level Soul Douluo. But why would a Soul Douluo come to such a remote place? No, it could also not be a Soul Douluo, but at least a 78th or 79th level Soul Saint. At this point, Dai Mubai interjected, "Right now, we shouldn't worry about whose strength is stronger. I'll take you to the dormitory first, so you can all rest well. After you're rested, I'll take you to the cafeteria and other places. Xiaowu, you and Ning Rongrong take Zhu Zhuqing with me. Xiaowao, you take Tang San back first. I'll return after I drop them off." After returning to the dormitory, Time and Space reflected on the earlier process. The competitive spirit was indeed strong. He had already thought out the corresponding strategy and planned to start with Zhu Zhuqing as she pursued power, which was not difficult for Time and Space. As for Ning Rongrong, there would also be an opportunity in a few days to increase her favorability. Regarding Xiaowu, Time and Space thought that in the novels, those who walked closely with the protagonist would develop a strong bond. Xiao had been with Tang San for 6 years, so naturally there was a bond. If he could win her over, he would, but if not, he would let her travel with Tang San. As he spoke, a faint killing intent appeared in time and space's eyes, causing the surrounding air to gradually cool. But soon, he retracted that terrifying expression. Calm down. Don't lose your temper like before. Be gentler. Time and space thought of Tai Chi from his past life, which was suitable for his current self. Fortunately, he had practiced Tai Chi a lot in school during his previous life, so he quickly found a shady spot and began to practice Tai Chi slowly. Time passed quickly. During this time and space practiced Tai Chi and drank tea for several hours. Calculating the time, Zhu Zhuqing should have woken up by now. Just as he thought of this, a figure appeared in time and space's line of sight. Seeing this, time and space poured another cup of tea. I wonder what Teacher Sure wants to see me for? Zhu Zhuqing asked as she sat down. Time and space smiled and said, you sit first, and we'll chat slowly. After Zhu Zhuqing sat down, they drank tea together as time ticked away. If Teacher Sure has nothing else, I need to go back to cultivate. Just as Zhu Zhuqing was about to leave, time and space spoke up. Do you want to defeat your sister? Hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing sat back down. I know you came to Xinghua, and I know about your situation. I have the ability to make you stronger, and if I want, you could achieve accomplishments at 20 that others can't achieve in a lifetime. Teacher Sure, I know you are strong, but I find it hard to believe what you say. Time and space stood up and walked to Zhu Zhuqing's side. Don't make conclusions so early. Come with me. I'll show you something. After you see it, you can make your choice. Saying this, he placed a hand on Zhu Zhuqing's shoulder, and the next second, they vanished from the spot, reappearing shortly after. However, the expression on Zhu Zhuqing's face was one of shock. Don't tell anyone about this, understood? Time and space sat back down, finishing the tea in his cup. Teacher Sure, please accept me as your disciple. In response to Zhu Zhuqing's request, time and space simply said, the cup is empty. Realizing this, Zhu Zhuqing quickly stood up to refill the cup, then respectfully handed it to time and space with both hands. Please drink tea, master. Time and space took the tea Zhu Zhuqing offered and took a sip. With a flash of his storage ring, a circular bracelet appeared in his hand, which he then handed to Zhu Zhuqing. Since you have become my disciple, a meeting gift is naturally in order. Take it, Zhuqing. If there is anything you don't understand in your cultivation, you can come and ask me. Also, here are some of my cultivation insights that you can refer to. After handing Zhu Zhuqing an old notebook, he continued, but remember, everyone has their own path. My cultivation insights may not suit you, so you need to find a path that belongs to you. All right, go back and cultivate. The Academy's food is a bit poor, so when you have time, go to Suatawa City to buy some for yourself, lest your nutrition falls behind. Back in her dormitory, Zhu Zhuqing opened the storage bracelet. Inside, besides some gold soul coins and cultivation resources, she was even more surprised to find a soul bone. Zhu Zhuqing also discovered a note. Right leg bone of the 10,000-year nether panther. Very suitable for you, but don't rush to absorb it. Stabilize your realm first after your breakthrough. Master, you really are wealthy to directly give me a piece of a 10,000-year soul bone. Since birth, Zhu Zhuqing had received very few resources, and her family required her to fight for cultivation resources herself. So, this was her first time receiving such resources. This greatly increased her favorability towards time and space. If she originally admired him for his strength, now it had turned into respect. At this moment, she recalled what time and space had said about the poor food here, and that she should go to Sotawa City to buy some when she had time. After being out for so many years, what had she not eaten? She couldn't believe that Shrek's meals were really that bad and lacked nutrition. Chapter 5. Training. But when Zhu Zhuqing arrived at the cafeteria, she realized how right time and space was. The food here was indeed not good. Even the porridge had hardly any rice in it, let alone anything else. If it continued like this, she would inevitably fall behind in training due to malnutrition. Now she had nothing to eat, so she could only make do for a while and plan to buy some in Suatawa City in a couple of days. While eating, Zhu Zhuqing heard some bad news about Dai Mubai and the others, causing her fondness for them to drop significantly. After quickly finishing her meal, she returned alone. It seems Master was right. The cafeteria at Shrek Academy is really bad. Taking out the cultivation insights that time and space had given her, She read while walking with her head down, not paying attention to the person in front of her, and bumped into them. Zhu Zhuqing instinctively apologized. "I'm sorry." When she looked up and saw who it was, she quickly continued to apologize. "I'm sorry, master. I was looking at something and didn't notice you." Time and Space waved his hand dismissively and then took out a packed meal and handed it to Zhu Zhuqing. "You definitely didn't eat well tonight, so I packed this for you. Hurry and eat it while it's hot, or it will cool down soon." Zhu Zhuqing, who received the food, felt warmth in her heart as she sensed the temperature of the meal in her hands. "Thank you, master, no matter what. I know what you want to ask. I've eaten the food at the school too. It doesn't fill you up at all. I saw you going to the cafeteria when I was leaving, so I brought some back." Reaching out, she gently rubbed Zhu Zhuqing's head and said, "I've already told Flander that I will be fully responsible for your training from now on, and my training will be very strict. So you must keep up with your nutrition. After dinner, go back and rest early. Wake up early tomorrow and run 5 laps around the village. But you can't use your soul power. Once you finish, I will assign you a new task." After saying this, Time and Space urged Zhu Zhuqing to go back. After Zhu Zhuqing disappeared from his sight, Time and Space also returned. As Zhu Zhuqing walked and ate, by the time she reached the dormitory, there was still half of the food left in her hands, but she was already full. Pushing the door open, she found Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong lying on the bed, looking despondent. Zhu Zhuqing was puzzled. "What's wrong with you guys?" Upon smelling the delicious aroma, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong immediately got up from the bed and came to Zhu Zhuqing. "Zhuqing, where did you buy the food? We want to go buy some too." The two were eager to get some food. Zhu Zhuqing handed the food in her hands to them. "You can eat it. It was bought for me by master. You can't go out at this time anyway, so just make do with this." Watching them eat quickly, they soon finished all the food in front of them. "Were you not full of dinner?" After finishing, the two lay back on the bed. "Yeah, the cafeteria at the academy is really terrible. The food is not only bad, but also doesn't fill you up. By the way, Zhuqing, you said this was bought for you by your master. Did your master come to Shrek with you?" Zhu Zhuqing shook her head. "No, I just recognized him as my master today." Upon hearing this, the two looked at Zhu Zhuqing. "Your master wouldn't be teacher Time and Space, would he?" Seeing Zhu Zhuqing nod, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong became excited. "Zhuqing, tell us about him. What kind of person is teacher Time? How old is he this year?" When girls talk about boys, they often revolve around their appearance and strength. Someone like Time and Space, who possesses both looks and strength, easily becomes a topic of discussion among girls. "My master didn't tell me how old he is. I only know that his strength is very strong, even stronger than the dean." Based on Zhu Zhuqing's words, Ning Rongrong guessed that Time and Space's strength should be at the Soul Douluo level. But why would a Soul Douluo appear in a remote village as a teacher? With his strength, he could easily be an elder in any sect. Influenced by her father, Ning Rongrong also thought far ahead. After chatting for a while, the three went to rest. In the early morning, just as the sky began to lighten, Zhu Zhuqing quietly got up. Seeing Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong still fast asleep, she washed up quietly and went out. She started running around the village without using her soul power, as Time and Space had instructed. Meanwhile, Tang San, who had gone to the rooftop, also noticed Zhu Zhuqing. Seeing her running around the village, he didn't use his own powers, but instead practiced in the morning sunlight. Zhu Zhuqing left a good impression on Tang San, aside for being a bit aloof. On the other side, Time and Space also got up and appeared above the village, where he saw Zhu Zhuqing running. Not bad, very good. In the original story, Zhu Zhuqing was already very diligent. He guessed that if it weren't for Tang San, Zhu Zhuqing would eventually achieve the level of second-level god through her own efforts. As a good master, he must show her some care. This was the first time Zhu Zhuqing ran for so long without using her soul power. After she finished running, she planned to rest for a bit before going to eat breakfast. At that moment, Time and Space appeared behind Zhu Zhuqing and brought her to a table. On the table was a breakfast he had just bought from Suatawa City. After sitting her down in a chair, he took a seat across from her. "Eat up. From now on, after your morning run, you can come here for breakfast." Looking at the breakfast in front of her, Zhu Zhuqing didn't hesitate and began to eat. After they finished breakfast quickly, Time and Space took Zhu Zhuqing to a small stream. "Zhuqing, do you know what soul masters rely on the most?" "Most people know that soul masters rely on soul power," Zhu Zhuqing replied. unsure why time and space asked this. Though puzzled, she answered honestly, soul power. Yes, it's soul power. But everyone has a limited capacity for storing soul power. When soul power runs out, what should a soul master do? Faced with this question, Zhu Zhuqing instinctively said, if there's no soul power, then just run. Time and space walked to the edge of the stream and stepped onto the water. Zhu Zhuqing wanted to remind him, but he didn't fall into the water as she expected. Instead, he walked on the water as if there was something beneath his feet. He slowly walked back to the shore. Yes, when a soul master runs out of soul power, the best solution is to run. But if we use our soul power wisely, then against an opponent with the same abilities, soul skills, and soul power, when they exhaust their soul power, we will still have some left. Zhuqing, today I'll teach you how to control your soul power output more accurately. Time and space demonstrated again and began to explain the principles to Zhu Zhuqing. In simple terms, it was about attaching soul power to the soles of her feet, allowing her to walk on water. After that, under time and space's guidance, Zhu Zhuqing began her intense training. The number of laps around the village gradually increased in the morning, practicing water walking to better control her soul power in the morning and in the afternoon. Time and space personally accompanied her for practical combat training, occasionally assigning her some tasks. Because of this, Zhu Zhuqing did not go to the soul arena to compete. Master, why don't you let me go to the soul arena? I feel like I could gain more there. Zhu Zhuqing asked her doubts during a break. Zhuqing, you need to understand that most of the competitions at the soul arena are just rich people making money. You won't learn much there. Moreover, competing against a group of weaker opponents is not a life-and-death battle, so you won't gain anything. Zhu Zhuqing wanted to say something more, but time and space interrupted. Zhuqing, I know you want to fight different soul masters to gain experience, and that idea is good. Time and space thought of something he had received from the system before. Although the system was no longer present, he had kept that item. If you really want to go to the soul arena, you need to complete a condition first. As he spoke, a staff-like object appeared in time and space's hand. Soon, the staff created a shadow based on Zhu Zhuqing's strength. The shadow slowly solidified, and Zhu Zhuqing looked at the person in front of her who looked exactly like herself. If you want to go defeat this shadow, time and space originally thought this item would be useless and planned to let it gather dust in storage. This staff-created shadow had the same strength as the original and could use all the abilities and strengths that Zhu Zhuqing possessed. The shadow took the initiative to attack, activating its martial soul and charging forward rapidly. Second soul skill, Nether White Claw. As the shadow approached Zhu Zhuqing, it immediately used its second soul skill. After a brief moment of surprise, Zhu Zhuqing quickly rolled to evade while activating her own martial soul. The two engaged in a fierce battle, and soon even time and space couldn't distinguish which one was his disciple. There was no way. They were identical in every aspect, from attack methods to combat habits. Zhu Zhuqing struggled to gain the upper hand, remaining in a stalemate with the shadow. Indeed, it was quite difficult, but that was fine. It would allow her to progress rapidly. As for how much progress she could make, that depended on her own efforts. From this afternoon, Zhu Zhuqing's practical training with time and space was changed to a battle against her own shadow. A few days later, Zhu Zhuqing finished her training and prepared to go back to rest. Zhuqing, remember to gather at the square tomorrow. The dean will be giving a speech, so tomorrow's training can be skipped. During this time, Ning Rongrong faced some barriers with Shrek due to her non-compliance with Flender's arrangements. For some unknown reason, the others in Shrek did not reason with Ning Rongrong as in the original story, but instead handled things coldly. This surprised time and space, and in the end, he found an opportunity to briefly chat with Ning Rongrong, which is why she did not leave Shrek. However, everyone knew that Ning Rongrong still harbored resentment. Because time and space spoke up for her at the last moment, Ning Rongrong became closer to Zhu Zhuqing. The next day, at Shrek Square, most of the people had arrived. This was the first time they gathered together for training since entering Shrek, so Flender and Zhao Wujia took it seriously. When time and space noticed that only Oscar did not come, he understood that Oscar had already broken through to level 30. How could he prevent Tang, San, from obtaining an external spirit bone? Either change the location and avoid the Stardow Forest, going to the Sunset Forest or elsewhere instead. If that didn't work, he would have to eliminate all the suitable man-faced demon spiders in the Douluo forest, but that would take a lot of time. The latter option was one that time and space would only choose as a last resort. Sure enough, when Oscar arrived, he told everyone that he had broken through to level 30 and was now a soul master. To facilitate their actions, time and space took the initiative to take on the responsibility of leading them to hunt for spirit beasts. Flinder initially wanted Zhao Wujia to go, but Zhao Wujia noticed the look in time and space's eyes, which was exactly the same as the day of the assessment. Let time and space go. I've not been feeling well lately, so I won't go. Seeing that Zhao Wujia said this, Flinder couldn't say anything against it. Time and space, then it's up to you. Please lead the team this time. Since Flinder said so, time and space directly checked the route to the Sunset Forest, aiming to get there as soon as possible. Time and space muttered to himself while looking. I hope nothing bad happens on this trip to the Sunset Forest. The more one wishes for something not to happen, the more likely it is to happen. This would have to wait until they arrived at the Sunset Forest to see. After the Shrek group packed their supplies, they set off. During this time, Tang Xin also voiced his doubts. Teacher C, why don't we go to the Douluo forest? It seems closer. Time and space had anticipated their question and had prepared a response. This is to train you while also protecting you. The variety of soul beasts in the Douluo forest is vast, but is fraught with danger. For your safety, we will first try the relatively safer Sunset Forest. Although time and space said this, Tang Xin felt something was off. He had a nagging feeling that they would lose something important on this journey. The others, except for Oscar, did not share this feeling. This time, time and space planned to find a suitable spirit beast for Oscar, avoiding flying types, as Oscar's flying mushroom had caused many trouble for Shrek. Besides Tang, San, and Oscar, the others would only gain experience from this trip, so it didn't matter where they were. After several days of traveling, they finally arrived at the Sunset Forest. The reason it took several days was that time and space had instructed them not to use their soul power while on the road. This caused them to be a few days late compared to their expectations. Looking at the forest filled with a sense of decay, combined with the feeling of dusk, everyone understood why it was called the Sunset Forest. This place looked so eerie, Xiao Wu couldn't help but complain. Compared to the Douluo forest, which felt ancient and beautiful, the Sunset Forest exuded a sense of ruin everywhere. I hope Tang, San, and Douluo both don't encounter each other too early. Time and space silently prayed in his heart. However, it seemed that even if they did encounter each other, it wouldn't matter, as Tang San and Douluo Yin had not yet come into conflict, so time and space gradually relaxed. Alright, it's up to you now. Let's see if your cooperation can help Oscar capture a suitable spirit beast. Chapter 7. Conflict. Time and space follow behind them slowly, doing nothing, not reminding or helping. Seeing that time and space really had no intention of helping to find spirit beasts, Tang Xin gathered everyone together. It seems this hunt can only rely on ourselves. Let's arrange our formation first. I and Dai Mubai will be at the front. Ning Rongrong and Oscar will be in the middle to stay alert. Zhu Zhuqing will be beside Ning Rongrong, while Ma Hongjun will be behind me, next to Oscar. Xiao Wu, you take the rear and keep an eye on the situation behind. After arranging the formation, Tang San and Dai Mubai led them to search the outskirts of the Sunset Forest little by little. Oscar's third soul ring only needed to be between 1100 to 1400 years old, so they didn't need to go too deep. Along the way, Tang San saw many thousand-year soul beasts, but none were suitable for Oscar. At this point, time and space approached Zhu Zhuqing. Did you see that fire pattern leopard cat earlier? Once you break through to Soul Master, that one will be very suitable for you. Zhu Zhuqing silently noted this in her heart, planning to hunt for that spirit beast once she broke through to Soul Master, though she was uncertain if it would still be around by then. The Shrek group continued to move forward, but after a day's search, they still hadn't found a suitable spirit beast for Oscar. Let's call it a day. We should set up camp and continue tomorrow. Xiao Wu approached Tang San, who was setting up the tent. Brother, when will we be able to go back? I'm getting tired of these rations. Looking at the sleeping bag Tang San brought out, Xiao Wu's head drooped a bit. And these sleeping bags, they're so uncomfortable. I can't sleep well at all. Tang San quickly finished his tasks and took Xiao Wu to sit by a tree, patiently explaining, All right, Xiao Wu, I know you don't like it, but you need to understand that we're out here to find a suitable spirit beast for Oscar. So, it will be 1 or 2 days at the shortest, or 3 to 4 days at the longest. Just hang in there. At this moment, Dai Mubai and the others also came over, while Zhu Zhuqing observed the surroundings from a tree above them. Little San, it looks like someone will need to keep watch tonight. Let's discuss it. Ma Hongjun echoed from the side. Yeah, let's see how to arrange it. Can I be paired with Dai Lauda? Tang San shook his head. No, we need to see who is best suited first. We can't just divide randomly. Oscar needs to absorb the soul ring, so he must conserve his energy. Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong. You three will keep watch for the first half of the night. I, Xiao Wu, and Ma Hongjun will take the second half. Tang San originally intended to pair Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Zhu Zhuqing together, but considering Ma Hongjun's personality and his past with Dai Mubai, he decided against it. Ma Hongjun felt a bit unhappy that he wasn't paired with Dai Mubai. Looking at Tang San, he began to worry, as none of the three of them were soul masters. If they encountered a soul beast, it would definitely be troublesome. If you're with Dai Mubai, he wouldn't worry, as he believed their cooperation would suffice even if they faced a soul beast. This time, Zhao Wujia did not participate in the final assessment, which limited Tang San's opportunities to showcase more of his abilities. Naturally, there was no rumor about a certain academy's vice dean being beaten up. Thus, Ma Hongjun unconsciously thought that Tang San was not particularly strong, especially knowing that Tang San's martial soul was blue silvergrass. Night quickly fell, and according to the earlier arrangements, Dai Mubai and the others were to guard the first half of the night, while Tang San would be called for the second half. Zhu Zhuqing was still gazing into the distance from the tree, while Ning Rongrong initially appeared lively and full of energy, but slowly began to feel drowsy. Dai Mubai watched as Ning Rongrong lay under Zhu Zhuqing's tree, struggling to stay awake, and he shook his head helplessly. He looked up at Zhu Zhuqing, feeling that his relationship with her was somehow different. But what was this all about? They had never met before, yet he felt this way. Unable to figure it out, Dai Mubai stopped thinking and added some firewood to the campfire to keep it burning. Other than a gentle soul beast interrupting them in the first half of the night, there had been no other incidents. As the time reached the second half of the night, Dai Mubai woke up Tang San and the others and went to rest himself. Ma Hongjun, awakened, looked displeased. It was normal for everyone to have a bit of morning grumpiness. Xiao Wu was still sleeping on Tang San's lap, and Tang San did not disturb her, gently stroking her head instead. Gradually, Xiao Wu fell asleep again. Seeing Xiao Wu asleep, Ma Hongjun said, Tang San, you keep watch. I'm going back to sleep. Hearing Ma Hongjun's words, Tang San felt a flash of annoyance. Ma Hongjun, we agreed to take turns watching the night. And if you go back to sleep now, what does that count as? Ma Hongjun shrugged it off. Xiao Wu is sleeping, so why can't I catch some sleep too? Besides, if you keep watch alone for a while, nothing will happen. Perhaps it was Ma Hongjun's tone that was off, and Tang San felt a flicker of displeasure. From a tree, time and space watched this scene, thinking, are they about to have an internal conflict? Ma Hongjun, we are a team. Once Xiao Wu wakes up, I'll call her, and then you can sleep for a while. If we don't do it this way, something might genuinely go wrong. After hearing Tang San's words, Ma Hongjun still didn't take it seriously. When he had gone out to hunt soul rings with Flander before, nothing had gone wrong. So how could there be a problem this time? I don't care. I'm going back to sleep. Seeing that Ma Hongjun refused to listen and insisted on going back to sleep, Tang San knew that if he didn't stop him, something would definitely happen. And he and Xiao Wu would surely not hold out. With that in mind, Tang San directly used blue silvergrass to pull Ma Hongjun back. You must keep watch with us tonight. Ma Hongjun, who had been woken up, was already displeased. And now Tang San directly used his martial soul to stop him from sleeping, making his anger soar. You brat really doesn't know how to appreciate a kind gesture. With that, Ma Hongjun activated his martial soul and started attacking Tang San. First soul skill, Phoenix Fire Line. Seeing this, Tang San quickly took Xiao Wu and dodged to the side. As Ma Hongjun was going all out, Tang San's anger also flared up. Time and Space, who was watching the drama unfold, made no move to intervene. Since they wouldn't manage themselves, let them fight it out. Xiao Wu had already woken up from the earlier attack and rushed to help Tang San without a second thought. With Ma Hongjun at a disadvantage against the two of them, he quickly fell behind. Just as Dai Mubai and the others had just fallen asleep, They heard fighting sounds outside and thought a soul beast had come. Upon coming out, they discovered there was no soul beast. But a conflict had broken out among Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun was being chased and beaten by Tang San and Xiao Wu. Seeing Dai Mubai come out, Ma Hongjun felt he had found a lifeline and hurriedly hid behind him. Dai Lauda, they are bullying me. Look at the wounds they gave me. He showed the injuries on his body. Dai Mubai frowned and looked at Tang San and Xiao Wu. Although he had not known Tang San for long, he knew he wasn't the type to start trouble for no reason. So the problem must lie with Xiao Wu and Ma Hongjun. Fatty, tell me what is going on. Why did you start fighting? Ma Hongjun replied without thinking. Isn't it obvious? They are both bullying me. Dai Mubai quietly watched Ma Hongjun. He had caused trouble for others before, and this time was probably similar. Turning to Tang San, he asked, Tang San, I still want to hear your side of the story. What really happened? Hearing Dai Mubai ask Tang San, Ma Hongjun became anxious. Dai Lauda, do you not trust me? Dai Mubai rolled his eyes at Ma Hongjun and said irritably, I know what kind of person you are. Haven't you lied enough, relying on the principal's favoritism? After that, he turned to Tang San, who simply recounted the events. After listening, everyone looked at Ma Hongjun with disdain. Ma Hongjun felt uneasy under their scrutinizing gazes. I just wanted to get some sleep. What's wrong with that? Is it okay for Xiao Wu to sleep, but not for me? Dai Mubai also felt that Ma Hongjun had gone too far. Fatty, we agreed that we would keep watch in the first half of the night, and you guys would keep watch in the second half. It's unfair to everyone if you do this. Besides, Tang San said he would let you sleep after Xiao Wu woke up. At this moment, Ma Hongjun felt extremely wronged. He just wanted to sleep. Why was it so difficult? And how do you explain Tang San attacking me? I need a reasonable explanation. Just as he finished speaking, Dai Mubai slapped Ma Hongjun on the head. You still have the face to say that? You were told to keep watch, and you wanted to go back to sleep. Shouldn't Tang San stop you? If it were me, I would have acted directly. After being slapped, Ma Hongjun fell silent. Dai Mubai sighed. You all go back to sleep. I'll take over for Fatty. Ma Hongjun didn't dare let Dai Mubai take his watch, and was about to refuse when he was glared at by Dai Mubai. Reluctantly, Ma Hongjun could only follow Oscar back to sleep. After seeing everyone return to sleep, Dai Mubai sat down next to Tang San and said, Sorry, Tang San. Fatty has been spoiled by the principal and does things without considering the consequences. I hope you won't take it to heart. Since Dai Mubai had said this, Tang San didn't say much. He and Xiao Wu were not injured, and the conflict had arisen because he had activated his martial soul and used blue silvergrass. It's fine, Mubai. We didn't get hurt. Let's just let this matter pass. Time and space, who had been watching from the shadows, wanted them to fight even more fiercely, feeling that Tang San was somewhat hypocritical. The more he saw Tang San getting beaten, the more pleased he felt. After nothing further happened, Time and Space planned to head to the Sunset Forest to claim the opportunity that belonged to Tang San. Using his powerful spiritual power, he quickly locked onto the aura of a tidal Douluo within the Sunset Forest. At the same time, the white-haired elder studying poisons felt a terrifying presence approaching him. No, I'm a tidal Douluo. There aren't too many who can threaten me, especially not in the Sunset Forest. Just as he finished speaking, a voice rang out in his ear. Douluo, you say there is none? What about me? The sudden voice startled Douluo, and as he quickly distanced himself, he activated his martial soul, unleashing the aura unique to a tidal Douluo. Douluo was even more astonished to see a young man appear beside him. Who are you? And how did you find this place? Regardless of your intentions, I advise you to leave. There is nothing here that you want, and even if there is, I want to let it go easily. Douluo's voice trembled as he realized he couldn't sense any aura from the person in front of him, as if he were facing a lifeless tree. This was the first time Douluo had encountered such a situation, so his expression was unusually serious. He was also grateful that his granddaughter was not here now. Otherwise, given the current situation, he couldn't guarantee that he could protect her. Grandpa, I'm back. Upon hearing the voice, Douluo immediately launched an attack while shouting angrily, Yin, get out of here, run. Ever since Douluo's son left, he had not placed Yin in any dangerous situation. He was uncertain about the intentions of time and space, but he prepared for the worst. For Yin, Even if the enemy was strong, even if it was a god, he would charge forward without hesitation. Unfortunately, in the face of an absolute disparity in strength, any resistance was futile. The next moment, Douluo was sent flying, and Douluo appeared beside time and space. Seeing this scene, Douluo attacked again, this time using all his strength. 8th soul skill, time freeze. Even knowing it would be useless, Douluo still chose to go all out. However, just as the attack was about to be unleashed, his rationality returned. Looking at Douluo beside time and space, Douluo lowered his hand and retracted his martial soul. He had already lost his son and could not afford to lose his granddaughter as well. What do you want? As long as I have it, I will give it to you. Just let my granddaughter go. Time and space looked at Douluo, and Douluo sensed the coldness in time and space's gaze. He knew that his previous actions had angered the other party. Please let Yin go. For this, I am willing to die to atone. At this moment, time and space finally spoke. Take me to your herb garden. The brief words made Douluo feel as if he saw hope for Douluo's life. Since he wanted the herb garden, then let him have it. It was just some herbs after all, as long as Douluo could be safe. All right, I'll take you there. But could you let Yin go first? Time and space merely looked coldly at Douluo, and Douluo understood the meaning behind it. Leading the way ahead. It was also the first time Douluo saw her grandfather looking so dejected. You know, this is your grandfather's 3rd time being so embarrassed. Do you want to know what happened the first 2 times? Chapter 9. The Eyes of Ice and Fire. Douluo rarely mentioned past events in front of Douluo. So when time and space said he would tell her about her grandfather's past, she was very interested. Grandpa didn't tell me either. Can you tell me in detail? Everyone could see how well Douluo treated Douluo, and she could feel it too, so she wanted to understand her grandfather. To be honest, Douluo was not afraid of time and space. Perhaps it was because of his striking appearance that made her overlook some details. Let's talk about the first time. Considering the timing, you should have just been born not long ago, and the incident happened while your father was still alive. Due to certain reasons, your father had an accident that led to his death, and your grandfather had the same expression. Douluo calculated the time. At that time, Douluo was already at the soul Douluo level. What could have happened that even he couldn't resolve? I know you're curious about what happened. Since your grandfather didn't tell you, he wanted you to live carefree. Time and space interrupted Douluo's thoughts, telling her not to think any further. The second time should be when the Spirit Hall was aggressively recruiting soul masters. I imagine that's when your grandfather found this place. I won't say more. Your grandfather didn't tell you because he didn't want you to worry. Douluo, walking ahead, felt relieved that time and space hadn't revealed everything. Douluo thought to himself, before finding a solution, I absolutely cannot let Yin know. Soon, Douluo brought time and space to the edge of a cliff. This is it. Below is my herb garden, and everything down there will belong to you from now on. So can you let my granddaughter go first? Looking at the cliff, time and space left Douluo alone and jumped down. After a moment of weightlessness, time and space landed safely. Looking at the vibrant scene before him, time and space walked straight to the Eyes of Ice and Fire. Douluo, who had just come down, saw time and space heading towards the Eyes of Ice and Fire and instinctively wanted to advise him against it. But thinking of time and space's powerful strength, Douluo remained silent, thinking that it would be better if such a formidable, unknown powerhouse perished. After all, the uncertainties for the future were too great. Time and space looked at the octagonal, profound ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom and directly controlled his soul power to pick them, then placed them in a storage space. This harvest was significant for time and space. Seeing Douluo approach, time and space turned to him. Douluo, how about granting you an opportunity? Hearing time and space call his name, Douluo felt a wave of nervousness, and after hearing the following words, he was taken aback again. Opportunity? What do you mean? Time and space took a step forward and released his martial soul, with 4 black, 4 red, and 1 platinum soul rings appearing. Submit or die. This was only time and space's first martial soul. Through the long years, and with the help of the system, it had been enhanced to this level. Douluo also understood why time and space could easily withstand his attack. Under the current circumstances, he naturally chose the first option, which would bring countless benefits and even a possible solution to his martial soul's flaws. To prevent a tragedy from happening again, Douluo chose the first option. Douluo, swear to follow you to the death. Time and space also knew that this alone was not enough to make Douluo completely submit. He had to present something that would intrigue him, taking out a piece of paper and 2 soul bones from the space. He also controlled his soul power to pick 2 celestial herbs for Douluo. This paper contains the method to resolve your martial soul's flaws. These 2 celestial herbs can help with the hidden injuries on you. Finally, Time and Space picked another celestial herb and handed it to Douluo. This can be given to Douluo. The earth dragon grass can help her martial soul evolve further. Douluo trembled as he received the items from Time and Space, especially unable to conceal his excitement upon seeing the piece of paper. After doing all this, Time and Space walked towards Douluo. The next thing Time and Space had to do was very important and was something he was very curious about. Previously, it was said that the Eyes of Ice and Fire were formed after the fall of the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King. So he wanted to take a good look down there. Time and Space approached the Eyes of Ice and Fire step by step, feeling the overwhelming heat waves and cold air hitting his face. The closer he got, the more intense the feeling became. Unexpectedly, he couldn't approach without taking some measures. Time and Space snapped his fingers, and the surrounding space changed. After feeling the heat waves and cold air disappear, he continued to advance. Stepping into the Eyes of Ice and Fire, as he delved deeper, Time and Space's brows furrowed tighter and tighter. He discovered a different kind of soul power here. It was a force stronger than soul power. This must be divine power. Soon, Time and Space reached the bottom of the Eyes of Ice and Fire. There was no change from above, but here existed 2 core-like entities. Could it be true that what was said online was real? That this was indeed formed from the fall of the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King? He reached out to isolate the 2 cores with space. After finishing all this, a voice appeared in Time and Space's mind. Kid, this is quite uncomfortable. Expand that space a bit more, or we'll be uncomfortable. The sudden voice startled Time and Space. He thought there were supernatural events in the Douluo world as well. After regaining his composure, Time and Space looked at the 2 cores. Kid, don't look at us. It's us. I am the former ice god of Enlise, and that is my brother, the former fire god of Inmos. Wasn't it said that this place was formed after the fall of the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King? How can it be the former ice god and fire god? Seemingly aware of Time and Space's thoughts, of Enlise said, although we are the ice god and fire god, we are also members of the dragon clan, obeying the dragon god. This all makes sense, just like in our previous life. Just as the time-space official was about to put away the 2 cores, Offenmose spoke up. Kid, do you want to become a god? If you take us out and fulfill a request we have, we can help you become a god. To this, Time-Space merely shook his head, seeing Time-Space refuse. Offenmose was quite surprised. It was rare for someone to reject the chance to become a god. Don't you want to become a god? You should know that becoming a god means a longer lifespan, and you won't have to worry about death. They didn't realize that Time-Space was already an immortal being and continued to talk about the benefits of becoming a god. However, to Time-Space, becoming a god merely meant an increase in lifespan and strength, but the added lifespan was ultimately limited. Therefore, gods are not truly immortal, they can die, though no one has witnessed or recorded it. Seeing that Time-Space was not interested in immortality, Offenlise changed the subject. Chapter 10. Ice and Fire Dragon King Offenlise looked at Time-Space and said, Don't you want the power beyond that of Douluo? As far as I know, for humans, without becoming a god, the highest achievement is limit Douluo. As long as you don't become a god, there will always come a day when you could be defeated. Time-Space simply glanced at Offenlise and released his own aura. So what? Even if I don't become a god, no one can defeat me. I've already reached the realm of gods. I just lack a divine position. Upon sensing the aura emanating from Time-Space, which was even stronger than that of a second-level god, their voices trembled. How is this possible? How can someone possess such strength? This must be fake. The power radiating from Time-Space left Offenlise and Offenmose in shock. Time-Space attempted to store them in a storage ring, but they were bounced back out. Realizing that this storage ring could only hold inanimate objects, he took out another storage space that could hold living beings, placed them inside, and left the Ice and Fire duality eye. After Time-Space exited, Offenmose's voice reappeared in his mind. It's been a long time since we've seen the outside world. Ever since we were trapped here, there's been a force preventing us from leaving. The environment here is still quite nice. Listening to Offenlease and Offenmose, time-space interrupted them. Aren't you in my storage space? How can you still communicate in my mind? At this point, Offenlease and Offenmose became proud. That's obviously because of our strength. Although we are second-level gods, our powerful physique and mental strength allow us to match first-level gods. This level of ability is nothing for us. After that, regardless of what they said, time-space ignored them and directly used his spatial ability to isolate them. After sensing Douluo's position with his mental power, he instantly teleported to his side. At this moment, Douluo was instructing Douluo on how to transfer toxins into a soul bone. Beside Douluo was a soul bone, one of the two that time-space had given him, and it was the less valuable one. It seemed Douluo had given the best one to Douluo. This showed how much Douluo cared for Douluo, always thinking for her and prioritizing her in everything he did. Time-space quietly watched without disturbing them as time passed minute by minute. All right, this is good, this is good. Watching Douluo transfer all the toxins into the soul bone, a tear slipped from the corner of Douluo's eye. It seemed the effect was good. This girl had quite a talent. How old is she this year? Upon hearing time-space's voice, Douluo hurriedly stood up and bowed. Master, my granddaughter is 16 this year. Upon hearing Douluo's address, time-space frowned. He didn't like being called up by Douluo, and it slightly tarnished Douluo's image in his mind. In his previous life, time-space had liked Douluo's character. He was loyal and righteous. A rarity in the Douluo world. You don't need to call me that. Just call me young master. Douluo nodded. All right, young master, sure. When he said master, Douluo felt a bit embarrassed. Although he had decided to follow time-space, it still felt a bit awkward to call him that. Time-space looked at Douluo, pondering something. When Douluo opened her eyes, she saw time-space staring at her without blinking, causing her face to flush, and she quickly turned her head away. Douluo, arrange for Douluo to withdraw from school so she can study with me, to avoid any unexpected issues. Time-space planned to have Douluo directly withdraw from the Heaven-Do Royal Academy and follow him. Young master, sure. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Douluo felt conflicted. If Douluo withdrew from the Heaven-Do Royal Academy now, what would happen to the Elite Soul Master competition in 2 years? Douluo had good talent and was somewhat overlooked at the Heaven-Do Royal Academy. Following me would make her my second disciple. Hearing this, Douluo finally breathed a sigh of relief. Being by time-space's side was indeed better than being at the Heaven-Do Royal Academy. However, he also respected Douluo's thoughts and planned to ask her first. If she was unwilling, he would plead to see if they could let it go. Before Douluo could inquire, Douluo had already agreed. I can do it. Disciple Douluo pays respects to the master. Although Douluo hadn't seen time-space's martial soul and soul rings, she thought that anyone who could easily take her grandfather's 8th soul skill must be very powerful. Moreover, looking at time-space's face, her heart raced. Was this the feeling of infatuation? With looks and strength, if Douluo refused, it would be a huge loss. Since time-space wanted to change the timeline, it should be fine to take on a few disciples as well. He also thought of a few with good strength and talent, like Shui Binger from the Water Academy and Huo Wu from the Fire Academy. Their talents were quite good. After accepting Douluo as a disciple, and after sorting out matters on this side, time-space had Douluo handle Douluo's withdrawal from school, then took Douluo and left. When they found Tang, San, and the others, they had also located a suitable soul beast for Oscar and were currently coordinating to capture it. They had found a crystal deer, named for its antlers resembling crystals. The crystal deer was not a fierce soul beast, so with everyone working together, they quickly subdued it. Douluo was curious about Tang San and the others' identities and wondered why time-space wanted to keep an eye on them. My current identity is a teacher at Shrek Academy. I'm here to help them capture a soul ring for someone named Oscar. Master, is there something special about this Shrek Academy? Douluo speculated that with time-space's strength, he could teach anywhere. Why would he choose such an obscure academy? This academy is much more interesting. As he spoke, time-space pointed at Ning Rongrong. That one is Ning Rongrong, the little princess of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. She has good talent, but she is at the bottom of Shrek Academy. Douluo had heard of Ning Rongrong's reputation. The little tyrant of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School But even with her innate soul power of level 9, she was at the bottom of Shrek. Time-Space then pointed at Daimubai. That golden-haired one is a prince of the Xingluo Empire and is now a soul master at level 37. That fat one has a top-tier fire attribute, martial soul. The one currently absorbing the soul ring is Oscar, a food system soul master with innate full soul power. Chapter 11. Tang San's breakthrough. Hearing Time-Space introduce Shrek one by one, Douluo couldn't help but be shocked. The cold girl, Zhu Zhuqing, your senior sister, from the Zhu family of the Star Luo Empire. The one in blue tight-fitting clothes is called Tang San, with innate full soul power and a martial soul of blue silvergrass, but his soul power has already reached level 29. The last one is called Xiao Wu, who also has innate full soul power and soul power of level 29. Except for Dai Mubai, the others are all around 12 or 13 years old. You say, isn't this academy strange? Having one or two geniuses in an academy is not surprising, but if the entire academy is filled with geniuses, then that is indeed strange. Douluo couldn't understand why these geniuses were willing to come to such a small academy that she had never even heard of. Wait, master, are you asking me to withdraw from the Tiando Royal Academy just to join this academy? She felt there was a strong possibility of that. After all, there were so many geniuses here and master was teaching here. But Time and Space just shook his head. No, this academy will soon close down, and by then, they will have to rely on others. It is impossible for you to join. I've already thought about where you will go at that time. At this moment, Time and Space realized that he had never formally met BB Dong. It seems he needed to find a time to visit the Spear Hall, as this was related to future plans. While talking, Oscar's third soul ring was also absorbed. Crystal Deer Antler Sausage. Who wants to try its effect? Just after absorbing it, Oscar used his third soul skill to create a Crystal Deer Antler Sausage. Its shape resembles a deer's antler, but much smaller, about 7 to 9 centimeters long. After knowing how Oscar sausage was made, everyone didn't want to try it anymore, as it was somewhat disgusting. Dai Mubai then said, Xiao Ao, can you explain the function of the Crystal Deer Antler Sausage? At this moment, Oscar confidently replied, the Crystal Deer Antler Sausage can eliminate any abnormal state on the body and restore a certain amount of stamina. Hearing this, Time and Space frowned. Any abnormal state? This soul skill is a bit overpowered, even more so than the flying mushroom sausage in the original work. Originally, he wanted Oscar to obtain another soul skill, allowing Tang San to miss the opportunity for the 8 spider lances, but unexpectedly, Oscar got such an overpowered soul skill. No, the changes are too significant. I need to take the back first. If Tang San breaks through to Soul Master at this time, and there are people with the man-faced demon spider, it will be troublesome. Time and Space thought this should be due to his alteration of the plot, as the world will made some adjustments, allowing Oscar to gain a stronger soul skill. They must return to the academy immediately. With that thought, Time and Space brought Douluo down from the tree. Since we have helped Oscar hunt for a soul ring, let's head back now. Douluo followed behind Time and Space, and the others from Shrek were surprised that Time and Space had only disappeared for a short time and had brought back a girl. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun exchanged knowing glances. However, what Time and Space said next turned their smiles into disdain. Zhuqing, this is your junior sister. You should bond with her. Upon hearing Time and Space's words, the gossip in everyone's hearts instantly disappeared. It turned out to be a disciple. Teacher, sure. There's one more thing. At this moment, Tang San spoke, startling Time and Space, but he slowly turned to look at Tang San. Feeling Tang San's soul power, Time and Space's heart sank. Good boy, you've really broken through to level 30, and this time, Mengaran isn't here to be your experience pack. I've broken through to level 30. We might still need to stay in the Sunset Forest for a few more days. Time and Space's current identity is a teacher at Shrek Academy, since the academy has students breaking through and needing to hunt for soul rings. He naturally has to follow along. All right, since that's the case, let's stay in the Sunset Forest for a few days and help Tang San find a suitable soul beast. Yin Yin, just follow them and train a bit. With that, Time and Space retreated back into the shadows to watch. At this moment, Time and Space realized that if he had brought them back earlier, when Tang San broke through, the one leading might not be him, and they could very well go to the Star Do Great Forest. Fortunately, he didn't return too early. Watching them bond and discuss which soul beast would be suitable for Tang San from below, Time and Space thought that as long as it wasn't the man-faced demon spider, everything would be easier to handle. Just in case, he decided to take a look, as the distance between here and the Douluo Great Forest isn't very far. What if someone with the man-faced demon spider comes over? Some things are just so outrageous. Under the intervention of the world will, you might even encounter creatures from the extreme north in the Douluo Great Forest. Thinking this, Time and Space extended his spiritual power and began searching the surroundings for spider-type soul beasts. If there were any, he would use his aura to drive them away. On the other side, the people of Shrek also rearranged their formation to help Tang San find a soul beast. Perhaps it was because the world will saw that spider-type soul beasts were constantly being driven away by Time and Space. So it simply changed the soul beast for Tang San. The 1,300-year-old witherbone tree demon is also very suitable as my third soul ring. Everyone be careful. The branches of the witherbone tree demon are filled with toxins, so don't get hurt. The lineup was still the same as before. But upon hearing that the witherbone tree demon's attacks carried toxins, Oscar changed the recovery sausage into detox small sausages and crystal deer antler sausages. Douluo, feeling shy to not help, activated her martial soul and charged up with Zhu Qing. However, due to the withered bone tree demon's inherent toxicity, Douluo's snake poison had little effect on it. As the support in the team, Ning Rongrong's amplification reached everyone first. 7 treasures, famous for their first, strength. 7 treasures, famous for their second, speed. Leading the charge, Dai Mubai directly activated his third soul skill. Third soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation. While activating his third soul skill, Dai Mubai also used his first soul skill to withstand the withered bone tree demon's attacks. First soul skill, White Tiger Protection Barrier. Fatty. Fire attributes are the nemesis of plant type. Burn it fiercely. Hearing Dai Mubai's words, Ma Hongjun unleashed his full firepower, and the flames on his body burned even more fiercely. Second soul skill, Phoenix Fire Wave. First soul skill, Phoenix Fire Line. Suddenly, the flames enveloped the withered bone tree demon. And just when everyone thought the withered bone tree demon would be defeated like this, torrential rain began to fall. The pouring rain, combined with the withered bone tree demon's desperate resistance, soon extinguished Ma Hongjuan's flames. Moreover, after being nourished by the rainwater, the withered bone tree demon's attacks became even more ferocious. Chapter 12. An Impossible Goal. After being nourished by the rain, the withered bone tree demon noticeably grew larger. The attack range of its branches also increased, as did their power. Damn, this rain came at the worst time. Everyone be careful, getting hit will be very painful. Just after Dai Mubai finished speaking, Ma Hongjun was struck and sent flying by the withered bone tree demon due to not dodging in time. Oscar hurried over and saw that Ma Hongjuan's arm had turned cyan and purple due to the toxin. He quickly took out a small sausage for Ma Hongjun to eat. However, the detoxifying effect was minimal. No way, a rain made the withered bone tree demon this strong. Even the detox small sausage is ineffective. At this moment, Tang San's voice came over. Xiao Ao, try your crystal deer antler sausage. It might be effective since poisoning is also considered a negative effect. Upon hearing Tang San's words, Oscar immediately fed the crystal deer antler sausage to Ma Hongjun. They saw the toxin on Ma Hongjun visibly dissipating at a rapid pace. Not far away, Time and Space frowned at the quickly dissipating toxin. It worked. Oscar's third soul skill was indeed overpowered. If Oscar continued to stay by Tang San's side, it would provide Tang San with a lot of support. Tang San seized the opportunity, coordinating with Dai Mubai to gather all the branches of the withered bone tree demon together, then using blue silver grass to bind it. Fatty, if you're ready, come over quickly. Our attacks aren't dealing much damage to it. Only your fire attribute damage is the highest. Dai Mubai used his second soul skill, White Tiger's Fierce Light Wave, to shatter the branches of the withered bone tree demon that had been bound together, but soon the demon regrew new branches. Although plant-type soul beasts cannot move, their regeneration ability is the strongest among all soul beasts. After eating the crystal deer horn sausage, Ma Hongjun also recovered immediately and rejoined the fight. With Ma Hongjuan's fire attribute support, The withered bone tree demon's condition worsened. Dare to mess with you, fatty? I'll burn you to death. Ma Hongjun became more and more fired up, quickly burning the withered bone tree demon to the brink of collapse. Now's the time. Tang San. Dai Mubai punched through the withered bone tree demon's trunk, revealing its weak core. At that moment, Tang San also seized the opportunity and instantly used blue silver grass to crush the core of the withered bone tree demon. A purple soul ring emerged from the withered bone tree demon, and after taking a moment to recover, Tang San sat cross-legged to absorb the soul ring. Time and space quietly watched. Not bad. It's neither the human face demon, orb, nor other spider types, so Tang San missed out on the 8 spider lances. Time and space looked up at the sky. I hope you won't cause any more trouble. Otherwise, it will really be painful. Zhu Zhuqing and Dugu Yin came to Time and Space's side. Master, I was just about to say, you went out for such a short time and already found a junior sister for me. You really are something. Time and Space rubbed Zhu Zhuqing's head. Finding you a junior sister is for her to train with you. You will participate together in the Continental Soul Master Elite competition. I hope by then, Zhu Zhuqing's soul power will reach around level 47, and Dugu Yin will reach level 50. This is your goal. Upon hearing this, Dugu Yin immediately felt deflated. She was only level 37 now, and the Continental Soul Master Elite competition was still 2 years away. From Time and Space's words, it seemed she needed to increase her level by 13 in 2 years. Master, that's a bit impossible, isn't it? I'm only at level 27, a full 20 levels behind. Compared to Dugu Yan's 13 levels, Zhu Zhuqing's 20 levels felt even more despairing. Don't worry, during this time, I will help you. Just train according to my methods. At this point, Time and Space smiled mysteriously. Moreover, your master has secret weapons that guarantee you'll succeed, intentionally piquing their interest, no matter how they asked. Time and Space wouldn't say more, leaving them feeling curious. While Tang San was absorbing the soul ring, the others began to prepare some food to replenish their energy. Time and Space also took out some food from the storage space and handed it to Zhu Zhuqing and Dugu Yin. Eat more. Once Tang San finishes absorbing the soul ring, we should be ready to leave, so make sure to replenish your strength. Zhu Zhuqing had also worked hard these past few days. When they returned, her master would personally cook a hearty meal for her. Dugu Yin, who was eating dry rations nearby, came over to Zhu Zhuqing. Senior sister, does Master still cook? Is Masteress cooking good? Even Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback. She didn't know if Time and Space could cook. Every time they finished training and went to eat, it was always food that Time and Space bought. I don't know. The food we had before was always brought back from a restaurant by Time and Space. Seeing Time and Space's confident expression, Zhu Zhuqing and Dugu Yin felt a bit apprehensive. Senior sister, do you think Master won't use us as taste testers? I don't want to be a lab rat. As she spoke, Dugu Yan's voice became a bit choked, but she quickly held it back before Time and Space looked over. Xiao Wu sat cross-legged next to Tang San, watching him with concern, afraid something might go wrong. Due to previous events, Ning Rongrong's relationship with the others, except for Time and Space and Zhu Zhuqing, wasn't very good. If Time and Space hadn't said not to bring personal grudges into the team at the start, she wouldn't have assisted them. Slowly, she approached Zhu Zhuqing, looking at Dugu Yin, feeling like she had seen this girl somewhere before, but couldn't recall at the moment. Hello, I'm Ning Rongrong, from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Saying this, she extended her hand to Dugu Yin. Dugu Yin also shook hands with Ning Rongrong in a friendly manner while introducing herself. Hello, I'm Dugu Yin. Upon hearing Dugu Yan's name, Ning Rongrong remembered. The girl in front of her was the granddaughter of the poisoned Douluo. Turning to Time and Space, she thought, Teacher Time, how did you manage to bring back the granddaughter of the poisoned Douluo after disappearing for a while? Her grandpa is famous for doting on her. Won't this cause trouble? Although she wanted to ask, Ning Rongrong held back. Little did she know, Dugu Yin wasn't taken away but was personally allowed by Dugabo to follow Time and Space. Ning Rongrong, how have you considered what I mentioned earlier? Would you like to agree? Ning Rongrong felt a bit conflicted upon hearing Time and Space. After thinking for a moment, she replied, If you want me to agree, that's fine, but you must first defeat my 2 grandfathers. Otherwise, I won't agree. After all, if her grandfathers found out that she took a master who couldn't even defeat them, they would be angry, and they could be quite terrifying when they got angry. Previously, during a conversation with Ning Rongrong, Time and Space had proposed taking Ning Rongrong as a disciple, but she had hesitated to refuse. Chapter 13. Robbers. Regardless of how things went, Ning Rongrong could never stand on the same team as Tang San. Not only because of the background of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, but also because once Ning Rongrong joined Tang San's camp, he would gain the protection of two titled Douluo. Zhu Zhuqing and Douluo frowned when they heard Ning Rongrong's words. Rongrong, my master is still so young. It's not appropriate for you to have him fight against two titled Douluo. Douluo also echoed, yes, wouldn't that be a bit bullying the weak? It was indeed a bit of bullying the weak. After all, Time and Space was already an old monster who had lived for 3,000 years, while Jianshun and Gurong were just two kids under 70. Okay, Zhuqing, Yin Yin, you two say less. It's normal for Ning Rongrong to want to test a bit of my strength. Zhu Zhuqing looked a bit troubled. But doesn't joining Shrek at such a young age prove your strength? According to Dai Mubai and the others, Shrek's teachers were at least at the Soul Emperor level. Not to mention that her master looked like he was only in his early 20s. Douluo also chimed in, I still recognize master's abilities. After all, there aren't many who can earn my grandfather's respect. Just as they were passionately discussing, there was a slight rustling sound from the nearby bushes. However, everyone was unaware, thinking it was just the wind, and continued chatting with those around them while waiting for Tang San to finish absorbing the third soul ring. I really hope Tang San can hurry up. I really can't stay here any longer. Ma Hongjun complained while eating the dry rations. Once we get back, I must treat myself to a big meal. What about you, Dai Mubai? Want to go celebrate with Xiao Ao? In response to Ma Hongjun's invitation, Dai Mubai just shook his head, then looked in Tang San's direction, finally turning his gaze to Zhu Zhuqing. During the earlier battle, he felt a resonance between his martial spirit and Zhu Zhuqing's martial spirit. Even if they were to celebrate, it should be done with everyone. He would go ask Zhu Zhuqing and the others. He stood up and sat down next to Zhu Zhuqing, and seeing Dai Mubai sitting beside her, Zhu Zhuqing instinctively scooted over. When we return, we plan to celebrate together. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, will you come? Faced with Dai Mubai's invitation, Zhu Zhuqing rejected it without a second thought. After all, Time had said he would personally cook for them, and as a disciple, it wouldn't be right to refuse. On the other hand, she had heard from the villagers around that Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun had bad habits. Just then, a dark arrow shot straight towards Time. However, the arrow stopped 10 centimeters in front of Time, and a voice came from the nearby bushes. You really are useless. You can't even hit from this close. What use are you? Then came a cry of pain. Boss, I will definitely hit next time. Give me another chance. The next moment, a person emerged from the bushes, holding his backside, followed by 7 or 8 others. Among them, a man wearing a black cloth band spoke. You couldn't hit from this close, and you still want another chance? You don't even know if you'll have another chance. The remaining few looked at Zhu Zhuqing and the others with lewd expressions. Boss, we got lucky this time. We just came out and encountered so many good-looking ones. Yeah, some of them look quite wealthy. We're going to make a big profit this time. The man with the black cloth band cleared his throat and said, Brothers, you all look quite wealthy. If you cooperate and give us something, maybe we can spare you from some pain. But if you don't cooperate, we can't help it. After all, fists and feet don't have eyes, and if we hurt you, you'll be in big trouble. As he spoke, the leading man waved a large knife in his hand. Ma Hongjun looked at their outfits and said uncertainly, Robbers? Not only Ning Rongrong and the others, but even Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun were encountering robbers for the first time. Previously, it was either Zhao Waoqi or Flander who took them out, and some robbers would see them and just go around. So, it was no wonder they reacted this way. Boss Dai, how do they dare to rob us? Their strength doesn't seem that great. They won't be able to take a slap from Teacher Time, right? Seeing himself being underestimated, the leading man said, Little brat, remember my name is Su Kuan. I'm not like the robbers you met before. I'm a level 40 soul master. Saying this, Su Kuan released his martial soul, and a long knife appeared in his hand. The configuration of 1 white, 1 yellow, and 2 purple martial souls made Su Kuan very confident. He guessed that this group of people was at most at the soul sovereign level, and their strength was nothing compared to his. Even if someone had a higher soul power than him, he wasn't afraid. His side had the advantage, and they could wear them down. At this moment, The others also activated their martial souls, among which were 3 soul sovereigns at the 3rd ring, while the remaining 5 were great soul masters at the 2nd ring. A mere soul master dared to act recklessly in front of us. Teacher time. Let them see your strength. Looking at the configuration on the opposite side, Ma Hongjun looked disdainful. Even the others had indifferent expressions, and seeing their state, Time felt it was necessary to give them a lesson. So he stood up and went to a tree. These people are up to you. Train well and let them learn a lesson, but don't worry. I won't let anything happen to you. Originally, when Su Kuan heard Ma Hongjun call Time teacher, he thought Time would immediately take action and send them flying. He had even prepared a fighting stance, waiting for Time to attack, but unexpectedly, he let those little brats fight. That teacher Time. How much do you look down on us? I'm a soul master. Can't you show me some respect? Time chuckled lightly. A soul master? Is that impressive? In front of me, you're nothing but trash. No, I mean you're not just trash. All of you are trash. Facing Time's verbal attack, Su Kuan instantly couldn't take it anymore and rushed forward with a large knife in hand. You little ones, go after him and let him see our power. Seeing them charging over, Time turned to the Shrek group. What are you all still doing? I'm only responsible for your safety. Fighting is not my concern. You solve it yourselves. Seeing that Time really didn't care about them, the few of them hurriedly activated their martial souls. On Shrek's side, there were 3 soul sovereigns at the 3rd ring and 4 great soul masters at the 2nd ring, which was a standard configuration compared to the robbers. Chapter 14. To dodge or not to dodge the group of robbers, except for Su Kuan who charged at Time, all rushed towards the Shrek group. Look down on me. Watch me chop you into pieces. Eat my knife. Su Kuan was also a hot-tempered person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been provoked by Time's few words. However, Time didn't pay Su Kuan any mind. He simply dodged his attacks without fighting back. This was also indirectly helping Shrek attract firepower. The remaining people were enough for them to handle. If Su Kuan joined in, the Shrek group wouldn't have any chance to resist. Seeing he couldn't hit Time, Su Kuan switched to verbal attacks. What's wrong? Weren't you very strong just now? Didn't you look down on us? What's going on? Why don't you stop and fight me for a few rounds? If it's really not possible, I can let you take a few moves. How about it? If you're a man, just give me a straightforward answer. Don't keep dodging like a coward. Or are you saying you can't do it? Just give me a clear answer. No matter what Time said, he ignored Su Kuan, but upon hearing Su Kuan say he couldn't do it, Time appeared in front of Su Kuan in an instant and slapped him. A loud smack echoed. The robbers who were tangled with the Shrek group all looked over. Time held his hand to his ear and asked, "What did you just say?" "I didn't hear clearly." "Say it again." After being slapped, Su Kuan slowly turned his head to look at Time, then wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His mind was filled with confusion. Had he just been slapped? He hadn't even reacted yet? Then Su Kuan's rage erupted. "I, Su Kuan, have never been slapped in the face at this age. You're dead for sure." 3rd soul skill, Knife Dance Kuan form. Hearing the name of the soul skill, Time was momentarily stunned, connecting it to Su Kuan's name. What a kid, encountering a little blackie in another world. Since he was facing a fellow townsman, he had to show a bit of respect, and in an instant, Time used a speed faster than before to send Su Kuan flying. The other robbers originally looked excited watching Su Kuan activate his 3rd soul skill to charge forward, only to see him fly back at an even faster speed. Ma Hongjun and the others thought Su Kuan had great strength, but he was sent flying by Time with just 2 slaps. The other robbers, seeing their boss being sent flying with 2 slaps, lost the will to fight and want to turn and run. But before they could take 2 steps, Time blocked their path, wiping his hands with a handkerchief. "What's wrong? Didn't you want to rob? The robbery hasn't finished yet. Why are you thinking of leaving?" The remaining robbers looked at Time with terror, constantly retreating, fearing they would be slapped next. "Hero, you have a great magnanimity. Please spare us. I also had no choice but to rob." "Yeah, how about you just let us go?" The other robbers nodded in agreement. Although they knew that begging wouldn't help much, there was always a chance. What if the person in front of them let them go? After Time finished wiping his hands, he put away the handkerchief and walked step by step towards the robbers. "Don't be afraid. You are robbers. We should be the ones afraid." As they retreated and found no way out, they huddled together, trembling all over. "Hero, we won't rob anymore. Please let us go. Hero, I have an elderly mother of 70 and little children of 8. My whole family is waiting for me to support them. Please don't come any closer. Help. Listening to their wailing, Time and Space became a bit annoyed by the noise and thus extended his hand. Whoever continues to shout will be slapped by me. This method proved effective. In an instant, the robbers became quiet, though their expressions turned even more terrified. Since you are quiet now, listen to me. As long as you do as I say, you can leave here safely. Although the robbers were still very scared, hearing that they could leave made them eager to know what to do. In fact, the method is very simple. Aren't you robbers? Go and rob them. If you succeed, you can leave. He pointed at the Shrek group. This made the robbers excited. Ma Hong-jun, who had a smile on his face, instantly lost it, replaced by a look of horror. Not just Ma Hong-jun, but even the others looked incredulous. No. Are you a teacher or an undercover agent sent over? We have never seen such a cruel teacher. However, this time Shrek became happy. I knew Teacher Sure wouldn't treat us so harshly. Teacher Sure, please deal with him quickly. Stop, stop, stop. I haven't finished speaking yet. Wait until I finish. Time and Space pointed at Oscar and Ning Rongrong. These two should go easy. The others can do as they wish. That's it. Moreover, as long as you succeed, this bag of gold soul coins will be yours. Time and Space took out a bag of gold soul coins from his storage space, containing about 30 or 40 coins. At that moment, Su Kuan also woke up from his unconsciousness. Seeing the gold soul coins in Time and Space's hand, he instinctively rushed to grab them. Kid, these are ours. Give them to me. But before Su Kuan's hand could touch the gold coins, he was slapped away by Time and Space. You are excluded. Just keep lying down. Thus, Su Kuan, who had just woken up, peacefully fell asleep again. The remaining robbers looked at the gold coins in Time and Space's hand. They had never seen so many gold coins on one person. The greed in their hearts quickly overshadowed their fear. Nothing in the world is scarier than being poor. Brothers, grab your weapons, take them down. Then, not only will we get their money, but those gold soul coins will also be ours. Yes, with that money, we can live worry-free for years. I want money, I want money, I want lots and lots of money. Let's go. As they spoke, 7 or 8 robbers charged towards Shrek, and Dai Mubai, seeing Time and Space's lack of intention to stop them, realized that Time and Space was serious. Everyone, unleash your martial souls. Ning Rongrong, boost us. Oscar, prepare more recovery sausages. Faced with the crazed robbers, the Shrek group could no longer hold back, putting forth all their energy to confront them. 7 treasures are famous. The first, strength. 7 treasures are famous. The second, speed. Third soul skill, white tiger transformation. Second soul skill, netherworld hunter claws. First soul skill, phoenix fire line. Facing Shrek's full output, the robbers were blinded by money. Even when hit, they stubbornly stood up and charged again. Soon, a robber reached Xiao Wu. The long stick in his hand swung directly towards Xiao Wu's head. Xiao Wu wanted to dodge, but from the corner of her eye, she saw Tang San behind her. Chapter 15. Leave the rest to brother. If Xiao Wu dodges, this stick will definitely hit Tang San. Right now, Tang San was at a crucial moment of absorbing a soul ring. If he took a hit now, it would definitely cause big problems. At this moment, Xiao Wu desperately wished for Time and Space to intervene, but Time and Space remained indifferent, watching from the tree. To protect Tang San's safety, Xiao Wu could only raise her arms to block. The force of this stick was great, directly knocking Xiao Wu back a few steps. Even so, Xiao Wu still struggled to return to Tang San's side. Oscar immediately noticed the situation and quickly threw 2 recovery sausages to Xiao Wu. At the same time, Dai Mubai directed everyone to move closer to Tang San and Xiao Wu, ensuring Tang San could successfully absorb his soul ring. Seeing Xiao Wu protect Tang San so fiercely, the robbers seemed to see a way to win. Everyone rushed over. Here was someone who couldn't move while absorbing a soul ring. As long as they surrounded him, they would definitely win. At this moment, Dai Mubai thought it was bad. Fatty, go help Xiao Wu. We cannot let them interrupt Tang San's soul ring absorption. Zhu Zhuqing and Duge Yin quickly shook off their opponents and came to Xiao Wu's side. Second soul skill, netherworld hunter claws. The moment they reached Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing used her second soul skill to repel the robber entangled with Xiao Wu. However, Zhu Zhuqing and Duge Yin were a bit late before they arrived. Xiao Wu had already taken several hits to protect Tang San. Her blocking arms trembled slightly from the pain. After struggling to eat a recovery sausage, Xiao Wu felt somewhat better. At this time, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun also arrived at Xiao Wu's side, protecting Tang San together. Seeing the Shrek group huddled together, the robbers not only did not feel afraid, but even began to devise strategies to quickly end the battle. You two charge directly. The rest will flank from the side. I don't believe they can hold us off. Facing this organized charge, Dai Mubai stood at the front. Leave the front to me. The rest is up to you. First soul skill, White Tiger Barrier. Some on the left, help me. Ma Hongjun said as the temperature on his body surged again, causing those nearby to feel a wave of heat. First soul skill, Phoenix Fire Line. First soul skill, Blue Phosphor Red Poison. Second soul skill, Blue Phosphor Blue Poison. Douluo's two soul skills exploded above the Shrek group. Oscar instinctively wanted to make detoxifying sausages and crystal deer antler sausages, but was stopped by Douluo. It's okay. Blue Phosphor Red Poison increases attack and speed, while Blue Phosphor Blue Poison enhances defense. Dai Mubai moved around, and indeed felt the same as Douluo said. He was very excited, as if he had endless strength. At this moment, Oscar threw a recovery sausage to everyone. Everyone, eat this to recover some stamina and soul power. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing coordinated to deal with the robbers on the right. However, they underestimated the fact that among the robbers on the right was a soul master at level 30. Both of them were only great soul masters at the second ring. Without an advantage in numbers or soul power, they were knocked back after exchanging over 30 blows. Even Dai Mubai, the leader, was knocked back by one of the level 3 soul masters and received a cut on his chest. Seeing Dai Mubai and the others in such a sorry state, the robbers began to fantasize about the expenses after obtaining the gold soul coins. One robber could not wait any longer and aimed his scythe at Tang San. He knew someone would definitely come to block for this kid. As for who, he didn't care. He just wanted the money. In their desperation to win, they had started to resort to any means necessary. The sound of the scythe piercing flesh echoed, and Dai Mubai suddenly turned around to see Xiao Wu blocking the incoming scythe with her arm. In the moment, Dai Mubai was stunned. The robber's scythe struck Xiao Wu's arm again. Reacting quickly, Dai Mubai unleashed his soul power, temporarily repelling the robber in front of him. Oscar grabbed a nearby twig, rushed to Xiao Wu's side, and helped her. Xiao Wu gritted her teeth through the pain and kicked the robber away, blood streaming from the two wounds on her arm. Ning Rongrong pulled out some medicine and bandages from her storage space and rushed to Xiao Wu's side. Xiao Wu, let me bandage you. Bear with it. Ning Rongrong first used clean water to simply disinfect the wounds, then applied the medicine, and finally bandaged them up. Just as Ning Rongrong finished bandaging Xiao Wu, a voice came from behind. What's going on here? Hearing this voice, Xiao Wu instantly broke down and turned to throw herself into Tang San's arms. Brother, they are bullying me. The bandage on her arm was particularly eye-catching, especially as it was still seeping blood. Tang San felt a deep pain in his heart upon seeing it. Don't worry, leave the rest to me. You just rest well. First soul skill, Blue Silver Bind. In an instant, the blue-silver grass wrapped around one of the assailants, and Zhu Zhuqing seized the opportunity to move in front of him. Second soul skill, Netherhunter Claws. This attack was originally not enough to kill the opponent, but time and space secretly did a little maneuver, causing the strike to seem as if Zhu Zhuqing had directly killed him. Warm blood splattered on the faces of the robbers, and upon seeing their fallen comrade, the others went completely mad. Tang San's heart sank. He was all too familiar with that kind of gaze. In his previous life in the Tang sect, he had seen that kind of expression many times, one that indicated they were ready to fight to the death. Everyone be careful. The two groups of people tangled together, and this time it was different from before. The robbers aimed their attacks directly at Shrek's vital points. Even a momentary distraction could lead to serious injury or death. Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, I need you to cooperate with me and gather them together. As soon as Tang San finished speaking, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun exchanged glances and simultaneously used their soul skills. Second soul skill, White Tiger Light Wave. First soul skill, Phoenix Fire Line. The two attacked from different directions toward the center, gradually gathering the robbers together. Seeing that the timing was almost right, Tang San decided to test his third soul skill. Third soul skill, blue-silver piercing. A large amount of blue-silver grass suddenly appeared beneath the robbers' feet, and before they could react, the blue-silver grass grew violently, stabbing at them like branches. Some were caught off guard and died on the spot, while others were lucky enough to only have their clothes torn. Time and space in the trees was surprised by this move. This soul skill was somewhat similar to Tang San's modified version of his fourth soul skill. When a control-type spirit master has an offensive means, one must be cautious. If they also have top-notch agility, it becomes even more troublesome. After Tang San finished his attack, he charged forward with Dai Mubai and the others. At this moment, the robbers were at their most chaotic. Chapter 16, Narrow Victory Soon. With the cooperation of Tang San and Dai Mubai, all the robbers were subdued. After binding all the robbers together, Tang San looked up at time and space in the tree. He urgently needed an explanation. However, time and space waved his hand, and the ropes on the robbers were all undone. It's not over yet. As for how to end it, Tang San, Yin Yin, come over here. Hearing time and space's words, Douluo Yin jogged over. Master, is there something you need? At this time, the robbers looked dejected, their morale extremely low, in stark contrast to their initial fighting spirit. It's not over yet, continue. Yin Yin, give them some boosts. Douluo Yin was a bit confused upon hearing time and space's words, unsure of whom to boost. Observing her confusion, time and space pointed at the group of robbers and said, give them boosts. He then took out a pot of clear water from his storage space, walked to the unconscious Su Kuan, and poured the water over him. The cold water stimulated Su Kuan, and he immediately woke up. Seeing time and space standing in front of him, Su Kuan instinctively wanted to run. If you dare to run, I'll break your third leg. Hearing this, Su Kuan stiffly turned his head and obediently stood with the other robbers. Just give the others boosts. The second soul skill will do. Douluo Yin didn't know why time and space wanted to do this, but as a disciple, she complied. Second soul skill, biphosphor blue poison. Remember, if you want to stop, the only way is to die, so don't stop and don't think about escaping. Feeling the pain in their bodies lessen, and with their leader Su Kuan back, the robbers' fighting spirit was reignited a bit. However, despite this, no one dared to charge forward. They were all being cautious. Although Su Kuan had been unconscious, he was aware of some events that had transpired. In simple terms, it was the academy's teacher who had paid them to rob his students. While the money was not insignificant, it was only 30 to 40 gold soul coins, which meant each of them would only get 5 or 6 coins. With just a few gold soul coins, you expect us to go to our deaths? Isn't that ridiculous? Time and space seemed to realize this and said, you won. Each of you will get 50 gold soul coins. I can give you each 10 gold soul coins right now. Saying this, he tossed a bag containing 90 gold soul coins. Su Kuan picked it up and glanced at it. Just from the quantity, he knew each person would get 10 coins. Winning means getting 40 gold soul coins. Is that true? Su Kuan said uncertainly. Time and space took out another bag from the storage space and threw it on the ground. From the exposed corner, Su Kuan saw many gold soul coins. More than what he had in his own bag. He instinctively wanted to grab it, but immediately stopped himself. I hope you keep your word. Time and space knew that just rewarding Su Kuan and the others wouldn't work. Shrek also needed some incentives. Tang San, you've seen the situation. This is a test for you, but this test is deadly. I will also give you some rewards. As long as you win, these gold soul coins will be yours. Dai Mubai, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing looked down on these gold soul coins, while Tang San didn't even care. His mind was solely focused on avenging Xiao Wu. Only Ma Hongjun and Oscar stared unblinkingly at the bag of gold soul coins. Dai Lauda, I and Xiao Ao know you look down on those gold soul coins, but the situation at hand is not about whether we want the coins or not. If we don't defeat them, we won't be able to leave. Ma Hongjun's words clearly reached everyone's ears. Indeed, this time and space is serious. If we don't fight, it will be really difficult to leave. Xiao Wu has injuries. Let her stay with Ning Rongrong and Oscar. I alone can hold off 3. Currently, Tang San's soul power was at level 31, and he believed that with his ghost shadow perplexing track and hidden weapon techniques combined with his strength, it would not be a problem to hold off 3 people. Dai Mubai also nodded. I will be responsible for stopping Su Kuan. Zhu Zhuqing. You might have to face a three-ring soul ancestor. After the earlier fight, both sides had exhausted their soul power considerably. Tang San thought that the only ones with ample soul power now were himself and Su Kuan. With Su Kuan's involvement and Xiao Wu being injured, they were at a numerical disadvantage. You just need to hold on. Leave the rest to me. Saying this, Tang San activated his martial soul, using the blue-silver grass to forcibly pull one soul ancestor and two great soul masters to a battlefield. Xian Yu hand, ghost shadow, perplexing track. Tang San's hands slowly turned white, and his agility increased. He recalled what time and space had said earlier. If they wanted to stop, the only option was death. Since arriving in this world, Tang San had never taken a life. But that didn't mean he hadn't in his previous life. His right hand traced through 27 moonlit nights, and some hidden weapons appeared in his hand, which he then flung. To quickly end the battle, Tang San even used most of his hidden weapons. Even if Tang San could restrain 3 people at once, Su Kuan was not flustered. It was 6 against 6, with 2 auxiliary soul masters and 1 injured on the opposing side. And he was still a 4-ring soul master. He had no idea how he would lose. However, time and space knew that the main characters would not be defeated so easily. Just 1 minute into the fight, when Su Kuan was about to declare victory, he was interrupted by the suddenly appearing blue-silver grass. Who? So rude. Can't you see I'm about to speak? Tang San didn't give Su Kuan a chance to continue talking. Just as the blue-silver grass brushed past Su Kuan, the seeds had already fallen around them. The second soul skill, parasitism. This time, Tang San mainly targeted Su Kuan, but there was also some impact on those around Su Kuan. Xian Yu hand. Tang San once again used Ghost Shadow Misty Steps combined with Xian Yu hand to engage in close combat with his opponent. In his previous life as a disciple of the Tang sect, Tang San showed great ease in close combat against these bandits. Impossible. How could you be here? What about Biao and the others? Seeing Tang San, Su Kuan looked as if he had seen a ghost. A terrifying thought emerged in Su Kuan's mind. And turning to look, sure enough, Biao and the others were lying motionless like dead dogs. If one looked closely, they could even see the expressions of terror on their faces. You brat. Before Su Kuan could finish speaking, he let out a scream as Tang San, taking advantage of his distraction, severed his arm. Don't worry, you'll see them soon. Because Tang San had acted ruthlessly just now, he was stained with some blood, making his words sound somewhat terrifying. Chapter 17 returned to the academy after the battle. Dai Mubai and the others looked at Tang San with strange expressions. They watched as Tang San ruthlessly dealt with Su Kuan and the others, showing no concern even when blood splattered on his face. He even checked for any remaining enemies, and if he found any who could still move, he would finish them off. For a group of 12 or 13-year-olds, this was truly abnormal. To be able to kill without blinking, one would need a year or 2 to adapt, or to have killed many people and become accustomed to it. In terms of technique and mentality, Tang San's performance was not something a 12 or 13-year-old could display. Of course, only Xiao Wu couldn't see through it. After all, this was perfectly normal in the eyes of soul beasts. Killing is the instinct of living beings. In the Stardow Forest, those who can survive are all seasoned veterans. Brother, are you okay? Xiao Wu came to Tang San's side, taking out a handkerchief to wipe the blood off his face. Just now, Tang San's skill had once again refreshed Xiao Wu's perception of him. Although Xiao Wu was now in human form and had lived in the human world for over 6 years, she was still fundamentally a soul beast. Soul beasts all worship the strong. This is the natural law. After checking that there were no more enemies who could move, Tang San put away his martial soul and returned to the team. However, there was a slight change now. Within 2 meters around Tang San, there was no one else except Xiao Wu. They all began to fear Tang San, or one could say they were jealous of Tang San's strength. Zhu Zhuqing also came to Shikong's side, but her face was a bit pale. Shikong guessed that she might have mistakenly thought she had killed a bandit earlier. Rubbing Zhu Zhuqing's head, he comforted her. All right, Zhuqing, this is unavoidable on the path of being a soul master. Even if such things hadn't happened today, they will happen in the future. You need to learn to adapt. All right, everyone clean up. We should head back. We've been out long enough. Just as Shikong was about to turn and leave, Ma Hongjun spoke up. Teacher Shikong, You said before that as long as we win. The gold soul coins originally meant for the bandits would be ours. Does that still count? Shirkong gave each of them 40 gold soul coins. If he didn't give them, they would probably run to Flanders to complain about how they were treated. To be honest, if it weren't for Changsheng, Shirkong wouldn't have bothered to come to Shrek to teach and change the timeline. If he had known, he would have chosen to become a god back then. Otherwise, the choice wouldn't have been so boring. Soon, Shirkong led Tang San and the others on their way back, but this time, Shirkong no longer led the way, but followed behind the group. Why isn't teacher Shirkong leading us anymore? To be honest, it wasn't impossible for him to lead them. But Shirkong remembered that he was directionally challenged. He didn't remember the way at all. Everything relied on instinct. As for the past, Shirkong had no shortage of time. Even if he took a wrong turn, he could just walk it again. After all, Shirkong had plenty of time. He was most abundant in time. Upon returning to Shrek, Tangsen took Xiao Wu to get treated. On the way, Ning Rongrong also mentioned that it was just a simple disinfection and bandaging, and they would still need to go to a professional pharmacy for treatment. Tangsen truly cared for Xiao Wu. If someone said they were siblings, I wouldn't believe it. Even if they were siblings, I had never seen anyone so anxious. Watching Tang San take Xiao Wu toward the pharmacy, Dai Mubai couldn't help but complain, "You all go rest. I'll go find Flanders to report the situation." At that moment, Flanders was inside his room receiving a visitor. "You Xiaojiang, you came at just the right time. I think those little brats will be back soon. I'll need you to arrange their training." Flanders was very at ease with Yu Xiaojiang. Although his strength wasn't great, his theoretical knowledge was still acceptable in Flanders' eyes. "Don't worry. I will use my theoretical knowledge to arrange their training reasonably. You just need to cooperate with me. Also, my disciple is quite good, isn't he?" When he wrote before, Flanders had learned that Yu Xiaojiang had taken a disciple and often boasted about it in front of him. You're talking about Tang San? When it came to Tang San, Yu Xiaojiang was particularly proud. "That's right, it's him. Isn't he excellent?" Flanders thought for a moment, considering Tang San's performance over the past few days, and said, "Aside from having a bit higher soul power and being a bit more diligent, I haven't seen any remarkable qualities." Yu Xiaojiang thought that shouldn't be the case. Logically speaking, Tang San should have shocked the entire academy upon arriving at Shrek, and then he could implement his teaching methods. However, it didn't matter. This wouldn't affect his teaching methods. "Flanders, I've brought them back from hunting souls. They were too tired, so I let them rest first." Shirkong entered the room and saw another person in Flanders' room, someone he had never seen in the academy before. Based on the timeline, Shirkong guessed that this was Yu Xiaojiang, the fraud. Glancing at Yu Xiaojiang, Shirkong ignored him and looked at Flanders. "Let them start training tomorrow. They've traveled all day. One more thing. I will personally take care of Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong from now on." Hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang felt his authority was being trampled. After all, he was a master in theory. This young man hadn't even looked at him since entering, and now he wanted to take away his students. Did he even know how to teach? Flanders was about to nod in agreement with Shirkong's words when he was interrupted by Yu Xiaojiang. "Are you a teacher at Shrek Academy? Don't you know you need to knock before entering? Also, I am talking with the dean. Even if you're a teacher, you cannot interrupt our conversation. Furthermore, what you just said, I do not agree with. From now on, I am responsible for the students' training." He didn't even consider his own level before wanting to teach students. In Yu Xiaojiang's eyes, Shirkong was just a young man in his 20s who didn't understand the significance of teaching. At this moment, Shirkong finally looked at Yu Xiaojiang, and with just a simple sentence, he broke Yu Xiaojiang's defense. "Clown. Flanders, this is a notification, understand?" After Shirkong finished speaking, he didn't care whether Flanders agreed or not. He pushed the door and left the room, heading towards Soto City. The time was still early. Perhaps he could go into the city to buy some ingredients. After all, he had promised to cook a meal for the disciples himself. "Flanders, who is that guy? Immediately expel him. How dare he speak to me like that? I'm a master after all." Flanders simply mentioned Shirkong's identity and ignored Yu Xiaojiang, quickly finding an excuse to leave. Chapter 18, Meals of Time and Space. There are some people who, relying on a bit of theoretical knowledge, call themselves masters and even manage to convince themselves. As for the knowledge that Yu Xiaojiang possesses, any major force would know it. Time and Space walked through the vegetable market in Soto City, where there weren't many vegetables left, mostly carrots, potatoes, some wild vegetables that time and space didn't recognize, and some meat. In the end, time and space bought some potatoes, carrots, a large piece of lean meat, pork belly, and ribs. These ingredients were already enough in time and space's eyes. Having more would mean not being able to finish it, and time and space didn't have the habit of cooking, only doing so occasionally. When time and space returned, he found Zhu Zhuqing and the others discussing something. As he approached, he heard them mention training and whether they would go tomorrow. What training are they talking about? Seeing their master return, Zhu Zhuqing and Douluo immediately sat up obediently. A person claiming to be a master came earlier, saying he would take over our training tomorrow and that we should go to the square on time. He even claimed to be a friend of the dean and was specifically here to train us. Time and space thought it was something serious, but it turned out to be this. You don't need to go tomorrow. I've spoken with Flandra, and from now on, I will personally arrange your training. Ning Rongrong looked at Zhu Zhuqing and Douluo enviously. Although Douluo was not a member of Shrek Academy, she really envied Zhu Zhuqing for not having to go. If it weren't for Flandra and the others threatening her with expulsion, Ning Rongrong wouldn't want to go either. Compared to returning to the seven-treasure glazed tile school and being constrained bit by bit, Ning Rongrong preferred being outside. By the way, Rongrong will also train with us tomorrow, so you don't have to go to the square. Hearing this from time and space, Ning Rongrong happily hugged Zhu Zhuqing. Originally, she wanted to hug time and space directly, but thought better of it. Time and space took out a piece of the water fairy jade bone from his storage space and handed it to Zhu Zhuqing. This herb can be eaten whenever you want. Just let me know in advance, and I'll protect you. I've already given one to your junior sister. You can have it together. Ning Rongrong didn't know what it was, but found it very beautiful and wanted to ask time and space for one. Teacher C, is there any more? Give me one, please. She planned to keep one by her bedside, so every day when she woke up and saw such beautiful flowers and herbs, it would lift her spirits. Seeing time and space reach into the storage space, Ning Rongrong jumped over to him, looking expectantly. Soon, time and space placed his hand above Ning Rongrong's hand, and just when Ning Rongrong's anticipation peaked, time and space said, "Nope. As long as my disciple has it. Do you want to worship me as your teacher?" Realizing she was being teased, Ning Rongrong turned her back, went to Zhu Zhuqing, and hugged her. "Zhuqing, your master is bullying me. Help me talk to him." Zhu Zhuqing was someone who valued her sisters above all else. But just because of the soul bone her master gave her, she wouldn't speak ill of time and space. "All right, Rongrong, my master is just joking with you. Maybe he doesn't have any left to give you." Seeing Zhu Zhuqing and Douluo comforting Ning Rongrong, time and space walked into the kitchen. After time and space entered the kitchen, Ning Rongrong came out of Zhu Zhuqing's arms, her face no longer showing the sadness from earlier. Is Teacher C going to cook? This reminded Zhu Zhuqing and Douluo of what their master had said before, that he would personally cook them a meal when they returned. They hadn't expected him to be serious. They thought he would just buy something from a restaurant and then serve it as if he had cooked it himself. "Senior sister, I still want to ask, does our master really know how to cook? He won't burn down the kitchen, will he?" Slowly, smoke began to rise from the kitchen. It seemed their master really could cook, so that they could relax and enjoy their meal. At that moment, time and space's voice came from the kitchen. "Zhuqing, Yin Yin, come here. Does anyone know how to start a fire? Come help your master. I can't get it going." They were too early to be happy. It turned out that the smoke was from time and space struggling to light the fire, not from cooking. The three of them looked at each other, and in the end, Zhu Zhuqing walked into the kitchen and managed to start the fire. Having traveled to Douluo continent for 3,000 years, the biggest shame for time and space was not learning how to start a fire with a clay stove. He usually just piled up firewood and roasted directly. However, most of the time, it ended up burnt. So time and space gave up learning to start a fire and chose to buy instead. Seeing the fire lit, time and space began to stir fry. Although he was bad at starting a fire, his talent for cooking from his past life still remained. Soon, he finished 4 dishes and a soup: sour and spicy shredded potatoes, stir-fried meat with carrots, stir-fried greens, braised pork, and rib soup. From the appearance, the presentation was decent. They just didn't know how it would taste. Outside, Douluo smelled the aroma of the dishes, paused for a moment, and then walked into the kitchen to praise Zhu Zhuqing. "Senior sister, your cooking smells so good. Let me taste it first." Saying this, She picked up a piece of braised pork and put it in her mouth. After savoring it, she gave it a very high review. No wonder you're my senior sister. Even your cooking is so delicious. It was made by my master. In the next second, Douluo stopped chewing, went to the trash can, and spit out the food in her mouth. Douluo, what are you doing? Now that you know it was made by your master, you act like this? She even rinsed her mouth with clean water. Douluo, realizing what she was doing, Douluo hurriedly spat out the water in her mouth as well. Master, let me explain. I did this to reassess it and provide a proper evaluation. It's definitely not, because I was afraid it was poisonous that I spat it out and rinsed my mouth. But time and space felt a chill at her reaction. It's hard for me to make a meal for you, and you treat it this way. It really breaks my heart. Saying this, time and space placed a hand on his chest, feigning a very hurt expression. Just wait for tomorrow. If I don't give you extra training, I'm not your master. Enjoy your leisurely time now. Until after the meal, Douluo still wore a distracted expression, probably thinking about the training tomorrow. Junior sister, it's fine. My master has a sharp tongue, but soft heart. UNT really give you extra training tomorrow, Zhu Zhuqing said. Hearing this, Douluo gradually relaxed. Because of the training arranged by their master, they would definitely be exhausted after completing it, so there was no need to worry about extra training. Douluo's expression also completely fell into despair. Chapter 19. The arrogant master. The next morning, just as dawn broke, Zhu Zhuqing came to Douluo's room. Junior sister, wake up, it's time for training. Looking at Douluo, who was still sound asleep, Zhu Zhuqing gently shook her, hoping she would wake up quickly. Soon, Douluo groggily woke up, but didn't get up. She just turned over and continued sleeping. Senior sister, it's still early. Let me sleep a little longer. Her voice was lazy, clearly indicating that she didn't want to get up. When she was at home, although Douluo supervised her training, it had never been this early. Seeing Douluo unwilling to get up, Zhu Zhuqing felt helpless and didn't know how to explain to their master. There was no way she could say her junior sister was still sleeping. If she did, her junior sister would be in big trouble. If you don't get up early, when the master finds out you didn't come to train, you'll be in trouble. To this, Douluo just pulled the blanket up and said, I'll sleep a bit longer. You tell the master I'm sick and will come later. Seeing that she really wouldn't get up, Zhu Zhuqing could only go along with Douluo's words and tell their master. Then, junior sister, just sleep a bit longer. I'll go train first. I'll tell master that you're not feeling well today, so you'll arrive a bit later. Don't go over too late either. After saying that, Zhu Zhuqing left, closing the door behind her. Originally, time and space meant to call Ning Rongrong as well. But Ning Rongrong couldn't get up either and asked Zhu Zhuqing to help find an excuse for her to arrive late. When she arrived at the outskirts of the village, time and space was already waiting there, and Zhu Zhuqing began to warm up simply. What about Yin Yin and Ning Rongrong? Didn't you say to bring them along? Zhu Zhuqing said while warming up. Junior sister might have caught a cold last night and isn't feeling well, so she'll be late. As for Rongrong, it seems she was a bit discouraged. She practiced all night and is now catching up on sleep. Time and space looked at Zhu Zhuqing's expression, which didn't seem to indicate she was lying, so he believed her and let her continue while he sat down on a nearby chair. Seeing that her master didn't suspect anything, Zhu Zhuqing secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but her face remained as cold as usual. If time and space knew, he would undoubtedly say without hesitation, your acting skills would be wasted if you didn't go into the entertainment industry. Time passed quickly in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes, and before long, she had finished running around the village and came to eat breakfast with time and space. Looking at the food on the table, which wasn't made by time and space himself, she felt a bit regretful. Time and space's cooking was quite good. At least it was better than some restaurant chefs in Soto City. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing sit down and not move her chopsticks for a long time, time and space urged her, hurry up and eat. I'll teach you some new things today. As long as you learn them, your strength will rise to a new level. Hearing that she could enhance her strength again, Zhu Zhuqing quickly finished her portion at the table. 10 minutes later, Zhu Zhuqing wiped her mouth and looked at time and space. Master, I'm done eating. At that moment, time and space had only eaten half of his breakfast. Looking at Zhu Zhuqing, who had finished with helplessness, his disciple was good at everything, but once she heard about enhancing her strength, she became more anxious than anyone else. He decided not to eat anymore. That little bit should be enough, and if he got hungry, he could just snack on something. He took Zhu Zhuqing to the training lawn from before, only to find that Yu Xiaojiang and the others were not far away, and they called for Zhu Zhuqing to come over quickly. Turning to Zhu Zhuqing, Time and Space's eyes showed suspicion. Did you not check the almanac before going out today? Your luck seems really bad. Zhu Zhuqing didn't care about luck. She only cared about enhancing her strength. The faster the better. Master, let's start quickly. Don't worry about them. Didn't you say we don't need to go? So why bother with them? Time and Space thought about it and agreed. As her master, he could decide how she wanted to train. Okay, you go review what I taught you before and let me see how much you mastered. Time and Space began to make some marks on the grass. Zhu Zhuqing adjusted her state and moved her hands and feet before heading to the stream. On the other side, Yu Xiaojiang saw that Zhu Zhuqing hadn't come over, so he led a few people toward her, seemingly wanting to confront her in person. To Yu Xiaojiang, today's first lesson was very important, as it was related to his prestige. Not only that, he also noticed that not only Zhu Zhuqing, but also Ning Rongrong and that girl had not come. He remembered what Time and Space had said in Flanders' room yesterday. With his half-hearted teaching methods, he was really ruining such good talent. Anyone who could enter Shrek was a genius. So, in Yu Xiaojiang's view, these students should be taught by someone like him, a master. As he thought about this, Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San had already arrived by Time and Space's side. Did you not listen to what I said? I told you to gather at the square today. Look at what time it is. We've finished warming up. And you're still here doing what? Yu Xiaojiang started by criticizing Zhu Zhuqing, which left her, who was ready to begin training, taken aback. But Yu Xiaojiang didn't care about that. If such things happen again in the future, how would he be a teacher at Shrek? Also, where are Ning Rongrong and that girl? Didn't I say everyone should be here today? Just as Yu Xiaojiang was about to say more, Time and Space stepped in front of him and slapped him. Smack! Yu Xiaojiang touched his face, looking incredulous. You really think you're a master? How do you think you can teach my disciple? You're a waste who will never break through to Soul Master. Time and Space's words were like a sharp sword stabbing directly at Yu Xiaojiang's wound. Yu Xiaojiang felt that others could say anything in front of him, but they absolutely could not talk about his soul power. He opened his mouth to say something, but was interrupted by Time and Space again. What can you teach? Just having them run around the village with stones on their backs, or having them fight one-on-one? Please, anyone can teach that, and that's the most basic level. Or do you, as a master, have some novel teaching methods or success stories to show? Facing Time and Space's questions, Tang San wanted to help his teacher refute, but he realized he couldn't argue against it. Over the years, Yu Xiaojiang indeed hadn't had any reliable training. It was just some basic training that couldn't be more basic, and there were no successful examples. Do you think you're capable? I'm known as the first person in theory. How dare you speak to me like that? This statement awakened Tang San. Indeed, his teacher's strongest point was his theoretical knowledge, and he had reached his current level based on that theory. Chapter 20. The collapse of the master. Hearing Yu Xiaojiang's words, Time and Space found it even more amusing. He only deceived Tang San, who was being raised without much background strength. If it were someone with a strong background, you wouldn't be so confident. With your theoretical knowledge, anyone could find it in a slightly larger force. You're just fooling Tang San. If you really had strength, why haven't any powerful forces come to recruit you? In the end, it's still because you're not capable. Hearing what Time and Space said, Tang San turned to Yu Xiaojiang, wondering if what Time and Space said was true, and that Yu Xiaojiang's teachings were really just common knowledge. Tang San, I know you might not believe it. Why don't I ask him and see if he can answer? Yeah, my teacher's knowledge reserve is so rich, it shouldn't be difficult for him. Teacher, go ahead. I believe you can do it. Tang San looked at Yu Xiaojiang with confidence and expectation. Yu Xiaojiang naturally wouldn't give up such an opportunity to showcase himself. He wanted Shrek students to know who was correct. Okay, you can ask. I'll use my theoretical knowledge to make you completely convinced. In Yu Xiaojiang's view, Time and Space didn't know as much as he did. How could this young kid compare to him? All right, since that's the case, I'll ask you. Is the standard soul ring configuration for soul masters really 2 yellow, 2 purple for black, and 1 red? Overall, can soul masters absorb soul rings of a higher level? Faced with Time and Space's question, Yu Xiaojiang didn't rush to answer. He began to think about whether there were any loopholes in the question. Everyone was watching Yu Xiaojiang, waiting for his answer, wanting to know how this self-proclaimed master would respond to a question. Soon, Yu Xiaojing realized something. Ha ha ha, I know. You thought I didn't see the traps in your question. Hearing Yu Xiaojing's wild laughter, they first thought he had gone crazy, but it turned out he had discovered the traps in time and space's question. At this moment, Tang San's admiration for Yu Xiaojing deepened. His teacher was truly impressive, discovering the trap in the question so quickly. Time and space, on the other hand, was confused. When did he hide traps in his question? Why was he always adding drama to himself? My answer is not entirely correct. In addition, the soul ring configuration also includes 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black rings. Hearing Yu Xiaojing's answer, time and space frowned, and even Tang Xin began to doubt Yu Xiaojing. However, Yu Xiaojing seemed oblivious to the gazes of those around him, still feeling smug about his cleverness, thinking he had already won. Yu Xiaojing, did you not understand the question? This question asks whether soul masters can absorb soul rings beyond their level. For example, replacing a 1,000-year soul ring with a 10,000-year soul ring for the 4th soul ring. Just now, Yu Xiaojing thought, I'm so smart. But now he realizes, what? Did I go off topic? Now Yu Xiaojing noticed that the way people looked at him had changed, as if they were looking at a fool. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable under their gaze, Yu Xiaojing quickly adjusted and looked at time and space, stating his answer. No. Soul masters absolutely cannot absorb soul rings beyond their level. If they try to absorb a soul ring beyond their level, they will explode and die. Teacher, sure. You would not know such a simple question, would you? Time and space looked at Yu Xiaojing's confident demeanor, feeling even more disdain for him. Well, do you know that there is something that, when taken for a long time, can subtly change a person's constitution, allowing them to absorb soul rings beyond their level? Hearing time and space's words, Yu Xiaojing burst into laughter again, but this time his laughter was laced with mockery. Teacher, sure. The students of Shrek respect you as a teacher. Don't really think of yourself as a teacher. Do you think they believe what you just said? Time and space snapped his fingers, and a person in black appeared beside him. Although the sudden appearance of the figure made Shrek feel tense, they soon relaxed. Thinking this was their territory, release your martial soul, let our master take a look. Upon hearing time and space's command, the black-clad person released their martial soul, revealing 5 rings. Yellow, yellow, purple, black, black. Impossible, this is fake, this must be fake. You must have used some means. I absolutely do not believe this is real. After seeing the expression he wanted, time and space waved his hand to dismiss the black-clad person. Yu Xiaojing had begun to doubt whether his theory was indeed correct, wondering how a 10,000-year 4th ring could exist. There must be something wrong. Yu Xiaojing still wanted to deny it when Tang San hurriedly stopped him, speaking to the others. Today, the teacher is feeling unwell, so let's stop here. I'll take the teacher back to rest. Saying this, he and Xiao Wu supported Yu Xiaojing as they left, leaving the others still in shock. You cannot absorb soul rings beyond your level. This is common knowledge in the soul master world. But today, a person appeared who broke this common knowledge. How can this not be shocking? All right, you all go back and rest. Tomorrow, let Master take you for training. At this moment, time and space's mention of Master was so ironic. He was confident that the theoretical knowledge he had upheld for so long had been completely shattered today. After the Shrek group left, time and space resumed training with Zhu Zhuqing, who was still contemplating what time and space had said. There is something that, when taken for a long time, can change a person's constitution, allowing them to absorb soul rings beyond their level. Master, does that thing really exist? Hearing this question from Zhu Zhuqing, time and space quickly recalled what he had just said. Of course it exists. This is something your master has personally tested. Taking it for a long time really does have an effect. I also know you want to use it. The reason I didn't tell you or give it to you is that I'm afraid you won't be able to accept it. After all, this thing is really... Thinking of that item, time and space couldn't help but shudder. Master, I want to become stronger. No matter what it is, I can accept it. So, Master, please tell me. Looking at Zhu Zhuqing's serious expression, time and space felt a bit reluctant. This thing really isn't suitable for girls. If he had a male disciple, he would tell him without hesitation, Zhuqing, I can give you this thing, but you need to be mentally prepared. After all, your master also prepared mentally when he used it back then. Still, Zhu Zhuqing was determined. As long as it could make her stronger, she would try it. Especially since this thing could allow her to absorb soul rings beyond her level. You continue training first. I will give you the thing tonight." Since Zhu Zhuqing wanted it so much, he decided to give it to her, hoping she wouldn't break down because of it. Otherwise, he, as her master, would feel guilty. Chapter 21. New skills. Whether she can accept it is her problem. He just needs to give it to her when the time comes. Let's focus on training first. Quickly demonstrate your training results, and then I'll teach you a new skill. We'll talk about that thing tonight. Zhu Zhuqing began to clear her mind of distractions, focusing completely. Looking at the stream in front of her, Zhu Zhuqing stepped onto it. At first, she wobbled a bit, but after a while, she stabilized completely. After another 10 minutes, Zhu Zhuqing took her first step on the water surface, followed by a second step. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing walking on the water, time and space nodded. In just a few days, she had reached such a level, demonstrating how hard she had worked. "All right, come up now." Zhu Zhuqing carefully walked towards the shore, each step cautious. At that moment, she lost her balance and was about to fall into the water, but time and space quickly reacted, reaching out to support her. He lifted Zhu Zhuqing and carefully walked her to the shore before putting her down. At this point, Zhu Zhuqing's face was already flushed. It was the first time she had been so close to a boy. "You train well, but you're still not skilled enough. When you can run on the water surface, you will have succeeded. Now, as promised, I'll teach you a new skill, but first we need to do a test." He led Zhu Zhuqing to a tree nearby, where there were 2 lines marked. "Do you see the line over there? Use your fastest speed to get there, and let me see how fast you are." Zhu Zhuqing looked at the distance between the 2 lines, estimating it to be about 30 meters. If she sprinted at full speed, it would take at least 4 seconds. This gave her a clear understanding of her strength, but since it was her master's request, Zhu Zhuqing had to do her best and present her best state. She stood behind the line, waiting for time and space's command. "Ready." Upon hearing time and space say ready, Zhu Zhuqing's heartbeat accelerated, her eyes fixed ahead, while the surrounding sounds were mostly drowned out, leaving only the sound of her heartbeat. Time and space took out his pocket watch, checking the time. "Go." With time and space's command, Zhu Zhuqing dashed forward at her fastest speed, the scenery around her quickly receding until she crossed the line. Time and space looked at his watch, nodding at Zhu Zhuqing. 3.5 seconds, not bad. Considering Zhu Zhuqing's current strength, time and space was quite satisfied with this result. Hearing her time, Zhu Zhuqing smiled happily. In her view, the training during this time had not been in vain, and all her efforts were worthwhile. "Zhuqing, you made it. Although your speed is very fast, even faster than soul masters of the same level, it's still not enough. You can be faster." Time and space stepped to the line and looked ahead. Soul power not only allows us to unleash soul skills, but also enhances our bodies in all aspects. "Next, I will run with all my strength once, and you can watch the time on my watch." He tossed his pocket watch to Zhu Zhuqing for her to time him. Once Zhu Zhuqing was ready, time and space gathered his soul power in his legs and dashed forward with all his might. In the blink of an eye, he appeared over 100 meters away. Zhu Zhuqing looked at the watch, and the second hand had barely moved. Time and space flashed back to Zhu Zhuqing's side, checking the time on the watch. "I know you want to say that with my strength, it's not impossible to appear instantaneously from 100 meters away. This technique has indeed lost much of its use for someone at my level, but it is still very helpful for soul masters below the soul sage rank." Zhu Zhuqing returned the pocket watch to time and space, nodding thoughtfully. "I'll explain the method, and you'll understand. Stand back on the starting line, and then follow my instructions. The reason I've been having you practice controlling your soul power is to lay the foundation for the next technique. Relax your whole body and gather your soul power in your legs." Zhu Zhuqing followed time and space's instructions, beginning to gather her soul power in her legs. Although it seemed like a simple technique, it was quite difficult for her to execute. After a while, release it and sprint forward. Listening to time and space, Zhu Zhuqing surged forward as soon as she felt ready, this time moving even faster than before. By the time she realized what had happened, she had already crossed the line. She couldn't believe she could go this fast. She looked at time and space with anticipation, hoping for a satisfactory number. Soon, it was almost 3 seconds, a bit faster than before. Hearing the satisfying number, Zhu Zhuqing felt excited inside. Just an unrefined technique had made her speed increase by half a second. If she became proficient, would she be even faster? Although time and space had only taught her 2 techniques since she became his disciple, these 2 techniques had significantly improved her strength. It was indeed not a mistake to become a disciple. She believed that as long as she mastered these 2 techniques, her strength would undergo a qualitative leap. Keep practicing, and I will teach you some other techniques in the future, but only after you have fully mastered these 2. Zhu Zhuqing began training again, gathering soul power in her legs and then exploding it out, repeating this without resting except for some simple supplements. By the way, I forgot to tell you that the hardest part of this technique is still to come. You won't be considered qualified until you can use it proficiently in actual combat. Hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing's fighting spirit not only didn't diminish but instead surged even higher, fully dedicating herself to training. Meanwhile, in another dormitory, Ning Rongrong and Douluo Yin had also gotten out of bed. Looking at the time outside, it was almost noon. After a quick wash-up, they came to time and space's side. "Master, we are here." Watching Zhu Zhuqing run back and forth between the 2 lines at such speed, it was the first time for the 2 to see such a training method. Time and Space had a hat on his face and didn't get up upon hearing their voices, so the 2 quietly stood behind him, watching Zhu Zhuqing train. Douluo Yin noticed that her senior sister didn't stop for anything other than drinking water and supplementing her energy throughout the training. No wonder they said no extra training was needed. Just the basic training was enough. Thinking about how their daily training would be like this, Douluo Yin felt a bit bitter. Her master was so handsome, yet the training intensity was so high. If she knew that Time and Space had told Zhu Zhuqing more than once to train in moderation and not overtrain, she wouldn't think that way. Chapter 22. The longevity order. Time passed by minute, and soon it was noon. Douluo Yin and Ning Rongrong had been standing behind Time and Space the whole time. Time and Space didn't speak, and they didn't dare to move or know what to do. Just when the 2 thought it would stay like this forever, Zhu Zhuqing stopped training and walked over. She reached out and shook Time and Space. "Master, wake up. It's meal time. Hurry up and get up." Seeing that Time and Space still wouldn't wake up, she took off the hat covering his face and pinched his neck. "Wake up, or I'll strangle you." Time and Space, feeling a choking sensation, suddenly woke up and saw Zhu Zhuqing pinching his neck. All right, I'm up. If you keep pinching, I'll die." This made Zhu Zhuqing let go, and Time and Space took a deep breath of fresh air. "That was close. I almost died. I've told you before, just wake me up, don't choke me. It could kill someone." He took out a mirror to look at his neck, which had already been pinched red by Zhu Zhuqing. Time and Space felt bitter. Waking up so early every day didn't allow for a little nap. "Master, we are hungry too." Hearing the voices behind him, he turned to see Douluo Yin and Ning Rongrong standing behind. "When did you come? Why didn't you say anything when you arrived? I could have arranged the training tasks." Getting up from the lounge chair, Time and Space stretched, still feeling a bit groggy. "Forget it. I'll arrange it for you in the afternoon. Let's eat first. Is there anything you want to eat?" As soon as Douluo Yin heard about food, she thought of the meal Time and Space had made last night, which was much better than what was sold outside. So she unhesitatingly said, "We want to eat what Master made, just like last night's meal." Hearing about last night's meal, Zhu Zhuqing looked at Time and Space with anticipation. Although her expression didn't change, her eyes seemed to say, "Master, I also want to eat." Even Ning Rongrong wanted to eat, agreeing, "Teacher Shi's cooking is the best. Please make it for us. It can also save some money." Hearing about saving money, the 3 looked at Ning Rongrong, who spent money the fastest in Shrek Academy, and yet she was the one talking about saving money. Besides, how much money could be saved from just one meal? "You 2 didn't train this morning, so you have no say in what to eat. Let Zhuqing decide." Time and Space thought of something fun. This seemed quite good, letting them experience a bit of life's hardships. "All right, given that Zhuqing trained so hard today, I will cook a meal for you. But, sometimes cooking can go wrong." Half an hour later, Time and Space finished cooking their meals and placed them in front of them. Looking at the food in front of them, the first to not recognize it was Ning Rongrong, followed by Douluo Yin. The 2 immediately took a bite, but the moment it entered their mouths, their expressions changed rapidly. They quickly spat out the food from the inside. "So spicy, so salty." Ning Rongrong, feeling the spiciness, grabbed the water cup next to her and without thinking, drank a large mouthful. "Wait, that's vinegar." After taking a large gulp, Ning Rongrong's face turned into a mask of pain, and she spat the vinegar onto the ground. Teacher, sure, you did that on purpose. First making the food so spicy, and then putting vinegar next to me. You definitely did it on purpose. Although time and space did it on purpose, he would never admit it. You need evidence when you speak. Everyone can mess up while cooking. You can't blame me for that. You can't blame me for the vinegar next to you either. That color is obviously not water. Among the three, only Zhu Zhuqing's meal was good. This was also a small punishment from time and space for the other two. They didn't come in the morning, and Zhu Zhuqing had made excuses for them, but time and space had known they were coming and just watched. On the other side, Tang San brought Yu Xiaojing back, and Yu Xiaojing had been thinking in his room about why this was happening. Why can soul masters absorb soul rings beyond their level? This is unreasonable. He had been trying to think of a theory to overturn all this, but couldn't come up with anything. Teacher, it's time to eat. Let's put this matter aside for now. We can't let it wear you out. Tang San brought in the food. But what he called a meal was just a small plate of vegetables and a bowl of porridge without any rice. Just one glance, and Yu Xiaojing didn't look again. He had never eaten such terrible food and naturally couldn't swallow it. Little San, is this what you eat at Shrek Academy? He didn't understand how Flinder could be like this. Clearly, he was a soul sage, yet he couldn't properly manage an academy, even serving the students such nutritionally poor food. Well, besides this, there were only some steamed buns, but they were still hard to swallow. Tang San said this in hopes that Yu Xiaojing could negotiate with Flander to improve the food. Otherwise, with just this food, it would be very difficult to maintain basic training. You should go back first. The afternoon training is canceled. You can go to Soto City to buy some food, and I will discuss the academy's meals with Flander. After Tang San left, Yu Xiaojing continued to browse through books and search for information. Could it be that what the time and space said is true? Are there really things that can improve physical fitness with long-term use? In the afternoon, time and space assigned a training task to Douluo, which was to practice walking on water, while Ning Rongrong's training involved practicing the heart method of their 7-treasure, glazed tile school, and some physical training. Watching the three of them train under the sun, time and space sighed slightly. Practical training is still insufficient. I need to find a way to find a few sparring partners for them. But where can I find them? I can't just pick someone off the street. Wait, time and space seems to have thought of something. The Spirit Hall. I am really foolish to have forgotten about the Spirit Hall. Time and space began to rummage through the storage space. Things had been stored for so long that they were almost forgotten. Found it. A token was taken out from the storage space, resembling the Elder's token of the Spirit Hall, but this one had the words longevity engraved on its back. After arranging the training for Zhu Zhuqing and the others for the next few days, time and space set off towards the Spirit Hall. It had been so long since he last returned. When was the last time? 70 years ago? Or how long has it been? I don't even know how many of my acquaintances are still alive. Time and space was also in a hurry and hardly stopped on the way. In just one day, he traveled from Soto City to Spirit City. Looking at the significant changes here, if it weren't for the iconic buildings of the Spirit Hall still being present, time and space would have thought he came to the wrong place. Should I go see the Pope first or go to the Elder's Hall? The Elder's Hall, since there might still be people who know me there. The current Pope definitely doesn't know me. Chapter 23. The Strength of a Demigod in Just a Few Flashes. Time and space arrived at a place with a 6-winged angel statue. It was obvious that this statue had not been maintained for a long time. It had been a long time since I last returned here, and the changes are indeed significant. However, the security is not very good. I've been here for so long, and no one has noticed. Time and space continued to walk inside, remembering that this seemed to be the place of Douluo. Soon, time and space arrived at the main hall and saw an old figure. Although old, the soul power fluctuations emanating from him were not weak. He was devoutly looking at the angel statue in front of him. You, who can enter the Spirit Hall silently, must have some strength, but you shouldn't have come here. Douluo directly released the pressure of his 99th level title Douluo. Most would have succumbed, but he was facing a demigod who had lived for 3,000 years. Time and space seemed to feel no pressure and continued to walk towards Douluo, seeing that he alone could not suppress time and space. Douluo felt a sense of crisis. He knew that he was one of the few limit Douluos in the world, yet someone could withstand his pressure. Even the golden crocodile Douluo might not be able to withstand his full power pressure, but this young man could do so easily. Everyone, please join me. As soon as he finished speaking, 6 powerful pressures surrounded him. Although they were not as strong as Daolu's, they were all top-tier powerhouses. The Spirit Hall had developed quite well over the years, with even 6 super Douluos present. Time and space merely used soul power to completely negate their pressures. Ignoring their astonished expressions, time and space continued. Perhaps you all don't remember me, so let me introduce myself again. I am Time and Space, the longevity Douluo of the Spirit Hall, but I prefer to be called a demigod. Time and Space threw out his longevity token, and Douluo, after a brief thought, also recalled. He didn't expect that the little brat from back then had become an old man, a limit Douluo admired by many. Looking at the longevity token thrown over by Time and Space, it indeed resembled the Elder's token issued by the Spirit Hall. But the words longevity were engraved on the back. Douluo naturally did not believe it was real, thinking it was a counterfeit by Time and Space, and was about to say something when he noticed that Time and Space looked somewhat familiar. Although he couldn't be sure, the power demonstrated by Time and Space made Douluo very wary. It seems you can't remember. Let me help you recall. It seems it was when you were about 7 or 8 years old, and you were little under the angel statue. Grandpa, sure, I didn't remember you for a moment. Please forgive me. Let's not talk about the past. Those are all behind us. Come, don't you like drinking tea? I have collected quite a lot of good tea. Let me take you to taste it. Douluo flashed to Time and Space's side, hurriedly interrupting what Time and Space was about to say, pulling him towards the back courtyard. Since the establishment of the Elders' Hall, Douluo rarely went out and basically lived here, so calling it the back courtyard was more like his residence. Seeing his boss's flustered demeanor, the other elders also saw it for the first time. Second brother, should we follow them? At this moment, the demon-conquering Douluo looked at the golden crocodile, Douluo, and asked, let's forget it. I feel like the big brother was just protecting his dignity. However, the others were still not at ease and stayed for a while before leaving. After all, the guy who easily negated their full power pressure was now with their boss. How could they not worry? Douluo brought Time and Space to a stone table and sat down, taking out the tea leaves he had collected and personally brewing a pot for Time and Space. Please don't blame the junior for not recognizing you. Mainly, it's because you haven't appeared for too long. You only show up once every few decades, and most people who remember you are basically gone. After pouring a cup of tea for Time and Space, Douluo sat down. That's true, but isn't that a bit boring? I can't always stay in the Spirit Hall. I can only come back every few decades to let you all see my face, ensuring you that I'm still alive. Hearing this, Douluo couldn't help but twitch his mouth. What do you mean by ensuring you're still alive? In this continent, who could kill you? In other words, who could kill a monster that has lived for thousands of years? The continent is still very dangerous. There are many powerful people and soul beasts that haven't shown themselves, like that one on god.I Island and that whale. If we talk about others, there are also some in the Douluo forest and 2 in the extreme northern land. Douluo knew about the events on god Island, including the High Priest and that million-year soul beast. I know about god Island, but according to the Spirit Hall's understanding, the strongest soul beasts in the Douluo forest are just the Sky Clear Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape. They don't have much strength. As for the extreme northern land, Douluo didn't dare to comment, as the Spirit Hall had not truly ventured there yet. Those 2 indeed don't pose much of a threat, but the key is that they are merely the gatekeepers. Gatekeepers? This was the first time Douluo heard of having 200,000-year soul beasts as gatekeepers. If someone else said it, he wouldn't believe it. But the one saying it was the longevity Douluo of the Spirit Hall. However, there's no need to worry too much. They won't conflict with humans in the short term. Why am I talking about this? All right, enough chit-chat. Let's get down to business. I'm back this time to ask you for a favor. Time and Space looked at Douluo seriously, which made Douluo also become serious and start to think about what matter could make this person so solemn. Please say, as long as it is within my capabilities, I will definitely do it at all costs. Hearing Douluo's promise, Time and Space continued. I want you to take me to see the current pope. The silence in the air was the most dreaded. Douluo even thought that this person wanted him to find some miraculous medicine or to join forces to deal with someone. But he never expected it would be to take him to see the pope. If you want to meet the pope, just go ahead. With your strength. Are you still afraid? You also know that the previous popes of the Spirit Hall have all come from your family. Every time I come back, I can go directly there. The current pope has some impression of me, But she is different from Bibi Dong. She doesn't even know that I, the Eternal Elder, exist in the Spirit Hall. If I just go over there, wouldn't that lead to a fight? Douluo initially wanted to deny that a fight was impossible, but then he thought of the scene when he first came to the time-space. In the end, he helplessly nodded. All right, I'll take you to see her in a moment. But I wonder if you have other matters to attend to this time? You didn't return just to see the Pope, right? There must be other things or something you want to say. Chapter 24, Official Meeting. It was too calm. Time-space had only said this one sentence, and Douluo realized that what time-space referred to was the state of the world, which had not seen war for many years. Specifically, it should be hundreds of years. Although there have been some frictions in various places, none were enough to be called war. This is like a volcanic eruption. There will always be a time interval. Perhaps 100 years, 50 years, or even 300 years. The longer the time, the greater the impact it causes. The continent has been peaceful for too long, which is a bad omen. Time-space was also indirectly telling Douluo that a great war would soon come, and it would be on a large scale. Indeed, the time of peace on the continent has been too long, and in recent years, the relationship between the two empires and the Spirit Hall has been increasingly tense. Douluo did not want the efforts of the Spirit Hall to go to waste, but he could not intervene because he had more important matters to attend to. Qianren had been favored by the angel god and had begun the angel's 9 trials, and Douluo needed to do everything he could to help her succeed. In his view, as long as Qianren becomes a god, all crises will be resolved at that time, before that great war arrives. The Spirit Hall has 2 choices. One is to hide its strength, reduce its presence, and gradually eliminate the attention of the 2 empires on us. But this method is not very likely. The second is to take the initiative to provoke war, to become the only ruler of this continent, and to suppress them with absolute force. The original intention of the Spirit Hall was to suppress and eliminate the evil soul masters lurking in the dark, preventing them from causing chaos in the world. Taking the initiative to provoke war is contrary to the original intention of the Spirit Hall, which Douluo cannot accept. With you around, can this war really happen? With your strength, what war can affect the Spirit Hall? Time-space was waiting for Douluo to say this, as it also revealed another piece of information to him. Yes, as long as no one in this world becomes a god, everything can be suppressed. You also want to ensure that your granddaughter inherits the divine position, making war even less likely to occur. I have said before that this war is not ordinary. I predict that there will be more than one god in this era. Picking up the teacup beside him and taking a sip, he let Douluo think slowly. He would figure it out eventually. Let's talk about this matter later. First, take me to meet the current pope. Lest we meet later and don't recognize each other and end up fighting. Interrupting Douluo's thoughts, Time-space put down the teacup, stood up first, and walked towards the door. The 2 walked out the Elder Hall, heading towards the main hall. At this moment, Bibi Dong was listening to people below reporting the situation in various places, with Zhu Huaguan and Gue Mei by her side. Both had already qualified to enter the offering hall, but chose to stay by Bibi Dong's side out of loyalty. Everything was normal at the Spirit Hall's outposts, and there were no abnormalities reported. The teams sent out to execute tasks were also doing well. Under Bibi Dong's leadership, the Spirit Hall's strength was rapidly increasing while quickly recruiting high-level soul masters to further strengthen the Spirit Hall. If this were ancient times, Bibi Dong would undoubtedly become a female emperor. In modern times, Bibi Dong is also at the top of the pyramid among women. Yet she happens to be in Douluo continent and has deep enmity with the protagonist. At this moment, Time-space and Douluo stepped into the main hall, and the surrounding voices instantly quieted down. They recognized that the old man was the grand offering of the Spirit Hall, with a status equal to that of Pope Bibi Dong. Isn't this the grand offering? How come you have time to come here? Aren't you supposed to stay in your offering hall? Who did you bring with you? Because of Qian Xuanji, Bibi Dong had no good feelings towards anyone from the Qian family, including her own daughter and the time-space she brought now. If it weren't for the fact that she simply couldn't defeat Douluo, Bibi Dong would have eliminated the entire Qian family long ago. This time, there was nothing major. I just came to introduce someone to you. This is our Spirit Hall's Eternal Elder, who has just returned, so according to his request, I brought him to meet you. Seeing time-space, Bibi Dong's brows furrowed tightly. She had inherited the position of Pope for some years now and had never heard of the Eternal Elder. Moreover, looking at Time-Space's young appearance, she couldn't believe he was someone capable of holding the position of Elder. Grand offering, if you want to arrange some spies here. Feel free to do so. There is no need to be so desperate to put someone in their 20s in the position of Elder. And I have never heard of the Eternal Elder. As expected, everything was as Time-Space had thought. Even Douluo bringing him to BB Dong was not recognized. If he had come alone, wouldn't that have led to a fight? Of course you haven't heard of him. The last time he came back was 70 years ago. So it's normal not to know him. BB Dong suddenly slammed the armrest and pointed at Time-Space. Grand offering. This is a place for discussing important matters of the Spirit Hall. Don't talk nonsense here. If what you say is true, then he must be over 100 years old, right? BB Dong wanted to say more, but was interrupted by Time-Space raising his hand. Not over 100 years old, but 3,000 years old. Seeing BB Dong about to get angry, Zhu Huaguan and Gue Mei moved first. Kid, this is not your place to speak. You'd better behave yourself. Zhu Huaguan and Gue Mei intended to team up to teach Time-Space a lesson, releasing their pressure together towards him. Again with this trick. Can't you come up with something new? Besides using pressure, what else can you do? And it's not how you should use it. Pressure is mainly for deterrence. To demonstrate strength. Thinking like this, Time-Space only targeted his pressure at Zhu Huaguan, Gue Mei, and BB Dong. Just releasing a bit of soul power made the three of them feel a bit overwhelmed. BB Dong was very familiar with Douluo's soul power. This was absolutely not something Douluo could release. At this moment, BB Dong looked at Time-Space with a hint of fear in her eyes. If the Spirit Hall really had such a powerful person, why hadn't they revealed themselves earlier? Time-Space withdrew his pressure and looked at BB Dong. At this point, he didn't know what to say, so he thought of saying something casual. There aren't many things to discuss this time. I just need to ask you for a few people. I will return afterward, and there are some matters I have discussed with little Qian. BB Dong, I know your ambitions are great. Go ahead and do it. If there's anything you can't handle, just let little Qian take action. If he can't, he can come directly to me. I can arrive in half an hour. Time-Space threw a few bamboo slips to BB Dong. At this moment, BB Dong was still wondering who little Qian was and if he was very powerful. Zhu Huaguan wiped the sweat from his forehead and didn't dare to look directly at Time-Space, bowing his head to ask him. I don't know who this little Qian is. Chapter 25. Please, Yuehua. Time-Space looked at Douluo beside him, and everyone followed Time-Space gaze. All right, you can call me whatever you want. I'll go with little Qian. Faced with everyone's attention, Douluo helplessly said that this matter would become part of his dark history for the rest of his life. Douluo looked at Time-Space with displeasure in his eyes. After all, he was the grand offering of the Spirit Hall. Did he not care about his face being called little Qian in front of so many people? But now, a major war with the two empires cannot happen yet, which some people do not want to see. If they get angry, even I may not be able to stop it. First, we need to eliminate some threats, such as the blue lightning tyrant dragon and the hidden Hao insect. After getting rid of some irrelevant people, Time and Space looked at BB Dong, Zhu Huaguan, and Gue Mei, as well as the little Douluo beside him. Next, we need to briefly outline the future direction of the Spirit Hall, eliminating certain threats while changing the timeline. As for the blue lightning tyrant dragon side, the Spirit Hall should have relevant intelligence, so we shouldn't act for now. After all, the number 1 B spirit is not just for show. We can arrange for more people to keep an eye on them and cause them some trouble, but we shouldn't let the Spirit Hall members do it themselves. Some wandering spirit masters will suffice. Time and Space turned to Douluo and asked a question that had been on his mind. Why didn't you take action back then regarding Tang Hao? If you had intervened, we would have faced much less trouble. Upon hearing this, Douluo also looked dejected, realizing that BB Dong indeed thought of something happy. I didn't expect Tang Hao to break through to title Douluo either. I thought he could handle it, but I was wrong. Forget it. There's no need to discuss this matter anymore. What's important now is how to capture Tang Hao. However, to capture Tang Hao, we must send out more than 3 title Douluo or have 2 offerings lead the way. No matter how many title Douluo the Spirit Hall has, we can't have them all searching for Tang Hao at once. Who else could draw Tang Hao out? The opportunity to lure him out was wasted by Time and Space. It's a bit unlikely to have the Spirit Hall directly go to Shrek to capture Tang San. If Yu Xiaojiang went, Tang Hao would likely have left as well. Suddenly, time and space thought of someone. Have you sent people to look for the Haoyan sex location? Some matters were assisted by Zhu Huaguan for Bibi Dong, so he knows a little about this. We did send people to search, but found nothing, so we stopped and continued looking for Tang Hao instead. Time and space understood the general situation. Fine. Tomorrow Elder Zhu will go to Yuxian to invite their boss over. I want to meet him. Remember to act a bit more forcefully in front of outsiders, giving the impression that she has been captured by the Spirit Hall. As for Elder Gui, starting tomorrow night, spread the news that Tang Chun has been captured alive by the Spirit Hall's grand offering, along with 5 other offerings, and that the owner of Yuxian has also been captured, and her identity is Tang Hao's sister. Tang Hao, I don't believe you are that cold-blooded. You wouldn't be willing to show up, even if your own sister is captured. Hearing time and space's words, Zhu Huaguan and Gay may turn to look at Bibi Dong. As their loyalty lies only with her, they will only execute orders given by Bibi Dong. Follow Elder Time's instructions. Although Bibi Dong didn't understand why they needed to capture the owner of Yuxian, she was still aware of the false news about Tang Chun being captured. The news released might just lure out people from the Haoyan sect. I don't understand why Elder Time wants to arrange for someone to capture a mere owner of Yuxian. It seems that Tang Yuehua has not revealed her identity. Even the Spirit Hall is unaware of her background, thinking she comes from some noble family. This is certainly because Tang Yuehua is Tang Hao's biological sister. Only Tang Yuehua can attract Tang Hao out. Tang Hao poses a significant threat. Only by capturing him can I feel at ease, allowing you to continue with your subsequent plans. Bibi Dong firmly believed in time and space's words. Although Tang Yuehua shares the surname Tang, it does not mean she is a member of the Haoyan sect. Could Elder Time be mistaken? Tang Yuehua's martial soul is not the Haoyan hammer. How could she possibly be a member of the Haoyan sect? Tang Yuehua's martial soul and Yu Xiaojiang's are both mutated martial souls, but Tang Yuehua's mutation is benign and has not completed its evolution for some reason. Perhaps having heard about Tang Yuehua's situation, Bibi Dong spoke this way. After all, her beloved Yu Xiaojiang is also in a similar situation with a mutated martial soul. When reading the original work, Time and Space never understood what Bibi Dong liked about Yu Xiaojiang, whether it was his hypocritical demeanor or his useless martial soul. This matter is settled. We just need to invite her over to change her living arrangements. What are you worried about? I believe that as long as we capture Tang Yuehua, Tang Hao will definitely show up. At that time, Xiao Qian, you should also take action. After all, the #1 weapon martial soul is not just for show. After discussing briefly Time and Space and Qian Dao, Lu returned to the offering hall. Looking at the angel statue, Time and Space thought of Qian Renxue. Have Qian Renxue return from the Tiando royal family. There's no need for her to continue lurking there. It's just a waste of time. It would be better to use that time to enhance her soul power. In the original work, Qian Renxue clearly had innate soul power of level 20, yet she focused on the Tiando side, leading to slow progress in her soul power. According to Time and Space's speculation, if Qian Renxue practiced diligently with the resources of the Spirit Hall, she could become a god before the age of 30. Time and Space took out an immortal herb from the storage space to give to Qian Dao Lu. This light attribute immortal herb is very suitable for Qian Renxue. When she returns, give this to her, and you supervise her closely to ensure she practices well. Otherwise, by the time Bibi Dong inherits the divine position, she will still be a titled Douluo. Looking at the immortal herb in his hand, Qian Dao Lu wondered why Bibi Dong was also a chosen one and which god chose her. Finally, he put away the immortal herb, asked someone to arrange accommodations for Time and Space, and sent a message for Qian Renxue to return. They would discuss the next steps again. Due to Time and Space's decision, Qian Renxue was indeed no longer suitable to stay in Tiando and might as well heed Time and Space's advice and return to focus on her cultivation. After writing the letter, Qian Dao Lu began to recall the events of the day. First, a young man claiming to be Elder Changsheng came to reunite, and he was crushed by his absolute strength. It was the first time in many years that he felt so powerless. Ever since Time and Space released his soul power, Qian Dao Lu's heart had felt as if it had shattered. What was even more frustrating was that he almost revealed his dark history in front of his brothers. Nearly losing face. Chapter 26. Spread the news the next day. Qian Renxue received the letter. Although she didn't know what had happened. She packed her things as her grandfather instructed and set off to return with Snake Spear Douluo and Porcupine Douluo. Are we really going back now? Do we not need to care about things here? Even though they were about to achieve results, Qian Renxue would still listen to her grandfather's words. As her grandfather said, there was no other way. Following the previous plan, they would find someone similar in stature and then set fire to make it look like an accident. After preparing everything, Qian Renxue and the two titled Douluo left the Spear Hall. Zhu Huaguan also followed time and space's instructions and invited Tang Yuehua to the Spirit Hall, with Gu Mei arranging for people to spread the news. In no time, both Tiando and Xingluo were in shock. Have you heard? The owner of Yuxian is actually Tang Hao's sister, the one who fell out with the Spirit Hall over Soul Beast. Is it true? Is this information reliable? Of course, her name is Tang Yuehua, and she was personally captured by the Spirit Hall's Zhu Douluo. No matter where you go, everyone is talking about Tang Yuehua. Just when everyone thought this was crazy enough, the Spirit Hall released more news. Tang Chun of the Haotian sect was captured alive by the Spirit Hall's grand offering, along with several offerings, all severely injured. Tang Chun, who is that? Some people still didn't know who Tang Chun was, only that he was from the Haotian sect. So at the beginning, this incident didn't stir up much of a storm, until time and space had Gu Mei release some information about Tang Chun. In other words, Tang Chun is Tang Hao's grandfather, and he is also a titled Douluo, even stronger than Tang Hao. Is today's news this stimulating? Two remnants of the Haotian sect were caught in a row. Remnants? That can't be true. Didn't you see another piece of news? When the Spirit Hall captured Tang Chun alive, their people saw Haotian sect members raising soul beasts using civilians. What could it be? The Haotian sect is so malicious? This false news was released by time and space personally to mislead the public, making them internally resist the Haotian sect. At the same time, it caused the Haotian sect to reject Tang Hao and Tang San, preventing them from recognizing their ancestors. At this moment, in an unknown small town, a middle-aged man wearing a hood was drinking while listening to the surrounding people talk about the recent events of the Spirit Hall. Upon hearing that his sister and grandfather had been captured by the Spirit Hall and were also labeled with such a stigma, Tang Hao could no longer contain his anger. After settling the bill, he set off on the road to the Spirit Hall. Although he didn't know whether the news of the Spirit Hall capturing Tang Chun alive was true or not, he had to go. On the other side, at Shrek, Yu Xiaojiang heard the news and was momentarily stunned. He wanted to call Tang San over, but thought about how Tang San still didn't know his own background. So he decided against it. Tang Yuehua and Tang Chun, I hope this news isn't true. Regardless, until it's confirmed, Tang San must not know. Let's have Flander tell them that there are many false rumors circulating recently, and not to let everyone believe them. The protagonist of our event has been under house arrest since arriving at the Spirit Hall and has no idea what is happening outside. Time and Space was not in a hurry to meet Tang Yuehua and decided to wait with Qian Douluo for Qian Renxue to return before going over. Time and Space turned to Gu Mei and instructed, take some people to secretly capture some soul beasts and feed the vicious evil soul masters in the prison to them. Then release them into a village. Upon hearing Time and Space's words, Gu Mei quickly refused. No, Elder Time, if we do that, many innocent people will be sacrificed. Time and Space raised his hand to interrupt Gu Mei. Of course, I know that. Gu Mei didn't understand why, knowing this would cause casualties. Time and Space would still want to do it, as the Spirit Hall's purpose has always been to eliminate evil soul masters, right? Withdraw a team without important tasks. You personally lead the team and pass by there under the pretext of executing a mission, just to deal with that group of soul beasts. Are you not at ease with this arrangement? Since Time and Space said so, Gu Mei naturally knew what to do and retreated to start arranging it. Creating more trouble for the Haotian sect would be beneficial, letting them bear the stigma of being evil soul masters when they emerge later. Let us see how they handle it then. At this moment, Snake Spear Douluo and Porcupine Douluo returned with Qian Renxue. Seeing her grandfather, Qian Renxue rushed over and hugged Qian Douluo. Grandpa, Schwerer missed you so much. Qian Renxue had been in Tiando for these years, and they mainly communicated through letters, having hardly seen each other, so both had a lot to say. Just at this warm moment, time and space broke the atmosphere by speaking up. Ahem, ahem. You have plenty of time to catch up later. There's no rush. At this time, the three finally noticed time and space on the side. Snakespear Douluo and Porcupine Douluo looked at him with unfriendly eyes. Although they didn't understand why time and space appeared here, they were quite displeased with him interrupting the atmosphere so blatantly. Kid, watch your words. You have no chance to talk here. Time and space couldn't be bothered to argue with them. If it weren't for future convenience, he wouldn't be waiting here. If they didn't say anything later, he would ignore them. But the two continued to chatter. Enough, be quiet. Douluo unleashed his aura, startling Snakespear Douluo and Porcupine Douluo. You just got back and don't know some things. Let me introduce you. This is the eternal elder of the Spirit Hall, equivalent to the Pope, understand? Since Douluo personally said it, even though they were unwilling, the two could only apologize to time and space. Time and space didn't take Snakespear Douluo and Porcupine Douluo's words to heart. He had no reason to get angry with a couple of kids in their 20s. But that didn't mean he would let them off easily. Since you two are back, go with god'i to capture some soul beasts. To relieve some pressure off god'i. The two looked at Douluo as if saying, we just got back. You can't send us back out just because we said a few words to him. But Douluo just took Rinshua back. Schwer is back. No need to leave. Grandpa will personally teach you. Snakespear Douluo and Porcupine Douluo could only leave in frustration to find god'i. Time and space then had someone prepare some pastries and flowers and took them to the courtyard where Tang Yuehua was imprisoned. Since being brought to the Spirit Hall, Tang Yuehua had been imprisoned in this courtyard. She wanted to go out, but was blocked by the guards at the door every time. What is this? They said an important figure wanted to see me, forced me here, and now won't let me go out. What does the Spirit Hall really want? Chapter 27. Meeting Tang Yuehua with the items. Time and space arrived at the place where Tang Yuehua was under house arrest. Because Tang Yuehua's strength was not strong. But considering that Tang Hao might come later, time and space directly arranged for 3 soul saints. The nearby residential area was also arranged with 2 titled Douluo, namely Qianjun Douluo and Jiang Imo Douluo. I hope Tang Hao arrives soon. Walking into the courtyard, he saw a cold-looking woman pacing back and forth, her expression anxious. You don't need to be so anxious to go back. The Spirit Hall has already arranged for someone to take over your work at Yuxian, ensuring its normal operation. Upon hearing the voice, Tang Yuehua turned to see a young man entering with things. What does your Spirit Hall really want? Why won't you let me out? At this moment, Tang Yuehua was very angry, but years of etiquette told her that even when angry, she couldn't show it. Seeing time and space arrive and hearing his words, her anger rose a bit more. How could her Yuxian allow someone from the Spirit Hall to manage it on her behalf? Let's sit down and talk properly. Time and space took out some pastries and placed them on the table, while also putting the prepared flowers in a vase. I saw that your place was a bit desolate, so I brought some for you to enjoy. They really don't know how to do things. I already told them to arrange a better place, but they chose such a room. Don't worry, if you want to change to another room, you can tell them. They will satisfy most of your requests. Then I want to go back. Upon hearing that they would satisfy most of her requests, Tang Yuehua immediately said without hesitation, that won't do. The situation outside is a bit chaotic right now. If you go out, it won't be good for you or us. Tang Yuehua naturally didn't think about the Haoyin sect. She only thought that some major force must have made new moves, which led to the chaos outside. Then who does your Spirit Hall want to see me? Why haven't they come yet? Do you really want me to wait here? Time and space paused while pouring water and then poured 2 cups of tea, placing one in front of Tang Yuehua. He didn't know how to tell her that the person who wanted to meet her was himself. Would she scold him if he said it? If she attacked directly? Could he fight back? While time and space was contemplating, Tang Yuehua took a bite of the pastries and then elegantly took a sip of tea. There's something even more important. What does your Spirit Hall really think? You invited me over in the morning, and now it's almost evening. And you haven't even prepared food for me. Wait, they didn't prepare food for her? You must check who arranged this. Not even preparing a meal. They really treated her like a prisoner. This is our Spirit Hall's mistake. I'll tell them to prepare some food and send it over. I don't know if you have any dietary restrictions. At this moment, Tang Yuehua was already so hungry that she felt like she was going to faint if she didn't eat. Less oil, make it light. Hearing this, Time and Space also urged the people outside to hurry up, while he continued chatting with Tang Yuehua. About half an hour later, the food prepared in the kitchen was brought over. In addition to some light dishes, there was also a pot of hot pot that Time and Space had asked the kitchen to prepare according to his specifications. Time and Space took out the ingredients from his storage space, which included some prepared meats and seasonings. Looking at Tang Yuehua, he extended an invitation for her to try some, saying it tasted quite good. Seeing the floating chili peppers in the pot, Tang Yuehua instinctively shook her head to refuse, as she couldn't handle such oily and spicy food. Noticing her refusal, Time and Space felt it was quite a pity that she turned down such a delicious hot pot. However, he soon noticed Tang Yuehua's swallowing motion and prepared a dipping sauce according to her taste. Here, try this. There's no one else here. After hesitating for a moment, Tang Yuehua accepted the dipping sauce from Time and Space's hand. Imitating Time and Space, she placed a slice of meat into the hot pot to cook, then dipped it in the sauce before putting it in her mouth. Although it was a spicy pot, with the dipping sauce, it wasn't as spicy as she had imagined, and it was even delicious. She couldn't help but pick up another piece of meat. Seeing Tang Yuehua eat the meat so elegantly, Time and Space took out some more meat and his homemade fruit wine from his storage space. After pouring the entire plate of meat into the pot, he also poured a glass of fruit wine for Tang Yuehua. It's homemade, you can give it a try. The alcohol content isn't very high, so it's fine to drink more. Having just tasted the hot pot, Tang Yuehua accepted the wine glass from Time and Space without hesitation. After they had a hearty meal, Time and Space instructed someone to clean up the leftovers and tidy up the place. Did you eat well? Tang Yuehua had hardly eaten this much before, as she had been maintaining her figure, and it was only when Time and Space asked that she realized how much she had eaten today. Although she didn't want to admit it, she spoke honestly. Very good. You didn't just invite me over for a meal, did you? During the meal, Tang Yuehua had also guessed that Time and Space wanted to see someone, and the previous unpleasantness had dissipated due to the hot pot. It's nothing much. Just asking you to come over to help us find someone for the spirit hall. Only you can attract this person. Tang Yuehua's smile froze at the corners of her mouth, as she had already guessed who the spirit hall was looking for, but she still pretended not to understand. Since you're looking for someone, you don't need to invite me to the spirit hall, right? That would be too much trouble. It's not troublesome at all. To catch him, the spirit hall has sent several titled Douluos outside. If we can't catch him this time, it would be a huge embarrassment. Tang Yuehua frantically thought about what to do next in her mind, but having just drunk a lot of fruit wine, her head felt heavy. You don't need to think about it. If he comes this time, he won't be able to escape. After leaving the courtyard, Time and Space told the people at the entrance, no one is allowed to enter or leave this courtyard except for me. As for the food, I will prepare it myself. Your responsibility is to keep watch. After saying this, Time and Space left and went to the offering hall to find Douluo. Little Qian, come out. We need to discuss the next strategy. Hearing the voice, Douluo let Qian Rinxue train by herself and came to the backyard with Time and Space. As for Qian Rinxue, she wanted to laugh when she first heard the title Little Qian, but after her grandfather agreed, she couldn't laugh anymore. Meanwhile, she was also wondering who this Time and Space was to call her grandfather Little Qian. Chapter 28. The arrival of the angel god. When Qian Rinxue just returned and met Time and Space, Douluo briefly introduced her, but didn't go into detail. When she wanted to ask, Douluo sent her to train again, giving her a piece of celestial grass that he said was given by Time and Space and would be helpful for her. After consuming it, Qian Rinxue indeed saw a significant increase in her soul power, which had reached the Soul King level, and her strength was growing rapidly. She quietly approached the backyard to listen to what her grandfather and Time and Space were discussing, but as soon as she appeared, Time and Space noticed her. He directly brought Qian Rinxue to him using soul power. If you want to listen, there's no need to sneak around, as the upcoming matters are directly related to your future. Douluo was very attentive to Qian Rinxue's situation because he saw the potential for her to become a god. Let's continue. Once we catch Tang Hao, we'll arrange for Qian Rinxue to undergo the divine selection test. With her talent, she's sure to pass. The piece of light attribute, celestial grass, not only improved her soul power, but also refined the light attribute within her body. If she doesn't pass, then the angel god is truly ignorant of her own worth, and I will have to have a private chat with her then. Hearing the words ignorant of her own worth, Douluo wanted to remind time and space that he could communicate with the angel god and that the other party could know about events here at any time. But it was too late. At this moment, the angel statue in the great hall emitted a faint golden light, which gradually intensified. Douluo and Qianrenxue were very familiar with the light attribute, but it was Qianrenxue's first time feeling such a strong presence of light attribute. Douluo had experienced it before. He knew this was a sign of the angel god's descent and quickly took Qianrenxue over. Time and space simply felt a powerful force and followed them to see what was happening. At this moment, a woman with 6 wings slowly appeared, emanating a faint golden light. Time and space really wanted to wear a pair of sunglasses. It was just too dazzling. Douluo brought his granddaughter Qianrenxue to pay respects to the angel god. Douluo pulled Qianrenxue to bow before the angel god. His gaze toward her filled with admiration. The angel god was quite satisfied with Douluo as a believer, but when her gaze fell on time and space, a hint of killing intent slowly surfaced in her eyes. Is it you who just said, "I am ignorant of my own worth," and wanted to have a private chat with me? You must be overconfident about your own strength. You should know I am a god. The angel god released her pressure toward time and space, and he was almost forced to the ground without time to dodge. But after these 3,000 years, time and space had not wasted his time. His demigod strength was no joke. Do you still dare to speak arrogantly? Just based on what you just said, this girl will never be able to inherit the position of the angel god. While speaking, he looked at Qianrenxue. Qianrenxue's face turned ugly. He felt very sad that his granddaughter, with such high talent, could not inherit the position of the god of angels. That's not for you to decide. Just now, time and space had simply not reacted, but now he felt that gods might not be all that impressive. He couldn't remember the last time he had gone all out. Let me see exactly what a god's strength is like. Saying this, time and space activated his martial soul, and 4 black, 4 red, and 1 platinum soul ring appeared. Space cutting. A cutting strike formed from space instantly reached the angel god's front. But the angel god didn't take it seriously at all. Just a mere mortal. Before she finished speaking, the cutting strike left a wound on the angel god's body. Although it was only a projection that had descended, the sensation of pain was real, and she hadn't expected to be injured by an attack from the mortal realm. Golden blood dripped down. Seeing the blood on the ground, time and space's confidence increased further. As long as it could bleed, to him, it was not a big deal. Come on, show me your strength. The soul power within time and space surged, and his fighting spirit was unprecedentedly high. Douluo had long taken Qianrenxue to hide in the distance. Such a battle was something even a level 99 limit Douluo like him couldn't interfere with. Grandpa, who do you think will win? Facing Qianrenxue's question, Douluo answered without hesitation. Of course, it's the angel god. After all, she is a god. Even Elder Tiando, no matter how strong he is, can't compare to a god. But in this battle, the situation is basically one-sided, with the projection of the angel god being firmly suppressed by time and space. Is this what a god is? Are you brave enough to descend in your true form and fight us seriously? The proud angel god would never allow time and space to be so complacent. Suddenly, a powerful attack infused with divine power struck towards time and space. However, time and space merely swept a finger in front of them, and that attack vanished. The angel god could not understand how time and space managed to deflect their attack so easily. Rather than deflecting, it seemed more like the space where the attack originated was sliced apart, as if it had been directly negated. As time went on, the wounds on the angel god's projection increased, and just when time and space thought it was about to end like this, the angel god erupted with even stronger divine power. Bibi Dong, who was resting, felt it and turned to look in the direction of the offering hall, while simultaneously communicating with a Rakshasa god in her heart. Can you tell me what's going on? How can there be such a strong fluctuation of divine power? Wazti had said that gods cannot descend into the mortal realm. The Rakshasa god responded, the angel god is angry, descending in their true form. And it's not that gods cannot descend, it's just that their power will be somewhat weakened upon entering the mortal realm. Time and space observed the wounds on the angel god healing rapidly, and at the same time, the surrounding divine powers surged. They retracted their earlier disdainful expression, and their face began to grow serious, realizing that the angel god was indeed angry and had truly descended. The angel god looked at time and space, her expression becoming proud again. Didn't you want me to descend in my true form? Let me see what strength you truly possess. A long sword appeared in the angel goddess' hand, her exclusive divine artifact, the blazing blade. With a gentle slash towards time and space, they immediately sensed a crisis. Even a graze would result in serious injury. Come on. Time and space knew that if they continued to hide their strength, the consequences would be severe. Without hesitation, time and space activated their second martial soul, with 9 red soul rings appearing, while a faint shadow of a clock emerged behind them. Time. Under the enhancement of the second martial soul, the movements around slowed significantly, allowing time and space to evade that slash. The angel god unleashed another slash, this one even more ferocious than the last, and time and space once again used their abilities to shift the attack. Weren't you very strong just now? Didn't you want me to descend in my true form? Why are you so flustered now? Chapter 29. The strength of time and space watching the battle. Douluo felt very troubled, even harboring some resentment towards time and space. If it weren't for their earlier words, Qianrenshua might have had a chance to inherit the angel god's power. After once again using space to deflect an attack, time and space looked at the angel god, a smile slowly appearing at the corner of their mouth. I still have to thank you. My body has been a bit stiff from inactivity. Saying this, time and space moved their body a bit. Now it's better. I'm warmed up, and I need to get serious. Space cubes continuously appeared around them as they switched back to their first martial soul. Space binding. A compressed and strengthened space instantly trapped the angel god, while new slashes kept emerging from one side. The blazing blade in the angel god's hand was infused with divine power, shattering one of the space slashes, but in the next second, another attack would arrive in front of her. She realized that the attacks were being formed within this space that was binding her. So she planned to shatter this space first. After taking 3 slashes head-on, new wounds appeared on the angel god, igniting her fury. It was one thing to be injured as a projection, but now, in her true form, she was bleeding. Human, I declare your death sentence in the name of the gods. In the face of the angel god's roar, time and space remained unfazed, reinforcing the hardness of the space while sweeping their hand in front of them. An attack instantly struck the angel god. She couldn't comprehend how time and space's attack passed through that layer of barrier. But catching a glimpse, she saw time and space sweep their hand again. And the angel god instinctively defended, but the expected attack did not come. Instead, a figure appeared before her. Time and space had traversed through the space they created, arriving in front of the angel god and delivering a punch to her face with immense force, sending her flying into the space barrier. What did you say? And what you said before, that she would never inherit the divine position. That is not just for you to decide. Here, we are all restricted. Let me take you to a quiet place so we can fight properly and let me see the true strength of a god. After that, time and space and the angel god vanished, leaving behind a scene of devastation that indicated a fierce battle had taken place. Now that the battle was over, he didn't care anymore and immediately arranged for people to start cleaning up the aftermath, trying to restore the scene as much as possible. Clean up this place first, and when you're done, restore it to its previous state as much as possible. Douluo was feeling quite distressed, wondering what sin he had committed to be subjected to such torment. Later, he sent more personnel to accelerate the cleanup, and, as time passed, the collapsed buildings around were basically cleared away. Douluo calculated the time. Time and space should have been dealt with by the angel god, and he felt a sense of sorrow for time and space, thinking their only flaw was their loose tongue. But Douluo was mistaken. Time and space returned, bearing several deep wounds, but they had returned nonetheless. At the same time, time and space held 2 bottles containing golden liquid. Looking at the golden liquid, Douluo felt a bad premonition rising in his heart. Sure enough, in the next second, time and space created a space beside them, reached in, and pulled something out. It was the injured angel god. Douluo, quickly help me deal with him. He is severely injured and definitely not your opponent now. Seeing Douluo, the angel god looked as though she had seen a savior, believing that as her most loyal follower, Douluo would surely take action. Time and space merely looked at Douluo calmly, fully confident that even in their current injured state, they were not someone Douluo could handle. Think carefully about whether you want to intervene. Seeing that Douluo was hesitating to act, the angel god began to grow anxious. If he didn't act soon, there would truly be no chance left. Douluo, quickly intervene and help me deal with him. And I promise to give your granddaughter a chance to inherit my divine position. Douluo was internally conflicted, torn between whether to act or simply watch quietly. If he acted, would have a chance to regain the divine position. Seeing Douluo in thought, the angel god, while time and space were distracted, decided to recover some divine power and then strike suddenly. Just as she began to recover her divine power, time and space kicked her in the chest, sending her flying backward. Douluo, think carefully. If you really intervene and succeed, do you believe she will truly keep her promise? Indeed, Douluo at this moment also recalled that this was a noble god before him. Would she really keep her promise? Would she not recover a bit and then attack him? This matter also concerned Rinshue, so Douluo thought of all the worst possibilities. Douluo, think carefully. Gods can bleed, which means they can be killed. Hearing time and space's words, the angel god felt like laughing. What are you thinking? Cough, cough. Only gods can kill gods. Why do you think a mortal can kill a god? Time and space aimed to slash at the angel god's heart, but even so, it was futile, merely causing her to bleed a little more. Ha ha ha, I said it. With you mere mortals thinking you can kill me, just wait. Once I recover, I will definitely kill you all. Even after spitting out blood, the angel god continued to make harsh remarks, convinced that time and space had no ability to kill her. Even if she were to be defeated, she would never be killed, and she would have countless opportunities for revenge. At this moment, Douluo felt extremely anxious. The fact that he hadn't acted just now meant he had implicitly sided with time and space. But thinking about how long time and space had existed, there must be a way to kill her. The awe he once felt for the angel god had completely vanished, leaving only a desire for his granddaughter Rinshue's future. Douluo, you really are like this. I misjudged you. Hearing the angel god's words ignited the anger within Douluo. Shut your mouth. If it weren't for you, would I have done this? I did it all for my granddaughter. My Qian family has been loyal to you for generations, but look at what you've done. Just because someone said a few words, you immediately declared that my granddaughter has no chance of inheriting the divine position. You know that my Qian family has only produced one genius in these hundreds of years, and you want to cut off her path to becoming a god. Although he had been defeated, it was not Douluo who had defeated him, and the angel god could not tolerate him saying such things. You are merely mortals. I will do as I please. Do I still need to consider your wishes? Chapter 30. Preparing to join forces to slay the god since Douluo said such things. It meant he no longer believed in or respected the angel god. Elder, you have a way, right? He turned to look at time and space with expectation. But the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. Time and space shook his head, indicating that he also had no way to kill a god. He actually had an idea, which was to raise his soul power to a level comparable to divine power. Originally, the quality of his soul power was continuously improving, but time was not on his side, and he had no absolute confidence in trapping the angel god here. Just when time and space were at a loss, he suddenly thought of something. Time and space opened a space beside him again and took out two core objects, one red and one blue. Seeing these two objects, the angel god became uneasy, her eyes filled with terror as she looked at time and space. Where did you get these two things? Logically, such things shouldn't appear in the mortal realm. You little brat, you finally let us out. We were about to suffocate in there. But where is this? Is this the place where you humans live? It's so small. The voice of Ophinmos came from the red core, and at this time, Ophinmos also noticed the angel god on the ground. Kid, you did this? Not bad. You actually managed to take down a second-level god. Wait, no. Ophinmos began to observe the angel god again, and after confirming it was her true form, his tone became even more surprised. You actually killed a god. Are you really immortal? How could a mortal possibly contend with a god? The level of shock was so great that it even attracted the attention of Ophinmos, indicating just how unbelievable this was for them. After all, such a thing had never happened in history before. All right, letting you out is to ask you, can you kill this god? What do you think? After time and space finished asking, the two dragons fell silent, as if discussing something together. Soon, Aphimos' voice came out. "We can help you kill her, but we have conditions. Take us back to the divine realm." At this moment, the angel god, hearing what they said, immediately became furious. "You two, although you have fallen, you were once gods. What about the dignity of being a god? How can you collaborate with mortals?" They saw hope of returning to the divine realm in time and space, which is why they would help him. If it were someone else saying this, they would have refused without hesitation. What they originally thought would be a very difficult task turned out to be so simple. In another era, time and space might have considered it, but in this era, there were many who could become gods, so it was not a difficult matter. "All right, I agree to you. Now tell me what to do." Seeing time and space agree, Ophinless said, "You just need to weaken her strength once more. Leave the rest to us." At this moment, Ophinless and Aphimos looked at the angel god with eyes like they were looking at a delicious meal, ready to pounce and devour her at any moment. Just as time and space was about to take action, Qian Douluo quietly walked out of the offering hall and found his granddaughter Qian Rinxue beside the golden crocodile Douluo. Looking at Schwerer, Qian Douluo gently held her in his arms. "Schwerer, do you think what Grandpa is doing is really right?" After Qian Douluo left, time and space also began. Aphimos used the little divine power he had left to ignite divine flames on the angel god. Although it did not cause any visible harm to her, this flame targeted the soul. The two dragons planned to weaken her first and then absorb her together. The angel god, suffering from dual attacks on her body and spirit, soon became on the verge of collapse. Yet even so, the angel god did not lower her pride to plead with time and space. "I remember you, time and space. Even if I go to hell, I will not let you go." Seeing that it was almost done, Aphimos and Ophinless appeared in the form of phantoms, the red and blue dragons spiraling in the air. With their double wings and four limbs, they looked very much like the dragons of the West from time and space's previous life. Time and space felt it was a great pity. He had hoped to see the Chinese dragon of his previous life in another world, but thinking about it, if it were a Chinese dragon, its weakest strength would probably be that of a god king. After spiraling for a while, the two dragons charged towards the angel god. But just then, an unexpected change occurred. The aura of the angel god suddenly surged, completely unlike her previous weakened state. "You really made us work hard, allowing me to absorb your power and regain some strength before dealing with that mortal." Aphimos and Ophinless did not expect that the angel god's weakness was all an act. Now, trouble was brewing, and if they were caught, it would be over. Aphimos quickly retreated, but the angel god's divine power hand brushed past him. However, Ophinless was not so lucky and was directly caught. Just as the angel god was about to begin absorbing her, time and space rushed forward, throwing a punch at the angel god's face. Yet even so, the angel god did not release Ophinless. Instead, she continued to manipulate divine power to pull Ophinless closer. Knowing that this was her only chance to turn the tables, she would absolutely not give up. Ophinless. Aphimos used the last bit of divine power he had to ignite divine fire towards the angel god, while time and space focused and enhanced the space. Just as Ophinless was about to be pulled to the angel god's side, time and space simultaneously activated the first and second martial souls. The two martial souls fused to form a new martial soul, but this was only temporary. Before long, they would separate, and time and space would also enter a period of weakness. A silver longsword fell into time and space's hand, imbued with the attributes of time and space. Seeing this scene, the angel god realized that she had accelerated. Otherwise, she would waste this opportunity. However, the pain from her soul was something she could not bear, so her speed could not increase. At this moment, time and space slashed towards the angel god with the sword. Just as she prepared to meet this strike, the expected pain did not come, and time and space retracted the sword. Missed, just when Aphimos and the angel god both thought this strike had missed. The angel god felt that her right hand had lost all sensation. At this moment, her entire right hand was visibly decaying and aging at a speed visible to the naked eye, soon resembling the hands of an old person, devoid of life. By severing time, time and space's sword directly cut off all remaining time from the angel god's right hand. Seeing this scene, Ophinless also began to resist. gathering the remaining divine power in her mouth and directing a breath towards the angel goddess face. Chapter 31, God Slayer. The angel god had never seen such an attack. He directly severed time, just as he was about to strike the second sword. The fear resurfaced in the angel god's eyes. If the sword was struck, he would be completely finished. What to do? What to do next? But at this moment, Time spat out a mouthful of blood and knelt on one knee, his aura extremely unstable. The burden of that last sword was immense for Time, and now it was impossible to strike the second sword. Seeing this, the angel god increased the divine power in his hands. It seems that heaven is helping me. Once I absorb this dragon's soul, you'll all die. Qian Rinxue sensed her grandfather's unusual emotions and comforted him. Grandpa, don't blame yourself. Since we have already taken this path, we should keep going. There may still be a glimmer of hope. Just like Elder Time said, she is a god. In her eyes, we are all ants. She won't keep her promises, so why don't we find a way out ourselves? After hearing Qian Rinxue's words, Qian Douluo understood and looked at Golden Crocodile Douluo. Second brother, please take care of Schwerer. Even if I, a level 99 limit Douluo go, there is still a risk of falling. If I don't come back, please take care of Schwerer. After speaking, Qian Douluo simply adjusted his clothes and looked at the battlefield, summoning his martial spirit, with 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red soul rings appearing. After preparing, he resolutely walked into the battlefield. Watching her grandfather enter, Qian Rinxue began to pray for him, hoping that he would be safe this time. Just as the angel god was about to absorb Offenlith, Qian Douluo, wielding his martial spirit, arrived on the battlefield, where all were god-level combatants, and a level 99 appeared. 7th soul skill, Angel True Body. 8th soul skill, Holy Light Illuminates. Knowing his strength was the weakest, he launched a strong attack right away. This was the only way he had a chance. An ordinary person might have been obliterated under this soul skill, but this time he faced a god. Even a severely injured god did not take much damage from the soul skill. However, the angel god was still very angry. Former believers attacking him. Who wouldn't be furious? Qian Douluo. The angel god's voice was filled with anger. If it weren't for the need to absorb this dragon's soul first, he wouldn't allow such impudence. As Qian Douluo entangled with the angel god, Time also took a breath and began to gather strength to prepare for an attack. Because Time was the strongest among these people, she was always on guard against it. She could sense any movement, as long as she interrupted Time's power accumulation. It wouldn't require too much divine power, the angel god thought. But he forgot about Qian Douluo. Just as the attack was about to land on Time, Qian Douluo directly used his 6th soul skill to negate it. Don't forget about me. After negating the angel god's attack, Qian Douluo continued to attack the angel god. His current task was to protect Time while harassing the angel god. Soon, Time's next sword was ready. Seeing this, Offenlith intensified her divine flames. And Qian Douluo also used his 9th soul skill to combine with them. If you want to kill me, then give it a try. The furious angel god burned his divine blood, planning for mutual destruction. Blade of Judgment. Facing the angel god strike fueled by burning divine blood, Time was helpless. No one present could withstand this blow. Keep going, don't stop, I have a way. At the critical moment, Qian Douluo's voice came through. At this time could only trust Qian Douluo and slashed at the angel's heart with her weapon. Facing the angel god's attack, Time did not dodge. At this moment, an old figure appeared before her. Elder Time, please help Schwerer become a god. After speaking, the angel god's attack struck Qian Douluo, and Time did not pause. The sword accurately struck the angel god's heart. The sword in her hand shattered, but Time still did not stop, landing a punch on the angel god's face, which made the angel god release his grip on Offenlith. The 2 dragons did not stop either, instantly wrapping around the angel god and beginning to absorb the divine power from her body. Time came to Qian Douluo's side, supporting him as they sought a healing soul master. Seeing the deep wound on his chest, Time used her soul power to help Qian Douluo suppress his injuries. Soon, she sensed a healing soul master of over level 80 with her mental power. They quickly moved over. Hurry! Faced with the sudden appearance of the 2, the healing soul master was still in a daze, unable to understand why 2 people suddenly appeared in his home. Who are you? Why are you here? Before he could finish speaking, he saw the emblematic martial spirit hall clothing on Qian Douluo and immediately shut his mouth. Just from their clothing, he knew that Time and Qian Douluo were high-ranking members of the martial spirit hall, not someone a mere healing soul master like him could provoke. Seeing he was still slow to act, Time's expression became impatient. Any delay would put Qian Douluo in greater danger. After shivering slightly, the healing soul master quickly summoned his martial spirit to help heal Qian Douluo. However, the effect was minimal, basically ineffective. Time was anxious, as this matter was caused by her, so she had to take responsibility. Seeing the healing soul master was useless, Time quickly thought of a way in her mind. Currently, only a title Douluo healing soul master would be effective, but the problem was that there was none available. I wonder if the 7 treasure glazed tile school's master would work. Soon, golden crocodile Douluo brought Qian Rinxue to this place. Seeing her grandfather lying weakly on the bed, Qian Rinxue could no longer hold back her tears. Time, it's all because of you. If not for you, my brother wouldn't be like this. Golden crocodile Douluo, with soul power wrapped around his fist, struck at Time. However, Time did not dodge and took the punch head-on. Just as the second punch was about to land on Time, golden crocodile Douluo held back, looking at his older brother with a choked voice. Is there any way? Time wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and said, the effect of an 80-level healing soul master is minimal. It's only a temporary control. I don't know how the master of the 7 treasure glazed tile school is. Time's meaning was clear. Perhaps the master of the 7 treasure glazed tile school could help. Concerned for his older brother, golden crocodile Douluo decided to go there himself. Remember, if it doesn't work, only a god can heal. Chapter 32. Journey to the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Time, along with Qian Douluo and the healing soul master, returned to the martial spirit hall with golden crocodile Douluo. Your future task is to heal the person in front of you. Once he recovers, the martial spirit hall will give you 1 million gold soul coins. Time said to the healing soul master. After returning to the martial spirit hall, golden crocodile Douluo planned to go to the 7 treasure glazed tile school to bring Ning Fengji back, but Time stopped him. I will go with you. If you forcibly bring back Ning Fengji, it definitely won't work, and with sword and bone Douluo along with Ning Fengji's assistance, it will still be difficult for you alone. Time was speaking the truth, so golden crocodile Douluo did not refuse. Before leaving, Time created a new space, adjusted the time flow inside, and then set off with golden crocodile. On the other side, in Shrek during the 2 days that Time was absent, Zhu Zhuqing continued to be disciplined, completing the tasks that Time assigned on schedule. As for Douluo and Ning Rongrong, they would sleep until almost noon every day, go shopping together in Soto City in the afternoon, and return in the evening to bring some food for Zhu Zhuqing, ending their day like that. If you don't train, when a master comes back to test you, won't you be finished? This afternoon, the two of them didn't go to Soto City, but instead watched Zhu Zhuqing train while lying on a deck chair. It won't matter, even if the master finds out. Sister will help us explain, and Sister is so obedient that the master definitely won't suspect anything. Saying this, they clinked their juice glasses together and drank. Zhuqing, why don't you take a break? With such intense training, your body won't be able to handle it. After hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Zhu Zhuqing didn't stop but trained even harder. Seeing that they couldn't persuade Zhu Zhuqing, Douluo and Ning Rongrong decided to ignore it and continue to enjoy the sun while drinking juice, relishing the brief peace. Over on Tangsan side, on the day they left through time and space, Yu Xiaojiang took them back to training, but it was only basic physical training and pair battles. Xiao Wu's training load wasn't very large due to her arm injury, and since she was the only girl here, after finishing her training, she would run over to Zhu Zhuqing's side. Yu Xiaojiang had talked to her about this, telling her not to run over there for no reason. But Xiao Wu didn't listen at all, and he didn't care as long as nothing major happened. So after finishing training, Xiao Wu said a word to Tang San and ran towards Zhu Zhuqing's training ground. After arriving, she skillfully greeted Douluo and the others before lying on another deck chair, which was originally prepared for Zhu Zhuqing, but had become Xiao Wu's after she noticed that Zhu Zhuqing trained every day without resting. Zhuqing is still training. Won't she take a break? We just tried to persuade her, but it didn't work. Sister doesn't listen, and we have no way. Watching Zhu Zhuqing walk on the water surface, Xiao Wu found it very intriguing and asked, Yin Yin, how can Zhuqing do that? She can actually walk on water. Douluo took a sip of juice and said, "That's what the master taught us. He said it helps with our training, so we've been practicing it. I still can't do it like sister." Zhu Zhuqing walked down from the water surface. Sister's training is not as long as mine, and it's not that simple. Just take your time. Originally, Zhu Zhuqing wanted to say, "Sister, if you don't train every day, how can you achieve this level?" But feeling it might hurt her feelings, she changed her wording. "Oh, can I learn it too?" Xiao Wu also wanted to learn, thinking that when she went back, she could practice with Tang San. And once she mastered it, she could walk across rivers when they encountered them. Hearing that Xiao Wu wanted to learn, Douluo immediately agreed. "Sure, Xiao Wu can practice with us." After saying that, she brought Xiao Wu to the water's edge and began to explain the principle of the technique. Then they slowly tried it together. Ning Rongrong, on the side, was also intrigued and joined Douluo and the others in training. But as beginners, if Zhu Zhuqing hadn't been there, the three of them would have fallen into the water 7 times within 10 minutes. Each of them 7 times. Not a total of 7 times. This was tough for Zhu Zhuqing, who had to take care of the 3 of them while training and prevent them from falling into the water. However, she found that this way, her own progress was quite fast, so while the 3 trained, Zhu Zhuqing guided them from the side. They continued like this until training ended. And after Xiao Wu said goodbye to Zhu Zhuqing and the others, she left. She couldn't wait to share what she learned today with Tang San and even started to fantasize about the scene where they would walk on water together in the future. Meanwhile, Shirkong and Gold Crocodile Douluo, after a long journey, finally arrived at the territory of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Just as Gold Crocodile Douluo was about to release his aura to summon the people of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, he was stopped by Shirkong. "Don't make a scene. We can't let the outside world know about this, or it will lead to big trouble." After pondering, Gold Crocodile nodded. And then the 2 of them, relying on their high cultivation, smoothly met Ning Fengji, who was revising documents. Upon their arrival, Ning Fengji simply put down his pen and led them to the reception room. "Let's talk here. We are in a hurry." Ning Fengji stopped and returned to his seat. It's rare for something to make Gold Crocodile Douluo anxious. At this moment, Gold Crocodile Douluo's patience was limited, and he didn't want to waste time talking to Ning Fengji. He stepped towards him, intending to take him directly. A long sword fell in front of Ning Fengji, blocking Gold Crocodile Douluo. "Second Elder, if there's something to say, just say it. Our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School welcomes people from the Spirit Hall." Jian Shinshin appeared in front of the long sword, sheathing it. Seeing that Ning Fengji was fine, he let out a sigh of relief. "Yes, our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is very hospitable. Anyone can come. But if you want to touch our sect master, that's not okay." Another figure appeared in front of Ning Fengji, standing side by side with Jian Shinshin. Gu Rong, like Jian Shinshin, sensed the presence of other titled Douluos around Ning Fengji and rushed over immediately. However, Gold Crocodile Douluo didn't have much time to explain what happened and was focused on taking Ning Fengji away to save his elder brother. "Get out of the way. I'm just taking Ning Fengji back to the Spirit Hall for a while, and I will return him soon." Even if this statement were true, who would allow their leader to go alone to another force, especially when the person inviting them had barged in? "Second Elder, if I said this in the Spirit Hall, would you believe it?" Chapter 33. The deal. It was unexpected that coming to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School would be so difficult. Gold Crocodile Douluo and Jian Shinshin were eager to fight at any moment. "If the sect master is willing to go with us, I will give you something you never expected." Hearing Shirkong's words, Ning Fengji smiled. Elder Shirkong is really joking. What could our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School possibly lack? Originally, Shirkong didn't want to bring it out at this time, but in order to get Ning Fengji to the Spirit Hall quickly, he had no choice but to do so. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda had another name long ago, called the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda. As the sect master, Ning Fengji naturally knew about these matters. "So what? You said that was in the past. Now, there is no 9 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda. It's become a legend." At this point, Ning Fengji felt a bit regretful. If the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda still existed, the power of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School could reach another level. But that had already become a thing of the past. "I have a celestial herb that can evolve the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda into the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda." As he spoke, Shirkong took out the Chihuahua tulip. and Ning Fengji felt an urge to absorb that celestial herb just from a glance. Even if it couldn't evolve his martial soul into the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda, it would still be a tremendous enhancement for him. Seeing that Ning Fengji began to hesitate, Shikong continued. The two beside you should have sensed that even though I am heavily injured, I am not something you can resist. I can take you away easily, so you better make the right choice. Ning Fengji turned to look at Jian Shenxin and Gu Rong. Both nodded in agreement with Shikong's words, realizing that they really couldn't fight back. After all, Gold Crocodile Douluo had blocked one of them, and that was with Ning Fengji's assistance. All right, I will go back to the Spear Hall with you, but I want to clarify a few things. After saying something to Jian Shenxin, Ning Fengji walked toward Shikong, but stopped a few steps away. Elder Shikong wouldn't think that you could take me back to the Spear Hall just with a single herb. Would you? Shouldn't you bring out something else? Now that the time and space have a request from Ning Fengji, he doesn't mind taking a few more things from the Spear Hall. Just as time and space were about to casually grab something to brush it off, Ning Fengji's words made them somewhat angry. Elder Time, don't try to fool people with some common items. At least they should be rare ones. In an instant, Ning Fengji's image in time and space's eyes transformed into that of a shrewd businessman. It really is a case of taking advantage of the fire. Your 7-treasure glazed tile school is so prosperous. Do you really care about that little bit? The Lord Ning is really greedy. After asking for a celestial herb, he still wants other things. Does he really think that our Spirit Hall's items are easy to obtain? Ning Fengji completely disregarded time and space's words. Right now, it is your Spirit Hall that is inviting me over. Your eagerness shows that the matter is very important, and besides, I don't even know if that celestial herb is truly effective. Ning Fengji was merely standing on his own position, and it was not excessive to say these words. Time and space had no choice but to take out a vial of golden blood from the storage space and throw it to Ning Fengji. This is something your 7-treasure glazed tile school doesn't have. Can we now return to the Spirit Hall? This is something time and space risked his life to obtain, and it's really a pity to use up a vial like this. The vial contained divine blood taken from the angel god by time and space. Jian Shenxin and Gu Rong felt the violent energy emanating from the golden liquid. It was clear at a glance that it was a good item. Ning Fengji didn't know what it was. And after handing it over to Jian Shenxin and Gu Rong, he really followed time and space away. As they approached Spirit City, Ning Fengji sensed the unusually dense soul power around him and wondered what had happened in Spirit City. Soon, he arrived beside Douluo and saw the unconscious Grand Priest. Ning Fengji did not forget his purpose for coming here. Then I will treat the Grand Priest first. Even with Ning Fengji's involvement, Douluo's injuries were still severe. And now, they could only wait for someone to become a god before they could help Douluo. Meanwhile, in a corner of Spirit City, a scruffy middle-aged man stepped out, drinking while heading towards the Spirit Hall. This person was Tang Hao. After a long journey, he had also arrived at Spirit City. Wanted to see what kind of nonsense the Spirit Hall was up to. Along the way, he had heard many people discussing the events of Hao Ian School. He initially didn't want to pay attention, but their words were too harsh, so Tang Hao found an opportunity to teach them a lesson. Now, he just wanted to know where his sister was, thinking that his sister, having been raised in luxury since childhood, probably had never suffered such great grievances. After seeing that Ning Fengji couldn't do anything, time and space approached Douluo, and his eyes gradually filled with guilt. At this time, Qianren was also heartbroken, forcibly taken back, crying alone in her room. While Ning Fengji was resting, he came to time and space's side and spoke with a somewhat hoarse voice. I don't know what the Grand Priest did to get such serious injuries. Even though the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda is known as the #1 auxiliary spirit, Ning Fengji was ultimately a rank 79 soul sage, and his healing for Douluo was not significant. Lord Ning, there are some things you don't need to know. I hope you won't inquire any further, as we will not tell you. After saying this, time and space went to the Hall of Offerings. At this time, Ofenmos and Ofenless had already absorbed the angel god. Ignoring her pleas for mercy, the two dragons continued to absorb. By evening, the two dragons had completely absorbed the angel god, and Ofenmos and Ofenless hadn't felt such vitality in a long time. Kid, we have to thank you. We were able to fully absorb her. This item is for you. It might be useful. Receiving the item thrown over by Ofenmos, it was indeed a core. This is the core of the angel god, and also her divine seat. You can use it for something. Just as Ophenlis and Ophenmos were about to absorb it, time and space had already put it away. In his heart, he had a suitable candidate in mind, which was Qianrenshua, and it would also serve as an apology to her, while giving her some motivation. Arriving at Qianrenshua's residence, he saw her still crying there, and time and space directly threw the angel god's core to her. However, facing the flying core, Qianrenshua did not move at all until the core hit the ground. Chapter 34. Tang Hao arrives looking at the dejected Qianrenshua. Time and space said the words he had thought of earlier. Qianrenshua, are you just going to cry like this? Aren't you going to find a way to save your grandfather? Did you see that core? As long as you reach level 100, plus that core, you can become the new angel god, and then you will have a way to save your grandfather. Hearing this, Qianrenshua hugged the core in her arms, but then a thought crossed her mind, and the hope in her eyes extinguished once again. Time is not enough. Grandpa can't hold on for that long. With her grandfather about to leave her, Qianrenshua's tears fell once more. In her view, even if she became a god, her grandfather wouldn't be able to hold on for that long. At this moment, time and space said, just focus on cultivating, leave the rest to me. I will help your grandfather hold on until then. Qianrenshua looked up at time and space, instinctively trusting him, as if he could really do it, and in fact, he really could. I will create a space to alleviate your grandfather's injuries, and with the help of healing-type soul masters, you should be able to hold on for a long time. At that moment, Qianrenshua seemed to gain motivation and turned around to immerse herself in cultivation, while time and space went to arrange the space. Meanwhile, in the main hall of the Spirit Hall, Gui Mei, Snake Spear Douluo, and Douluo had also completed the tasks assigned by time and space and returned. Upon returning, they saw the smile on Bibi Dong's face, and Snake Spear Douluo and Douluo felt an ominous premonition rising in their hearts. They had no time to say anything and immediately turned to Qianrenshua's side. Your Majesty, has something happened that makes you so happy? Upon hearing Gui Mei's words, Bibi Dong became even happier. Of course, something happy has happened. Qian Douluo is not going to make it. That time and space is so arrogant, daring to provoke a god. Although in the end, I don't know what method they used to win, but Qian Douluo is heavily injured and on the brink of death. He won't last long. Gui Mei hadn't expected that after just stepping out, he would miss such a grand event. That night, time and space had arranged a space beside Qian Douluo, so it could hold for a while. At this time, Golden Crocodile Douluo arrived. Someone has entered the prison, trying to rescue someone. Now that Qian Douluo was unconscious, Golden Crocodile Douluo could only follow time and space's arrangements. Knowing someone was robbing the prison, he immediately came to report. That should be Tang Hao. Golden Crocodile Douluo nodded, not expecting that just by capturing a small Moonxian boss, he would actually attract Tang Hao out. Notify Bibi Dong and bring another offering along. Let us go meet Tang Hao. Upon receiving the news, Bibi Dong immediately called for Zhu Huaguan and Gui made a head to the prison to meet with time and space. At this time, Tang Hao, who couldn't find Tang Yuehua inside the prison, simply released all the criminals, thinking that causing some trouble for the Spirit Hall would be a small victory. But when Tang Hao came out, he was faced with 5 titled Douluo and a demigod. Tang Hao, you released the criminals without permission, and with your previous actions, I, in the name of the Pope of the Spirit Hall, will capture you. In an instant, Zhu Huaguan, Gui Mei, and the demons subduing Douluo surrounded Tang Hao and began to beat him up. But the 3 of them were simply insignificant in Tang Hao's eyes. Even when facing the 3-man assault, Tang Hao still seemed to handle it with ease. Just as a young man was about to join the battle, Bibi Dong and the Golden Crocodile Douluo rushed onto the battlefield first, and the 5 of them launched a joint attack. Exploding Ring. At that moment, Tang Hao directly chose to use the exploding ring, delivering a fierce blow, but time and space merely waved a fist to neutralize the attack. Seeing his strike effortlessly blocked, Tang Hao felt immense disbelief. How could someone casually deflect his attack? That blow could even be hard for a level 96 titled Douluo to withstand. Tang Hao analyzed the situation before him. The Spirit Hall had deliberately captured Tang Yuehua to lure him in. You Spirit Hall are truly cunning. Quickly tell me where Yuehua is. Tang Hao wanted to know Yuehua's location immediately. The Spirit Hall was too dangerous in his eyes, and he had to get her out quickly. Tang Hao, Weaklings do not get a chance to speak. Just as time and space finished speaking, BB Dong and the others charged at Tang Hao again. Facing 5 titled Douluos, all above level 95, even Tang Hao could not withstand it. As time passed, new wounds began to appear on Tang Hao, and old injuries also hindered him. Tang Hao knew that if he didn't escape soon, he might not make it out alive today. But where exactly were they hiding Yuehua? Since she wasn't in the prison, she must be locked up in that room, and there would definitely be guards. With that thought, Tang Hao began to expand his spiritual power, searching for areas where strong individuals were stationed. As expected, he soon found a location, and there was indeed the 1,000 Jun Douluo guarding Tang Yuehua. At that moment, Tang Yuehua was thinking about how to escape or send out a message, but time and space had made too many preparations. She had no chance at all. After confirming Tang Yuehua's location, Tang Hao's soul power surged. Great Sumera Hammer. Watching the Haoyan hammer in Tang Hao's hands suddenly grow larger, Tang Hao prepared to unleash his power, and Zhuhua Guan and Gui Mei instinctively began to defend. Even the demon-suppressing Douluo took on a serious defensive stance. They knew the power of this move. If caught off guard, they wouldn't just be injured, they might not survive. Just as they prepared to receive the attack, Tang Hao ran away. Yes, he ran. That last strike was merely a ruse to buy himself time to escape. The 3 of them, having been titled Douluos for the first time, felt completely played, their eyes filled with fury. Don't give Tang Hao a chance. Zhuo Guan, Gi Mi. Use your martial soul fusion technique to keep him. Time and Space also plan to take action personally. For the main characters lineup, you either shouldn't provoke him from the start, or you find an opportunity to crush them directly. The 5 quickly formed an encirclement again. Zhuhua Guan and Gui Mei exchanged glances and began to execute their martial soul fusion technique. Naturally, Tang Hao couldn't let them succeed. He quickly enlarged the Haoyan hammer in his hand and swung it at the 2. 6th soul skill, demon-suppressing spiral pillar. Just as their martial soul fusion technique was about to be completed, Tang Hao planned to escape again, but BB Dong and the golden crocodile Douluo were already prepared. 6th soul skill, blood-sucking spider spike. 5th soul skill, thunder hammer. Chapter 35, Ambush. Faced with the strike from the 2 powerful individuals, Tang Hao had no intention of taking it head-on. Instead, he turned and ran. Right now, surviving was the most important thing. If he died here, he wouldn't even have a chance for revenge. Spirit Hall, I will come back. After saying that, Tang Hao left without a moment's hesitation, disappearing in the blink of an eye, dozens of meters away. Because of this, Zhuhua Guan and Gui Mei's martial soul fusion technique didn't hit Tang Hao at all, which was also within time and space's expectations. As the father of the main character, how could he be easily captured? The fleeing Tang Hao dared not look back. Up until now, time and space hadn't made a move, and Tang Hao thought he could stand with the Spirit Hall. Every simple action seemed straightforward. Moreover, even BB Dong and the second priest had acted, but time and space still hadn't, indicating that time and space's status was above or equal to theirs. Just as Tang Hao was about to vanish from everyone's sight, time and space finally took action. However, due to being severely injured in the battle with the angel god, he had to give it his all. Spatial binding. But Tang Hao seemed to sense something, suddenly dodging to the side. Time and space's spatial binding didn't completely control him, only leaving his right arm trapped. This was also the first time time and space had missed since becoming a demigod, but he didn't panic. Instead, he used spatial binding again and simultaneously slowed down Tang Hao's speed with time manipulation. This time, when Tang Hao tried to dodge, he found his speed greatly diminished and could not escape at all. Seeing that he had caught Tang Hao, time and space began to strengthen the intensity of the spatial binding to prevent any surprises, and during this time, he slowly moved Tang Hao back. Realizing he couldn't escape, Tang Hao first used soul power to seal the wound on his right arm to stop the bleeding. Who exactly are you? Why have I never seen you before? I don't remember the Spirit Hall having such a strong individual. Looking at time and space, Tang Hao endured the pain in his body and asked his question. If it weren't for time and space, Tang Hao would have certainly escaped unscathed and might have even rescued Tang Yuehua to leave with her. Lord Haoyan, you need not worry. For now, we will not harm you. As for Miss Tang, she is currently well and has not encountered any accidents. Gui Mei took out a soul-binding instrument to put on Tang Hao, which was designed by the Spirit Hall for evil soul masters and certain criminals, primarily to limit their soul power and prevent their revolt. After securing the instrument on Tang Hao, time and space also released the spatial binding on him and manipulated his soul power to grab Tang Hao's severed right arm, crushing the flesh and blood on the surface to reveal the soul bone inside. After collecting the soul bone, time and space looked at BB Dong. To imprison Tang Hao, there must be a tidal Douluo on guard. Let the 1,000 June Douluo handle it. I trust him. In a few days, arrange for some people to scout around the blue lightning tyrant dragon, investigate their numbers and strength, and, after the Continental Elite competition in 2 years, we'll take it down. Now that the two major empires are increasingly disregarding the Spirit Hall, it's time to set an example. After handling matters on the Spirit Hall side, time and space casually took 2 soul saints and left the Spirit Hall. One was the 76th level agility attack type, Soul Saint Zoj, and the other was the 74th level control type, Soul Saint Jize. When selected, the joy in their eyes was unmistakable. They had heard of time and space, a figure on par with the Pope, and in fact, one whose status was above the Pope. Moreover, he was a powerful individual who had subdued Tang Hao with just 2 moves and even crippled one of his arms. On the way back to Shrek, time and space chose to travel by carriage. He had been severely injured during the visit to the Spirit Hall and needed to recover. It took about 2 days to reach Shrek, and aside from 2 serious wounds, the rest of his various injuries had healed by half. Looking at the village before him, Zoj said nothing, but Jize was quite surprised. Is this the place, Elder Time? Did we get wrong? When they set out, time and space had mentioned that he was teaching at an academy, and the two had assumed it was a prestigious institution, not realizing it was just a village. No, this is the place. Follow me. Zoj led the carriage to the nearest Spirit Hall outpost. They would rest there at night, as the accommodations here were quite poor. Zoj, upon receiving the order, first helped Shirkong down from the carriage, then slightly bowed before riding away in the carriage. Jize followed closely behind Shirkong into Shrek Academy. The gatekeeper, Li Yusong, casually greeted Shirkong upon seeing him return, and Shirkong nodded in response. Observing Li Yusong, who had closed his eyes again, Jize was surprised that in such a dilapidated academy, the gatekeeper was actually a Soul Emperor. Is that Elder Shur the president of this academy? Jize thought it couldn't just be a gatekeeper. With such cultivation, he should be the president of this academy. No, he is just a gatekeeper. The weakest teacher in this academy is at least a Soul Emperor, and the president is a 76th level battle soul saint specializing in agility, named Flander. As for the vice president, you should know him too. He is the immovable Ming Wang Zhao Wujia. Hearing Shirkong's words, Jize suddenly realized why they had been searching for Zhao Wujia for so long without success. He was hiding here. Elder Shur, should we wait for Zorj to return and then team up to capture Zhao Wujia? Shirkong shot Jize a glare. Are you really that foolish? Zhao Wujia was able to escape from the attacks of 16 leaders when he was around level 60. Do you think you two can capture him? After being reminded by Shirkong, Jize recalled that their intelligence was still stuck 10 years in the past, and their assumptions about Zhao Wujia's true strength were far from current reality. There are other matters for you to handle. Don't act without my orders, and also, keep the identity of the Spirit Hall hidden. I don't want them to know and affect my future plans. After Shirkong said this, Jize fell silent, quietly following behind him until they soon arrived by a small stream. At this moment, Duge Yin and Ning Rongrong were still discussing where to play next with Xiao Wu, completely unaware of Shirkong's approach, until Xiao Wu's expression slowly turned awkward. It was only then that Duge Yin and Ning Rongrong sensed something was off and slowly turned their heads to see the serious-looking Shirkong. Master, you're back. Let's explain. It's definitely not what you think. You have to believe us. Chapter 36. Back to Shrek, let Zhu Zhuqing take a break from training for now, and I'll ask her some questions. Looking at your relaxed demeanor, you haven't spent the last few days like this, have you? And don't look at Zhuqing, nor expect her to cover for you. Give me the truth. The two stood together, nervous, while Shirkong and Jize lounged on the chairs they had previously occupied. Zhu Zhuqing was drinking juice, and this time she really couldn't help them. You two, tomorrow's training volume will double. I'll personally supervise you. Shirkong couldn't understand why his two disciples were such extremes. One trained to death, while the other was lazy to death. Shijun, why not go back and rest? I'll handle things here. Hearing Jizai's words, Shikong nodded, planning to return and continue healing, as the timeline was different from before. If something unexpected happened, he wouldn't be able to handle it like this. When Zorge returns, let him practice with Zhu Zhuqing every afternoon. Your training target is Douluo. He pointed at Zhu Zhuqing, who was standing and drinking juice, and then at Douluo. Originally, he thought Shikong would arrange something for Ning Rongrong, but unexpectedly, he turned and left, prompting Jizai to call out to him. Shijun, what about her? It seemed Ning Rongrong was the only one without an arrangement. Shikong looked at Ning Rongrong and said, let Zorge take care of Ning Rongrong. After all, Zhu Zhuqing is more reliable. He can manage both of you. But make sure he asks careful. She is the little princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. If anything happens to her, be prepared to collect her body. After saying this, Shikong left the training ground and returned to his room to heal. Jizai looked at the three girls, especially regarding Ning Rongrong, with caution. After Shikong left, Douluo and Ning Rongrong were no longer afraid. They looked at Jizai and said, what are you looking at? I advise you not to meddle in our affairs. The two resumed their previous demeanor as young ladies, looking disdainfully at Jizai, causing his smile to falter. Especially to Tian. No, that one is the little princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. I can't afford to provoke her. Who are you to speak to me like that? Wait a minute, Douluo. I feel like I've heard that name before. There aren't too many people with the surname Douluo on this continent. Could she be the granddaughter of the poisoned Douluo? Although he wasn't sure, it was better not to provoke her, especially since she was the little princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Adding one more wouldn't seem unreasonable. You two should take a break now. When Zorge arrives, we'll start. Ning Rongrong pulled Douluo and Zhu Zhuqing aside to begin whispering. Zhuqing, you're not being fair. You didn't help us speak earlier, so you owe us. Yeah, about that outfit I liked in Soto City yesterday. If you don't buy it from me, we won't forgive you. The two joked with Zhu Zhuqing. All right, you should think about what to do tomorrow. Master said your training tasks will double. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong and Douluo lost their playful mood. Who knew Master would come back today? I thought he would be gone for a few more days. Exactly. Teacher, she came back too early. I haven't had enough fun yet. We can't play tomorrow. We have to start training now. Zhuqing, what should we do? I don't want to train. Saying this, Ning Rongrong hugged Zhu Zhuqing, pretending to cry, and Douluo followed suit. Sister, I don't want to train either. You should talk to Master about it. If you say it, he will definitely listen. Looking at the two who were hugging her, Zhu Zhuqing said helplessly, how am I supposed to say that? You two were caught by Master himself. Even if I talked until I'm blue in the face, he might not agree. However, I feel something is off about Master's return this time. Upon hearing Zhu Zhuqing's words, Ning Rongrong and Douluo released her. What aspect are you referring to? Is it because Master went back to rest? He must be tired from the journey, which is why he went back to rest. After hearing Douluo's words, Zhu Zhuqing felt that might be the case. But there was still some sense of unease. But I just heard teacher, she say, there should be another person. How do you feel about their strength? Ning Rongrong naturally shifted the topic to Jizai and the others, as after Shikong's trip, he returned with two people and still called him Shijun. From this title, one could guess Shikong's status was not low. At least he was a rich young master. Douluo, however, didn't think in that direction, as her grandfather respected Shikong greatly. Perhaps even excessively so. I think Master must be the child of some elder or high-ranking official from a powerful faction. This was Zhu Zhuqing's thought, especially since Shikong had given her a 10,000 years soul bone as a gift, which was not something ordinary people could have. What about you, junior sister? What do you think Master's identity is? Looking at Douluo, who was lost in thought, she wanted to hear her opinion. Called out. Douluo came back to her senses and expressed her thoughts. I think so too, but I believe Master's status may be even higher from a superpower. On the other side, Jizai, relying on his perception as a soul saint, listened to their entire conversation. He originally thought they would denounce Zhu Zhuqing, but now they were discussing Elder Shi's identity. He could only hope they wouldn't guess correctly. After Zorge parked the carriage at the base near Soto City, he began to make his way toward Shrek. It was close to evening, and I bought a lot of food along the way. After all, I didn't know what Shikong liked to eat, so buying more was definitely not a mistake. I arrived at a stall and saw the owner just bringing out some soul beast meat from the kitchen. Zoj asked with a cold voice, "Boss, how many years is this soul beast meat from?" Upon seeing someone wanting to buy meat, the owner immediately greeted them enthusiastically, saying, "This is fresh today. Meat from a 70-year-old soul beast. Eating this is very beneficial for cultivation. Would you like to buy some?" The price of soul beast meat is generally determined by its age. This 70-year-old soul beast meat was priced at about 3 silver soul coins per pound, which is not affordable for ordinary people. So whenever someone comes to buy soul beast meat, the owner is always very welcoming. Hearing that it was only 70 years old, Zoj shook his head. "The age is too low. Do you have soul beast meat with a higher age?" At first, when the owner saw Zoj shaking his head, he thought he wouldn't be able to sell anything today, but he didn't expect it was because Zoj found the age of the soul beast meat too low. Chapter 37. Sparring. The higher the age of the soul beast meat, the more expensive it is. This shop was just a small one and wouldn't have meat from soul beasts of too high an age. "Dear customer, may I ask how many years of meat you are looking for? If we have it, I will definitely get it for you." Zoj didn't want anything too high either, as his money was limited. "Do you have any that are 1,000 years old? If not, then forget it." Hearing that Zoj wanted 1,000-year-old soul beast meat, the owner could only shake his head. "Sir, our shop is small and cannot afford 1,000-year-old soul beast meat, but we do have some 300 to 400-year-old soul beast meat. Would that be acceptable?" At that moment, Zoj remembered that this wasn't the Spirit City, so the goods here naturally wouldn't be as good as in the Spirit City. "Then I'll take the 100-year-old one. Pack it all up for me." Hearing that he wanted it all, the owner happily went to pack the meat. This was a big business that wouldn't happen for years, and the owner even thought that if he could negotiate well with Zoj, he would have business every day. He quickly packed all the 100-year soul beast meat in the shop and calculated the total. "Sir, your meat totals to 16 gold soul coins." A crowd had gathered around the shop, all of them surprised to see someone buying so much soul beast meat for the first time. After Zoj paid happily, he turned and walked toward a larger restaurant. This was also an opportunity for him to show his performance. Everyone wanted to improve, especially members of a small team like Zoj and Jize. After collecting the money, the owner immediately closed the shop and slipped away from the back. It turned out his judgment was absolutely correct. Just after Zoj disappeared from everyone's sight, a few burly men came to knock on the door of the barbecue shop. "Boss, we want to buy meat. Open the door quickly." When they received no response, one of the big men kicked the door open and walked in. However, the money had long been cleaned out by the owner, and seeing they had gained nothing, the few men quietly followed Zoj. After finding the restaurant, Zoj stated his needs. "I want 1,000-year-old soul beast meat and a portion of your signature dishes. Pack them up for me. I'll leave the money on the table, and I'll come back to pick it up." After placing 2 gold soul coins on the table, Zoj walked into an alley, and within a few minutes, he walked out again. Just as Zoj was leaving with the packed food, screams erupted from the alley. "Murder! Murder!" Zoj headed toward Shrek, completely unconcerned about the screams. By the time Zoj arrived at Shrek, it was already close to evening. At this point, Jize had already returned with the 3 girls to find Shirkong. He also didn't expect that Zoj would not arrive before dark at such speed. What if something unexpected happened? At that moment, Shirkong had also stopped healing and was chatting with Zhu Zhuqing and the others at the door. The people from Soto City posed no threat to him, so he decided to wait a bit longer. After Shirkong finished speaking, a figure appeared in the distance, moving swiftly and soon arriving in front of Shirkong. "Young master." Seeing Zoj return, Jize joked, "Zoj, coming back so late, you weren't out teasing good women, were you?" Zoj ignored Jize's words and walked to the table, taking out the food he bought and placing it on the table one by one. Looking at the sumptuous dishes on the table, Jize couldn't help but exclaim. Feeling the gazes around him, Jize smiled shyly, and Shirkong also smiled slightly and said, "It's just about mealtime. Thank you for your hard work, Zoj. Come and sit down." With Shirkong's command, everyone moved their chairs to sit around the table, with Zhu Zhuqing and the other 3 sitting on Shirkong's left side, while Jize and Zoj sat on his right. The next morning arrived. Today, Shirkong decided to watch them train from the side. After all, with Ning Rongrong and Duge Yan's personalities, something would definitely go wrong if he wasn't around. The morning was still the same as before, letting them train alone. The important thing was the sparring in the afternoon, as he wanted to see how Zhu Zhuqing's training results had been over the past few days. During the sparring, Zoj would suppress his soul power to level 30. If it were higher, he was afraid she would be psychologically impacted. Zoj, be careful. I only have this one obedient disciple. If she gets hurt by you, it would be disastrous. Zoj nodded in agreement, his eyes showing a hint of seriousness. Zhu Zhuqing took a deep breath, adjusted her mindset, and prepared to face the challenge. On the training ground, sunlight poured down, and the atmosphere gradually became tense. Shirkong stood aside, closely watching the two in the arena, secretly anticipating Zhu Zhuqing's performance. Begin. As soon as Shirkong's voice fell, Zhu Zhuqing disappeared from her original spot. In an instant, Zoj, who had suppressed his soul power to level 30, lost sight of her target. So fast, but soon, Zoj, relying on his rich combat experience, predicted Zhu Zhuqing's attack and dodged it with a sidestep. Seeing her attack miss, Zhu Zhuqing vanished from Zoj's sight again. This was what Shirkong had taught her. As an agility-type soul master, she needed to learn to use her speed advantage like an assassin. In this battle, Zhu Zhuqing utilized the techniques she learned from Shirkong to suppress Zoj with her speed advantage. But Zoj, with his extensive combat experience, repeatedly resolved Zhu Zhuqing's attacks. For a time, neither could gain the upper hand, but Zoj, as a soul sage, had a higher total soul power than Zhu Zhuqing at the same level. Zoj planned to wear down Zhu Zhuqing's soul power with a war of attrition to win. Soon, 10 minutes passed, and Zoj sensed something was off. From the beginning, he had been calculating Zhu Zhuqing's soul power, and logically, she should have run out of soul power 4 minutes ago. Shirkong watched Zhu Zhuqing's performance with great satisfaction, as she managed to entangle with a soul master 3 levels higher than her for so long, using the knowledge he taught her. On the other side, even with Ning Rongrong's assistance, Douluo found it difficult to gain an advantage against Jizai. I really don't know where the master found these two monsters. They're so hard to deal with. Although Zoj couldn't gain much advantage over Zhu Zhuqing, she was looking for an opportunity, a chance for a decisive strike. At the same time, she kept compressing Zhu Zhuqing's movement space until she had nowhere to retreat. Soon, Zhu Zhuqing was forced to the edge of a small creek. Just when Zoj thought he was about to win, Zhu Zhuqing jumped back and slowly landed on the water surface. Second soul skill, Ghostly Claw. Though the speed on the water was not fast, it still surprised Zoj. Chapter 38. The third disciple. After a brief moment of shock, Zoj quickly regained his focus. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly abandoned her second soul skill and splashed water with her feet, drenching Zoj. Facing the raindrops, Zoj instinctively raised his hand to block. But at that moment, he lost track of Zhu Zhuqing's position again. Zoj was feeling quite troubled. After suppressing his soul power to level 30, he found that he had no advantages apart from combat experience and soul power. Time and Space glanced over at Douluo and was puzzled as to why. As a beast martial soul, the Emerald Phosphor Snake, Douluo was a control-type soul master. Even if she was a control-type soul master, why did both of her soul skills have amplification effects? He really couldn't understand. Time and Space thought Douluo should pursue the path of a melee mage. And once they had time to absorb the soul bones and celestial herbs, he would have a good talk with them. Soon, under Jizai's offensive, Douluo and Ning Rongrong quickly fell, and now only Zhu Zhuqing was still holding on. Sister is so amazing, she can last this long. Watching Zhu Zhuqing move around like a nimble cat, constantly challenging Zoj, he thought, if you also train hard, you can do it too. This is all because of your sister's training. However, in the end, Zhu Zhuqing's soul power was at a disadvantage, and it was quickly exhausted. Zoj seized the opportunity and defeated Zhu Zhuqing in an instant. Looking at the dejected Zhu Zhuqing, Time and Space comforted her. All right, you've done very well. You just lack some experience. When you have time, you can continue to practice with Zoj, but not now. After gathering the three of them, Time and Space began to comment on their practice today. First, he addressed Douluo. I'm not saying this to criticize you, but during this practice, it's clear you haven't trained properly. Your attacks are soft and weak, and you haven't used your soul skills effectively. Then he turned to Ning Rongrong. As for you, I can't even say anything. We'll talk about that later. When Time and Space looked at Zhu Zhuqing, his serious expression turned friendly, showing a change of demeanor. Zhu Qing, well done. You applied everything I taught you in practical combat, and your performance was quite outstanding. You didn't panic when facing a soul master with higher soul power. Instead, you utilized your speed advantage. Overall, he concluded, tomorrow, Douluo, you will have extra training with me. You didn't listen to what I said before I left. All you did was play. How am I supposed to explain this to your grandfather? After finishing, he let them engage in self-activity while he continued to recover from his injuries. On the other side, Tang San and Xiao Wu were carefully walking on the water surface. Thanks to you, Xiao Wu. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have known there was such a training method. They were practicing the techniques that time and space had given to Zhu Qing and the others. By the way, Xiao Wu, where did you learn that? As they trained to walk on water, Tang San was quite satisfied with the technique. It not only helped him practice control, but was also a good traveling skill. Xiao Wu held Tang San's hand, carefully walking on the water surface. I learned this from Zhu Qing, and she's already quite skilled at it. I think it must have been taught to her by teacher time. In recent days, Xiao Wu's arm injury had healed quickly, but Tang San still kept checking on it, just like now. All right, brother, my arm is almost healed, so you don't have to check anymore. Saying this, Xiao Wu retracted her arm, not letting Tang San see it. During their break, Zhu Qing also pondered some details in battle that she hadn't noticed. Seeing Zhu Qing lost in thought on the chair, time and space understood what she was thinking and sat down beside her. You just lack combat skills. Once you've participated in more battles, you'll understand and know what to do next. Zoj has participated in many tasks, so when he sees your moves, he knows what you're going to do. Don't be disheartened. You have to believe you can do it. After hearing time and space's words, Zhu Qing stopped thinking. Time and space's reasoning made sense. Combat experience is accumulated bit by bit. You've worked hard enough during these days I've been away. Rest well tomorrow, and if you really can't sit still, you can absorb the soul bone and celestial herb I gave you. The reason I didn't let you absorb them before was that I was worried you would cultivate too quickly and become unstable, but now you don't have to worry. At this moment, Zhu Qing suddenly remembered the items time and space had given her, especially the soul bone, which she would forget after every training session. Douluo walked over, holding Ning Rongrong's hand. Master, what are you talking about? Tell us. Seeing her unpromising disciple, time and space was somewhat speechless, wondering why he had thought of taking her as a disciple in the first place. Looking at Ning Rongrong, he thought maybe it would be better not to take her on as a disciple. He seemed to prefer diligent disciples like Zhu Qing. However, if he didn't take her on, she would likely reconnect with Tang San and the others in Heavendo City. Realizing something, time and space first sent Ji Zhe and Zoj back to rest. After the two disappeared from sight, he looked at Ning Rongrong with a serious expression. So, time and space said, looking at her, Ning Rongrong felt a bit nervous. The tense atmosphere made the three of them somewhat uncomfortable. It had always been very relaxed when they were with time and space. Rongrong, I ask you, how have you considered the matter I asked you about before? Ning Rongrong tilted her head to look at time and space, and the serious atmosphere around them lightened significantly because of her expression. What did Teacher Time say? Give me a hint. Douluo suddenly remembered something and whispered in Ning Rongrong's ear, then looked at her with anticipation. Because of this matter, even Zhu Qing's expression turned serious. Under the serious gazes of the three, Ning Rongrong poured a cup of tea and handed it to time and space. Please drink tea. Master. Seeing Ning Rongrong's action, Douluo breathed a sigh of relief. She knew that if Ning Rongrong continued to follow time and space as a student, it wouldn't last long. She had also heard Zhu Qing mention that time and space had considered taking Ning Rongrong as a disciple more than once. But now, time and space seemed hesitant. He didn't want such a lazy disciple, especially since he already had one. If he got another, he really wouldn't be able to handle it. However, for the sake of future plans, time and space still accepted the tea that Ning Rongrong handed over and took a sip. At the same time, he took out a soul bone and a celestial herb from his storage ring and handed them to Ning Rongrong. This is your initiation gift, just like your two senior sisters. Douluo showed a puzzled expression, looking at time and space in confusion. Master, I don't remember you giving me these. Chapter 39. Late night outing. Douluo struggled to recall if time and space had given her anything, but no matter how she thought about it, she couldn't remember. Guess who gave you the soul bone from your grandfather? And that celestial herb? Take a guess. Hearing this, Douluo suddenly remembered. Now you remember. And you still said I didn't give it to you? But I remember you absorbed the soul bone. What level are you now? Level 40, what's wrong? Upon hearing that Douluo was at level 40, time and space stepped in front of her and pinched her face. Level 40, and you didn't tell me? What were you thinking? You should have thought of this. In the original story, Douluo's level was about 36 or 37. So it wasn't impossible for her to reach level 40 after absorbing the soul bone. Let us change the plan for tomorrow. You will absorb the soul bones I gave you first, and then I will take you to hunt for soul rings. Hearing that they wouldn't have to train, Douluo and Ningrongrong were the happiest. Even if they stayed in the wild, they didn't want to train. Watching the two of them, so happy. Time and space began to consider how to arrange things for them. Zhu Zhuqing walked over to time and space and quietly said, Master, it's better not to think about how to arrange training tasks for them. If you want to arrange them, let's wait until we come back from hunting souls. Zhu Zhuqing has also figured out a bit about the character of time and space. All right, let's talk about it when we get back. For now, this herb is given to Ningrongrong, and the herb promised to Ning Fengji can be exchanged later. Anyway, if I give it to him, he will most likely give it to Ningrongrong. After letting them go back to rest, time and space continue to heal. On the other side, Xiao Wu found Tang San and shared some good news with him. Brother, I'm level 30 now. I'm also a soul master. Xiao Wu happily shared this news with Tang San, planning to go to the Star Do Forest tomorrow to hunt for a soul ring. But she was also afraid that going would attract a Ming and Air Ming. Tang San gently rubbed Xiao Wu's head, his eyes filled with tenderness. I'll go find the teacher and let him know, so tomorrow one of the teachers can take us to hunt souls. As he spoke, he led Xiao Wu outside. But Xiao Wu pulled him back step by step into the room and made him sit down. It's late now. Don't disturb the teacher. It's the same to tell him tomorrow. Tang San nodded, took out some snacks from his storage space, and placed them on the table. These were bought with Xiao Wu when they found out that the cafeteria food was not good. In addition to snacks, Tang San also bought some food that could be stored for a long time because, at the beginning, the cafeteria food was indeed terrible. Just as time and space had said. But after Yu Xiaojiang came, things changed and the meals improved significantly, so these dry foods were just kept. Xiao Wu happily began to eat the snacks, feeling very happy with Tang San, wanting to stay like this forever. Just then, there was a knock at the door, and Dai Mubai's voice came through. Xiao San, are you asleep? Tang San got up to open the door and saw Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun. Dai Lauda, what are you doing here? At this time, everyone should have been preparing to sleep. Why did Dai Mubai bring Ma Hongjun and Oscar over? Dai Mubai wanted to say something, but when he saw Xiao Wu in the room, he said, It's nothing. We plan to go to Soto City, and we were just wondering if you want to come with us. At this moment, Ma Hongjun's expression was a bit unsightly as he urged Dai Mubai. Dai Lauda, hurry up. If Tang San isn't going, let's go quickly. Tang San understood that Dai Mubai had talked to them about Ma Hongjun's situation. It seemed they were following Ma Hongjun this time. Tang San didn't want to go along, so he politely refused Dai Mubai. Dai Lauda, I won't go. It's already so late, and we have training tomorrow. Brother, what is going on? You just refused. Tang San covered Xiao Wu's mouth and slowly retreated back into the room, saying, Dai Lauda, you guys go ahead. We need a rest. Saying this, Tang San directly closed the door, leaving Xiao Wu with a confused expression. Brother, are they going to Soto City? What are they going there for at this late hour? Tang San didn't know how to explain to Xiao Wu. It wouldn't be good to tell her about such matters, so he casually made up an excuse to brush it off. Seeing that Tang San wouldn't say anything, Xiao Wu became even more curious. Her eyes rolled, and she pretended to be very sleepy as she said goodbye to Tang San. However, Xiao Wu didn't directly return to her room, but went to find Zhu Zhuqing and the others, wanting to follow Dai Mubai and see what they were up to. Zhuqing, Rong, Yin Yin, are you asleep? Xiao Wu tiptoed to their room. Seeing the lights off, she thought they were asleep and was about to leave. Little did she know that Ningrongrong and Douluo had quietly come up behind her. Suddenly, the two hugged Xiao Wu. The sudden physical contact in the dark startled Xiao Wu, nearly making her cry. After realizing it was Ningrongrong and Douluo, she punched each of them. You scare me. What are you doing? Let us not talk about us. Why are you coming to find us so late? When it came to the main topic, Xiao Wu immediately stated her purpose for coming. Dai and the others went to Soto City to play and wanted to ask Tang San to go with them. But he rejected them. When I tried to find out more, Tang San started to brush me off. I came to find you guys to see if we could follow them and see what is going on. Upon hearing this, the curiosity of the two was piqued. So they went to pull Zhu Zhuqing, who was meditating, and left. Let us go then. We'll follow them and take a look. It's boring at night anyway. The three quickly came to an agreement, and Zhu Zhuqing, who was suddenly interrupted from her meditation, was still confused and didn't know what was happening as they dragged her along. Meanwhile, Time and Space was still recovering from her injuries, as she had to take them to hunt for soul rings the day after tomorrow. At this moment, Time and Space's right eyelid kept twitching. Left eye twitches for wealth. Right eye twitches must be because I'm too tired. She thought I should sleep. Saying this, she lay down on the bed, ready to fall asleep. But the twitching of her right eyelid kept her awake. I can't sleep at all. What is going on? What could happen in such a small place? Just then, a wooden board fell from above. Fortunately, Time and Space reacted quickly and dodged, but another wooden board fell, and there was still one more that she couldn't see. So Time and Space dodged the second one, but couldn't avoid the third. This wooden board hit her on the head, and in an instant, Time and Space fell into a baby-like sleep. Chapter 40. Uncle is unhappy meanwhile. The four of them followed closely behind Dai and the others until the three disappeared at a busy intersection. We lost them. The four looked around this intersection, hoping to find some trace of the three. Why are there so many people here at night? There were hardly any during the day. After searching in vain, the four gave up. Since we're here, should we take a stroll before heading back? Facing Ning Rongrong's suggestion, Dugi Yin and Xiao Wu agreed, while Zhu Zhuqing hesitated. But they applied the principle of majority rule and began to wander with Zhu Zhuqing. All right, senior sister, I know you would go back to continue your cultivation, but we need to balance work and rest, just like the master said. Exactly. Besides, we come all this way. The four strolled together. But soon Xiao Wu spotted someone unexpected. Look over there. Isn't that Oscar? The others followed Xiao Wu's finger and saw Oscar sitting alone at a small table eating. They walked over and sat down directly opposite him. Oscar was focused on eating, and when he noticed several girls sitting across from him, he instinctively wanted to change seats. Seeing Oscar about to leave, Xiao Wu called out to him. Xiao Ao, why are you leaving? Come sit and eat with us. Hearing Xiao Wu's voice, Oscar was first taken aback, then continued to walk while muttering, how strange, I ran into a girl here who sounds just like Xiao Wu. As Oscar moved forward again, it was Ning Rongrong who called out to him. Oscar. Hearing Ning Rongrong's voice, Oscar was clearly stunned, then turned around in disbelief. The moment he saw Ning Rongrong, his face was filled with incredulity. He thought he must be mistaken and rubbed his eyes. What are you doing here so late? Ning Rongrong rolled her eyes at Oscar in annoyance. You're here, so why can't we be here? Where are Dai and Ma Hongjun? Didn't you come out with them? Initially thinking the two went to buy food, she looked around but couldn't find them. Faced with Ning Rongrong's question, Oscar's expression was similar to Tang San's back then. He didn't know how to respond. Let's not talk about that now. We should leave here. It's not safe for you to be out here at night. She was about to take the four of them away from here. But who were these four? One was a little witch, one was spoiled by her grandfather, and another had short temper. How could they possibly listen to Oscar? You say it's unsafe here? How could that be? There are more people here than during the day. How could anything happen? Oscar wanted to explain, but he was worried that Ning Rongrong might misunderstand something, feeling anxious in his heart. No, this place, how should I put it? It's different from ordinary places. Anyway, let's leave first. This time, Oscar didn't care whether Ning Rongrong and the others agreed or not, and directly led them toward the exit. However, from the moment they arrived, countless eyes were watching them, making it impossible for them to leave easily. Sure enough, a lewd-looking young man blocked their way. Ladies, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Want to hang out with us for a while? Several boys nearby were watching the four of them, saying something. Looking at the young man's face, the four felt very uncomfortable and instinctively took a step back. Oscar immediately stepped in front of Ning Rongrong, glaring at the young man. We need to leave now. Immediately step aside. Oscar's expression was fierce, and his tone was more forceful than ever. Seeing this fierce side of Oscar was a first for the others. Eventually, The young man stepped aside, allowing them to leave. When he turned to look at Ning Rongrong and the others, Oscar's expression relaxed a little. Let's go. As they watched Oscar and the others leave, the young man felt disappointed, but one person followed them without hesitation. After walking quite a distance, Oscar finally stopped, and the fierce expression on his face disappeared, replaced by his usual gentle demeanor. Why the rush? Let's play a bit longer, little sisters. The four frowned at the middle-aged man who walked out. Oscar wanted to scare him away like he did earlier, but who was this uncle? He was someone well-experienced. You don't have to scare me. I know you and have a deep impression of you. You often come here with a blonde boy and a chubby guy, but you only eat something and leave each time. With someone like you around, how could you not leave an impression? And I also know you're just a support-type soul master. You should step aside quickly. Even though he was recognized as a support-type soul master, Oscar still didn't team move, standing in front of the four. Since you know me so well, you should also know the strength of the god.I. I advise you to leave. The middle-aged man just smiled. Of course, I know his strength, but he might not have time to come here right now. It's better for the beauties to follow me for a bit. Just then, Tang San appeared from the side, using one hand to capture and restrain Douluo, pressing him to the ground. Seeing Douluo still trying to struggle, Tang San exerted a bit of force, making him wince in pain. Ouch, let go. My arm feels like it's going to break. Upon seeing Tang San, Xiao Wu felt a bit guilty, as she had told him she was going back to sleep, yet ended up here late. Let me explain. I just got bored and came over. After Tang San saw that Douluo was no longer resisting, he released him and went to Xiao Wu's side, grabbing her hand to take her back. Now, come back with me. This place is not somewhere you should be. If I hadn't been worried about finding you, I wouldn't have known you sneaked out. Once Douluo got up, he moved his arms around and whistled, the sharp sound echoing in the night. Did you really think I would let you go so easily? I was just careless and didn't dodge earlier. Do you really think I can't take you on? More and more people began to gather around, about 7 or 8 of them. Brothers, don't say I. Douluo, have nothing good to share with you. Look at this. For gorgeous beauties. The greedy looks in the eyes of the crowd as they gazed at the 4 girls were like hungry wolves eyeing delicious lambs, eager to pounce and devour them. I advise you all to follow us quietly, otherwise. Chapter 41. Poor Douluo. The people around Douluo began to slowly move closer to the 4, and as they approached, the girls could clearly smell their body odor. Wrinkling their noses at the stench, they instinctively took a step back. So smelly. If I had known I would encounter this, I wouldn't have come out. Ning Rongrong was feeling very regretful, thinking it would be fun, but instead, they faced such a situation. Tang San and Oscar protected the 4 behind them while constantly observing their surroundings. I can handle 3. How about you? In response to Tang San's inquiry, Zhu Zhuqing quickly provided an answer. 3. Then leave the other 3 to Douluo. With Oscar and Ning Rongrong as support, you should be fine. Tang San's voice was loud enough for everyone to hear, provoking a round of laughter from the crowd. Ha! 2 little kids think they can take on 3? They must be dreaming, right? Look at their skinny arms and legs. Being able to take down 1 would be impressive. I can't wait. I want that little kitty. She looks very conquerable. No need to pick. After we take them all down, they'll all be ours. Who would have thought we would have unexpected gains on this outing? At this moment, one person stepped on a bottle, the sound drawing the attention of 2 others. And it was then that Tang San used his skills to quickly approach. Seeing Tang San making a move, Zhu Zhuqing also activated a technique she learned from the time-space realm. This was her first time using it in actual combat, feeling completely different from previous training. Tang San was surprised by Zhu Zhuqing's speed. Previously, when they came to the Battle Spirit Arena with Yu Xiaojiang, they had encountered several agile attack-type soul masters at the Soul King level, but none were as fast as Zhu Zhuqing. If Zhu Zhuqing, who was only a great soul master now, had such speed, Tang San couldn't imagine how fast she would be after becoming a Soul King. In the blink of an eye, Zhu Zhuqing took down 1 enemy, and the remaining ones quickly reacted, activating their martial spirits. However, they were all great soul masters, and their abilities were no match for Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing. Before the others could make a move, everyone except Douluo was knocked down by Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing. So this is your strength? Not impressive at all. Seeing that all the people around Douluo were taken down, Oscar let out a sigh of relief, glad that nothing serious happened. Just as Douluo was about to say something, he was beaten up by a few people. All right, just give him a lesson. They didn't confiscate his tools, but after giving him a beating, they tossed him into a small alley. Zhu Zhuqing and the others not making a move didn't mean others wouldn't. After they walked far away, Jizai emerged from the shadows, looking at Douluo. You're really unlucky. Why did you have to provoke the elder's disciple? Just because they're kind doesn't mean I am. Jizai then confiscated his tools. If dealing with you wouldn't cause some chaos, I would have kept you around this long. After handling the situation, Jizai disappeared into the night as if he had never been there. After experiencing this incident, Zhu Zhuqing and the others lost their desire to continue wandering around. They bought some snacks and headed back. Meanwhile, Tang San was still educating Xiao Wu, and his words were just a few sentences of concern for her safety. Really, after returning to Shrek Academy, they saw that the lights in the time-space room were still on, and they wanted to sneak a peek at what was going on inside. At this moment, Shirkong is sitting in a chair, holding the wooden plank that knocked him unconscious. It doesn't weigh much, so how could it knock someone out? This matter must not be known by others. If people found out that a powerful being who surpassed the limits of a Douluo was knocked out by a wooden plank, it would be such a disgrace. Since Shirkong's attention is entirely on the plank, he doesn't notice the three people by the window. What is the master doing? I don't know, and I don't see what's so interesting about that plank. All right, let's go back. It's so late that I'm about to fall asleep. The next day, after leading them in a morning exercise for a while, Mott allowed them to start absorbing the celestial herbs and soul bones, while Shirkong stood guard nearby. Compared to the quietness on Shirkong's side, Yu Xiaojing has been continuously thinking about training methods to train Tang San and the others during this time. The intensity of the training is so high that even Tang San and Dai Mubai are struggling to keep up, let alone Ma Hongjun and Oscar. Ma Hongjun has complained to Flinder about the training designed by Yu Xiaojing more than once, but after Flinder heard it twice, he no longer allowed Ma Hongjun to enter his office. Boss Dai, I really can't take it anymore. This intensity is too high. Is it just because teacher Shirkong said a couple of things to him? Why are we being tortured like this? Ma Hongjun lay on the ground without caring about his image, gasping for breath. The dean is also unreasonable. I only said twice that the training wasn't reasonable, and he directly wouldn't let me into his office. Tang San, weren't you also training with him before? How was the intensity back then compared to now? From Tang San's situation, it was clear that the previous intensity was definitely not as high as it is now. However, Tang San still lied. It was about the same. I've just not been exercising these past few months, so I'm like this now. In a couple of days, it will be fine. Xiao Wu is already at level 30, and I'm planning to talk to the teacher about this. Hearing that Xiao Wu is at level 30, everyone wasn't surprised. They only felt relieved because Xiao Wu would go hunting for soul rings at level 30, and they would follow along, so they wouldn't have to train anymore. Then you should hurry up. I need to rest well. I'm really exhausted. Looking at Oscar, who was drinking water, Ma Hongjun remembered what happened last night. Xiao Ao, what happened to you last night? Weren't you supposed to wait for us outside? Why didn't we see you when we came out? Oscar paused while drinking water, recalling what happened last night. At that time, he just went back, completely forgetting about Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun until he lay in bed. After briefly explaining what happened last night, both of them expressed understanding. After all, it was normal to go back directly after such an event. All right, as long as you didn't get into any trouble when Fatty and I came out, we didn't see you and thought something happened to you. They really shouldn't have gone to that kind of place so late. Boss Dai, if it weren't for you calling Tang San, they wouldn't have known. Chapter 42, Absorbing Celestial Herbs. Hearing Oscar's words, Dai Mubai scratched his head awkwardly. This was an accident. Who knew that Xiao Wu was also there at that time? At this moment, Tang San and Xiao Wu returned, and Dai Mubai and the others naturally stopped the previous topic of conversation. After all, it was too awkward. At this time, Yu Xiaojing also arrived. Let's cancel today's training. Tomorrow, everyone will go with Xiao Wu to the Stardow Forest to hunt for soul rings. I will talk to the dean, and it should be Zhao Wujin taking you there. After you go back, prepare well, rest properly, and ensure you're in the best condition for tomorrow. After briefly explaining, Yu Xiaojing went to Flinder to arrange for someone to take them to hunt for souls. Great. Boss Dai, there is no training today. Are we still going? Dai Mubai understood Ma Hongjun's meaning, But he didn't speak since Tang San and Xiao were still there. Tang San definitely understood, but it was better for Xiao Wu not to know. However, after waiting for a while, Xiao Wu still didn't react. So feeling that she hadn't caught on, he said, "Forget it, let's rest well today. We're going to the Douluo Forest tomorrow. The danger level there is several times that of the Sunset Forest. I don't want to get stuck there. You shouldn't go either. You went once yesterday, so go back and rest well." Today's training ended like this. After Xiao Wu discussed it with Tang San, she ran towards Shikong's training ground to inform Zhu Zhuqing and the others about going to the Douluo Forest tomorrow. But at this moment, Yu Xiaojiang turned back and said to Xiao Wu, I know you have a good relationship with them, but for this soul hunting, I will talk to Flender. Just a few of us. No need to worry about them, and you don't need to notify them." After hearing Yu Xiaojiang's words, Xiao Wu didn't know what to say. "But, teacher, is it really okay for just a few of us to go? Why not? With fewer people, you can act faster, and with Zhao Wujin leading. The place is only the outskirts of the Douluo Forest. It's not very dangerous." Without giving Xiao Wu a chance to speak, Yu Xiaojiang finalized the matter. "Brother, is this really okay?" Looking at Xiao Wu's dejected expression, Tang San also felt uncomfortable. But since the teacher said so, there was nothing he could change. "It's fine. It's just a few days. When we come back, we can tell them the same thing." Shikong watched as the three finished absorbing the soul bones and celestial herbs, and their soul power reached level 30. This time, Shikong didn't plan to tell Flender about taking them to hunt for soul rings. After all, saying that his two apprentices had already reached level 30, he definitely wouldn't believe it. When they enrolled, they were only at levels 28 and 26. In such a short time, they had risen 3 or 4 levels. He would definitely not believe it. Even if he did, he would certainly ask Shikong how they accomplished it. If he had known that coming to Shrek would be so troublesome, he wouldn't have come. It was really exhausting. In the afternoon, Ji Zhe and Zhugu arrived at the training ground and saw the three truly absorbing celestial herbs and soul bones, so they wisely lowered their voices. "Shijun, why isn't the afternoon training continuing?" Shikong nodded. "There's a bit of a change. Tomorrow I'll take them to the Douluo Forest to hunt for soul rings. Bring the card over in the morning." After discussing some matters with Ji Zhe and Zhugu, Shikong felt a bit of pain from his wounds and quickly sat down to begin operating his soul power to suppress his injuries. The injuries caused by divine power are truly annoying. With his current strength, he can't deal with them at all. After sending the two back, Shikong picked a celestial herb from his space to eat. He began to absorb the celestial herb to recover from his injuries. Shikong refined the celestial herb quickly, finishing within less than an hour, but even so, the effect was still minimal. At this time, Shikong thought of Orfinmos and Orfinless. After opening a small gap in their space, their voices came through. "Have you finally thought of us? How is your injury recovering?" Orfinmos thought it would take a long time to see Shikong and talk to him again, but he didn't expect it to be so soon. "The injuries are still quite serious. I don't know if you have any quick methods to recover from injuries." Feeling a powerful mental force probing him, Shikong didn't mind. And Orfinless's voice came through. "It seems a bit more serious than before. The divine power is still continuously ravaging your body. If it were a bit earlier, it could have been troublesome, but now it's not a big issue." After hearing Orfinless's words, Shikong frowned. "Are you saying my injuries have worsened? What's going on?" Clearly, Shikong has been recovering from his injuries these days. How could it have gotten worse? He even began to wonder if these two dragons were trying to get something from him by saying this. But thinking back on the experiences of these days, it is indeed a bit strange that even the wooden board couldn't escape. Divine power is different from soul power. The injuries you recover with soul power obviously have little effect, which is why they became more and more serious. When they mentioned this, time and space thought of Qian Douluo. If what they said is true, then Qian Douluo is in grave danger now. That Qian Douluo. Yes, just as you thought. If it weren't for the space you set up, he would have been gone long ago and wouldn't have lasted until now. But it probably won't be long before he runs out of time. Time and space must save Qian Douluo. But how can they find a way in just a few days? Wait, time and space overlooked the two dragons beside them. They must be able to help. I need you to help me with something, and you can set the conditions later. Orfinmos and Orfinless didn't even need to think. They knew what time and space wanted them to help with, and they happened to want to take this opportunity to extort time and space. Since you said so, We reluctantly agree, but you need to. Wait a minute. Just as they were about to state their conditions, time and space interrupted them, signaling them to pause. What's wrong? Are you planning to back out? Time and space felt something was off, looking at Ofenmos and Ofenless, but their emotions seemed normal. What exactly went wrong? Kid, hurry up, or that guy named Douluo is really going to die. Think fast. Listening to Ofenmos' anxious tone, time and space slowly confirmed that these two really wanted to extort him. Ofenless also urged at this time, don't you want to save him? He blocked a sword for you. Can you really be so heartless? Chapter 43. Heading to the Douluo forest. Things are getting more and more off. It felt like Ofenmos and Ofenless were teaming up to trick him, but he had no evidence. No, if Douluo's injuries worsened. Golden Crocodile Douluo and Qianrenxue would definitely come to find him immediately. You two aren't trying to trick me, are you? Ofenmos and Ofenless turned their dragon heads away, not daring to meet time and space's gaze. How could you think that of us? Aren't we the best of friends? Sure enough, the two of them were colluding to deceive him, probably tried to negotiate some conditions or make him do something. You two really. After figuring this out, time and space returned them to that space and continued watching the three absorb soul bones and celestial herbs. At this moment, Ning Rongrong's martial soul appeared before her, the tower emitting dazzling light, and the tower body gradually changed. Finally, it was enveloped in white light, and when it reappeared, though it didn't look much different from before, if one looked closely, they would find that the number of layers of the seven treasures glazed tower had increased from 7 to 9. At this time, some changes also occurred to Douluo. After absorbing the dragon transformation grass, her martial soul began to evolve toward the dragon. But it only evolved a little, reaching the level of a flood dragon. Indeed, can only reach this point. However, it's acceptable. After all, there is still hope for transformation. Zhu Zhuqing's improvement was quite simple, just a pure increase in soul power, but a soul bone and a celestial herb brought a significant boost in soul power. Time and Space's idea was to have them reach near the Soul King level before the Continental Soul Master Elite competition. As for Ning Rongrong, Time and Space didn't have high hopes. As long as her soul power reached the Soul Zone level by then, it would be enough. I hope you won't let me down. Looking at Douluo, Time and Space's requirement wasn't high. Reaching level 52 would be fine. With Douluo's talent and the boost from the Soul Bone and Celestial Herb, reaching the Soul King level shouldn't be a problem. Looking at the three disciples, Time and Space felt a bit dazed. How many years had it been since he came to this world? And this was his first time accepting disciples. I miss home. This place is ultimately not my world. Time and Space gazed at the scenery in the distance, remaining motionless, just quietly sitting there. He stayed like this for a long time, even after Zhu Zhuqing and the others finished absorbing and accompanied him to watch for a long time before he realized. Have you finished absorbing? Time and Space only then noticed that he had been sitting there looking at the sky for a long time. Yes, we finished absorbing half an hour ago. Seeing you enjoying the scenery here, we didn't disturb you. Master, when are we setting off? I can hardly wait. Exactly. You promised to take us to hunt for soul rings. Don't go back on your word. Time and Space looked back at the horizon and said, I will take you. The most important thing for you now is to maintain your spirits and avoid any accidents during tomorrow's soul hunting. Time and Space flashed back to his room to rest, also thinking about some matters from his past life. Seeing Time and Space go back, Zhu Zhuqing planned to go to Soto City to buy some dry food, as this time 3 people were hunting soul bees for soul rings. Staying in the Douluo Great Forest might take longer than before, so food and water were necessary. Let us go. Let us go to Soto City to buy some things together. I don't have much supplies left, and I might run out this time. This was Zhu Zhuqing's first time suggesting going to Soto City. Previously, she had either been training or on the way to train. Since Zhu Zhuqing had finally taken the initiative to invite them to Soto City, Ning Rongrong and Douluo naturally agreed. Let us go, and if we buy everything early, we can rest. After Time and Space returned to his room, he took out an old photo from his storage space. Although the photo was a bit worn, the main character inside was still recognizable as Time and Space, while the other girl was unknown. Don't worry, I will definitely go back. After all, we are family. Time and Space carefully put the photo back, waiting for the next day to arrive. The next day, Zago also took on the role of a coachman. Looking at the dark circles under Zago's eyes, Time and Space tilted his head to look at him. What happened? Did you not sleep well? Young master, you don't need to ask. I'm fine. Zago was right. After all, there was still a free laborer, Ji. You should rest well. Let Ji take over for now. After looking at the cart in front of him, Ning Rongrong's expression changed. This cart was even similar to the one her family owned. Get on. Today our destination is the Douluo Great Forest. I want to explain this place. You should know its dangers. After the three got on the cart, they found that the interior was even more luxurious. Master, who exactly are you? This cart is not something an ordinary person can own. Ning Rongrong gently stroked the genuine leather on the seat, and there was even a sachet inside. You will know this later. For now, your task is to cultivate well. When the Continental Soul Master competition begins, you will understand. The cart headed towards the Douluo Great Forest, and after they had been traveling for a long time, Yu Shaojing gathered Tang San and the others. Today, we're going to the Douluo Great Forest to hunt a suitable soul beast for Xiao Wu. Everything is ready. Moreover, this time your team leader is Zhao Wujia. So you don't need to worry about anything happening like before. This was Time and Space's first time taking them to hunt for soul rings. During this period, what happened was reported by Ma Hongjun to the teacher, and Flandre agreed to let Zhao Wujia lead the team while also indicating that he would talk to Time and Space about what happened last time. Ning Rongrong had heard about the Continental Elite Soul Master competition. It was a competition on the continent 2 years later. I heard that the rewards this time are personally selected by the Spirit Hall. Because the distance to the Douluo Great Forest is far, Time and Space took out his previously made little gadget. Time and Space explained the toys and games from his past life to them, and along the way, the few of them couldn't stop at all. Hello everyone, I'm going to take a break. I didn't sleep well last night. Time and Space yawned and lay down. And soon the sound of their gentle breathing filled the air, looking completely asleep. Ning Rongrong played for a while longer and was captivated by the sleeping face of Time and Space. Sister, look at Master. I have to say, Master's sleeping face is quite nice. As she spoke, she wanted to reach out and poke Time and Space's face, but just as she was about to touch it, she was grabbed by Zhu Zhuqing. Junior sister, be careful. Master is still resting. Let's continue playing. Chapter 44. Purple Ling, Snake. The next day, everyone arrived at the outskirts of the Douluo Forest. It wasn't their first visit, so they didn't show any particular reaction. Let's head in first, Zoj. Go set up the carriage and hurry back, Time and Space instructed. After Zoj nodded, Time and Space led the four into the Douluo Forest, with Jize walking at the back to guard everyone. It had been a long time since Time and Space had visited the Douluo Forest. The last time was about 70 years ago when they had gone to the core area for some practice with spirit beasts. However, those spirit beasts were too weak, none even reaching 100,000 years, which was not enough for Time and Space to play with. You want to look for the Sky Clear Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape? Forget it. Those two spirit beasts are always with Xiao Wu. If we go, won't that mess up future plans? 1,000-year spirit beasts are said to be easy to find, but there are several that aren't suitable at all. You all keep up. Let's slightly expand the search range. Only you three find your spirit rings. Zhu Zhuqing said, speeding up to Time and Space's side. After a moment of hesitation, she added, Master, didn't we find a suitable spirit beast in the Sunset Forest before? Why don't we go there? Hearing Zhu Zhuqing say this, Time and Space recalled the events that happened in the Sunset Forest, where there had indeed been a suitable spirit beast. Time and Space explained that spirit beast. I originally planned to wait until you reached level 30 to look for it. However, this time we have to obtain spirit rings for Ning Rongrong and Duga Yin as well. The variety of spirit beasts in the Sunset Forest is ultimately not as abundant as in the Douluo Forest. With this explanation, Zhu Zhuqing understood and slowly retreated to the back of the group to walk alongside Ning Rongrong and Duga Yin. Ning Rongrong and Duga Yin had listened carefully to what was said and were surprised that their senior sister had set her sights on that spirit beast. Sister, it's okay. Maybe we will find a spirit beast more suitable for you in the Douluo Forest, Ning Rongrong encouraged. I just want to get my spirit ring as soon as possible to know my current strength. I don't necessarily need that spirit beast. This was indeed Zhu Zhuqing's character. All her efforts were aimed at enhancing her strength. This is also why Time and Space valued Zhu Zhuqing. Only with desire does one have the motivation to move forward. Looking back at Ning Rongrong and Douluo, time and space shook their head. Forget it. These two are just pure laziness. Their minds are mostly filled with eating, drinking, and playing, and they aren't focused on cultivation at all. I need to think of a way to get them to cultivate properly. But for now, let's help them find suitable spirit beasts first. Time and space expanded their spiritual power. Although their injuries had not yet healed, time and space's spiritual power was still stronger than some tidal Douluo at level 95. Relying on this powerful spiritual power, by the second hour after entering the Douluo forest, time and space discovered a suitable spirit beast. Come this way. There's a spirit beast suitable for Douluo over there. Everyone changed direction and headed toward the place time and space indicated. After traveling for a while, they saw a spirit beast coiling around a tree. Jize and Zoj recognized this spirit beast at a glance. The purple linged snake. Don't be fooled by its pretty name. Don't let your guard down. The toxin of a 1,000-year purple linged snake can easily poison a spirit beast 3,000 years stronger than itself. Young master, is the spirit beast really okay? Well, after all, the older the spirit beast, the more its toxin multiplies. At this moment, time and space suddenly coughed a few times. It's fine. Although Douluo is a control type, her martial soul itself carries strong toxins. The stronger the spirit beast's toxin, the greater the benefit to her. After saying this, time and space coughed a few more times. Everyone didn't pay attention to time and space's condition, thinking it was just a slight discomfort in the throat. Since time and space said so, Jize didn't hesitate and directly activated his martial soul, planning to suppress this spirit beast as quickly as possible. It was a good opportunity to show off in front of time and space. Seeing Jize take action, Zoj slowly lowered his hand, which he had just raised. In less than 3 minutes, the purple linged snake was tightly controlled by Jize, with no room for resistance. Go deal with it. After absorbing the spirit ring, we will continue our journey. No wonder many people like to find some henchmen. This feeling of not having to act themselves is quite comfortable. At this moment, in the core area of the Douluo forest, a spirit beast sensed something and began to move towards the outskirts of the Douluo forest at high speed. The spirit beasts along the way felt its aura and quickly hid, but after realizing it was just passing by, they slowly emerged from their hiding places. Watching Douluo begin to absorb the spirit ring, time and space looked at Zoj. Go around and see if there are any other suitable spirit beasts. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can go back. Remember, don't go too far. Zoj nodded and vanished from sight, starting to search for suitable spirit beasts for Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. Master, drink some water. What is going on lately? You seem to be in poor condition. Zhu Zhuqing handed over a water bottle, asking with concern. Since the daytime and space returned, Zhu Zhuqing had noticed something was off. After all, time and space had appeared less spirited than before. They also took breaks frequently, which had never happened before. The earlier coughs couldn't possibly be due to illness. The chances of someone as powerful as Master getting sick are quite low. Nothing. Just had a little fight with someone while I was out for those few days and got a bit injured. Zhu Zhuqing felt a bit unsettled. Is there really anyone in this world who can fight with Master? Did Master win? Facing Zhu Zhuqing's question, time and space wasn't sure how to answer. Did they really win? Although they had strength surpassing a secondary god, they couldn't kill a secondary god. I suppose I won. At that time, if it weren't for Ofenmos and Ofenless, I might have really died at the hands of the angel god. Master, I want to know, are there really stronger existences than you in this world? Time and space looked up at the sky and said, yes, and there are many. Even I now don't have absolute confidence in winning. At this moment, in the divine realm, my lord, the position of the angel god has become vacant. He has fallen. A man in a black robe sat quietly on the throne above. Even upon hearing of the angel god's fall, there was no change in his expression. He just said lightly, he died. So be it. Just a pawn less, it won't cause much impact. But what about Poseidon? Has he agreed? Chapter 45. Tang San and others arrived. The figure above did not care about the fall of a secondary god. What mattered to him was only his successor. Has Poseidon agreed? Should we really not worry? He possesses power far beyond that of secondary gods. Could he pose a threat to us? Don't worry. He hasn't shown any malice so far. Just watch quietly. Zhao Wuji led Tang San and others as they made their way to the Douluo forest, discussing the precautions for absorbing the third spirit ring. All right, brother, you've said it so many times, I've remembered. Xiao didn't know why Tang San was so talkative today, repeating one thing 2 or 3 times. Right now, Xiao Wu's mind was not here at all. She was thinking about how to get away from everyone to condense her third spirit ring. But trying to sneak away from a soul sage was obviously impossible. Forget it. Let's take it one step at a time. There will always be a way. Brother, how much longer? I'm already a bit tired. In the evening, Zhao Wujia and the others finally arrived at the inn outside the Douluo forest. At this point, Oscar and Ma Hongjun were already too tired to talk. The few of them sat down in the hall below. In any case, they still had to eat. It wouldn't be too late to rest after eating. Dear guests, here's the menu. Take your time to look it over. After the waiter placed the menu down, he went to attend to other customers. The Douluo forest, being the largest and most diverse gathering place for spirit beasts, attracted many people to hunt spirit beasts. Moreover, there weren't many shops here, so everyone was quite crowded. Dai Mubai handed the menu to Tang San. Take a look at what you want to eat. Oscar and I are not picky. Seeing that Dai Mubai said this, Tang San took the menu and, after choosing 2 or 3 dishes he liked with Xiao Wu, returned the menu to Dai Mubai. After the two finished picking, Dai Mubai added another dish and hesitated for a moment before giving the menu to Ma Hongjun. Order a little less, we might not finish it. After receiving the menu, Ma Hongjun looked at the dishes and, after choosing 2 or 3, looked towards the waiter. Forget the dishes I just ordered. Give me one of everything else on this side. As soon as Ma Hongjun finished speaking, he received a punch from Dai Mubai. Didn't I tell you to order less? Why did you order so much? Rubbing his head, Ma Hongjun weakly replied, I ordered enough less. I only picked from this page. I didn't even look at the other pages. Dai Mubai was about to say something but recalled how Ma Hongjun usually ordered food when they ate out and decided to let it go. This time, he indeed ordered much less. In the past, he would have ordered 8 or 9 dishes. If you can't finish it, you're done for. Ma Hongjun patted his chest in assurance. Don't worry, Dai boss, I can definitely finish it. I absolutely won't waste food. Dai Mubai turned to chat with Tang San. That's how Ma Hongjun was, a pure foodie who always ordered a lot when they went out, and this time he had restrained himself a bit. No wonder Ma Hongjun was so fat. It turned out to be from eating. The slowly served dishes began to arrive, and Tang San looked at the 13 or 14 dishes on the table and at Ma Hongjun. There were only 6 of them. Could they really finish so many dishes? No need to think about it. There should still be 2 or 3 more coming. Hearing Dai Mubai's words, Tang San and Xiao Wu simultaneously turned to look at Ma Hongjun, their faces filled with disbelief. How could someone eat so much, with so many dishes and rice? Even 2 more people would struggle to finish. Could Ma Hongjun really eat it all? When all the dishes were served, there were 15 or 16 dishes on the table, attracting the attention of those around them. Ma Hongjun had already started to wolf down the food, and in just 5 or 6 minutes, he had finished 1 dish. With Ma Hongjun at the table, it seemed like he was the only one eating ravenously, as if afraid someone would try to snatch his food. Zhao Wujia, who finished first, went upstairs to rest. After eating their fill, Tang San and Xiao Wu planned to go out for a stroll to see if there was anything fun to do, just to help with digestion. Let's go together. Dai Mubai and Oscar, who finished eating, followed behind Tang San and Xiao Wu, leaving Ma Hongjun to eat alone. Watching his eating speed, it seemed he could really finish all the food on the table. The group arrived at a small market nearby, where items hunted from the Douluo forest were sold. However, there wasn't much good stuff. As for the good items, the scales and shells were sent to be made into armor, and some quality meat was sent to restaurants. Some beautiful items were sent for processing and then sold as jewelry. At the same time, there was also some information about precious spirit beasts, which were either discovered but couldn't be hunted by the sellers themselves, so they sold the information to others who had the capability to hunt. There were many items for sale, but none that Tang San and the others could use at the moment. When they were about to head back, they saw a crowd gathered. Come on, fatty, I'm betting 2 gold soul coins on you, don't let me down. Be tougher, attack his lower body, stomp on his feet. You're so fat, just exchange blows with him, no need to dodge. To see better, The group moved closer and saw Ma Hongjun fighting another young man. Currently, Ma Hongjun was vaguely at an advantage, and Dai Mubai asked the person next to him what was happening. "Brother, what's going on? Why are they fighting?" The burly man was focused on the duel and casually replied to Dai Mubai, "It's nothing serious." That little fatty bumped into the young man when he got up after finishing his meal without noticing, and instead of apologizing, things escalated into a fight. It's truly a strange world. Even such trivial matters can lead to a fight. "Aren't you going to stop it, Dai boss?" Although Ma Hongjun was at an advantage, Tang Xin was still a bit worried. "It's fine. We'll step in when Ma Hongjun can't handle it anymore. Also, let me educate you about a hidden rule of the academy. The academy actively encourages students to find trouble outside, but it can't be too loud. And you can't hurt the other party too badly. It's mainly for sparring." What a peculiar academy. It actually encourages students to cause trouble. The principal said that a soul master who doesn't cause trouble isn't a good soul master. If the other party has a powerful backing, you can find him or teacher Zhao Wujia. Tang Xin looked up and instantly spotted Zhao Wujia among a crowd on the upper floor. At this moment, Zhao Wujia also turned to look over. Chapter 46, Lin Yi. Upon seeing Tang San, Zhao Wujia nodded and then turned to leave. With Dai Mubai here, Zhao Wujia didn't need to keep an eye on the duel. He didn't care about the outcome. Losing wasn't a big deal. Winning was even better. Tang San and Dai Mubai focused on watching Ma Hongjun duel with the young man, but Ma Hongjun was clearly getting carried away. First soul skill, Phoenix Fireline. The young man didn't expect Ma Hongjun to suddenly launch such an attack, and in his haste to dodge, he was hit on the leg. Many people around immediately cheered. They had initially bet on Ma Hongjun to win, and this attack gave him a huge advantage. Listening to the cheers around him, Ma Hongjun spread his arms to enjoy the moment. However, the opponent was clearly stubborn. Even though his left leg had been hit, he still refused to admit defeat and stood up, enduring the pain. "Come on, little fatty," the young man shouted angrily, charging at Ma Hongjun again, the adrenaline pumping and his speed noticeably increasing. First soul skill, Howling Sky Wolf Claw. Ma Hongjun, who had just been basking in the cheers, was startled by this attack. However, he had participated in many duels and quickly calmed down, dodging just in time before the attack landed. Even though he avoided the attack, Ma Hongjun didn't stop. Instead, he continued to dodge. He had encountered this situation many times. When the opponent was angry, they would attack continuously until exhausted. Seeing that his first attack had missed, the young man did exactly as Ma Hongjun anticipated and continued to attack. Everything was heading in the direction Ma Hongjun expected, but he overlooked one thing: his size. Due to his own obesity, Ma Hongjun's agility was nowhere near that of the youth. After dodging the first few attacks, his right arm was scratched by the youth. A faint smell of blood suddenly filled the air, which excited the youth even more, causing him to attack faster. Ma Hongjun knew he couldn't just keep dodging. So after creating some distance with all his strength, flames surged around him. First soul skill, Phoenix Fireline. However, this time the youth was well prepared and, fueled by adrenaline, easily dodged the attack while continuing to charge at Ma Hongjun. Second soul skill, Howling Sky Reflecting Moon. A phantom appeared behind the youth, and in rapid movement. Ma Hongjun quickly lost track of where the real body was. As the two figures approached, he had no idea which one to attack. Tang Xin frowned as he watched the youth. The second soul skill was so abnormal. Who exactly was this person? But no matter what, he decided to help Ma Hongjun once again and immediately activated the purple extreme magic eye, quickly identifying the real body with just one glance. Fatty. The one on the left is the real body. Hearing Tang San's words, Ma Hongjun first dodged to the side and then threw a punch. Just as the attack was about to land, the two figures flickered and Ma Hongjun passed through the youth's body, only to be kicked in the back. Tang San's purple extreme magic, I clearly saw that when Ma Hongjun's attack came, the youth's real body and phantom switched places. Xiao San, what's going on? Isn't the one on the left the real body? Why did Ma Hongjun's attack pass through? Ma Hongjun got up from the ground, glanced at Tang San, and then refocused on the youth. He believed Tang San would never give him false information, so the problem lay with the youth. He must be able to switch positions with the phantom. At this moment, the youth made no move, and from Ma Hongjun's perspective, The figure on the right flickered a few times before disappearing. Second soul skill, Lustful Phoenix. Once the enhancement soul skill was activated, Ma Hongjun felt completely invigorated. The two engaged in close combat again. Relying on his physical advantage, Ma Hongjun exchanged injuries with the youth, while the youth used his speed advantage to dodge attacks while countering. Neither used any soul skills, purely competing in martial arts techniques. At this rate, Ma Hongjun would lose. Seeing Ma Hongjun's attack speed slow down, Tang Xin couldn't help but sigh. Dai Mubai also noticed it was time to end this farce and stepped onto the field, forcefully stopping both with his 37th level soul power. All right, that's enough. Feeling Dai Mubai's soul sovereign strength, both stopped, but even so, Ma Hongjun and the youth remained unconvinced. Why is Dai Mubai stopping me? Just give me a little more time, and I'll definitely make him submit. In response to Ma Hongjun's harsh words, the youth scoffed, even wanting to laugh. You think you can make me submit? If you hadn't ambushed me earlier, do you really think you could win? If you're not convinced, let's have another match. I'll definitely pin you to the ground. As they spoke, both their tempers flared again, and the atmosphere became tense. At this moment, Tang San also walked over. Upon seeing Tang San, the youth's eyes lit up with excitement. Noticing the youth's gaze, Xiao Wu stepped in front of Tang San to block his line of sight while glaring at him. But Tang San merely pulled Xiao Wu behind him, patted her hand, and reassured her. Fatty, stop being stubborn. If you keep fighting like that, losing is just a matter of time. Hello, let me introduce myself. I'm Tang San. This is Xiao Wu. That one is Dai Mubai, and the one you're fighting is Ma Hongjun. With that, he extended his hand to the youth. The youth smiled and shook Tang San's hand, introducing himself as well. Lin Yi, nice to meet you. After retracting his hand, Tang San looked Lin Yi up and down, noticing that his age was similar to his own. Brother Lin's strength is impressive. Having the strength of Soul Sovereign at such a young age is quite a talent. It's just average. It's the result of hard work. However, reaching Soul Sovereign before the age of 13 is indeed something to be proud of. Hearing that Lin Yi had the strength of a Soul Sovereign, Ma Hongjun still didn't believe it. You must be joking. How could you be level 30? At most, you're level 29. Facing Ma Hongjun's sarcastic tone, Lin Yi didn't show any signs of anger this time, just smiled and said, I really am level 30. I came to Douluo Forest to hunt for my third soul ring. You expect me to believe that? In such a dangerous place as Douluo Forest, you're coming to hunt for your third soul ring all by yourself? Ma Hongjun still didn't believe it, and even though Tang San had said so, he turned away and stopped looking at Lin Yi. Fatty, just let it go. You don't need to argue with him. After Lin Yi indicated it was fine, the group continued chatting. Talking with Lin Yi, Tang San felt inexplicably comfortable, as if this person understood him very well. Chapter 47. Abnormal Soul Beast. Seeing Tang San happily chatting with Lin Yi, Ma Hongjun felt quite uncomfortable. How could he get along so well with someone he just met and hardly talked to me, an Oscar? Tang San and Lin Yi were engrossed in their conversation, even neglecting Xiao Wu beside them. Bro, why don't we take a break? We still need to hunt for my soul ring tomorrow. Xiao Wu's suggestion reminded Tang San of what was to come, and since it was getting late, he bid farewell to Lin Yi and returned to his room. However, before leaving, Xiao Wu shot Lin Yi a fierce glare, which Lin Yi didn't take to heart at all. This infuriated Xiao Wu, and she ignored Lin Yi as she hurried to catch up with Tang San, glancing back at Lin Yi one last time. Bro, I just feel like he has something off about him. How could a stranger know so much about you? Although their time together was short, Tang San didn't feel that Lin Yi was the type of person Xiao Wu thought he was. Xiao Wu, you're just too sensitive. I feel Lin Yi is not that kind of person. Seeing Tang San not believing her, Xiao Wu pouted and turned her head away, refusing to look at him. Noticing that Xiao Wu was sulking, Tang San couldn't help but smile helplessly. He stepped in front of her, ruffled her hair, and gently comforted her. All right, I'll try to avoid interacting with him in the future. It's not worth getting upset over this. Come on, let's go back. With that, he took Xiao Wu's hand and led her back to her room. The next day, everyone gathered at the inn's entrance. However, as soon as Xiao Wu came out, she saw Tang San and Lin Yi chatting together again, shaking her head helplessly. Calm down, he has some real skills. Nothing will go wrong. Upon seeing Xiao Wu approach, Lin Yi took the initiative to greet her. Xiao Wu, good morning. We're all here, so let's head in. You can join us. It's good to have someone to look out for. After speaking, Tang Sen looked towards Zhao Wujia, as this time their team leader was Zhao Wujia, and letting an outsider join the group required his consent. Zhao Wujia didn't mind. After all, he was just a level 30 kid. Whether he was there or not made no difference. All right, but you have to ensure he listens to our commands. In such a dangerous place, not following orders can lead to accidents. Seeing Zhao Wujia agree, Tang San then turned to Lin Yi. Okay, then it's settled. Please introduce yourself properly. Lin Yi, Martial Soul Howling Moon Wolf King, level 30 Assault Type, Soul Sovereign. Just like that, Lin Yi temporarily joined Tang San's team as they entered the Stardew Forest. However, after departing, Lin Yi's demeanor seemed a bit off. Throughout the journey, he appeared to be deep in thought, wanting to say something but unsure how to express it. Brother Lin, if you have something to say, feel free to ask. You don't need to hold back. Seeing that Tang San had said so, Lin Yi finally asked his question from another angle. Are there really so few people from your school coming out this time? This time we came out to hunt soul rings for Xiao Wu, and some people didn't come along because the others were training, so they didn't follow. Hearing that it was for hunting soul rings for Xiao Wu, Lin Yi's brow furrowed even deeper, which he hadn't anticipated. He thought they were out this time to hunt a soul ring for Ning Rongrong, but unexpectedly, it was for Xiao Wu, which meant the timeline had already changed. Lin Yi couldn't understand how his arrival in this world hadn't caused any significant changes, yet the timeline was altered so drastically. On the other side, after Douluo Yin absorbed her soul ring, combined with her previous accumulation, her soul power reached level 45. Ning Rongrong's soul beast was also found accidentally last night, and after absorbing it, her soul power reached level 35. As for her soul skill, it remained the same as in her previous life, which was a soul power amplification. We tidied up, and our luck was good. Douluo Yin and Ning Rongrong had already found their soul rings, leaving only Zhu Zhuqing's. After getting ready, if we find a suitable soul ring for Zhu Zhuqing early, we could go back. Ning Rongrong stretched lazily, still looking drowsy. She had absorbed her soul ring in the middle of the night, which left her feeling a bit off today. Master, let's rest for a while. I'm still a bit sleepy. Ning Rongrong leaned against Zhu Zhuqing, her eyes unwilling to open, giving the impression that she could fall asleep at any moment. I know you're tired. After we find a suitable soul beast for Zhu Zhuqing, you can sleep for a bit, to feel more awake. Ning Rongrong splashed her face with cold water to perk herself up. All right, let's go. Let's find it early, then I can sleep. An hour after they left, a soul beast arrived in the area, hovering for a while before slowly following the direction they had gone. Master, it's strange. We haven't encountered any soul beasts along the way. What's going on? After walking for such a long time, Ning Rongrong hadn't seen a single soul beast. Previously, they would encounter one within a few minutes or a group after half an hour. It was unusual to walk for an hour without seeing a single one. Indeed strange. It's too quiet here. Hearing this, Jizai and Zhugu quietly moved to the outskirts of the group to ensure nothing unexpected happened. They arrived at a lake and discovered a large number of soul beasts. While it's not unusual to find soul beasts near a water source, it was odd that many of them were competitive with each other, yet they showed no signs of aggression upon seeing Shirkong and the others. Young master, what should we do now? Jizai and Zhugu weren't afraid. With their strength, even if a fight broke out, they could retreat unscathed. Don't move yet. Let's quietly observe the situation. This was the first time Shirkong had seen such a gathering of soul beasts in harmony, which was quite rare. Shirkong approached a faceless spider, surprised to find such a fierce soul beast here. He wanted to see if the faceless spider would attack him. Youth, that's a faceless spider. It's very dangerous. Although they knew Shirkong's strength, Jizai and Zhugu were still shocked by his actions. However, even when Shirkong got within a meter of the faceless spider, it did not attack. It only issued a warning, trying to keep Shirkong at a distance. Seeing that, Shirkong also didn't advance but retreated. When Shirkong backed away, everyone finally relaxed, releasing a sigh of relief. Master, that was too risky. What if the faceless spider had suddenly attacked you? Chapter 48. Encounter Shirkong didn't feel any danger. It was just a 1,000-year-old faceless spider, hardly a threat. Do you still not believe in my strength? It's just a little spider. And it seems the soul beasts here have reached some kind of consensus. They won't attack now. since there were many soul beasts gathered here. It saved them the trouble of searching. Rong Rong, didn't you want to sleep? You can sleep now. We'll call you when the soul beasts disperse. Upon hearing Shikong's words, Ning Rongrong shook her head frantically. No, there's so many soul beasts here. What if I fall asleep and get eaten? Just looking at these soul beasts keeps me awake. The gathering of so many soul beasts led to the hunters today finding not a single soul beast. Tang San and Lin Yi had circled the outskirts for 2 hours without seeing one, causing Ma Hongjun to curse in frustration. Seriously, how have we not seen a single soul beast for so long? Did they all go to a party? This abnormal phenomenon gave Lin Yi a bad feeling, and Xiao Wu was tightly following Tang San, her eyes anxiously scanning the surroundings. Seeing Xiao Wu so scared, Lin Yi knew that a powerful soul beast must have entered the periphery, and it wasn't the Titan giant ape. The most frightening part wasn't the lack of visibility of the soul beasts, but rather that they had completely vanished. Let's head towards the water. Maybe there will be soul beasts there. Water is the source of life, and there will definitely be soul beasts where there is water. So the group nodded and followed Zhao Wujing's lead. Using his memory, Zhao Wujing led Tang San and the others toward the water source near Shikong. When they were not far from the water source, Lin Yi noticed that Xiao Wu's expression had visibly relaxed. It seemed there really was some danger, and heading toward the water source was indeed the right decision. They just didn't know what they were about to face. We're almost there. Everyone be careful. Ma Hongjun took the lead, now only a patch of grass away from the water source. Watching Ma Hongjun quickly cross the grass, he soon emerged slowly again. His face was filled with fear and a hint of disbelief. What's wrong, fatty? In response to Dai Mubai's inquiry, Ma Hongjun remained silent, thinking that what he saw earlier was just a figment of his imagination. So, he crossed the grass again, but soon came out again. This time he was sure it wasn't a dream. It was real. What happened? Lin Yi observed Ma Hongjun's reaction and attempted to cross the grass himself. But soon he slowly retreated as well. At that moment, Lin Yi's expression was similar to Ma Hongjun's. Why didn't you say anything? What? In response to Lin Yi's question, a dazed Ma Hongjun didn't understand what Lin Yi meant. Why didn't you mention what was happening over there? Do you know I almost died of fright when I went over? At this point, Ma Hongjun was starting to recover. Is it my fault? Mainly because you didn't ask. If you had, I would have certainly answered, so you can't blame me. Did I not ask? I asked when you first came back, but you ignored me. You can't blame me. Hurry up and give me some mental compensation. Ma Hongjun was stunned by Lin Yi's shamelessness. What the hell? You're asking me for money now. Have you fallen into a money pit? Seeing the two start to argue after just crossing the grass, Dai Mubai ignored them and directly led Tang San through. But they came out just as they went in. As they reached Lin Yi and Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai gave each of them a slap. You two are really heartless. You didn't say anything about this situation. Do you want to get us killed? After being hit by Dai Mubai, the two quieted down, crouching on the ground and mumbling softly. It's all your fault. You got hit by Dai Lauda. It's not all your fault. If you had told us when you first came back, would this situation have occurred? As they continued talking, the two were about to start fighting again, but were stopped by Tang San. All right, now that we have found the soul beasts, how we find one suitable for Xiao Wu among the group of soul beasts? Even if we find one, can we really take action in this situation? While a few of them were thinking about countermeasures, Xiao Wu said on the side, with so many soul beasts gathered together, something must have happened, and they are afraid, which is why they are clustered together. I saw in a book before that in this situation, no soul beast should take action. Perhaps we can walk in and take a look. Maybe we can find something. Facing Xiao Wu's suggestion, Zhao Wujie decisively refused. No, that's still too risky. What if these soul beasts go into a frenzy? As a teacher, Zhao Wujin naturally had a lot to consider. He wouldn't fully believe such a situation just because of a few sentences in a book. However, Lin Yi intended to give it a try since Xiao Wu, being a soul beast, must have had such experiences before to say that. Let me try. It might really be the case. Lin Yi slowly made his way through the grass to the side of the soul beasts. Watching Lin Yi step by step walk towards the soul beasts, everyone's hearts raced, fearing that Lin Yi would be bitten. However, even when Lin Yi was 5 meters away from the soul beast, it remained still, just watching him. Until Lin Yi approached within 3 meters, the soul beast stood up. Tang San immediately wanted to rush over, but was stopped by Zhao Wujie. Don't rush, look. After the soul beast stood up, It just changed to another spot to continue lying down. Later, Lin Yi walked over to other soul beasts as well, and none of them attacked him. Seeing this, Zhao Wujia finally breathed a sigh of relief and led everyone over. While walking among the group of soul beasts, Lin Yi seemed to see a few people resting ahead. Tang San, come here. Hearing Lin Ye's voice, Tang San, who had relaxed his nerves, immediately tensed up again. What happened? After jogging over with Xiao Wu, they followed Lin Ye's gaze and saw Shi Jian and the others. How did teacher Shi end up here? Hearing Tang San's address, Lin Yi deduced that this teacher Shi was the one who altered the timeline. Tang San, do you know them? Looking at Shi Jian and the others resting leisurely, Tang San replied, Teacher Shi is a teacher from our Shrek Academy, and the others around him are also our Shrek students, his disciples. After hearing Tang San's words, Lin Yi began to analyze in his heart, until a figure appeared beside them, and another figure appeared next to Zhao Wujia. Sure, Xiao, please let a few of them over. Lin Yi, who was deep in thought, was startled by the voice behind him. He turned around and saw a serious man standing beside him. Chapter 49. New Transcenders under the leadership of Ji Zhe and Zhuge. They arrived at Shi Jian's place. Teacher Shi, how did you end up here? Zhao Wujia looked warily at the two people in front of him, two soul saints. Zhao Wujia couldn't help but marvel at the power behind Shi Jian. It's nothing much. I just took them out for a run. But what about you, Teacher Zhao? Who are you hunting soul rings for? Shi Jian waved for Ji Zhe and Zhuge to come over, and he also noticed Lin Yi, a stranger. However, Shi Jian didn't take him seriously. Just a level 30 ant, not worth fearing. He only needed to alter the timeline. Xiao Wu is level 30 now and brought her to hunt soul rings, but I didn't expect to encounter such a situation. Hearing that Xiao Wu had broken through to Soul Sovereign to hunt soul rings, Shi Jian speculated whether the Titan Great Ape had come, causing these soul beasts to gather together. But that shouldn't be the case. In the original text, the Titan Great Ape's appearance didn't cause such a commotion. What exactly is it? Could it be a soul beast even more ferocious than the Titan Great Ape? Let's stay here for now. Perhaps the soul beasts from the inner layer or core area have come over. We should still be cautious. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing and the others were gathered together playing a game. But Ning Rongrong's luck was indeed not great, having lost several rounds in a row. I'm not playing anymore. I keep losing. It's no fun at all. Zhao Wujia looked at Zhu Zhuqing and the others and noticed that their soul power had all reached above level 30. And Ning Rongrong and Douluo Yan had clearly finished absorbing their soul rings. What running out? Who would believe that excuse? Whatever. After all, we're from the same academy. Lin Yi was still sizing up Shi Jian, inwardly inquiring about the system. System? I want to know the specific strength of the Shi Jian. I wonder if you can do that. The system in Lin Yi's mind began to detect Shi Jian. Detecting basic information. Please wait, host. At this moment, Shi Jian turned to look at Lin Yi. Seeing Shi Jian looking at him, Lin Yi responded with a smile and then turned his head aside. System, hurry up. I feel like I'm being discovered. At this moment, the system's assessment came out, showing Shi Jian's information on the virtual screen in front of him. Name, Shi Jian. Age, 3,772 years. Martial soul, unknown. Soul power, unknown. Looking at the two unknowns displayed by the system and the unreasonable age, Lin Yi almost wanted to pull the system out of his brain and give it a beating. Is it normal for the system to have this 3,772 years? And what do these two unknowns mean? Don't tell me you can't detect them. Ding. The opponent far exceeds the host. To obtain more complete information, the host must continue to increase goodwill with the main character group. Lin Yi sighed inwardly. This system is really a scam. It can't even detect this. All right then, system. Help me pull out the goodwill levels of Shrek. I want to see. Ding. Information loading. Ding. Current data is as follows. Main character, Tang San. Current faction, main character group. Goodwill, 80. Maximum value is 100. 60 corresponds to strangers. Current attitude towards the host is friendly, in the best friend category. Female lead, Xiao Wu. Faction, main character group. Goodwill, 45. Current attitude towards the host is hostile 7. Please pay attention, host. Next, Lin Yi looked at Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar S. goodwill levels. Both had goodwill levels around 70. Just as Lin Yi wanted to look more, he found there was nothing left. Unwilling to give up, Lin Yi flipped through several times, and he accidentally switched to the Spirit Hall interface. Just as he was about to scroll away, he saw Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Duga Yin inside. Lin Yi looked at Shi Jian in disbelief. Good heavens, it turns out you are from the Spirit Hall. Lin Yi quietly moved aside. At this moment, Shi Jian sensed a fierce, brutal, bloody aura moving quickly toward them. Just then, trees collapsed, and the Titan Great Ape charged out from one side, heading toward Shi Jian. The surrounding soul beasts immediately ran away. Some soul beasts couldn't help but try to flee from the water source, but just as a few soul beasts exited, a figure suddenly appeared, tearing them to shreds. Facing the Titan Great Ape's attack, Shi Jian simply dodged. To him, the Titan Great Ape's attack seemed extremely slow. However, the Titan Great Ape's other hand was already reaching for Xiao Wu. Seeing the Titan Great Ape appear, Ji Zhe and Zhuo Gu rushed to the three girls, pulling them back. Zhao Wujia saw the Titan Great Ape appear and instantly activated his martial soul, rushing up to block the hand reaching for Xiao Wu. Shi Jian, take them away from here first. I will hold it off. Zhao Wujia thought he could withstand it for a while, but unexpectedly, he didn't even dodge the Titan Great Ape's next attack. Xiao Wu sensed the urgency from the Titan Great Ape. After knocking Zhao Wujia away, the Titan Great Ape reached for Xiao Wu again. Xiao Wu, don't daze. Tang Xin used blue silver grass to pull Xiao Wu over, dragging her and Dai Mubai to run toward Shi Jian. The Titan Giant Ape charged toward Xiao Wu again. Time and space made the two of them take action. Otherwise, it would be difficult for them to leave here. Zhao Wujia's body, which had been knocked away, stood up and quickly rushed towards time and space, speaking to him. A soul sage ultimately couldn't match a 100,000-year soul beast. Time and space originally didn't want to intervene, but thinking about Xiao Wu, if she were taken away, she would definitely condense her third soul ring. No, he couldn't give her that opportunity. Tang Xin led Xiao Wu and the others past time and space, glanced back at the Titan Giant Ape, and continued running towards Zhu Zhuqing and the others. Time and space raised his right hand, and Lin Yi's eyes widened. This was a good opportunity to understand time and space, and he couldn't miss it. Just as time and space was about to use spatial binding on the Titan Giant Ape, a tiger roar came from the side, and a black figure directly crashed into the Titan Giant Ape. Seeing this, time and space merely changed his attack method, delivering a spatial slash that struck the Titan Giant Ape. At this moment, time and space also clearly saw the black figure. The dark demon, evil god tiger? Looking at the dark demon, evil god tiger in front of him, time and space frowned and immediately said to Ji Zhe and Zhuo Gu, you take them away first. Leave this to me. The entirely black dark demon, evil god tiger, circled around the Titan Giant Ape. As soon as the Titan Giant Ape stood up, the dark demon, evil god tiger would immediately launch an attack to knock it down. Time and space noticed that the size of this dark demon, evil god tiger, was unusual. In the original work, the dark demon, evil god tiger appeared several years later, and even then its size was only 8 meters. But now, looking at the dark demon, evil god tiger in front of him, its body length had already reached over 10 meters. Chapter 50, Dark Demon, Evil God Tiger. It seemed that this dark demon, evil god tiger had reached 100,000 years of age. But how could this be possible? In the original work, the dark demon, evil god tiger was only 80,000 years old, and that was still several years later. Now, a 100,000-year dark demon, evil god tiger had appeared directly. Not only time and space, but even Lin Yi was surprised, causing him to continuously ask the system in his mind what was going on. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be a soul beast that could grow to 100,000 years. Ding! The dark demon, evil god tiger indeed, found it difficult to reach 100,000 years on its own. But someone helped this dark demon, evil god tiger cross the stage of 10,000 years and directly reach 100,000 years. The dark demon, evil god tiger grew by absorbing other soul beasts, which was why they were ostracized by other soul beasts. In other words, someone started feeding it when it was 1,000 years old. Did they not know the consequences of this? After the Titan Giant Ape stood up, it pounded its chest with its hands, letting out a roar and fiercely glaring at the dark demon, evil god tiger. However, the Titan Giant Ape did not attack. It was also clear about the horror of the dark demon, evil god tiger, which possessed the strength of a 100,000-year soul beast even at 80,000 years, let alone 100,000 years. The two soul beasts began to confront each other, and taking this opportunity, time and space, and Zhao Wujia led the Shrek group to leave the area. After they left, the dark demon, evil god tiger, launched the first attack. Its body crackling with strands of lightning, and its claws merely grazed the titan giant ape's arm, leaving a wound. Moreover, strands of lightning continuously prevented the wound from healing. Just a simple strike, and the titan giant ape was already struggling to defend itself. But it did not forget its purpose for coming out and turned to run in the direction where Xiao Wu had left. However, it did not run far before the dark demon, evil god tiger, intercepted it again. No matter which direction the titan giant ape ran towards, the dark demon, evil god tiger, merely followed. It would only be obstructed when it ran toward Xiao Wu. The titan giant ape, being blocked, was furious. After living in the Star Doe forest for so long, it was the first time it encountered a soul beast that opposed it. Charging in front of the dark demon, evil god tiger, it threw a powerful punch, and just as that punch was about to hit the dark demon, evil god tiger, it showed no intention of dodging. Until the punch struck its shoulder, it caused the dark demon, evil god tiger, to shift slightly to the side. The dark demon, evil god tiger let out a light snort, as if mocking the titan giant ape's punch, which had not caused it any harm. Unable to run or fight back, this might be the most frustrated moment for the titan giant ape. After time and space, and Zhao Wujia led everyone far away, they began to count heads and found that two people were missing, Zhuge and Xiao Wu. Where's Xiao Wu? No one expected Xiao Wu to disappear at this time. The group wasn't worried about Zhuge. They knew his strength, and he would basically be safe on the periphery. But Xiao Wu was different. A soul master at level 30 would be finished if she encountered 2,000 or 3,000-year soul beasts. I have to go back to find her. Tang San immediately ran back the way they came, and Lin Yi said nothing, closely following behind, but the two were quickly stopped by Zhao Wujia. This is nonsense. You don't even know if those 200,000-year soul beasts have left. You want to go back? Are you looking for death? But Xiao Wu might still be there. In such a dangerous situation, Xiao Wu had disappeared, and Tang San was really anxious. Zhao Wujia brought Tang San and Lin Yi back into the group, saying, "If anyone is going, it should be me. It's south, not your place to go. Teacher C, please take them back. I'll go find Xiao Wu." Without waiting for time and space to agree, Zhao Wujia ran back in the direction they came from, quickly disappearing from everyone's sight. "No, I haven't agreed yet. Don't you ask for my opinion? Isn't that a bit rude? I don't want to send these kids back. I really can't believe this." Time and space turned to look at the Shrek members, finally focusing on Jize, walking over to pat him on the shoulder. Zhuge went to follow the soul beast chosen by Zhu Zhuqing. "You take them over. After it's done, send them back. Run, brothers, run." What is more enjoyable than watching 200,000-year soul beasts fight? Looking at the 8 people before him, Jize felt a bit helpless, indeed. This job was not that simple. Wasn't this just a high-level babysitter? Call you when there's something, go away when there's nothing. Damn. Jize cursed and then led everyone away. Time and space returned to the lakeside, where the two soul beasts were still fighting. But the titan giant ape was clearly no match for the dark demon evil god tiger, and was being suppressed the entire time. Sensing time and space's arrival, the two soul beasts stopped simultaneously. The titan giant ape looked disdainfully at time and space, while the dark demon, evil god tiger, kept its gaze fixed on time and space. "Human, this is not a place you can come to. Leave now, and I will let you go. I can't beat the dark demon, evil god tiger, but can I beat you, a mere human?" Just as the titan giant ape was about to say something, the dark demon, evil god tiger, filled with rage, swiped its paw and sent it flying. "What are you? How dare you speak to the Lord like that?" "Lord? What do you mean? Do they know each other?" Not only was the titan giant ape confused, but so was time and space. In his memory, it seemed like it was the first time he encountered the dark demon, evil god tiger. How could it call him Lord upon their first meeting? The dark demon, evil god tiger began to gather lightning in its mouth, intending to give the titan giant ape a lesson. Time and space was still recalling when he had encountered the dark demon, evil god tiger, completely ignoring the two soul beasts. After the titan giant ape stood up and saw the dark demon, evil god tiger gathering power, it immediately approached it. using its arms to close its mouth and simultaneously punched its abdomen, sending it flying. This punch indeed caused some damage to the dark demon evil god tiger, but it was not significant. After standing up, the dark demon evil god tiger charged toward the Titan giant ape again, this time not giving the Titan giant ape a chance to fight back, continuing to suppress it throughout. At this moment, time and space also remembered that over 3,000 years ago, when he was hunting soul rings for his second martial soul, a little cat always followed him. At that time and space thought it was an ordinary soul beast, but he never expected it to be the dark demon evil god tiger. Is the contrast really that big? Little kitty, come here. Hearing the familiar call, the dark demon evil god tiger stopped its attack, came in front of Shere Kong, and lowered its massive head to look at Shere Kong. Master, do you remember now? Shere Kong nodded. Back then, the dark demon evil god tiger was still very small, following Shere Kong everywhere. No matter how much he tried to drive it away, it wouldn't leave. So Shere Kong raised it like a cat for a while, only leaving after completing the spirit rings for his second martial soul. Chapter 51. Easy suppression during that time. Every time Shere Kong hunted a 10,000-year soul beast, the next day when he returned, the corpse would be gone. Shere Kong thought it was eaten by other soul beasts. Little did he know it was absorbed by the dark demon evil god tiger. 7 or 8 corpses of soul beasts over 10,000 years old were rare nourishment for the dark demon evil god tiger at that time. Goodness, he inadvertently raised a monster. The Titan giant ape was getting more and more wounds, and it truly had no chance to fight back against the dark demon evil god tiger. At this moment, Xiao Wu, after finding a place to condense her third soul ring, ran towards the lake where the earlier fight had taken place, still worried about the Titan giant ape. After all, the reputation of the dark demon evil god tiger was quite formidable in the Douluo forest. Erming, you mustn't get into trouble. Fortunately, the place where Xiao Wu condensed her soul ring was not far from the lake, and she quickly arrived. As soon as she got there, she saw the Titan giant ape knocked down on the ground, while the dark demon evil god tiger was pressing it down hard. Erming, worried about the Titan giant ape, Xiao Wu didn't even notice Shere Kong was nearby. But Xiao Wu had no way to help. With her current strength, she couldn't do anything. Looking at the numerous wounds on the Titan giant ape's body, she felt very distressed. At this moment, Zhao Wujie arrived and saw Xiao Wu. Come with me quickly. Saying this, Xiao Wu was pulled away. Shere Kong watched everything happen, but he was contemplating whether to deal with the Titan giant ape right there. The Titan giant ape was still resisting. If I had known it would come to this, we should have killed you in the cradle. Shere Kong walked to the Titan giant ape's side, looking at the massive creature before him, and couldn't help but sigh. If he didn't deal with the Titan giant ape now, future opportunities would be difficult, and who knows, he might not be able to obtain it as a spirit ring like in the original story. Little kitty, no need to play with it anymore. Just take action, absorb it, and your strength will rise to a new level. The dark demon, evil god tiger, shook its head. Master, you may not know, although it is called the king of the Douluo forest by humans, its strength is not significant among the true higher-ups of the Douluo forest. The one truly in control is a being called the Silver Dragon King. Although I don't know its strength, it has a subordinate over 800,000 years old. Shere Kong was already aware of this without the dark demon, evil god tiger reminding him. The strength of Emperor Tian should be at the peak of quasi-god level. And even injured, Shere Kong could still suppress it. I know this. You just do your thing. If something goes wrong, I will handle it. The dark demon, evil god tiger took this as Shere Kong not realizing the power of an 800,000-year soul beast. So it continued to advise. Master, really, it won't work. Even though I have reached the 10,000-year mark now, I still have no power to fight back against Emperor Tian. Seeing the dark demon, evil god tiger still nagging, Shere Kong patiently spoke to it. I've said it before, everything is on me, so don't worry. Regardless of whether you agree or not, the Titan giant ape is going to die today. Master, don't you understand? If you really kill it, then you will definitely have enmity with Emperor Tian, and that will lead to big trouble. While speaking, the dark demon, evil god tiger blocked Shere Kong from attacking the Titan giant ape. Its earlier attack was merely because the Titan giant ape had insulted Shere Kong. There was no need to continue attacking now. Little kitty, get out of the way. Master, you really can't. Trust me. But Shere Kong had made up his mind. The Titan giant ape had to stay here today. Not only that, When he had time, Shere Khan would also go to the core area to deal with the heavenly clear bull python. The strongest two soul skills of Tang Sin came from the Titan giant ape and the heavenly clear bull python, so they absolutely could not be left alive. Remember, over 3,000 years ago, I could hunt 10,000-year soul beasts alone. Now, I will only be stronger. Emperor Tian, even if I'm not at my peak, I still have the strength to deal with it. Seeing Shere Khan say this, the dark demon evil god tiger still did not give up, but it changed its mindset. Since the master has decided, then let me see how strong the master really is. After saying that, the dark demon evil god tiger rushed towards Shere Khan at high speed, manipulating lightning to attack him, hoping that no matter what, Shere Khan would not make a wrong choice. In the eyes of the dark demon evil god tiger, Emperor Tian was unbeatable. If someone could defeat Emperor Tian, that person would definitely be a god. After all, only a god would have the strength to defeat Emperor Tian. Thunder roared. Facing the attack from the dark demon evil god tiger, Shere Khan merely created a barrier in front of him to defend against it. The next second, he appeared above the dark demon evil god tiger. Little kitty, you should know, I'm not an ordinary person, aside from gods. There is no creature that can defeat me, not even Emperor Tian. After saying this, Shere Khan stepped down, and the dark demon evil god tiger felt as if a great mountain was pressing down on its head, leaving it no chance to resist as it was pinned to the ground. Shere Khan walked step by step towards the Titan giant ape, ignoring the dark demon evil god tiger. The dark demon evil god tiger felt its head becoming very heavy, its body completely out of control. It wanted to stand up but simply couldn't do so. Watching the dark demon evil god tiger, which had completely suppressed it earlier, being subdued by Shere Khan in one strike, the Titan giant ape realized that Shere Khan's strength was above the title Douluo level. If this person was a title Douluo, then Xiao Wu's identity would be exposed. Thinking of this, the Titan giant ape couldn't help but start to worry about Xiao Wu. Don't worry, I won't touch Xiao Wu for the time being. But you are different. After regaining its composure, the dark demon evil god tiger saw Shere Khan about to attack the Titan giant ape and directly used its tail to wrap around Shere Khan and fling him away. As Shere Khan landed, he looked at the dark demon evil god tiger that was still blocking him and simply swiped his finger across his chest, creating a deep wound on the Titan giant ape's body. Seeing that it could no longer stop Shere Khan, the dark demon evil god tiger gave up, and Shere Khan flashed to the side of the dark demon evil god tiger. Isn't it better to just be a quiet pet like before? The dark demon evil god tiger also recalled its experience from 3,000 years ago, when it was just a soul beast close to 10,000 years old. Because of its arrogance, it entered the core area and later encountered a 70,000-year tree demon. Just when it thought it was going to die, it was Shere Khan who stepped in and killed the tree demon, saving it. Since then, the dark demon evil god tiger had followed Shere Khan, absorbing soul rings from the 10,000-year soul beasts he killed. Even after he left the Stardoe forest and went to the sea, it still followed him. Chapter 52. The Useless Bear King. This continued until Shere Khan completed the soul rings for his second martial soul. After hearing Shere Khan's words, coupled with Shere Khan's absolutely suppressive strength, the dark demon evil god tiger laid down to the side, quietly watching. Seeing the dark demon evil god tiger's actions, Shere Khan recalled how it had always been the size of a kitten, which is why he didn't recognize it at first. Shere Khan raised his hand and unleashed a space slash towards the Titan giant ape. This strike aimed directly at its vital points. Just when the Titan giant ape thought it was about to die here, a figure blocked in front of it. Sensing the powerful aura from that figure, the Titan giant ape felt a surge of hope, while the dark demon evil god tiger immediately rushed in front of Shere Khan. Human, you have gone too far. After the attack from the current space-time, the middle-aged man with dragon horns released his aura towards space-time. The pressure emanating from him was enough to suppress the dark demon evil god tiger, rendering it unable to move. After all, despite having entered the realm of 100,000-year soul beasts for 1 or 2,000 years, it could not compare to an 800,000-year-old Emperor Tian. Watching the dark demon evil god tiger being pressured into a difficult position, space-time once again unleashed a slash. Emperor Tian, don't harm the innocent. Seeing the swiftly approaching attack, Emperor Tian was quite surprised. He actually sensed a hint of threat from that attack. Therefore, he no longer underestimated it. channeling his soul power into his hand to block the attack. However, even after blocking it, a wound was still open on his right hand. Although the wound wasn't very large, it had been a long time since Emperor Tian had been injured, especially by a human. With the pressure lifted, the dark demon, evil god, tiger, slowly stood up, gasping for breath. Was this the power of the first fierce beast? That slash could easily kill any titled Douluo. Yet Emperor Tian managed to withstand it with such a minor injury. But it didn't matter. Today, the Titan Great Ape had to die here. And even Emperor Tian could not stop it. Space-time walked step by step towards Emperor Tian. Has it passed? I don't think so. I haven't used my full strength. Watching Spacetime's relaxed demeanor, Emperor Tian first allowed the wound on his arm to heal before speaking. Your two martial soul rings have already been gathered. Why can't you just let him go? It seemed that many people knew about my extensive hunting of 100,000-year soul beasts back in the day. But even with a full soul ring, he still could not live. In the space, Orphamos and Orpheus watched the situation outside through their divine senses. This guy's strength is impressive, having reached 800,000 years of cultivation. To cultivate to this level shows great talent, and he carries the aura of the dragon god. The dragon god is revered by all dragonkind, and every dragon strives to cultivate towards the dragon god. Sensing the aura of the dragon god on Emperor Tian, they were naturally very excited. It would be even better if they could meet the dragon god. Thus, the two dragons continuously tried to communicate with Spacetime, wanted to go outside. But what was Spacetime doing now? Facing Emperor Tian, it would be strange for him to pay them any mind. Seeing that there was no need for discussion, Emperor Tian directly made his move. Although the Silver Dragon King told him not to easily interfere in the matters of the continent, he was truly itching to fight. With Emperor Tian's strength, there were not many who could match him. Only Bear Lord was willing to spar with him for fun, but when Emperor Tian fought Bear Lord, it felt unsatisfying. Even though Bear Lord's attacks were strong, they could not break through Emperor Tian's defenses. So, when Spacetime could break through his defenses, Emperor Tian was very pleased, as it meant that someone capable of fighting with him had appeared. Emperor Tian forcibly brought Spacetime to the sky above the core area of the Douluo forest, as fighting on the periphery would lead to many troubles. Suddenly arriving in the sky above the core area, Spacetime was still confused. Aren't we going to fight? Why did you bring me directly here? Are you planning to surround me with the other fierce beasts? Emperor Tian was already impatient. After transforming his arm into a dragon's form, he directly attacked. Facing Emperor Tian's attack, Spacetime merely formed a spatial barrier in front of himself, and the dragon claw only caused a slight ripple upon impact. Seeing that this strike missed, Emperor Tian appeared behind Spacetime and continued his assault. A disobedient child needs to be taught a lesson. After saying that, Spacetime directly took Emperor Tian's strike head-on, channeling soul power into his right hand and delivering a punch. Seeing this, Emperor Tian also channeled soul power into his right hand, intending to clash with Spacetime. When the two powerful energies collided, Emperor Tian was the first to be sent flying, crashing into several towering trees before finally stopping. Spacetime remained in place, maintaining his punching stance. After using soul power to shake off the trees on his body, Emperor Tian came to face Spacetime again, looking at his already injured right hand. He simply clenched his fist once more and engaged in battle with Spacetime again. The commotion from their fight woke Bear Lord, who had been sleeping. Which two idiots are fighting, making it impossible for me to sleep? Just wait until I deal with you. The Red King, who was also trying to rest, was similarly awakened and came to Bear Lord's side. Take me with you. What's wrong with wanting to have a good sleep? The two beasts appeared in the sky above the core area, and as soon as they arrived, they were struck by a wave of battle energy, sending them flying. Bear Lord was fine, only staggering a few steps before steadying himself, while the Red King, much weaker, slid back several meters before stopping. I want to see who it is. How can the residual wave be this strong? As a battle maniac, Bear Lord immediately joined the fray. Upon seeing that one of them was Emperor Tian, he directly targeted the other. Emperor Tian? Sorry, I can't defeat you, so I'll hit the other one instead. I don't believe I can't win. But the next second, Bear Lord was sent flying, treated like a kicked stray dog. Fortunately, Bear Lord had tough skin and flesh, so he only felt pain from the hit by Spacetime and sustained no serious injuries. If it had been the Red King, you would have been finished that night. Weren't you going in? Why are you out again? Who's fighting? Tell me. Seeing Bear Lord come out, the Red King curiously asked. At this moment, Bear Lord looked completely bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? Did I just get kicked out like a stray dog? But one of them seems to be Emperor Tion. I didn't see the other clearly. I don't believe it. Bear Lord charged in again, but was directly sent flying without even getting close. After being treated like a stray dog twice, Bear Lord was utterly enraged, pounding the ground in frustration to vent his anger. I refuse to accept this. I refuse to accept this. Just as he was about to rush up again, he was stopped by the Red King. All right, stop going in. Even if you go, you can't win, and you'll just take a beating for nothing. It's better to watch from here. By the way, one of them is Emperor Tion. Who's the other? They're so strong. Why haven't I heard of them? Chapter 53. The 7 great fierce beasts watching the two fight fiercely. Bear Lord still wanted to jump in, but the Red King held him back. Do you want to die? If you go, we'll be having human-style braised bear meat for dinner tonight. Moreover, you should consider your own strength. Even Emperor Tion is being pressured in the fight. If you go in, it's just a death wish. Hearing what the Red King said, Bear Lord felt it made sense. He was just a warrior, but not foolish enough to fight someone so ruthless. All right, let's go back. No matter what, Emperor Tion won't run into trouble. Even if he can't win, he can escape. The two beasts turned to leave, leaving Emperor Tion to take the beating. Emperor Tion hadn't had such a refreshing battle in a long time. The buried fighting spirit within him was instantly ignited, and he began to gradually find the feeling of battle. Ha ha, this is exhilarating. Despite being covered in various wounds from Spacetime's attacks, he did not stop. It had been many years since he had fought with such full strength, and he was afraid. Afraid that if he stopped now, he wouldn't have another chance. So he planned to enjoy the fight here before heading back. Spacetime noticed the change in Emperor Tion, but he remained calm. The power of space surrounded him, and every time he raised his hand, it unleashed one or more spatial slashes. Even when Emperor Tion's attacks came, Spacetime merely had to move his mind, and either Emperor Tion would appear far away, or his attacks would be blocked by an invisible barrier. Gradually, Emperor Tion began to adapt to Spacetime's spatial power, starting to evade the slashes based on his instincts. Spacetime was not surprised by this. It was expected that after not fighting for a long time, Emperor Tion would gradually regain his state and be able to react to the spatial slashes. An apex quasi-god like Emperor Tion would not put Spacetime in danger. However, Spacetime still maintained distance from Emperor Tion, watching him from afar. What's wrong? Aren't we continuing? Or are you scared? It's been a long time since Tion felt this kind of excitement. Battling with Xiong didn't really get him into the right state. As a result, when time and space paused and created distance between them, he felt a bit disappointed. They could keep fighting, but it felt meaningless to do so in this manner. How about they had a stake? A stake? It was the first time Tion heard such a thing. It's like we each take something out as a wager. Whoever loses has to give their item to the other. When time and space said this, Tion felt it was indeed interesting, so he agreed. Since you agreed, then take out something enticing. Let's play for bigger stakes. Tion thought for a moment and took out a strand of celestial grass from storage space to show time and space. This storage space had been obtained from a human soul master by one of his subordinate spirit beasts, and he had come over because he found it interesting. How about this? This is quite rare in your human world. After examining the celestial grass, time and space shook his head. This celestial grass was too ordinary. If it were someone else, they might agree, but time and space had many higher-grade celestial grasses in his storage space. You don't have anything valuable on you, do you? Tion took out several precious items, including a 100,000-year-old soul bone, but these were not enough to impress time and space. No, what are these things? Only that 100,000-year-old soul bone is worth a look. What is the rest? Rubbish? It's not that Tion's items were lacking. It's just that time and space had too high standards and looked down on them. Hearing time and space criticize his items, Tion put everything away and looked at time and space disdainfully. Why are you so picky? What is wrong with these things? You're even complaining about them? Then you should take out your items for me to see. I don't believe you can produce anything good. Time and space initially came with a playful attitude to spar with Tion, but now he changed his mind and wanted to play for bigger stakes. Thinking of the last remaining bottle of divine blood in his storage space, he took it out. How about this? The moment the divine blood of the angelic god appeared, a massive silver dragon in a certain space opened its eyes. At the same time, it communicated with Di Tian telepathically. Di Tian, there is something nearby that can heal my injuries. Bring it back for me. Hearing the words of the Silver Dragon King, Di Tian looked seriously at the bottle of golden blood in time and Space's hand and spoke. How about we call off the contest? I'll give you everything I have in exchange for that bottle of blood. Di Tian would go to great lengths to bring back what the Silver Dragon King needed. If this bottle of blood were to appear on an ordinary being, Di Tian would not hesitate to snatch it away. But now that it was in time and Space's hands, Di Tian knew from their earlier confrontation that it would be difficult to defeat time and space. So he wanted to make an exchange. No, as I said before, if you win, the item belongs to you. But you need to put up an equivalent item for the wager. Time and space played with a bottle of golden divine blood. But, judging by your strength, winning against me seems impossible. Here's the deal. I'll give you an hour to gather people. It doesn't matter who or how many. After hearing time and space's words, Di Tian immediately sent a message to his brothers and sisters, asking them to come over. Soon, a giant bear appeared in front of Di Tian, a three-headed demon dog engulfed in flames, and two women stepped out from the space behind Di Tian. The ground beneath them trembled as a towering tree shot up from among many others, with a spirit on top. The life lake in the core area of the Douluo forest reacted, and a bull-headed python spirit beast burst out of the water. Looking at the spirit beast before him, time and space became excited. Great! I didn't expect that I would have a chance to fight against these fierce beasts. The sky blue bull python, known as the king of the Douluo forest, ranked 10th among spirit beasts. The hell dragon Ziji, ranked 9th with 20 years of cultivation. And the three-headed red demon dog Chi Wong, ranked 8th with 300,000 years of cultivation. They are all here, including the 6th-ranked Bear King with 500,000 years of cultivation, the 5th-ranked Wan Yao Wong with 530,000 years of cultivation, and the 4th-ranked Bai Ji with 600,000 years of cultivation. Most importantly, their SU, the top-ranked Di Tian. The surrounding space trembled slightly due to time and space's excitement. I didn't expect 7 of the top 10 to show up. It would be even better if the remaining 3 came. Looking at time and space, Ziji beside Di Tian spoke. Is the item on him? A human can just take action directly. Bai Ji walked over Di Tian and saw his wounds, using her abilities to heal him. It shouldn't be that simple. Even Di Tian has been beaten to this extent, so this person's strength cannot be underestimated. It's better to be cautious. Chapter 54. Reluctant choice with Bai Ji's healing. Di Tian's wounds slowly recovered, and his gaze towards time and space also carried some caution. These wounds were difficult for him to heal. Bear King and Chi Wong had just returned when Di Tian called them over. They thought Di Tian had regained his state and was ready to defeat the opponent, but unexpectedly, he called them over to fight together. Given Di Tian's condition, it seemed they hadn't determined a winner yet. Was he trying to let them enjoy themselves too? Bear King was eager to try, ready to move at any moment, while Chi Wong, though not showing it, had flames burning on his body that indicated everything. Everyone, the reason I called you all over is to help me obtain that blood. That person needs it. Saying this, Di Tian pointed to the angelic divine blood in time and space's hand. Since it is that person's order, we naturally won refuse. Bear King let out a roar. His aura began to surge, and his size gradually increased, quickly reaching a height of 40 meters. Ziji and Bai Ji also revealed their true forms, showcasing their cultivation of 200,000 and 600,000 years, respectively. Di Tian, do you remember what I said before? Our stakes must be of equivalent value. Now it's your turn to take out your items. Di Tian revealed everything from his storage space. To time and space, many of these items seemed useless, as only that 100,000-year-old soul bone and the celestial grass were worth something. Seeing Di Tian take out these items, time and space shook his head. I've said it before, these items are far from enough. So, besides these, I want the Titan giant ape from the outskirts and 3 drops of your essence blood. Hearing about the Titan giant ape, the sky blue bull python was the first to disagree. No way. What strength do you humans have to set conditions? After saying this, the sky blue bull python charged towards time and space, gathering a powerful attack in its mouth. Time and Space unleashed a spatial slash directly towards the sky blue bull python, but DTon immediately moved in front of it to block the slash. Deming, retreat. The Titan giant ape is off limits. I can agree to everything else. Just the 3 drops of essence blood, in DTon's view, seemed insignificant. He could recover in a few decades, but the Titan giant ape was different. It had great potential for growth and could become a 200,000-year spirit beast in the future. That is not acceptable. Otherwise, we can talk face to face. Big brother, why waste your breath on him? Just a spit from each of us could drown him. We can just take action directly. The one Yao Wang below also agreed with Bear King's words. Exactly, if we join forces, even if you don't take action. Even the deep-sea demon whale king in the sea wouldn't be our opponent. Besides Ziji and Bai Ji, the others expressed their opinions. Finally, DTon interrupted them. All right, no need to say more. You're not his match, and I don't have 100% confidence in defeating him either. Only by joining forces do we have a slight chance. DTon turned to look at the sky blue bull python. I'm sorry, Deming. For the sake of that great one, I can only do this. If you really want to save Air Ming, then join us to defeat him. We agreed. And the wager is these. Let us begin. Seeing DTon agree, Time and Space clenched his 5 fingers. And the bottle of divine blood was bound by an invisible spatial force. Since that's the case, let's go. In an instant, Time and Space activated its first martial soul, with 4 black, 4 red, and 1 platinum soul rings appearing. The soul power around Time and Space surged. Although the aura was not as strong as when it fought against the angel god, it still exuded a sense of oppression that made both the demon spirit and the azure bull python feel pressured. To show respect, I will use all my strength against you. 6 long swords formed from space appeared behind me, and the soul power that had been used to conceal my wounds was withdrawn, revealing various wounds of different sizes on Time and Space's body. Looking at the wounds on Time and Space, Emperor Tian realized how deliberate his decision to call them all here was. Observing the wounds, Time and Space was heavily injured, yet it could still completely suppress him, seeming to not have used its full strength at that time. Can I really win? This question emerged in Emperor Tian's mind, but he quickly calmed down. Regardless, as long as it could help that person, he would spare no effort to return, even at the cost of his life. Emperor Tian's limbs instantly transformed into a dragon state, and simultaneously, wings sprouted from his back, his unique dragon might sweeping through everything around him. Many weak soul beasts disappeared as a result, and those that couldn't escape were frozen in place under this dragon might. People on the outskirts of the Douluo forest clearly felt a terrifying aura. Jizai and Zhuge followed Time and Space's orders to bring the Shrek group back to the academy. Zhu Zhuqing looked back at the Douluo forest with concern. I hope Master can come out soon. In the depths of the Douluo forest, thunderclouds rolled, and lightning wreaked havoc within. Senior sister, it's okay. Master's strength will definitely allow him to come out. Yin turned to Jizai and Zhuge, hoping they could say something to reassure Zhu Zhuqing. We know about Shidi's strength. There aren't too many who can threaten him. Lin Yi, listening to Jizai's words, began to speculate in his heart. Could it be that Time and Space's strength has already reached tidal Douluo? How can this be? They are all traversers. Why has his strength already reached tidal Douluo while I am still its Soul Master? Lin Yi frantically called out to the system in his mind. System, come out, hurry. Is there a way for me to quickly increase my soul power? Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong have already joined the Martial Soul Hall's camp. It's very difficult for me to obtain enough rewards from them now. Is there no other way? Ding, system detection in progress. Ding, detecting timeline chaos. Significant changes have occurred. Reassigning a route for the host. Ding, please choose from the following options. Option 1. Endure. Leave Shrek and develop your strength in the extreme north to secure a place for yourself in the future, gaining the rank of Soul Emperor and a title de law. Option 2. Assist. The host fortune is equally strong. Join a faction, and with your luck, lead that faction to secure a place in the future, rewarded with the rank of Soul Sage and the position of Elder in that faction. Option 3. Retreat. Hide in the mountains and forests, not participate in any conflicts, nor join any faction, rewarded with the rank of Soul Douluo. Looking at the 3 options in front of him, Lin Yi found it difficult to decide. Should he choose the first one? The power of time and space is even undetectable by the current system, no matter how much he develops. He cannot surpass the Martial Soul Hall in a short time. If he chooses the second one, he can only join the Martial Soul Hall. Option 3 was immediately ruled out by Lin Yi. What should he choose to have a glimmer of hope? Chapter 55, slightly enjoyed on time and space's side. A fierce battle had already begun with Emperor Tian and the others. The Demon Spirit, Red King, and Purple Princess understood their own weakness. So they assisted Emperor Tian and Xiong Jun in their attacks. Sky Tear Claw. Facing Xiong Jun's strike, a sword of space flew out from behind time and space, effortlessly neutralizing the attack with a single strike. The King of all demons controlled countless vines to surround time and space, while simultaneously, Bai Ji support arrived, enhancing the ferocity of the beasts. Emperor Tian extended his dragonized right hand, beginning to gather a domineering power. Time and space simply hovered in the air. One sword entangled Xiong Jun, another entangled the King of all demons, while another sword wrapped around the Demon Spirit, Purple Princess, and Azure Bull Python. The three heads of the Red King began to coalesce into a fireball, with a temperature so high that the surrounding trees ignited spontaneously. At the moment the Red King attacked, Emperor Tian also reached time and space's front, delivering a punch filled with domineering power to time and space's chest. But all that came back was a sound of shattering. Watching the space on time and space's chest shatter like a mirror, Emperor Tian punched again. But this time the power was far less than the previous punch. A space sword appeared in time and space's hand, and Emperor Tian instinctively felt a sense of crisis, quickly retreating, seeing time and space not blocking and slashing a sword forward. Watch your back. Hearing the Red King's warning, Emperor Tian hurriedly turned around, and the next moment, the scene before him changed, revealing time and space's figure. That sword accurately struck Emperor Tian's chest, and as Bai Ji arrived beside him to heal, she pulled him away from time and space. Sky Tear Claw. A voice from Xiong Jun came from the side, surprising time and space, but logically, Xiong Jun should still be entangled with his flying sword. Fortunately, time and space opened a spatial barrier in time. If hit by that, time and space could not withstand it. The right hand transformed into a fist, striking towards Xiong Jun's head, but branches wrapped around time and space, diminishing the power of the punch. The King of all demons had dozens of millennia-old plant-type soul beasts surrounding him, along with a 100,000-year-old bone tree demon. Not enough. Still not enough. Apart from Emperor Tian, none of you make me feel pressured. Is this really your strength? I am truly disappointed. Space cutting. A massive barrier surrounded everyone, with several slashes targeting the 10,000-year soul beasts and the tree demon. The King of all demons would not allow time and space to slaughter his subjects like this. He extended his branches to protect them, preventing them from being killed. King of all demons, if you truly care for them, let them leave. In a battle of this level, letting them participate is treating them as cannon fodder. After the King of all demons sent them away, his injured limbs rapidly healed. Everyone, do not hold back. You have seen his strength. We must go all out. As Emperor Tian's words fell, Xiong Jun and the others unleashed their full power. Seeing this scene, time and space finally felt a bit of pressure. Ha 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 ha. This is how it should be. Let me enjoy myself a bit more. Time and space moved. It was the first time he had moved, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of the Azure Bull Python. I forgot to tell you. The Titan Giant Ape has already been defeated. Once I return, the Dark Demon, Evil God Tiger will immediately absorb it, and then it will be your turn. Hearing time and space's words, the Azure Bull Python's pupils widened in shock, its face filled with disbelief. Anger elevated its strength to a new level. And time and space continued to provoke the Azure Bull Python. So you're angry now? Does the name Xiao Wu sound familiar? I've met her and know where she is. You dare. The Azure Bull Python, filled with rage, struck at time and space, who did not defend and was thus sent flying. The Azure Bull Python continued to pursue aggressively, and Emperor Tian and Xiong Jun immediately followed, attacking recklessly until they soon lost sight of each other in the dust. Daming, calm down. But at that moment, how could Daming possibly calm down? Being threatened so openly, especially by someone so significant. How could this anger be extinguished? When the dust settled, there was no sign of time and space, only the devastation left by the beast attacks. A slash instantly severed one of the horns of the azure bull python, causing a large amount of blood to flow out. Bai Ji was just about to go treat it when she felt something on her back. Are you still angry? Do you want me to help you cool down? Di Tian turned his head and saw Shikong sitting on Bai Ji's back, a sword pressed against her neck. Although Bai Ji had a cultivation of 600,000 years, she was not good at fighting. Her role was akin to that of a healer in the team. You're out. You can't make a move again, or I will get angry. The overwhelming pressure made it hard for Bai Ji to breathe as she slowly landed on the ground. That's right. Remember not to make a move. I'll be watching you. Shikong retracted his aura and floated in the air, while Bai Ji transformed back into her human form, collapsing onto the ground. When facing Shikong just now, she truly felt like she was going to die, with no resistance rising within her. There are still 7 left, who will be next. The aura Shikong exuded felt like an insurmountable mountain, and judging by Shikong's appearance, he was still in a wounded state. Next, Shikong only used 80% of his strength to deal with them. Afterward, except for Di Tian, all the fierce beasts were lying on the ground. At this moment, Shikong felt very relieved, although there was a dull ache in his chest. It seemed he had overdone it a bit. His injuries were starting to flare up. He coughed twice and looked at the blood on his hand. It seems the recovery, going well. Di Tian, you guys lost. So what do you think? Do you want to continue fighting? Just as Di Tian was about to make another move, a silver-white figure appeared before him, stopping him. Why are you here? Just give me a bit of time, and I'll bring things back to you. Di Tian hurriedly bowed, worry evident in his eyes. Why bully a group of kids? Your Excellency has lived for over 3,000 years, and your strength is something even I can't handle right now. The recent divine fall was caused by you. Wasn't it? The fluctuations from that battle were so great that they had awakened the Silver Dragon King. Shikong had nothing to hide and admitted it frankly. Well, there's nothing I can do. After all, he obstructed my plans. But I have to say, that battle was quite enjoyable, even if it was a bit painful. Saying this, Shikong pointed to a few of his deepest wounds. You didn't come here just to stop them, right? There's also this. Chapter 56, Harvest Time. He pointed to the blood of the angel god, as only something like that would attract the Silver Dragon King's attention. Originally, Shikong was here with a playful attitude, but the appearance of the Silver Dragon King made him take things more seriously. Although Shikong had strength far exceeding that of a second-level deity, the Silver Dragon King, as the avatar of the dragon god, might be above a first-level deity in his prime. Now both were heavily injured, even though Shikong had recovered somewhat. The Silver Dragon King's strength might still be above his. I wonder if I can have that item as a thank you. I will agree to one thing for you, no matter what it is. A piece of divine blood for a promise from the Silver Dragon King seemed like a deal that could not go wrong. No, asking for that promise seems useless. So let us extort a bit more. I can give it to you, but besides Di Tian's bets, you need to bring out those things as well. Shikong's suggestions seemed reasonable, but the hot-tempered Bear King couldn't hold back. Human, although you are strong, don't be too arrogant. Silence. As the Silver Dragon King spoke, all sounds around them ceased. Even the furious Bear King closed his mouth. My subordinate is a bit rough. Please don't mind. I agree to what you said. The Silver Dragon King naturally knew about their bets. Di Tian summoned the items he had, and he even forced out 3 drops of his essence blood, controlling them to send them before Shikong. Without hesitation, Shikong accepted them. After all, these were things he deserved. He looked at the Silver Dragon King. So what else can you offer? I'm not interested in your promise. How long will it take for the Silver Dragon King to respond? If we wait until then to play another round, I might forget, and that would be a huge loss. However, the Silver Dragon King produced something that Shikong did not expect, which gave him hope of becoming a deity. This item was unexpectedly obtained during that divine war back then. Today, I'll give it to you. After receiving the item, Shikong began to examine it, and the more he looked, the more he liked it. He really couldn't believe that such a thing existed in the Douluo continent. This is truly an unexpected gain. So this divine blood is yours. The Silver Dragon King did not hurry to take the angel goddess divine blood, but continued to ask, Can you tell me how you obtained this divine blood? Shikong, pleased with having obtained the item, simply said a few words. Of course, it was knocked down from a god. Where else could it come from? Did it fall from the sky? The Silver Dragon King thought that if there was divine blood, There must be other things as well. Although the other items might not be of great use, they were still divine items. Looking at the silver dragon, King's expression, Shirkong said, "No need to think further. It's just this divine blood. There are no other items." With Shirkong saying this, the silver dragon king took the divine blood and disappeared. Shirkong also needed to leave. Otherwise, certain individuals might start worrying. He finally looked at the azure bull python and vanished into the sky above the Stardow forest, returning to the small lake on the outskirts. The azure bull python knew what Shirkong intended to do, but just as it made a move, it was pressed to the ground by DTon's pressure. Daming, calm down. Even if you go, you're not his opponent. You might as well think about how to avenge Erming. The azure bull python suddenly lost all its strength and finally dove into the lake of life. After letting out a sigh, DTon turned to leave. It wasn't that he didn't want to save it, but he simply couldn't win, and he could only apologize to the azure bull python. After Shirkong returned, he saw the dark demon, evil tiger, still watching the titan giant ape, although it looked somewhat apprehensive. No way. A 10,000-year dark demon, evil tiger, is actually afraid? Upon hearing Shirkong's voice, the dark demon, evil tiger stood up, relieved to see that Shirkong had not sustained any injuries. "My lord, you have returned." Shirkong waved his hand. "No need to call me my lord. Just call me Shirshao." The dark demon, evil tiger, nodded humanely and then looked at the titan giant ape. Shirkong smiled slightly and approached the titan giant ape. "I'm sorry, I couldn't save you, so just rest in peace. Xiaomi, you can make your move now." The titan giant ape, having regained some strength, suddenly threw the dark demon, evil tiger aside and punched towards Shirkong. "Do you think I would believe you? He is DTon. He has an 80,000-year cultivation. How could he be defeated by a human like you?" Shirkong easily dodged the attack and stood on its massive arm, stubborn as ever. "Then let me make you understand." Shirkong took out a drop of DTon's essence blood, and the immense power caused the titan giant ape to freeze. This feeling was too familiar to it. Impossible. "Xiaomi, make your move." The dark demon, evil tiger, looked at the drop of essence blood in Shirkong's hand, remaining motionless. Its instincts urged it to seize the drop of essence blood, but it suppressed that urge deep down. Shirkong smiled slightly. "There's no need to be so anxious after you absorb the titan giant ape. This drop of essence blood will also be yours." After Shirkong finished speaking, the dark demon, evil tiger, immediately charged at the titan giant ape, directly resolving it before beginning to absorb its energy. Until death, the titan giant ape could not understand how Shirkong had defeated DTon. Shirkong watched the dark demon, evil tiger, frantically absorb the energy from the titan giant ape, feeling his own aura continuously grow, and nodded in satisfaction. With 2 more drops of essence blood left, Shirkong planned to give 1 drop to Douluo for her to absorb. After all, her aptitude was too poor, and if she didn't strengthen herself, it would be difficult for her to keep up with Zhu Zhuqing and the others later on. With a drop of essence blood left, Time and Space planned to keep it for himself to see where it might be useful in the future. He looked toward the direction of the spirit hall, uncertain of how Qian Daoliu's injuries were. Since that incident, Qian Rinxue had been frantically training, spending every day except for 6 hours of sleep and a glance at her grandfather's condition on cultivation. Only by reaching the god level sooner could her grandfather wake up earlier. In these days, Ning Fengji had been treating Qian Douluo while secretly inquiring about what had happened. However, the information he could gather was limited. He only heard of the sudden loud noise and the sounds of fighting coming from the offering hall, which soon stopped, followed by news of Qian Daoliu's injury. Could it be that Elder Shur was involved? But that wouldn't make sense. If he was involved, why would he still seek me to treat him? At that moment, the golden crocodile Douluo approached, and Ning Fengji ceased his thoughts, focusing on the treatment again. "Ning Zongzhu, I wonder how my elder brother is doing. The injuries of the great offering are severe. It's difficult for just me to handle. You might as well find more healing soul masters to assist." The golden crocodile Douluo shook his head and sighed. "No. The other healing soul masters have tried afterward and had no effect at all." Chapter 57. Lin Ye's choice after hearing the golden crocodile Douluo's words. Ning Fengji also wanted to inquire indirectly about what had happened. "I wonder if the second offering can tell me what happened for the great offering to be so severely injured." Ning Zongzhu. "It's not that I don't want to say, but Elder Shur has ordered us not to disclose it. Again, this Elder Shur. What kind of identity does he have to command the offering hall? A department that even the Pope might not be able to command. Understood. Then briefly talk about Elder Shur. I'm quite curious about him. The golden crocodile stood up and laughed heartily. Ning Zhongzhu, it's better not to inquire. After all, this might bring you unnecessary trouble. The identity of time and space remained mysterious, which piqued Ning Fengji's interest even more, making him strive harder to seek answers. After devouring the Titan Great Ape, the dark demon Evil God Tiger looked at the drop of Emperor Tion's essence blood in time and space's hand, eager to absorb it. Time and space handed over the blood and patted its massive head. You don't overdo it. The dark demon Evil God Tiger swallowed the Emperor Tion's essence blood in one gulp. Its powerful ability instantly tearing its skin and causing a lot of blood to flow out. It hadn't expected the blood of Emperor Tion to be so powerful that even it couldn't handle it. Just when the dark demon Evil God Tiger thought it was done for, a stronger force directly suppressed it. Riding on this force, the dark demon Evil God Tiger accelerated its absorption of the essence blood, no longer showing any slackness. Time and Space, who was helping the dark demon Evil God Tiger suppress the Emperor Tion's essence blood, looked at the wounds on its body and began to wonder if Douluo would explode and die upon absorbing it. After all, if even the dark demon Evil God Tiger couldn't withstand it, how could Douluo, who was only at level 45? Should I wait a bit longer to give it to her after she has gained some strength? At this moment, the dark demon Evil God Tiger stood up and nudged time and space with its head like a spoiled pet. Have you absorbed it already? So fast? Just now you were struggling, and now you're done? Truly the dark demon Evil God Tiger. No, it's just that the energy is too great. I've sealed it for now and will refine it slowly when I have time. TCH, I thought you refined it instantly. I didn't expect you only plan to absorb it slowly later, making me happy for nothing. Can you shrink your size, maybe to that of a cat? Upon hearing time and space's words, the dark demon Evil God Tiger slowly shrank down to the size of an adult cat, its color still pure black. And it hid the hooks on its tail. Looking at its appearance, time and space nodded in satisfaction, feeling quite good, and stepped forward to pick up the dark demon Evil God Tiger. Very good, little kitty. Let us go outside the Douluo forest to have a look. You have nothing to do here, and Emperor Tion might come back to trouble you. After all, when he came, you were also present. So let us go out to avoid the wind. After hearing this, the dark demon Evil God Tiger quietly lay in time and space's arms, slowly refining the essence blood while enjoying the moment. It also fulfilled a wish from its past life. It had always wanted to raise a cat, but unfortunately, it couldn't even take care of itself. So this cat transformed from the dark demon Evil God Tiger was just right. In fact, it was getting late, and it was time to go back. Little kitty, after leaving the Douluo forest, everything will follow my arrangements. You just need to be my pet. If you understand. Just meow once. The dark demon Evil God Tiger nodded and finally weakly meowed once. Wow, the strongest evil attribute soul beast. Never expected today to become someone else's pet, just like that, laying down my dignity. No, it's not a pet. I'm simply a gold master. The days ahead would get better. At that time, it would no longer have to worry about hunting and losing prey. Carrying the dark demon Evil God Tiger, time and space quickly disappeared into the Douluo forest and sped towards Shrek Academy, based on his feelings. Zhu Zhuqing was feeling restless in the luxurious carriage, always feeling that something might happen to time and space. Although time and space had revealed some of his strength to her before, his power had been greatly limited due to injuries in recent days. Ma Hongjun and Oscar were not as tense, looking at the luxurious carriage. They couldn't help but marvel, while Dai Mubai remained much quieter. Teacher C is really hiding his strength. This carriage looked worth a lot. It seems like the young masters are out to experience life. At this moment, Lin Yu was filled with reluctance. He had clearly crossed over but couldn't become the protagonist. He secretly vowed that once his power in the extreme north developed, he would dominate the continent to prove his strength. As a traverser, Lin Yi, with high aspirations, naturally could not submit to other forces. He wanted to be the leader of a force, to be a person of high authority. Lin Yi, I know you're unhappy about this soul-hunting failure, but it's unavoidable. Who would have known that 200,000-year soul beasts would appear on the outskirts? I hope teacher Zhao and the others will return soon. As soon as Tang San finished speaking, the carriage stopped and two figures approached, Zhao Wujing and Xiao Wu. Brother. Upon seeing Tang San, Xiao Wu rushed over impatiently, bursting into tears as her grievances erupted. Tang San patted Xiao Wu's back to comfort her, thinking she was frightened after falling behind. It's good that you're back safely. But Xiao Wu wasn't sad about that. It was about the Titan great ape. Seeing it lying there covered in injuries when she left, how could she not worry? She thought to herself that the Titan great ape was probably in grave danger now. Seeing Xiao Wu's appearance, Tang San sighed heavily. Teacher Zhao, it seems we can only wait a few days to find an opportunity to hunt a soul ring for Xiao Wu. Upon hearing about hunting a soul ring, Xiao Wu slowly came out of Tang San's arms and sat to the side. No need. I've already absorbed my third soul ring. When I fell behind, I encountered a soul beast that was severely injured due to the beast tide. No way. You were so lucky that you could pick up a bargain like that. Ma Hongjun exclaimed in disbelief. Hunting for a soul ring was fraught with various difficulties. They could hardly find one. Yet Xiao Wu just happened to fall behind and found her third soul ring. Really, people can be so infuriating. All right, fatty. Xiao Wu's condition isn't right. Say less. And it's good that she absorbed the soul ring. Dai Mubai punched Ma Hongjun, who was feeling jealous, to make him shut up. Teacher Zhao, did you see my master on the way? Faced with Zhu Zhuqing's inquiry, Zhao Wujia wanted to get an answer from him. Chapter 58. The Duel Before Departure. Zhao Wujia recalled that he had been tense just now, not paying much attention to the surroundings. He thought time and space had retreated with him. Unexpectedly, time and space had left the team, and it ran off just a few minutes after he left to find Xiao Wu. This was truly irresponsible towards the students. But seeing Ji Zhe and Zoj, Zhao Wujia didn't say anything else. After all, there were still two soul saints here. Not seeing him, I left immediately after finding Xiao Wu without paying attention. Zhu Zhuqing also lowered her head helplessly, feeling not very well. During this time together, time and space felt more like family to Zhu Zhuqing, like a big brother who cared for her deeply, which made her, who had not felt much warmth from family, somewhat get lost in it. She now just hoped that time and space would return soon. However, you don't need to worry too much. Teacher sure won't have any accidents. After all, he is very strong. Zhao Wujia looked at Zhu Zhuqing's expression and felt a bit at a loss, not knowing how to comfort her. So he could only say this. But this sentence did lift Zhu Zhuqing's mood a bit. That's right, the master is very strong and won't have accidents. Zhao Wujia went outside the carriage and asked Zoj, who was silently driving the carriage, do we really not need to wait for time and space? Maybe he's already come out. Zoj replied, but our task is to safely escort a few people back to Shrek. Other matters are not for us to consider. And you also said that time is very strong, so we are not worried. The strength displayed by time and space was indeed the strongest among all here. But there were currently 200,000-year soul beasts on the outskirts of the Stardow Forest. One of them was the legendary dark demon, Evil God Tiger, whose strength was even above that of the Titan giant ape. According to their speed, they would be able to reach Shrek by tomorrow afternoon. After returning to Shrek, they could go to the Wuhuan Temple's branch to find some people to search together. The rest of the journey was spent in silence until the evening when Zoj stopped the carriage in front of an inn. We'll rest here for a bit. We can reach Shrek by tomorrow afternoon. After speaking, Jize first took Zhu Zhuqing and the others to choose rooms. After inquiring about their opinions, he booked a top-class room for Zhu Zhuqing and the others, while their room was next door. You can go eat something first. Leave the rest to us. Jize came to Zhao Wujia and booked 2 medium rooms for Tang San and the others. But when he wanted to book one for Zhao Wujia, he was stopped. I can handle it myself. You go do your thing. Seeing Zhao Wujia say this, Jize went to sit at a table near Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Dugian, while Zoj went outside to patrol. At this time, Lin Yi also brought up the topic of parting with Tang San. Tang San, I have really enjoyed the time spent with you, but I have things I must do, so we might have to part ways today. Tang San paused for a moment as he had just finished ordering food upon hearing Lin Ye's words. Aren't you coming back with us to Shrek? After all, you haven't joined the academy yet, and with your qualifications, the academy's dean would definitely accept you. Lin Yi thought about the environment of Shrek and honestly didn't want to go. After all, it was truly a tough life there, and go to the Lamba Academy in Tiendo would be a bit better. I'm sorry, but I really have things I must do. However, we will have the chance to meet again. When we meet again, it will be as enemies. Lin Yi didn't expect such a situation. He clearly liked the character of Tang San so much. Why would he stand on the opposite side? The atmosphere at the table became a bit heavy, and Ma Hongjun didn't know what to say. Clearly, he should hate this person he had conflicts with. But why did he feel a bit reluctant upon hearing that he was leaving? Tang San was still trying to persuade Lin Yi, and Zhao Wujie also wanted someone so talented to stay in Shrek. But Lin Yi had already made a choice and couldn't join Shrek at all. At this moment, Lin Yi thought of the option from the system, which was to create his own force and carve out a place for himself in the continent. This meant that he could also avoid being enemies with Tang San later. I'm sorry, Tang San, I really can't stay. But we will still be the best of friends. Seeing that persuasion had failed, Tang San also knew that forcing it wouldn't work. So he said, then let's have a good meal together. What do you plan to take with you? Dishes were served one after another, and the aroma of the food filled the air, constantly stirring everyone's appetite, but no one moved their chopsticks. Tonight, the journey is long. It's better to set off early. So early? Aren't we waiting until tomorrow to leave? Lin Yi shook his head to indicate refusal. He also wanted to leave early tomorrow. But the system kept urging him to head to the extreme north, which was unavoidable. The meal was very silent, as everyone felt sad about Lin Yi's departure. Tang San wondered if he could have a match with him before he left. Lin Yi suddenly said this, causing Tang San, who was picking up food, to pause, and finally nod. After dinner, the two went outside the inn and stood facing each other. Looking at Tang San opposite him, Lin Yi felt a surge of excitement. Originally, he thought there would be many opportunities to spar with Tang San, but unexpectedly, this first time would also be the last time in these years. Lin Yi activated his martial soul and took his starting stance, saying, Lin Yi, martial soul, Howling Moon Wolf King, level 30 attack type Battle Soul Master. Upon seeing this, Tang San's expression became serious as he activated his martial soul. Tang San, martial soul, Blue Silvergrass, level 31 control type Battle Soul Master, please. After both were ready, Lin Yi concentrated fully, his figure moving rapidly, continuously approaching Tang San. His speed was not that of a level 30 Battle Soul Master. This was also due to Lin Yi's martial soul. The Howling Moon Wolf King possessed a speed faster than that of a typical attack type Battle Soul Master of the same level, but not as fast as a sensitivity type Battle Soul Master of the same level. Tang San didn't expect that Lin Yi, as an attack type, would have such speed. His hands wave in the air, constantly summoning blue silvergrass to obstruct Lin Yi's path. Lin Yi managed to dodge those he could avoid, and for those he couldn't, he just punched them away and continued to advance. At that moment, time and space also experienced the terror of Lin Yi's strength, such strong attack power, fast speed, and toughness in a martial soul truly made for a challenging opponent. When Lin Yi got close, Tang San used a Xian Yu hand and Ghost Shadow Mysterious Dance to engage with him. Watching the battle between Lin Yi and Tang San, Zhao Wujie recalled his battle with Ma Hongjun. It turned out that he had never used his full strength back then. Tang San continually used his skills to counter Lin Yi's offensive. First soul skill, Howling Wolf Claw. Chapter 59, Reversal. Lin Yi knew that his close combat ability was inferior to Tang San's, but he still wanted to try and see what the Tang Sect's ultimate skills were like. With this thought in mind, Lin Yi summoned a Phantom of the Wolf King from behind him, further increasing his speed. The first soul skill charged through and destroyed the blue-silver grass obstructing his path, reaching in front of Tang San. Upon seeing this, Tang San used blue-silver grass to grab a nearby building and, combined with Ghost Shadow Mysterious Dance, dodged the attack. First soul skill, Blue-Silver Bind. Several strands of blue-silver grass reached Lin Yi's side, directly wrapping him up like a dumpling. Tang San was very confident in his blue-silver grass. It was difficult for soul masters of the same level to break free, but he was facing Lin Yi, whose other attributes were much higher than those of a battle soul master of the same level. Despite not having absorbed his third soul skill to reach level 31, he still relied on his own strength to break free and charged again toward Tang San. In just a moment of distraction, Lin Yi returned to Tang San's front and punched him in the chest, the powerful force sending him flying. Before Tang San could catch his breath, Lin Ye's second wave of attacks followed closely. Tang San, having regained his senses, could only passively dodge while continuously using blue silvergrass to help himself move and find opportunities. Second soul skill, Howling Sky Reflecting Moon. An identical figure appeared beside Lin Yi, rushing towards Tang San at high speed. With this soul skill again, purple light flickered in Tang San's eyes. Lin Yi, who had activated his purple extreme demon eye, easily distinguished which was Lin Ye's true body. Second soul skill, Parasite. A large amount of blue-silver grass grew from Lin Yi's body, binding him. Lin Yi, you should just admit defeat. If this goes on, you'll get hurt. Even though he was bound, Lin Yi showed no signs of panic. Everything was as he had anticipated, but he remained vigilant against Tang San's third soul skill. From the perspective of the villain, if he knew the protagonist would obtain a powerful piece of equipment at a certain time, he would definitely try to stop it. Lin Yi speculated that Tang San's third soul skill was no longer the original web binding. It must have been changed to something else. The blue-silver grass binding Lin Yi this time was clearly much stronger than the previous time. Otherwise, he wouldn't still be struggling to break free. Tang San, the battle isn't over yet. Don't speak too soon. After exerting some effort to break free again, Lin Yi moved his hands and feet. I have to say, Tang San, your strength is truly impressive. You can utilize blue silvergrass to such an extent. At that moment, a gust of wind blew away the clouds in the sky, and the pure white moonlight illuminated ground. Tang San clearly sensed that Lin Yi was undergoing some changes under the moonlight, but he had no way of knowing what those changes were. He could only find out by testing it. Mysterious Jade Hand. Seeing Tang San use the mysterious Jade Hand, Lin Yi immediately rushed towards him, and this time his speed was noticeably increased. Was it only an increase in speed? Barely dodging an attack, Tang San continued. For the next punch, he crossed his arms in front of him, preparing to take the blow. No, it was not just speed. Even strength and soul power had significantly increased. It seemed that as long as he was illuminated by the moonlight, all attributes would be enhanced. Realizing this, Tang San proceeded with caution, avoiding any attacks he could. First soul skill, blue silver binding. Aware that this attack might be dodged, Tang San still chose to strike. And more blue silvergrass surged towards Lin Yi. Tang San was waiting. The wind couldn't be just a single gust. As long as the next gust came and covered the moon with clouds, he would have another opportunity. Lin Yi also understood Tang San's thoughts. If he didn't resolve Tang San after the enhancement ended, the one in danger would be himself. Therefore, Lin Yi unleashed his soul power and attacked with all his might. Watching the soul battle between the two, everyone was extremely tense. From the looks of it, they truly did not know who would lose and who would win. Xiao Ao, who do you think will win? Ma Hongjun asked with a sly smile as he approached Oscar. Well, it's really hard to tell. After all, these two are fighting fiercely, and as a support-type soul master, I can't see any clear path. You might as well ask Bai. Following Oscar's suggestion, Ma Hongjun quietly approached Dai Mubai and asked, Boss Dai, what do you think? What's wrong? Are you thinking of some bad idea? Dai Mubai's remark made Ma Hongjun awkwardly scratch his head and say shyly, well, seeing them fight so happily, it's like a game, and I can make some pocket money. Oscar pointed at Ma Hongjun and said, Fatty, Xiao San treats you well usually. How can you do such a thing behind his back? Exactly, Fatty, no matter what, you can't use your own people to make money. Didn't Teacher C give us some gold soul coins according to the agreement before? After Dai Mubai's comment, several people looked over, making Ma Hongjun feel a bit embarrassed. He turned his head and coughed twice, saying, Isn't it because my recent expenses have been a bit high? I'm worried my little savings can't hold up. So getting some pocket money shouldn't be a problem, right? 2 minutes later, Ma Hongjun lay on the ground, shedding tears of regret. If he had known it would turn out this way, he wouldn't have asked. This beating was truly frustrating. Fatty, let's not forget that Tang San is now our brother. No more thoughts like this in the future. If you run out of money, you can come to me, but if this happens again, just wait for it. The battle between Lin Yi and Tang San had entered a heated stage. Facing Lin Yi's attacks, Tang San continuously utilized his skills to dodge and counterattack. Perhaps because he was too nervous, Lin Yi's strikes became increasingly chaotic, almost turning into a flurry of wild punches. At that moment, a gust of wind blew in, but it quickly ended, and the moon was only half obscured. This relieved Lin Yi. Even though it was only half covered, there was still half of the moonlight visible. So he didn't need to panic for the time being. The rhythm of his attacks slowly returned, but Tang San felt somewhat uncomfortable, as no one knew when the next gust of wind would come. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before Tang San would be defeated by Lin Yi. While dealing with Lin Yi's attacks, he rapidly thought of countermeasures. But who was Tang San? The protagonist of Douluo continent, the favored child of the world's will in this era. How could the world's will, as a father, allow Tang San to lose? The next second, another gust of wind swept in, completely obscuring the moon with clouds, and the cloud cover was quite extensive. Even if another gust came, it wouldn't blow it away. The scales of victory began to tilt slowly towards Tang San. Chapter 60. Narrow defeat. After the moonlight was blocked, Lin Yi's advantage gradually disappeared, and when facing Tang San's attacks, he could only begin to defend. Lin Yi was unwilling. Why was it that he, someone who possessed a system, ended up in such a situation? Aren't the transmigrators in web novels usually kicking Tang San and taking beautiful women into their harems? Why couldn't he defeat Tang San? Lin Yi's emotions began to change, and his growing unwillingness made his attacks increasingly unpredictable, causing Tang San's hard-earned advantage to vanish. Tang San noticed the change in Lin Yi's eyes and was filled with questions. Clearly, the moonlight had been covered. As long as he followed the previous rhythm, he would definitely win. What was this change? After once again using his grappling hand to suppress Lin Yi, he quickly retreated to rethink his strategy. No, I must win. Lin Yi shouted in his heart. System. How much favorability is needed to upgrade the second soul skill? Ding. Calculating. Host favorability is 439. Upgrading the second soul skill requires 300 favorability. Do you wish to upgrade it? Ding. Detected that the host has another choice. Future favorability will no longer be generated. The system compensates the host with 439 to upgrade the first and second soul skills. Ding. Upgrade complete. First soul skill, overall damage increased by 10. Second soul skill. Mirror upgraded to 2. Exchange times unchanged, but will recover exchange times over time. Lin Yi quickly felt a wave of relief in his body. Looking at his hands, he clenched his fists. Come on, round 2. Let us give it our all. The Wolf King's phantom behind him howled toward the sky. Second soul skill. Howling sky, reflecting moon. Two figures emerged from beside Lin Yi, staring intently at Tang San. The original mirror images were like shadows, and the true body separated by a mirror, mimicking the true body's movements. Besides causing damage, they only served to confuse the opponent. However, the upgraded second soul skill not only added an additional mirror image, but also allowed it to act based on the true body's intentions. The three figures swiftly advanced in a coordinated manner, charging forward, and anything in their path would be smashed by Lin Yi's fists. Lin Yi approached Tang San and looked at him. I have to win at least once. Why can't that person be me? In Lin Yi's eyes, Tang San saw a burning fighting spirit. At that moment, he recalled what he had gained and lost over the years. He had been smooth sailing for many years, encountering almost no difficulties. After taking a punch from Lin Yi, Tang San spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, he was finally willing to use all his strength and skills to face this battle. After stabilizing his stance, a gust of wind blew, dispersing the dark clouds above. This was the second round, and also the final round. The end of the battle was not far away. The boosted Lin Yi and Tang San, who took out hidden weapons from his storage space, both looked at each other with full fighting intent. The battle began with a silent sleeve arrow from Tang San. Fortunately, Lin Yi was not very far from Tang San, and while dodging the hidden weapon, he returned to Tang San's front. However, as soon as they started fighting, Lin Yi found himself at a disadvantage. Faced with Tang San's Tang Sec skills and the continuous appearance of hidden weapons, Lin Yi could only rely on his defense to withstand them. The first soul skill, Howling Moon Wolf Claw. The Wolf King's phantom behind Lin Yi swiftly struck with a claw as Lin Yi moved, its power completely different from before. The blue-silver grass in front of it was like paper, easily torn apart with a light swipe. It should be noted that Tang San's blue-silver grass had been enhanced, capable of trapping soul masters of the same level. Those with slightly lower strength could not break free at all. This feeling, this passionate sensation, was truly intoxicating. Lin Yi was caught off guard and had a wound sliced on his arm, with red blood flowing down Tang San's arm. Seeing this, Xiao Wu called out worriedly, "Tang San, are you okay?" Tang San did not respond to Xiao Wu, but felt strange as he noticed the strands of red blood energy emanating from Lin Yi. This phenomenon seemed to have appeared when he fought Ma Hongjun as well. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the passive skill, Bloodthirsty. Bloodthirsty. After injuring the opponent, the smell of blood will stimulate the Howling Moon Wolf King's bloodlust, increasing speed and attack power. Description: blood is a stimulant in battle. The consequences of seeing blood are severe. Even though Lin Yi's strength had increased once again, after Tang San deployed higher techniques combined with Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track, the gap between the two was once again narrowed. The battle reached a fever pitch, with onlookers feeling their blood boil, wanting to jump in. As the fight approached its conclusion, both of them were injured, yet both were very happy. Tang San, let's determine the winner with this strike. That's exactly what I intend. The two, whose soul power was nearly exhausted, once again erupted with fighting intent. The first soul skill, Howling Moon Wolf Claw, 3 consecutive strikes. 2 phantoms beside Lin Yi performed the same action as him, simultaneously using the first soul skill. Tang San released all his remaining soul power to use his third soul skill, which he had not yet deployed in actual combat. The third soul skill, Blue-Silver Piercing. Dozens of blue-silver grass emerged from the ground, colliding with Lin Yi's first soul skill. Lin Yi's 2 phantoms shattered after just 1 second, but his main body, with the help of the phantoms, arrived in front of Tang San. The cost this time was significant. The 2 phantoms were destroyed, and Lin Yi's calf was pierced by the blue-silver grass. Tang San protected himself with his Xian Jade hand, and Lin Yi's attack struck against it, creating sparks. Seeing this, Lin Yi realized that he had completely lost. After the battle ended, Xiao Wu quickly rushed to Tang San's side, and Oscar prepared a recovery sausage for Tang San, which Lin Yi refused with a wave of his hand. "You're injured like this, and you're still picky." After forcefully stuffing the recovery sausage into Lin Yi's mouth, Oscar made 2 more. "Tang San, I'm very happy to have fought with you before leaving. I didn't expect it to be so enjoyable." Lin Yi's strength was formidable, but he was facing Tang San, the favored child of fortune in this era, who also had an additional third soul skill. If Lin Yi obtained a 3rd spirit ring and fought again, his chances of winning would be greater. But there are no ifs. Losing is losing. It means one's skills are inferior. "Lin Yi, thank you for letting me know what I have lost over these years." After Tang San said this, Lin Yi was unsure what had happened during the battle that made him recall something, so he could only nod and smile. At this moment, Tang San handed over something. It was the silent sleeve arrow he had worn on his arm. "I hope this can help you." Chapter 61. Robbed? After receiving the silent sleeve arrow from Tang San, Lin Yi expressed his gratitude. "This time you lost because you didn't have a 3rd soul skill. When our strengths are more equal, let's spar again." After making this agreement with Tang San and chatting for a bit, Lin Yi set off on his journey to the extreme north. Watching Lin Yi's departing figure, Tang San felt a bit worried. Why not wait for your injuries to heal before leaving? After Lin Yi disappeared from view, Tang San returned with everyone to the inn to rest. Lin Yi took one last glance in Tang San's direction, silently saying goodbye, and his soul power began to surge rapidly, soon reaching level 60. Even the soul ring system directly matched for Lin Yi. Now his strength had truly reached level 61, making him a genuine soul emperor. He was also the youngest soul emperor in the entire Douluo continent. At this moment, the dark demon Evil Tiger's body was recovering, and it rushed toward Shrek Academy under the cover of night. How does it feel to see so many human inventions facing the leap of 30 meters? Time and space recalled, it doesn't seem very useful. It shouldn't be any lethal weapons. Lin Yi nodded. Even as the dark demon Evil Tiger sped forward, he remained steady on its back. Those are all inventions made to help themselves. Of course, they have no lethality. As for real weapons, they're just knives, guns, and sticks. For a 10,000-year soul beast like you, they pose no threat at all. With a few jumps, the dark demon Evil Tiger appeared 100 meters away. Time and space finally realized the benefits of having a mount. It truly saved effort. However, time and space still liked to view the dark demon Evil Tiger as a pet, especially since he had previously enjoyed petting the young dark demon Evil Tiger, which was quite pleasant to the touch. At this moment, The dark demon, evil tiger, caught a scent and stopped. What's up? Is something wrong? The dark demon, evil tiger, crouched down to sniff, moving toward a certain direction. What is it? It smells good. Time and space also sniffed the air, seemingly agreeing, but then thought it might not be anything. Did you smell something wrong? I didn't catch anything. Ignoring time and space. The dark demon, evil tiger, continued moving forward and soon came across a village not far away, with some houses still emitting smoke. It's right ahead. As the dark demon, evil tiger, moved forward, time and space was startled and quickly stopped it. Are you really a tiger? Just going out like this? Do you want to scare them to death? Shrink down a bit. Saying this, he lightly punched the dark demon, evil tiger, but it really didn't hurt at all. The dark demon, evil tiger, slowly shrank in size to that of a cat and jumped onto time and space's shoulder. Seeing this, time and space led it toward the village, but as they got closer, they realized it looked more like a night market. And time and space expanded his spiritual power to find that it was quite close to many villages. As they passed a barbecue stall, the dark demon, evil tiger, scratched at time and space's shoulder, clearly indicating that it wanted to eat. At that moment, time and space felt a bit greedy and bought some barbecue from the barbecue vendor. Looking at the steaming hot meat, time and space had some mischievous thoughts. So he cut off a small piece of the scalding meat and handed it to the dark demon, evil god tiger. The tiger, being foolish, swallowed a whole. And the result was predictable. It immediately spat it out due to the heat. When time and space saw the tiger's resentful gaze, he thought to himself, how could this guy be so mean? How could he trick the tiger like this? In the end, time and space sat down at a restaurant, ordered a few dishes, and took out all the barbecue, dividing it into 2 portions with a small knife. He placed one portion in front of the dark demon, evil god tiger, and comfortably enjoyed the one in front of himself, having learned from the experience of being tricked by time and space. The dark demon, evil god tiger, used its wind attribute to cool down its piece of meat before starting to eat it in big bites. Both time and space and the dark demon, evil god tiger, were so focused on enjoying their food that they didn't expect someone would come to forcefully take it from them. Suddenly, a flash of a knife cut off a piece of the dark demon, evil god tiger's barbecue, which was exactly the part it hadn't eaten yet. Seeing that there was only a small piece of meat left, the dark demon, evil god tiger, looked up at time and space, as if it had already concluded that time and space was the culprit. At the same time, time and space turned to look at the dark demon, evil god tiger, and noticed that its meat was almost gone. Did it eat that quickly? The tiger jumped onto time and space's shoulder and started biting his hair while continuously complaining. The meat was clearly divided. Why did it still have to steal mine? If you want to eat, can't you just buy another portion? After pulling it down, he made it sit beside him. Who stole your meat? Don't accuse me, okay? The dark demon, evil god tiger, wanted to jump back onto time and space, but was caught by time and space midair. If it wasn't you, who else could it be? Everyone here is so weak. You're the strongest. If it were someone else, I would definitely have noticed immediately. I don't care. It was you who stole it. Give me back my meat quickly. Looking at the dark demon, evil god tiger's unreasonable expression, time and space had no choice but to take it back to buy another portion. Now is it good? If it gets stolen again, there won't be any left. The restaurant owner brought out the dishes, but after serving 2, he stopped bringing out more. Time and space clearly remembered ordering 5 or 6 dishes. So why were only 2 served, and then he started serving other customers? After calling the owner over, he directly inquired about the situation. What's going on? I clearly ordered 6 dishes. Why have you only brought 2? Seeing the 2 dishes on time and space's table, the owner said, Customer, if you want to eat for free, go to another place. This is a small business. I can't afford your nonsense. Your dishes were served a long time ago. This time I won't hold it against you. I still need to serve other customers. The owner tried to leave, but was pressed back into his seat by time and space's soul power. Feeling the weight on him, the owner panicked. Although he had some strength, he couldn't move it all under time and space's pressure. Customer, let's talk it out. No need to get physical. I can make you a few more dishes as compensation. At this point, time and space didn't care about anything else from the owner. He just wanted to know where the food had gone and why the owner was saying it was served. You don't need to make any more dishes. Just tell me where the food went. I don't want to be labeled as someone who eats for free. Time and space placed a hand on the owner's shoulder, smiling at him, while the dark demon, evil god tiger, also climbed onto time and space's shoulder to look at the owner. Chapter 62. The Battlefield of the Gods at this moment. People around were also looking over. The owner wanted to move, but was pressed down by time and space's soul power and couldn't move at all. Didn't you have a young man help you serve the dishes? The later dishes were all taken by a young man who came and asked if this dish was yours. I replied yes, and he said he was your brother and asked him to take the dishes over. I didn't suspect anything and just handed the dishes to him. Who knew they never made it to your table? Hearing the owner, time and space found it hard to believe he was lying. So he released him and said, "Point out who this kid is. I want to see who dared to rob me." Before the owner could speak, a young man sitting in the corner couldn't hold back anymore and ran out. "It's him. The one who took your dishes is that young man." When time and space saw the young man run out, he glanced at the dark demon, evil god tiger, and then released the owner. "Xiaomi, bring him back." Time and space returned to his seat. Such trivial matters were best left to Xiaomi. The owner, taking a breath, looked at time and space uncertainly and said, "Customer, how about I make you a couple more dishes as compensation?" Since the owner had already said that, time and space didn't refuse. After all, it was his mistake that caused time and space's loss, and this little compensation wasn't much. At that moment, time and space sensed a familiar aura and frowned. Although it was very faint, it made time and space tense up, and he began to search with his mental power. "No, this is impossible. It must be my illusion." Time and space started to convince himself, hoping that the aura he just sensed was just a figment of his imagination. As the owner brought out the dishes again, Xiaomi returned with the young man, and upon seeing the young man, the owner glared at him fiercely. "You dare come back? Do you know how much damage you caused me?" Unable to vent his anger on time and space, the owner could only unleash it on the young man. Xiaomi stood on the young man's shoulder, licking its forelimbs, and time and space keenly noticed that Xiaomi was injured. The young man looked at Xiaomi in fear, as if he had just experienced something terrifying and didn't even hear the owner's words. After sending the owner away, Xiaomi jumped back to time and space's side and lay down, continuing to lick its forelimbs. As the young man approached, the familiar aura grew stronger. And now time and space couldn't figure out what was going on. But no matter what, he had seen her die with his own eyes. Even if this aura appeared on the young man, it could only be residual power. After placing a plate of food in front of Xiaomi, time and space picked up a pair of chopsticks again. The previous pair had fallen during the confrontation with the owner and had gathered some dust. Facing time and space, the young man wanted to run away again, but his body was out of control. No matter how hard he tried, it was futile. "Who exactly are you? Is it really that serious just for serving a few plates of your food? You don't seem like an ordinary person." After eating a few bites, time and space lost his appetite due to the aura coming from the young man, so he put down the chopsticks. "Originally, I didn't want to hold this against you. You said that someone of my status shouldn't care about that little food. I just wanted you to apologize, and we could let it go. However, there's an aura about you that annoys me, making me very uncomfortable." Just then, as Xiaomi was savoring the food, it took a bite, thinking it was delicious, only to find it was a mouthful of grass. After spitting out the grass, it looked at time and space with a resentful expression. "Tell me, where did this power come from? Where did you get it?" A powerful pressure descended on the young man, forcing him to the ground. Instinctively, he used that power, and a strong divine aura clashed against time and space's pressure. But it quickly dissipated, and the young man was pressed down to the ground again. "Why? I clearly didn't do anything." At this moment, time and space had calmed down a bit, but his eyes still held hostility as he looked at the young man. "I'm just annoyed by that aura, so my dislike for you is incidental. Tell me how you obtained this power and where you got it." At this time, the young man only had a desire to live and directly recounted how he accidentally ended up in that place and obtained a drop of golden blood. Unfortunately, this place is exactly where the battle between time and space and the angel god is taking place. If what the youth said is true, then there might still be divine blood there. At that time, I should have pulled her into the space to fight, rather than choosing a random place. Since this youth can absorb it, then perhaps others can as well. Before going back, time and space began to think about how to deal with this youth. He definitely cannot live, so it can only be, "Xiaomi, this person is your snack now." The youth looked at the dark demon, evil god tiger, which was regaining its original form, in terror, and before he could let out a scream, he was devoured by the dark demon, evil god tiger. Time and space approached the dark demon, evil god tiger and pointed in a direction. This way, go at full speed. After hearing time and space's words, the dark demon evil god tiger used its wind attribute to move quickly, speeding towards that direction. The timeline of this world was becoming increasingly uncontrollable. If others found out about this divine battlefield, it would surely spark a bloody storm on the continent. Time and space liked to think of the worst-case scenario, as it was the only way he could come up with the safest solution. Damn it, I forgot to ask that guy when he gained his power. Xiaomi. A bit faster. The dark demon, evil god, tiger, maximized its speed, with the scenery rushing past in reverse, to reach the destination as quickly as possible. Any obstacles that appeared before them were destroyed by time and space. This place was not far from where time and space had just been. And coupled with the dark demon, evil god tiger's full sprint, they soon arrived at the battlefield. However, the situation before them was even worse than expected. From a distance, time and space saw that this place was brightly lit, clearly already discovered by others. The dark demon, evil god tiger, shrank in size and landed on time and space's shoulder to regain its strength. Observing the scene ahead, while time and space teleported above the divine battlefield. This area had already been occupied by many forces, and some civilian soul masters who tried to enter were blocked outside. A quick glance revealed several familiar forces: the Spirit Hall, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, and all the major sects except for the Haotian sect had come. Among them, time and space also saw disciples dressed in different force uniforms gathering together, clearly a coalition of several weaker forces trying to share in the spoils. Time and space directly descended into the Spirit Hall's encampment, and upon seeing the sudden appearance of a stranger, the surrounding Spirit Hall guards immediately surrounded him. Spirit Hall encampment. Leave quickly. Chapter 63. Remnant Souls. Time and Space took out his Eternal Life token and showed it to the Spirit Hall guards. I now announce that this encampment is under my full control. Take me to see the person in charge here. I want to understand the current situation. Upon seeing the Elder Token in Time and Space's hand, the Spirit Hall guards immediately expressed deep respect towards him and took him to meet the person in charge. He did not expect that the person in charge of the Spirit Hall this time would be someone he knew, the Porcupine Douluo who had previously protected Qianren Xue. Upon seeing Time and Space enter, the Porcupine Douluo did not hide his disdain for Time and Space. However, Time and Space did not care about this and directly went to look at the map they had drawn in the sand. Feeling ignored, the Porcupine Douluo, who had never had a good impression of Time and Space, immediately questioned him, disregarding Time and Space's identity. What are you doing here? I am in charge here now. Get out immediately. Ignoring the Porcupine Douluo, Time and Space looked at a guard and asked him to come over and explain the current situation. The guard, seeing that Time and Space was calling him, hurried over and began to report. Currently, there are about 9 forces gathered here, for small forces formed by other forces. But the strength they have stationed here is not strong. Only our title Douluo has come. According to the information we have received, the Bone Douluo of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is on the way, and although the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon did not send a title Douluo, there are 2 Soul Douluo and 2 more on the way. Just as the guard was about to continue reporting, he was interrupted by the Porcupine Douluo. All right, you go out now. I need to talk to Elder Time. Not daring to disobey the Porcupine Douluo's orders, the guard moved cautiously toward the door. The moment you step out of this tent, your life will no longer be in your hands. Come back and continue reporting. The guard was now in a dilemma, caught between the Porcupine Douluo and Time and Space, both holding their respective authority. He felt extremely unlucky for encountering such a situation today. I said go out. The Porcupine Douluo's mood was at the breaking point, and his soul power even began to become unstable. Feeling the heavy pressure on him, the guard wanted to quickly leave this place. If he didn't leave soon, he would really die here. Porcupine, be quiet. You don't need to interfere in this matter. If you don't leave now, I will take charge of the Spirit Hall. Leave this to me. As he spoke, Time and Space pointed at the Porcupine Douluo, commanding him to leave, and his overwhelming soul power pressed down on the Porcupine Douluo, causing him to falter and half kneel on the ground. You need to understand that it was the second elder who sent me here. If the second elder finds out, before he could finish, the pressure on him suddenly intensified, beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. Despite trying his best to resist, It was futile. Second Elder? Even if the Great Elder is awake now, do you think he would dare to speak to me like this? Continue reporting, and take the porcupine Douluo back to rest. Wait until tomorrow to ask him to leave the spirit hall. The surrounding guards, having witnessed time and space's strength, no longer dare to defy him. After all, in the Douluo continent, the one with the strongest strength is the boss. Listening to the reports around him, time and space's previously furrowed brows slowly relaxed. Fortunately, it was still early enough for others to discover this place. A group of ants still fantasizing about finding opportunities on the battlefield of the gods. It was clear that one person in the spirit hall could not monopolize this place. If someone truly monopolized it, it would provoke hostility from many forces. Even if the spirit hall were powerful, being alone would not allow them to face the siege of numerous forces, just like a pride of lions is strong. But a single lion must avoid wolf packs. This is without considering time and space. With time and space's strength, he could completely help the spirit hall take control of this place. They clearly didn't know what was specifically here. Otherwise, they would have fought long ago. To share in this bounty, one must have sufficient strength. If you lack strength, what are you trying to seize? Relay to all the forces here that they must withdraw before tomorrow morning, or they will die. The guard who received time and space's order immediately went to find someone to convey the message. After ensuring everyone left, time and space sat down on a chair to rest, with Xiao Mi lying on his body. Are all you humans like this? Fighting over something. Aren't you spirit beasts the same? Willing to go to any lengths to become stronger. All beings are the same in this regard. Back in his room, the porcupine Douluo grew more and more furious, but he felt helpless. He was outmatched, but he never expected to be directly crushed by time and space. How could he be so strong? Why? The porcupine Douluo swept everything off the table onto the floor, venting his anger, throwing every item in his sight with force. Want revenge? I can help you. As long as you help me restore my power and strength, I will give you the power to defeat time and space. The porcupine Douluo looked around, but saw nothing. Who is speaking? Show yourself. A golden light drilled into the porcupine Douluo's chest, and a female voice echoed in his mind. My name is Angel God. It's a pity I was defeated by time and space. Upon hearing the angel god, the porcupine Douluo's eyes began to glow with fervor. He was loyal to Qin Douluo and naturally held great respect for the angel god. But he quickly realized, if she really is the angel god, why is she here? I was also careless. If it weren't for the suppression from the lower realm that prevented me from exerting my full strength, time and space would not be my opponent at all. And I have not completely lost. If it weren't for those two damned dragons, time and space would have long been dead under my sword. But the time and space still do not believe what the angel god said. How will you prove that you are the angel god and not an imposter? Can't defeat time and space. So now you can't defeat me? The powerful spiritual force of the angel god exploded in the mind of the porcupine Douluo. A mere mortal dares to question me. Tell me, do you agree or not? At this moment, the porcupine Douluo was already dizzy, and he could barely see the things in front of him. But thinking of the high-end mighty demeanor of time and space, the porcupine Douluo couldn't swallow that breath and agreed to the angel god without hesitation. Very well. Now go help me find the celestial herb that is beneficial to the soul. Help me recover. Can you tell me how time and space defeated you? This will also give me an understanding of his power. The angel god thought for a moment and replied, very strong, even though I was suppressed by the next level. The opponent's extreme Douluo could easily defeat me, but the power of time and space has reached a new realm, surpassing the extreme Douluo. If he hadn't brought me outside to fight and shattered a small part of my soul and spiritual power, I would have long since dissipated from the world. But where can I find you a celestial herb? Such things are hard to find at first glance. Chapter 64. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School withdraws. The name celestial herb was something the porcupine Douluo had never even heard of, let alone seen. We need to leave here as soon as possible. Get a little further away from time and space. If he finds out I'm still alive, he will do whatever it takes to deal with me. Even you might be implicated. The reason for saying this is that the angel god is now just a remnant soul, and coupled with the stagnation of time, is already very weak. The divine soul is currently extremely unstable, with a risk of being discovered by time and space. On the other side, various forces in the divine battleland received a message from the Wuhuan Hall envoy. They did not feel afraid, but were very excited. The Wuhuan Hall is so eager to drive them away, which proves that there are indeed valuable things here. They might also want to intimidate them to leave so that they can monopolize this place. However, they were only half right. Time and space indeed wanted to monopolize this place, as the land here had absorbed a large amount of divine blood, which might become a next good place like the ice and fire yin-yang-I. As for intimidation, sorry, time and space are serious. If there are still those who haven't left before morning, he wouldn't mind personally sending them away. However, several forces still became timid and discussed, leaving this place of disputes together, all under the coverage of time and space's spiritual power. For the departing forces, time and space did not care. He was only concerned about those who did not leave. It seems I have to return a little later. I wonder where they have gone. Xiaomi stretched lazily and slowly walked out of the tent. It was really too boring here. Time and space were not worried. The strength of the dark demon, evil god tiger, was equivalent to a 95th level title Douluo. Even the porcupine Douluo was not its opponent, so it could run however it wanted, as long as it didn't randomly eat people. Time and space were still worried about Zhu Zhuqing and the others, and began to write a letter, then called a guard over to hand him the letter and asked him to deliver it to Shrek in Soto City within 2 days. Remember, do not mention the name of the Wuhuan Hall, and do not let them know you are from the Wuhuan Hall. Time quickly reached morning. Time and space brought Xiaomi to hover above the divine battleland, overlooking the people below. Seeing how united they were, it seemed they had reached some kind of agreement, realizing that facing the Wuhuan Hall alone had no chance of winning. So they united. But no matter how many ants there are still ants. However, time and space noticed that several soul masters with considerable strength were rushing towards this side. While the guards of the Wuhuan Hall reported that the reinforcements originally meant to arrive here were blocked by an unknown force. The entire army was wiped out, and even the leading soul Douluo died tragically there. This was an agreement to deal with the Wuhuan Hall, and during this time, reinforcements from other forces had arrived. But what surprised time and space was that the person from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was Bon Douluo Gu Rong. He did not recognize the others. Elder Gu, long time no see. As soon as the Bon Douluo arrived and stood firm, he sensed something was wrong. Why did the aura here feel so familiar? As if he had encountered it somewhere before? Gu Rong, you may not know the situation since you just arrived. I'll give you a chance to leave, or else you will die. Gu Rong was still pondering where he had encountered this aura when he recalled the transaction he had with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. The vial of golden blood he gave was exactly the same as the aura emanating from here. That vial of golden blood, Gu Rong and Jian Chun had not dared to touch because they felt the power of that blood. Upon careful investigation, Gu Rong discovered that the aura was everywhere here, and it was very strong, with a wide range, as if someone had sprinkled it around. And Gu Rong had an instinct telling him to leave quickly. Gu Rong gave one last warning. He initially thought he had found a good place to enhance the overall strength of his sect, but unexpectedly, they encountered something even their title Douluo did not dare to absorb easily. Retreat. He immediately issued a retreat order to the people of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. After watching the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School leave, time and space turned to look at the other forces. Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, the 3 lower sects, and several first and second-rate forces. Didn't I warn you yesterday? Do you still dare to stay here? Moreover, what I just gave was not only an opportunity for Gu Rong, but also for you, yet you did not seize it. Hearing the tone of time and space, some hot-tempered individuals immediately began to curse. Don't think that just because you are from the Wuhuan Hall we are afraid of you. There are so many of us. Why should we fear a piece of trash? Exactly, don't think that just because you can fly you are impressive. We have several soul Douluos here, and our reinforcements have arrived, while your Wuhuan Hall's reinforcements have not even come, so we are not afraid of you at all. That's right, brothers, go on, kill them. This place is ours now. Watching the people charge towards the Wuhuan Hall, and some rushing towards him, time and space wave his hand, and the combat personnel from the Wuhuan Hall activated their martial souls and charged up. Don't be fooled by the small number of people on the Wuhuan Hall side. Their overall strength is generally higher than that of the other forces, so it is currently a stalemate. Both sides' high-end combat powers did not engage. Time and space was not in a hurry to act, as the opponents were unclear about his strength, assuming he was a soul Douluo. What they feared was the porcupine Douluo. However, under the suggestion of the angel god, the porcupine Douluo had left the camp and returned to the Wuhuan Hall last night. Stubborn and unyielding. At the moment when a member of the Wuhuan Hall was about to lose his life, Xiaomi, who was perched on time and space's shoulder, suddenly vanished, and when she reappeared, her claws were stained with blood. The member of the Wuhuan Hall looked at the body in front of him, which had suddenly lost its head, with a face full of disbelief. Once there is a casualty on the Wuhuan Hall's side, Xiaomi will intervene to resolve it. Moving at incredible speed, even the opposing Douluo could not see clearly. Damn it, what's going on? Clearly, we have more people than the Wuhuan Hall. Why are we losing more and more? Seeing this situation, they were helpless. At this moment, one person spoke up. You Chun, you go, don't hold back. The person who spoke was the strongest among them, an elder from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Station here, an 88th level soul, duh. Yu Cheng was a soul sage under him. The current battlefield was filled with soul emperors and below, with no soul sages and above participating. Seeing the soul sage from the opposing side make a move, a middle-aged man stepped forward behind time and space. Elder, sure, I request a fight. I will definitely be able to handle him. Time and space nodded and continued to watch. Shi Quan stepped forward, 7 soul rings appeared, and a gigantic figure made of stone emerged behind him. Shi Quan's martial soul was very unique, entirely made of rock, with strong defense and high attack power. But it was just too slow to move. Chapter 65. Mysterious Forces. Several soul saints gathered, and at this moment, the elder of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex confirmed that the was not present. With the Tundo absent, there was just that one little brat on the other side. They decided to take him down together. With that, everyone moved despite their many doubts. The most important thing was to resolve the time-space issue and control this area. They all put an extra effort to eliminate him before the support from the Spirit Hall arrived. Did they not know that the Spirit Hall support had been annihilated? Could it be that another group had intervened? Just as several people attacked the time-space, a massive figure blocked their path, glaring fiercely at them. Who were you just now talking about eliminating? The enormous figure made them feel anxious. And the knowledgeable quickly recognized that the soul beast before them was the legendary Dark Devil God Tiger. How could this be? How could the Dark Devil God Tiger appear here? One man trembled and looked at the time-space. Could it be you? As a human, how can you collude with soul beasts? You are a disgrace to humanity. Before he could say more, he was bitten in half by Xiaomi. What gives you the right to shout in front of the master? They had no strength to contend with Xiaomi and only wished to escape, fleeing in a panic. Take them all down, leave none behind. This scene stunned even the Spirit Hall members. They never expected their elder could control the Dark Devil God Tiger to fight for them. They began to worry about being silenced. As if this matter leaked, the time-space would be finished, and there might be no place for him on the entire continent. In just a minute, Xiaomi had taken down all those attempting to flee. Now, Xiaomi's eyes were blood red, clearly already intoxicated. Time-space approached it and softly said, "All done. Move a bit faster. We have new matters to attend to." Time-space voice brought back some of Xiaomi's rationality, and it began to surround the remaining enemies, with each attack claiming the lives of several soul masters. The members of the Spirit Hall, fearing friendly fire, hurriedly withdrew from the battlefield, afraid that Xiaomi would go berserk and kill them too. They hadn't thought that time-space could control the legendary soul beast, the Dark Devil God Tiger, a soul beast that many people might never encounter in their lifetime. But time-space not only encountered it, but also subdued it. Facing Xiaomi's onslaught, they panicked and fled in all directions, but an invisible wall blocked their path. How could this happen? I don't want to die. Please, spare us, I beg you. Constant wails, and please fill the air, while others cursed time-space, questioning why he would collude with soul beasts. But time-space ignored all of this and turned to the Spirit Hall members, saying, "Everything that happened here stays with you. If anyone leaks a word, your consequences will be worse than theirs." Many felt a chilling fear, sweat pouring from their foreheads, and they frantically nodded, indicating they would not speak a word. In fact, time-space had considered eliminating everyone here, but that would complicate matters later. He could only pray that no one would reveal this incident. Soon, Xiaomi stopped its actions. It had dealt with all targets, and now its body was splattered with blood, its eyes glaring red. Without hesitation, it charged at time-space. Is this the bloodlust? After skillfully dodging Xiaomi's attack, Timespace instructed the Spirit Hall members to retreat. They were too close and would affect his performance. It seems necessary to help you regain your senses. Timespace punched Xiaomi in the abdomen, sending it flying. The intense pain brought Xiaomi back to its senses, but it was quickly replaced by violent rage, charging again at Timespace, gathering a ball of lightning filled with destructive energy in the air. Next came a series of relentless lightning ball attacks, and Timespace merely created a spatial barrier in front of him for defense. Taking advantage of the smoke, Xiaomi closed in on Timespace, using wind powers to move rapidly and create several afterimages. Timespace swiftly waved one hand in the air, and a wound appeared on the dark devil god tiger. Though it was not deep, blood poured out continuously. Even so, Xiaomi did not stop its assault. Its mind was filled with a single voice: kill, kill, eliminate them all. A series of ineffective slashes struck Xiaomi, but it felt nothing, instead becoming even more frenzied. It seems I can't hold back anymore. In the blink of an eye, Timespace vanished from his spot and appeared above Xiaomi, his spirit power enveloping his fist and striking its head. The powerful force knocked the dark devil god tiger to the ground, unable to rise for a long time. After that punch, Timespace did not act further, simply watching. Any sign of Xiaomi wanting to attack again would receive another punch. 10 minutes later, Xiaomi woke from its stupor, feeling as if its head would explode. What happened? Why does my head hurt so much? Did you hit me again? Timespace retracted his fist and nodded, saying, you went berserk and even attacked me. Do you want a few more punches to clear your head and help you remember? Upon hearing that it had attacked Timespace, Xiaomi immediately retorted, how could that be? How could I ever attack you, my master? Timespace shook his head. But you did just that. I'm not going to argue with you now. Just rest. After Xiaomi fainted, Timespace instructed the others to begin cleaning the battlefield, allowing each person to take 2 gold soul coins, with the rest to be surrendered. 2 gold soul coins were quite a lot for them. Many had been in the Spirit Hall for so long without saving up 2 gold soul coins. The guards of the Spirit Hall were even happier upon hearing this news. However, there was much to clean up, and most of it was corpses, making it difficult to handle. Timespace said, just pile them together and let the fire attribute soul masters burn them. Following Timespace's suggestion, the battlefield was soon cleared. It was time for him to leave, as there were still matters he needed to investigate himself. After sealing this place with his own power, Timespace and Xiaomi, along with the other Spirit Hall members, set off in 2 directions. Each of them earned 2 gold soul coins and were now very happy, completely unconcerned about their surroundings. Not far away, in a grove. Elder 7, should we take action to capture them? Not in a hurry, let's wait a bit. That youth and the dark devil god tiger are tough opponents. We'll strike after he leaves. Chapter 66, More Transcenders? This group quietly followed behind the Spirit Hall team, and about half an hour later, the one called Elder 7 ordered, go swift battle. Facing the sudden attack of this group, even with Soul Douluo in their ranks, the Spirit Hall was no match. Elder 7 easily killed the Spirit Hall's Soul Douluo with just 2 moves. Subsequently, he dispatched the others with a single strike each, and the Spirit Hall members looked on in terror at their abilities. Before they could say anything, they were all annihilated. The entire battle was very short, almost a crushing defeat. The Spirit Hall members had no chance to resist. Elder 7, I've checked, they're all dead. Elder 7 nodded and said, let's go. We can't let the Spirit Hall discover us. We'll come back for more later. Soon, this group vanished into the night. Timespace, meanwhile, was leading Xiaomi to investigate the location where the Spirit Hall support team had been wiped out, hoping to find some clues. If it wasn't those people attacking midway, then who was it? Only a few forces could annihilate such a team, but even if they had 10 times the courage, they wouldn't dare to do so. Soon, Time and Space arrived at the location. After showing his longevity token, he was taken to assess the situation. This matter was originally meant to be investigated. After all, the Spirit Hall is not a soft target. To have a team wiped out without a word would truly be disgraceful. After examining all the bodies, Time and Space deduced which faction was responsible. The changes were indeed significant. What were you all doing out so early? Was it for revenge or to save someone? Many in the Spirit Hall are volunteers, either commoners or nobles, so the Spirit Hall also provides compensation for the families of the fallen. You were unfortunate, but fortunately, The spirit hall will provide some compensation for your family. After leaving, time and space did not return to Shrek. Instead, he headed towards the spirit hall with Xiaomi because he needed to personally discuss this with Bibi Dong and the golden crocodile Douluo. After walking a short distance with Xiaomi, time and space stopped and placed Xiaomi on the ground, smiling at it. The helpless Xiaomi could only revert to its original form and continue moving forward with time and space. I'm really impressed with you. In your human world, people like you are called the Old Six. Xiaomi's comments surprised time and space. He didn't expect it to know the term Old Six. He recalled that such a term didn't seem to exist in the Douluo continent. Who did you hear it from to know the term Old Six? Xiaomi continued walking while speaking. I not only know Old Six, but I also know that you humans refer to a chicken as Kun, though I'm not sure why you say that. Well, it seems a traveler has arrived and is spreading this knowledge with the dark demon evil god tiger. So tell me, who taught you this? I'm quite curious about that person. The dark demon evil god tiger seemed to be pondering. Perhaps it was a long time ago. And recalling it took extra time, but time and space wasn't in a hurry. As long as it remembered, that was enough. I remember it was 2,000 years ago when a rapidly growing human-faced demon spider appeared in the Stardew forest. It should have the ability to devour. Just like me. In just 2,000 years, it went from a 5,000-year limit to a 100,000-year limit and even took human form 25 years ago, entering your human society. I don't know what it's like now. Things are getting interesting. I just wonder what the strength of this traveler is like. In that case, let's head back to the spirit hall. After informing Bibi Dong and the others, we should return to Shrek. Time and space, who knows that he is not the only traveler in this world, felt no panic. No matter how powerful they are, in his eyes, they are still ants. Tell me more about what else you know. Let me listen. Maybe there's something that interests me. Time and space had been wandering the continent for 3,000 years, only knowing some basic situations, and he had little knowledge of the changes in the spirit beast world. At this moment, time and space thought he knew of two travelers. Could there also be reincarnators? Along the way, Xiaomi shared with time and space the changes in the spirit beast world over the past 3,000 years and some matters from the human world that he knew. However, apart from the first one, time and space didn't hear anything particularly noteworthy. Just then, news of a calamity came from the spirit hall. Qianoli's injuries had worsened to the point where numerous healing spirit masters could no longer contain them. Upon hearing the news, Qian Rinxue immediately ended her training and followed the golden crocodile Douluo. Upon arrival, Ning Fengji was working with several healing spirit masters to suppress the worsening injuries, but they could only slow them down. As long as anyone stopped, Qian Douluo would be in immediate danger. Watching her grandfather's condition, Qian Rinxue felt utterly devastated. Why? Why is this happening? Wasn't he fine yesterday? Grandfather Golden Crocodile. What should I do? Is there any way to save my grandfather? There must be a way, right? Qian Rinxue's voice was choked with tears as they streamed down her cheeks and fell onto the floor. Other elders also came over. Bibi Dong arrived after hearing the news to check on the situation, but she came to see Qian Daoliu's tragic condition. Everyone, use your soul power to help suppress the injuries of the Grand Elder. Give us some time to rest. Since Qian Daoliu's injuries erupted, Ning Fengji and a group of healing spirit masters had not stopped for a moment. At this point, their soul power had been over half consumed, and they were utterly exhausted. Hearing Ning Fengji's words, the golden crocodile Douluo and the elders manipulated their soul power to suppress Qian Daoliu's injuries, allowing them a brief moment to catch their breath. Go, find more healing spirit masters, no matter what level they are. More importantly, find time and space. You must have a solution. Upon hearing the name time and space, Qian Rinxue seemed to see hope and rushed out. The porcupine Douluo, hiding nearby, asked the angel god in his heart, "Can this really work?" Don't worry. With your strength, you can suppress the injuries. Once time and space returns, it's not impossible. As long as I catch him at the moment he helps Qian Daoliu recover, I can severely injure him. But the porcupine Douluo wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by the angel god. Don't you want to take revenge on time and space? He made you feel so humiliated. Don't you really want to retaliate? The angel god's voice seemed to have a magical power, gradually amplifying the porcupine Douluo's resentment towards time and space. It was precisely because of this that the porcupine Douluo would take action against Qian Daoliu. resulting in the current situation. I will make time and space pay the price. Listening to the porcupine Douluo's words, the angel god revealed a triumphant smile. Meanwhile, on a solitary island in the sea, surrounded by water, there were 6 tidal Douluos. Spider Emperor, the matters at sea have been resolved. We can head inland now. Chapter 67. Miscalculation. Qianrenxue, who had run out, suddenly froze. She realized she didn't know where to find time and space. What to do? What to do? In that moment, she lost her ability to think, helplessly squatting on the ground, hugging her head until a voice sounded. Qianrenxue, what's wrong? Did something happen? This voice was the one Qianrenxue wanted to hear the most. Looking up and seeing time and space approaching, she stumbled over and grabbed his shoulder. Hurry! Go save my grandfather. Time and space's expression changed suddenly as he grabbed Qianrenxue's hand and swiftly headed to where Douluo was being treated. Upon arrival, he saw 2 groups of healing spirit masters starting to treat Douluo. What happened? Time and space approached Douluo, placing his hand on his head to probe his condition with his soul power. This is caused by external forces. Recently, who's been near him? Investigate these people. I will help Douluo stabilize his injuries. Golden Crocodile, protect me. That person's target is not Douluo. They only wanted to incite panic and may still be here. Remember, no one is allowed to approach. Xiaomi jumped down from time and space and began moving through the crowd. At this moment, many elders noticed this seemingly small cat-like spirit beast. In an instant, everyone's expressions changed and they quickly distanced themselves, adopting a fighting stance and looking at Xiaomi with grave expressions. Second elder, what do we do? 100,000-year spirit beast has appeared in the spirit hall. Will there really be no accidents? It came in with elder time. There shouldn't be a problem. Don't approach it for now. Let's observe the changes. The porcupine Douluo, in his mind, was waiting for the angel god to signal. Just wait for him to start treatment. That will be when he reveals his flaw. Once I severely injure time and space, I will leave immediately. There's only one chance. If I fail, both you and I will die. Watching time and space prepare to stabilize Douluo's injuries, the porcupine Douluo felt extremely conflicted inside. No, I can't make a move. I can't let her succeed. If I really do, the Grand Elder will definitely not be able to hold on. The porcupine Douluo began to step back. What's wrong? Wasn't it you who caused Douluo's injuries? Are you afraid now? You were so decisive when you acted before. Now you tell me you're scared? The angel god mocked, sensing the porcupine Douluo's mindset. No, what I want to target is only time and space, not to involve the grand offering. It seems I need to help you a bit. Give me control of your body, and I'll take action, then you won't feel guilty. After saying this, the angel god began to fight with the porcupine Douluo for control of the body. Even though the porcupine Douluo fought desperately, it was merely a tug of war with the angel god, and soon the situation attracted the attention of those around them. The serpent spear Douluo looked at the struggling porcupine Douluo with some concern. Porcupine, what's wrong? The porcupine Douluo started to intermittently emit a strong light attribute, a presence that time and space was very familiar with. The golden crocodile Douluo did not hesitate to control his spiritual power and entered the porcupine Douluo's sea of consciousness. There, he saw the figure that should have been dead. Angel God, this is impossible. You are clearly defeated by elder time. How could you appear in the porcupine's sea of consciousness? The angel god did not expect that the golden crocodile Douluo entered the porcupine Douluo's sea of consciousness directly. Hurry up and give me control of the body, or it will be too late. At this moment, the porcupine Douluo would not comply with the angel goddess' wishes and began to fight back desperately, while the golden crocodile Douluo assisted the porcupine. In his sea of consciousness, he couldn't take action directly and could only provide support. The best opportunity to act had already been missed, and the angel god could only leave the porcupine Douluo to search for a new host. After separating from the porcupine Douluo, he fell to the ground as if exhausted, gasping for breath. The next moment, the porcupine Douluo was controlled, and the golden crocodile Douluo looked into the porcupine Douluo's eyes. Porcupine, you'd better give me an explanation of why the angel god is in you. Tell me the truth, and did you do anything regarding the grand offering? Feeling the gaze of the golden crocodile Douluo, the porcupine couldn't help but lower his head, and everything was unspoken. Sixth brother, take the porcupine Douluo down and keep a close watch on him. I will stay here. Nothing can go wrong again. At this point, Qian Rinxue no longer looked at the porcupine Douluo. She couldn't believe that the porcupine Douluo, who had accompanied her for so long, would actually act against her grandfather. The Qianjun Douluo directly took the porcupine Douluo away, and the golden crocodile Douluo didn't specify where to take him, directly leading him to the back mountain. Just as they landed, Qianjun punched him in the face. What were you thinking to actually act against the eldest brother? With that, another punch landed. The Qianjun Douluo hadn't been this angry in a long time, but he really couldn't hold back. The grand offering has been so good to you. He entrusted Schwerer to you and the serpent spear. You know how good he is to all of us. Why would you act against the grand offering? Do you know how heartbroken Schwerer will be because of this? After throwing a few more punches, Qianjun stopped and looked at the porcupine Douluo kneeling on the ground. At this moment, he realized how foolish his actions were. If not for time and space returning, the grand offering would undoubtedly be in life-threatening danger. Qian Rinxue was still watching as time and space helped Qian Douluo control his injuries, constantly praying in her heart for her grandfather's safety. At this time and space took out several immortal herbs from his storage ring, extracting their essence with his soul power and then sending it to Qian Douluo. As time passed, Qian Douluo's complexion began to regain some color. Time and space looked at Ning Fengji beside him. Lord Ning, you can start cooperating with me now. After saying this, 5 healing system soul masters, including Ning Fengji, began to treat Qian Douluo, while time and space gradually withdrew from the treatment. Taking a deep breath, Xiaomi walked over to time and space and rubbed his head against him. I'm fine. Holding Xiaomi in his arms, time and space stood up, walked to a nearby chair, sat down, poured himself a glass of water, and drank it in one gulp. I've temporarily controlled it. From now on, the Grand Offering Hall will send someone to guard Qian Douluo's side to prevent such incidents from happening again. What exactly happened with the porcupine? Second offering, please explain. The golden crocodile Douluo did not speak, but looked around at the people, and time and space immediately understood, standing up and leaving with the golden crocodile Douluo. Soon they arrived at the back mountain, where Qian Douluo was evidently still angry, and the porcupine Douluo was still kneeling on the ground. It was the angel god. She hasn't completely died yet. She is just a remnant soul that entered the porcupine Douluo's sea of consciousness and tempted him to act. The specifics still needed to be heard from the porcupine. Chapter 68. Exiled to the frontier after the porcupine recounted the events. Time and space did not hesitate to punch him. You know whose injuries Qian Douluo has. Do you really think the angel god would leave him alone? I now issue a decree in the capacity of Elder Chongshen. The porcupine Douluo has committed a serious error, causing severe consequences. The Northern Spirit Hall's influence is weak. Send you there to stabilize the situation. That's it. After finishing, time and space left with Xiaomi. The golden crocodile Douluo thought that time and space would directly take action against the porcupine Douluo, but unexpectedly, he was only sent to the extreme north. Porcupine, this time it's indeed your problem. If it were me, I would at least cripple one of your arms. Elder Time has been lenient with you. You should prepare to go. After saying this, he left with Qianjun Douluo, leaving the porcupine Douluo alone. After time and space left, he went straight to the main hall of the Spirit Hall, thinking that Bibi Dong would probably come here after finishing her tasks. You better behave when the time comes. So many people know your identity, and the pressure on me is quite high. All the pressure arises from insufficient strength, just like Tang Hao's wife back in the day. If his strength had far surpassed that of the Spirit Hall back then, or if the tidal Douluo sect had helped, the Spirit Hall wouldn't have pursued them to the ends of the earth. At most, they would have acted in the dark or denounced Tang Hao. Time and space said this to make Xiaomi behave and not cause trouble for himself. Although she hadn't caused any substantial trouble yet, it was still better to be cautious. Upon arriving at the main hall, Bibi Dong was indeed there, apparently dealing with paperwork. Your Holiness the Pope. Time and space greeted her, as the current Pope of the Spirit Hall deserves some respect. Elder Time, are you here because there is a result regarding the porcupine Douluo's case? Bibi Dong did not put down her pen and continued to process documents. Her attitude towards time and space was not particularly friendly, although she did not show it. It was not targeted at time and space, but rather stemmed from the resentment Bibi Dong held against the Qian family, which she unconsciously extended to time and space due to his close association with Qian Douluo. Well, The matter the porcupine Douluo committed is quite serious, but after all, he is a titled Douluo, and he was also manipulated. So he will be sent to the northern base to stabilize the situation. That place is quite far from the Spirit Hall's headquarters, and many matters cannot be thoroughly controlled. So it's just right to send him there. BB Dong finished the last stroke on the document, set the pen aside, and then looked up at time and space. So what is the true purpose of Elder Time coming here? After all, Elder Time is quite busy every day, such as with the disciples in Soto City. Time and space smiled lightly. This matter naturally could not be hidden from BB Dong, as she needed to investigate this uncontrollable factor. Since the Pope knows, then I would like to ask the Pope for several spots in the Elite Soul Master competition. As for the rewards you prepared, I will take care of those 3 myself. BB Dong pondered for a moment and replied, Elder Time asking for spots is naturally not a problem, but I'm afraid the other members may not agree. This matter is easy to solve. Time and space estimated that with his accumulated resources, Zhu Zhuqing and the others should reach levels 46 to 48 by then. Just let them have a match. Whoever wins will go to the competition. As for the golden generation you selected, let's skip that. They are still young and shouldn't be under too much pressure. Let's do as the elder said. And now we can get to the main topic, right? After so much small talk, it's naturally time to get to the point. But BB Dong doesn't care about what the matter is. After all, the biggest trouble, Tang Hao, has already been captured. Other matters no longer seem significant to BB Dong. Some people from the Hao Ian sect have come out of seclusion. This sentence exploded in BB Dong's mind like a bomb, leaving her momentarily stunned. Hao Ian sect? Some people? Coming out of seclusion? How is that possible? The Hao Ian sect has clearly been living in seclusion. How could they emerge? The ones saying this naturally have their reasons. Do you remember the team that the Spirit Hall sent out for support not long ago? BB Dong naturally recalls this incident. After all, it was quite significant. The entire team was annihilated, which was a considerable loss for the Spirit Hall. I went to check, and they were all injured by blunt instruments. I had considered that it might have been the work of other forces, but when they were in the divine battlefield, their performance clearly showed they knew nothing. Divine battlefield? BB Dong expressed confusion at this name, but quickly understood. That place is where I fought the angel god, so I call it the divine battlefield. Is that okay? BB Dong thought to herself, of course, it's fine. You can call it whatever you want. Can I still argue about it? Can the elder specify why he believes it is the Hao Ian sect? Time paused for a moment and said, as for why I was in the divine battlefield, I want to go into that. On the night I arrived, I issued a notice for all forces to leave, but the next day, instead of retreating, they united against the Spirit Hall. When the battle started, they said one line, let us deal with them before the Spirit Hall's reinforcements arrive. I had been wondering if their support troops had teamed up to annihilate the Spirit Hall support troops, but after that line, I dismissed that idea. It wasn't their doing. With no hidden forces, who would dare to attack the Spirit Hall? Time stopped there, and BB Dong naturally understood. Then what is their purpose in coming out of seclusion? BB Dong couldn't figure it out and hoped to get an answer from Time, but Time could only speculate. It could be for revenge. The rumors spread by the Spirit Hall previously would naturally be intolerable for their hot-headed group. If not, then it could be to rescue someone. Tang Yuehua, the owner of the Yuehua we captured before, is the only one who can succeed as the sect master after Tang Hao leaves the Hao Ian sect. It's possible he came to rescue his sister. As for the rest, I don't know. I'm just telling you to give you a bit of caution. After leaving BB Dong, Time turned to Tang Yuehua, guessing that she was still under house arrest. Looking at the guards at the door, Time didn't expect to return here so soon. Pushing the door open, he found that the place was completely different from his previous visit. The entire courtyard had been redecorated by Tang Yuehua. There were also many more training equipment, which should be for Tang Yuehua's workouts. Chapter 69, Poisoned. I have to say, Tang Yuehua's days here are no worse than at Yuehua, because when Time saw her, he felt she had gained some weight. Has the elder finally remembered me? At this moment, Tang Yuehua walked out in a light blue long dress, sat down at the table in the courtyard, and poured tea for Time and herself. It's not that I remembered you. I just passed by to take a look. After all, keeping you around is useful. After pushing the tea in front of Time, Tang Yuehua sat down and began to savor her tea slowly. The elder captured my brother, yet still kept me here. Does he have some thoughts about me? After saying this, Tang Yuehua put down her teacup and smiled at Time. who paused with the teacup in his hand, suspended in midair. Am I right? Does the elder really think this way? Tang Yuehua stood up and slowly walked toward Time, but as she approached, an invisible barrier blocked her path. Tang Yuehua reached out to touch it, looking up at Time with a look of grievance. Is the elder really going to treat me this way? Time picked up the cup of tea she poured for him and casually poured it over the flowers and grass, immediately causing little black smoke to rise from them. You poisoned me without paying attention, and look at that knife handle sticking out. Seeing the knife handle protruding from her sleeve, Tang Yuehua casually took it out and placed it aside. Now, I want to know how the elder discovered that the tea was poisoned. Is the elder skilled in poison, or is it just intuition? Time held up his cup and Tang Yuehua's cup for her to see. Look at how dark my tea is. The two cups of tea are obviously different. Who would dare to drink this? Tang Yuehua's cup was a normal tea color, while Time's cup was noticeably much darker, giving the impression that this cup of tea was poisoned. But what made Time even more curious was how Tang Yuehua got these poisons. There are checks when meals are delivered, so it's impossible that she made them herself. Time raised his hand, and Tang Yuehua felt herself lift off the ground. Looking down, she realized she was really flying. Let me go. You can't treat a girl like this. Put me down quickly. Time carried her toward the room, and Tang Yuehua panicked, struggling more fiercely, her voice growing louder, clearly anxious. No, you can't go in. It's impolite to enter someone else's room without permission. Stop. After hearing this, Time thought it made sense, but then remembered that this was the spirit hall. Sorry, this is the spirit hall. I can go wherever I want. Saying this, he pushed the door open and went inside, but what he entered was a living room. The bedroom was on the left side, and the right side was an empty room. Not seeing any tools for making poison in the living room, he went to the empty room and found it had been transformed into a music room. Tell me, how did you make that poison? Don't tell me it was brought to you by someone from outside. Tang Yuehua glared at Time fiercely, but because of her appearance, Time couldn't feel any intimidation. Instead, he found her quite cute. Their essay saying that when you're small and weak, no matter how fierce you are, others just find you adorable. After checking around, Time didn't find anything that could make poison and wondered if it was stored in her spatial storage. He reached out to take the bracelet off Tang Yuehua's wrist. You thief! Hurry up and get it back to me. You can't look at what's inside. Hurry up and return it. Tang Yuehua desperately tried to stop Time from looking in the spatial storage, clearly indicating that what was inside was very important. After checking with his spiritual power, Time silently returned the bracelet to her. Sorry, I didn't know. When returning it to her, Time also said he was sorry. He really forgot about that matter. Tang Yuehua's face turned completely red at this moment. She wanted to scold Time, but her manners wouldn't allow her to do so. After Time set Tang Yuehua down, she directly grabbed his neck. I told you not to look. Why did you still look? Don't you know everyone has their privacy? Why look at someone else's privacy? Fortunately, Tang Yuehua didn't have much strength. Time, who was being choked, only felt a little short of breath and nothing else. Okay, I know I was wrong. If you keep choking, I'm going to die. Unexpectedly, after Time said this, Tang Yuehua increased her strength, and her expression showed that she was straining. Then hurry up and die, you bad guy. Indeed, letting her go was not the right choice, so the next moment, Tang Yuehua floated up again, and her hands were forced to release Time's neck. All right, I'm not just here to check things. I'll agree to a small request of yours, okay? After Time said this, Tang Yuehua replied, then you drink a cup of tea from that cup, and I'll forgive you. After finishing speaking, Tang Yuehua pointed to the empty poison cup in time and space, which still had some black tea residue inside. No, change it. That's my only request. Go drink that cup of tea. Hey, you agreed to a small request, and you want me to die? How cruel of you. I don't care. Hurry up and drink it, you bad guy. Tang Yuehua was very persistent about making time and space drink, no matter how time and space said. She insisted that he take a sip from that cup. Xiaomi, come here. Time and space called out to the outside, and a smaller figure quickly jumped onto his shoulder. Looking at the little cat that appeared, Tang Yuehua could only glance at it, and then couldn't take her eyes off. Time and space poured a cup of tea, and just when Tang Yuehua thought he was going to drink it, he handed the cup to Xiaomi. Tang Yuehua looked at time and space, then at Xiaomi, with disbelief written all over her face. Time and space, you're really bad, making such a cute little cat drink it. Someone like you should be sentenced to death. Xiaomi sniffed, and the next second, its fur stood on end as it knocked over the teacup in front of it and glanced at time and space with a mournful look before turning around and running away. What a pity it didn't tea drink. Xiaomi thought, "You dog, why don't you drink first? If you don't die, then I'll drink." This level of toxicity was nothing for Xiaomi. At most, it would feel uncomfortable for a few days, but after all, it was a 100,000-year-old beast and had some wisdom. It only returned to mess with that cup of tea out of boredom. Time and Space found an ant nest in the courtyard and poured the tea into it. Seeing Time and Space's actions, Tang Yuehua was extremely speechless. Just after failing to make Xiaomi drink, he went to mess with the ants. "What are you doing, dog?" "Ants. All right. I didn't tea provoke anyone. And you just gave me a cup of poisoned tea. Just wait. I will come back to seek revenge in my next life." Cruel. Watching Time and Space's actions, Tang Yuehua was somewhat at a loss for words. Chapter 70. Meeting Hao Ian after pouring water on the ant nest for the first time. Tang Yuehua felt that Time and Space was really childish. "Haven't you ever poured water on an ant nest before?" Tang Yuehua shook her head. She didn't have any memories of such things, but for many rural kids, it was common to find an ant nest and pour all kinds of strange water into it. "Can't you just drink it yourself? Why do you have to pour it on the ant nest? Then can't you just not make me drink? Do you have to put me in a position to die?" "Yes. Who told you to look at other people's privacy? Hurry up and die." Time and Space really didn't want to talk to her anymore. Every time he spoke to her, she just wanted him to die. Facing Tang Yuehua's verbal attacks, Time and Space thought about how to make her shut up. At that moment, he came up with an idea. "Stop, don't talk yet. Wait until you lose weight first before you talk to me. You're obviously a lot fatter than when you came." Tang Yuehua covered her ears, as if Time and Space's words couldn't enter her ears at all. "Don't talk nonsense, I haven't tea. I'm exercising, I haven't gained weight." Seeing that she stopped insisting he drink the tea, Time and Space breathed a sigh of relief. He glanced at the time and realized it was already noon, just in time to eat here. As he thought about what to eat today, Tang Yuehua came up behind him and aimed a punch at the back of his head. But it felt like hitting a stone. "It hurts, it hurts, it hurts." Turning to look at Tang Yuehua, who was holding her hand, he asked her, "Are we still having hot pot?" Tang Yuehua gritted her teeth and said yes. After finishing lunch, Time and Space found an opportunity to slip out in an instant, accompanied by Tang Yuehua's voice behind him. "Time and Space, you die for me." Slipped away. It's better not to provoke this key figure in the future. I'll go back to Shrek to see my disciples first. Counting the time, it was also time to bring them back to the Wuhuan Palace. Staying in Shrek didn't make much sense. It would be better to bring them back directly. Huh? Where did my Xiaomi go? After looking around without finding Xiaomi, Time and Space returned the way he came, thinking he must have left it with Tang Yuehua. Arriving above Tang Yuehua's courtyard, he indeed saw Xiaomi still eating, showing no signs of leaving. Time and Space reached out, and a spatial crack appeared beside him. He reached in, and a crack appeared next to Xiaomi. Time and Space grabbed it with one hand. "You little guy is still eating. Let us go." After leaving, Time and Space went straight to the dungeon to see old friends and handle other matters. Walking in the dark and damp corridor of the prison, the prisoners inside were wailing. They were serious offenders and some evil soul masters. Time and Space directly walked to the depths of the prison, where the guards on both sides reached out to stop him. Both guards were soul saints above level 75. Time and Space took out the Chongsheng Ling and said, "I'm here to see Tang Hao." The guard with the Chongsheng Ling took a glance, and then exchanged glances with the person beside him before walking to the back. Soon, a fierce-looking middle-aged man approached, followed by the guard who entered. "Elder Sure, I'm the warden of this prison. Please follow me." Seeing Time and Space, the middle-aged man first bowed to him, then stepped aside to invite him in. Once inside, Time and Space found that the security here was exceptionally strict, with guards stationed every 50 meters. Although they were only level 50, they were still much stronger than the guards outside. The prisoners here were all powerful criminals and evil soul masters, so the security was naturally stricter. As for why they weren't dealt with, Time and Space didn't know. Every force has its dark side, and the Wuhuan Palace was no exception. Keeping these people might be to control them for their own use through some means. Soon, the warden led Time and Space to the innermost cell. Tang Hao is inside. We've fitted him with a soul power suppression device, but this is the first time it's used on a titled Douluo, so please be careful. After opening the cell door in front of him, the warden did not enter but stayed at the door. Time and space went in. Inside was just a bed, a simple bathroom, and a disheveled middle-aged man. I can't believe someone came to see me. I thought you would keep me locked up until I die. Tang Hao sat motionless on the bed like a stone, with only 2 steamed buns and a jug of water on the tray beside him. How could that be? Your Highness Hao Ian is also suffering here. Those people don't understand the rules and didn't even give you any meat. Time and space took out some spirit beast meat and some side dishes from his space and placed them in front of Tang Hao, finally taking out 2 small wine cups. Your Highness, would you like to have a drink with me? Looking at the small wine cups in time and space's hands, Tang Hao sneered disdainfully. How childish. A real man should drink and eat heartily. Hearing Tang Hao's words, time and space didn't stop his movements. After pouring a small cup for himself, he took out a large bowl and poured a cup for Tang Hao, placing it in front of him. Tang Hao picked up the bowl of wine and drank it in one go, then set the bowl aside and slowly picked up a piece of meat with chopsticks to eat. Aren't you afraid I'll poison it? Tang Hao continued eating without a word. If it weren't for you, I would have escaped from Wuhan City back then. Your strength is unfathomable. And with that dark demon, evil god tiger by your side, I'm no match for you in my current state. I'm just curious. How did you get a dark demon, evil god tiger to follow you? Seeing that time and space wasn't speaking, Tang Hao didn't pursue the question further and continued eating. The Haoyan sect has come out. Tang Yuehua has gained quite a bit of weight these past few days. Tang San is getting quite close to 100,000-year soul beast. How can you rest assured handing him over to Yu Xiaojiang? Time and space's initial words stunned Tang Hao. Hearing about Tang Yuehua eased some of Tang Hao's worries. But the latter part of the statement immediately made him throw the chopsticks in his hand at time and space. The chopsticks flew towards the space-time at an extremely fast speed, and with a thought, space-time stopped the chopsticks. Don't be agitated, Your Majesty. I want to do anything to Tang San right now. If I were to act against him, it would at least be 2 years later. But don't worry. He won't die then either. Tang Hao clenched his fists tightly, but slowly relaxed them. There was nothing he could do now. How did you find him? I hit him very well. Using soul power, space-time placed the chopsticks back in front of Tang Hao. There's no wall that doesn't let the wind through. As for why I know, you can think about who leaked the information. Tang Hao's mind raced. The only one who knew Tang San's identity was Yu Xiaojiang. But he felt Yu Xiaojiang wasn't that kind of person. Chapter 71. Xiaomi roasting meat space-time, leisurely ate meat, and took small sips of wine, giving Tang Hao some time to react. After a while, when he felt it was about time, space-time continued, but just as he was about to speak, he thought better of it. It wouldn't be useful. Your Majesty, I will take my leave first. When I have time, I will continue our conversation. Xiaomi jumped on his space-time shoulder as they exited the prison door. The warden waiting at the door locked it again and followed space-time outside. Let me think about what else needs to be done. Should I go see the Golden Generation or go back directly? No, at this moment. Space-time thought of a very important point. Shrek was about to transfer to the academy, and he actually forgot about it. But fortunately, they would all end up in time dutching eventually. At that moment, space-time heard 2 voices. Put in more effort, run faster, break through. As long as we break through this barrier, we'll be able to see Lord Dragon God. Put in more effort, hurry up. Space-time opened the space where Orphamos and Orpheus were placed. It's open, it's open. I'm going to find Lord Dragon God. Excited voices came from inside. If it weren't for them creating a small gap in the space-time would have forgotten about them. The 2 dragons' spiritual powers detected the surroundings and found it very familiar. Wait, this isn't Lord Dragon God's place. It's somewhat familiar, but I can't recall where exactly. Isn't this the Spirit Hall? The place where we absorbed that secondary god? We shouldn't be here according to the timeline. That's because I came back. Space-time's voice attracted the attention of the 2 dragons. You idiot, finally remembered us. You only let us out when you need us, and ignore us when you don't. Orpheus's dragon soul circled around space-time, noticing that the injuries on space-time seemed to have worsened a bit. What happened? Did you get into a fight again? Although it looks much better, Your injuries have still worsened. Enough with the chatter. The priority now is to find Lord Dragon God. Based on the aura, it should be in that direction. After speaking, Orphamos pointed towards the direction of the Stardew forest. However, they could only move around the divine core for now. Moving the core wasn't too difficult, but the distance to the Stardew forest was too far, and it was obviously inappropriate to let them go alone. Kid, take us to find Lord Dragon God. Yeah, when we see Lord Dragon God, we'll definitely speak well of you in front of him. At that time, Lord Dragon God will casually give you something, and you'll be rich. But Spacetime immediately refused without thinking. No, I just came back from the Stardew forest. It's impossible for me to go back now. If you want to go, you can go by yourselves. I won't stop you. The two dragons became anxious and looked at Spacetime. Kid, really? The wealth of Lord Dragon God is beyond your imagination. Just take us over. Faced with their pleas, Spacetime remained unmoved. He was used to his freedom, and no one could command him. Spacetime once again pressed them back into the space and reinforced it, ensuring they wouldn't come out again before stopping. My strength has dropped too much. Actually, let these two guys escape. He quickly left the spot and ran towards the outside of Spirit City. After arriving outside Spirit City, he felt the air was much clearer. Let us just stroll back. Anyway, every time I go back, they want to leave. Is there anything to eat? I'm still hungry. Hearing that Xiaomi was still hungry, Spacetime was a bit surprised and took out a small pocket watch to check. It's just past 2 in the afternoon. Wait, didn't you eat enough at noon? I saw you eating quite a lot. At this point, Xiaomi was a bit speechless. Who dragged me over while I was still eating? I was eating just fine when interrupted. That little bit wasn't enough to fill the gaps in my teeth. I'm a 100,000-year-soul beast. I have a big appetite. How could that little meat be enough? Spacetime thought about it and found a few pieces of raw meat in the storage space, taking them all out and giving them to Xiaomi. Here, this is all of it. Just eat some for now. Who knew? Xiaomi directly pushed the meat away, looking at it with disdain. Oh, you're picky now? Just eat what you like. If you don't want it, then forget it. Xiaomi quickly took the meat, placed it on a relatively clean rock, and gathered some firewood together. What are you looking at? Come help me light a fire. We need to roast the meat. How can we eat it if it's not cooked? Spacetime wanted to say something, but hesitated, wanting to ask. Aren't you a wild soul, beast a few days ago? You've eaten human-cooked food for a few days, and now you want to eat raw meat? No, I want to roast it. You do it. If Spacetime were to fry a couple of dishes, he could do it, but roasting meat was really out of the question. Before, he had been eating wild game while camping out, and whenever he tried to roast it, it ended up burnt due to various accidents. Gradually, he accepted the fact that he couldn't roast meat. Seeing that Spacetime wouldn't help, Xiaomi continued to pick up sticks and return. If you're not going to roast meat, at least help me light a fire. After helping Xiaomi light the fire, Spacetime was curious about how Xiaomi would roast the meat since Xiaomi had only been exposed to the human world for a short time. Watching it directly throw a piece of meat onto the fire, Spacetime quickly retrieved the meat. Wait, who taught you to roast it like this? Just throwing it on the fire will burn it. Unconvinced, Xiaomi threw the meat back and added more firewood to make the flames more vigorous. I see you humans roast meat like this, and it seems fine. Forget it. Let this little tiger learn a lesson. Later, you'll understand how important your words are. All right, I want to see what you can do with the meat, and I'll state this is the last piece of meat I have on me. If it fails, you'll have to find it yourself. Xiaomi used its claws to push the firewood around, seemingly unable to feel the temperature of the flames. 10 minutes later, Xiaomi pulled the meat out of the fire, looking at the charred piece, unsure how to eat it. This isn't right. You humans just put the meat on the fire and wait for a while for it to be done. It must be because the fire was too big. I'll try again. Spacetime shrugged, indicating he had no more meat left. I said that was the last piece. If you want to eat, go catch some wild game. A few minutes later, Xiaomi returned with a rabbit, clumsily cleaned it, and placed it on the fire. Seeing Xiaomi still like this, Spacetime shook his head. 15 minutes later, looking at the rabbit meat once again turned to charcoal, Xiaomi angrily threw the rabbit meat on the ground. Chapter 72. The true use of martial spirits. It still didn't believe it. It couldn't even manage to roast a piece of meat. Xiaomi tried 2 more times, both ending in failure. I don't believe it. After saying that, it turned and ran towards the distant forest. Spacetime thought it was going to hunt again. But this time, 10 minutes passed, and Xiaomi still hadn't returned. Wait, Could it be that it couldn't even get any meat? After waiting a few minutes, Spacetime finally saw Xiaomi return, but why had its size increased a bit? Xiaomi's speed was very fast, and it quickly returned to Shikong's side. At this moment, Shikong saw that there was a girl on its back. I directly exclaimed, "Wow, are you trying to find yourself a chef here? But how do you know she can grill meat?" The girl who was let down by Xiaomi still looked a bit confused, as if she was thinking, "Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing?" Shikong sized up the girl, feeling a familiar sensation, subconsciously thinking that he knew her. Looking at the girl's hairstyle and attire, Shikong quickly thought of someone, Hulaina. He turned to Xiaomi, wanting to say how impressive it was that he managed to capture the saintess of the spirit hall, but then considered that since Hulaina was here, then Xiaoyu and Yin must also be around. Xiaomi turned and left, and after a while, brought 2 rabbits to Hulaina, then lit the campfire and set the rabbits on fire. Shikong said from the side, "It wants you to grill meat for it." Xiaomi nodded, watching as Hulaina began to mechanically grill meat for Xiaomi, pulling Xiaomi aside to ensure Hulaina wouldn't hear. He finally spoke, "No. Where did you find her? Do you know who she is?" Xiaomi shook its head, indicating it didn't know. It just wanted to eat grilled meat and randomly grabbed a human to grill meat for itself. "I am the saintess of the spirit hall, and you just brought me here to grill meat for you. I really don't want to say anything to you." Shikong, wanting to hit Xiaomi, retracted his hand midair. "Forget it. Since she is here, let her grill for now. When Xiaoyu and the others bring people over, they can let others grill." At this moment, Hulaina also realized what she was doing. She had been training well in the wild when suddenly a black tiger appeared, knocked her guards to the ground, and took her away. Shikong and Xiaomi returned to sit beside Hulaina. Xiaomi did not revert to the size of a small cat and continued to maintain its tiger size. It wouldn't be appropriate to shrink in front of Hulaina. "Senior, I'm the saintess of the spirit hall. I don't understand why you captured me." Hulaina's first thought was that Shikong and Xiaomi were specifically targeting her to extort money from the spirit hall, so she wanted to clarify Shikong's identity first. Shikong didn't want to speak. Was he supposed to say he captured her just to have Xiaomi grill meat? That would be embarrassing for him, the elder. Just finish grilling the meat first. Soon, sounds came from around, indicating that Xiaoyu and Yin were bringing people from the spirit hall over. "Over there, it's that tiger. It was it that took Nana away." A young man with fiery red hair rushed toward them along with several people in spirit hall uniforms. "Yin, be careful. That tiger is not simple," Xiaoyu warned Yin, wanting him to pay attention, but at that moment, Yin was filled with images of Hulaina being taken away and couldn't focus. "I don't care, go, take it down." Saying this, he activated his martial spirit, Flame Lord, and charged at Shikong and Xiaomi with several guards from the spirit hall. "Nana, don't be afraid. I'll save you soon." However, before Yin and the guards could react, each of them received a punch and was pushed to the campfire, holding a piece of raw meat. "Huh?" Yin threw away the grilled meat in his hand and charged again, but the result was predictable. Another punch sent him back to the campfire, forcing him to start grilling meat. The others dared not act recklessly. How could they resist? They hadn't even seen the attack before getting punched. Xiaoyu was fine because he was at the back of the group and didn't end up like Yin and the others. "Senior, we are from the spirit hall, and that one is our saintess. We wonder if we can leave." In fact, Shikong really wanted to let them go. However, since Xiaomi had continuously failed to grill meat and kept trying, not only did it waste time, but it also made Shikong hungry. "It's fine. Let each of them grill a piece of meat. You go too, and once it's done, you can leave." Because of the fear of Shikong and Xiaomi's strength, Xiaoyu had no choice but to grill meat, but fortunately, he had already sent out information, and someone would come to save them soon. Shikong really wished he had a mask to wear since he still had to meet with the golden generation later. What if someone said, "Oh, it was you, the one who made us grill meat that afternoon?" Just thinking about it made Shikong feel uncomfortable, but there was no good solution. It was all Xiaomi's fault. "It's all your fault. What meat should a spirit beast be grilling? If you want to eat, you can just buy it yourself. Didn't you know to ask me if you had no money?" Xiaomi just wanted to eat meat. What was wrong with that? Hulaina was the first to finish grilling, and just by looking at the appearance, it looked pretty good. Xiaomi swallowed it whole, licked its lips, and handed Hulaina another piece of grilled meat to continue. Holding the grilled meat, Hulaina weakly said, "Didn't you say I could leave?" After grilling? I've finished grilling. Why can't I leave? Xiaomi brought out a pile of raw meat, stacking it in front of everyone. They understood that they couldn't leave until all this meat was grilled. It's okay, Nana. Just keep grilling. I've sent a message to the Pope. I believe she will arrive soon. Xiaoyu comforted Hulaina, who returned with more meat. Seeing Hulaina's sad expression, Yin stood up and walked step by step toward Shirkong. Just when it seemed Yin was not learning his lesson, he picked up a large piece of meat, quickly cut it and skewered it, ending up with about 10 skewers. Nana, I'll protect you. After saying that, Yin began to use his martial spirit to grill the meat, which made Xiao Mi's eyes widen in surprise. Didn't he expect a martial spirit could be used this way? Yin transformed into a chef, grilling more than 10 skewers at once, significantly lightening the burden of everyone. 20 minutes later, a delayed Bibi Dong looked at the dusty faces of everyone, exhausted and slumped on the ground, then glanced again at the 30 or so skewers of grilled meat. Finally, she looked at Shirkong. Elder Shirkong, even if you wanted to eat grilled meat, you could have just said to let the guards go by it. Why did you have to make my disciple grill it for you? Shirkong shrugged, indicating it had nothing to do with him, pointing to the side where Xiaomi was preparing to eat. It was it that brought her here. Chapter 73. Preparing to relocate, Bibi Dong turned to look at Xiaomi, who was gobbling down the meat, then looked back at Shirkong. Elder Shirkong, your little cat. So it's your fault. Bibi Dong emphasized little cat, clearly showing her gritted teeth. After Bibi Dong took everyone away, Shirkong looked at Xiaomi, who was still eating, and directly put all the remaining grilled meat into a small space. Still eating? Why did you grab the saintess of a spirit hall? Do you know how much face I've lost? I'm punishing you by not allowing you to eat grilled meat for a month. After cleaning up the area, Shirkong left with a very aggrieved-looking Xiaomi. On the other side, Shrek. Near evening, Zhu Zhuqing and the others returned to Shrek. Just as they arrived, someone approached and handed a letter to Zhu Zhuqing. Hello, Miss Zhu Zhuqing. Here's a letter for you. After handing the letter to Zhu Zhuqing, the person left. Looking at the letter in her hand, Duge Yin and Ning Rongrong walked over, curiously watching. Sister, what is it? Could be a love letter? Duge Yin casually said, drawing everyone's attention immediately. Don't talk nonsense. I don't know what it is, but it doesn't look like a love letter. Zhu Zhuqing opened the envelope and saw the handwriting was somewhat familiar. Duge Yin and Ning Rongrong wanted to see what it said, but Zhu Zhuqing held it too far away for them to read. After exchanging glances with Duge Yin, they both started tickling Zhu Zhuqing. Seizing the opportunity, Duge Yin took the envelope, ran to the side to take a look, but after seeing the content, she lost interest. Oh, it's a letter from the master. I thought it was something else. Sister, master will be back a few days later. He said to let us relax, and also asked you to take us out to have some fun. When Zhu Zhuqing wanted to see the contents of the envelope, she was stopped by Ning Rongrong, while Duge Yin took the envelope away. Really, that's what master said. Zhu Zhuqing felt that the first half of their statement was true, but the second half was wrong. The envelope had been taken away, and she had no idea what the specifics were. Helpless, Zhu Zhuqing could only give up. Duge Yin and Ning Rongrong happily high-fived each other. At that moment, Flinder walked over and said to them, I have good news for you. In a couple of days, we will be leaving here and heading to the Heaven-Do Royal Academy. Zhao Wujin would accompany them to hunt soul beasts. And he didn't know what had happened in the past few days, nor did he understand why Flinder said this. Principal, is that true? Flinder nodded and took out a letter signed by someone named Qin Ming. Our Shrek's proud student, the youngest soul emperor on the continent, Qin Ming, has invited us in the name of a teacher from the Heaven-Do Royal Academy. The news about Lin Yi being a 12-year-old level 60 soul emperor hadn't spread yet. So on the surface, Qin Ming was still the youngest soul emperor. So, everyone, get ready in the next few days. We will head to Heaven-Do City soon. After saying that, Flinder looked around but couldn't find the time-space person. He glanced around but didn't see the figure of the time-space individual. Where's Teacher Sure? Why can't I see him? Didn't Zhu Zhuqing say he took you all out? When he looked at Zhu Zhuqing, Flinder was startled again. Wait a minute. Weren't you level 28 when you just came? How are you level 30 now? Flinder found it incredible. He didn't expect Zhu Zhuqing to break through to level 30 in such a short time. Looking at Ning Rongrong, Flinder sensed something was off, very off. He had seen Zhu Zhuqing's efforts, Her breaking through to level 30 was somewhat understandable, but Ning Rongrong basically played every day. How could she be level 30? Ning Rongrong replied, "What? Do you look down on me? What's wrong with me playing? I'm level 30 now. What can you do about it?" When Zhu Zhuqing had taken some method to quickly increase her soul power, Flinder was half convinced. After all, in this vast world, there were all kinds of wonders. He believed it was possible to increase 2 levels in one go, but to increase 4 levels at once, he had never heard of such a thing, unless she told him she absorbed a 10,000-year soul bone in their current state without activating their martial souls. Flinder could only feel that the 3 of them had broken through to soul respect, but he didn't know their specific levels. However, this was also good news for Flinder. Having such talented students with him might earn him some gold soul coins if the royal family was pleased. Looking at Zhu Zhuqing and the others, Flinder felt as if he was looking at 3 pieces of gold. "Principal, my master went out and might not be back for a few days, so we can't go to Heaven Do City in a short time." Zhu Zhuqing said this, and Flinder didn't care at all. "It's fine. It's just a few days delay." He didn't believe that Zhu Zhuqing and the others could run away just because they were leaving a few days late. He just didn't know how shocking it would be for him in a few days. "It's okay. It's just a few days later. I'll just let Qi Ming know." After saying this to Flinder, Zhu Zhuqing and the others used being too tired as an excuse to go back and rest. Tang San then took Xiao Wu for a walk. Throughout the walk, Xiao Wu's mood was not good. No matter how everyone asked, she refused to say anything. Tang San walked with Xiao Wu along a country road, with a gentle breeze blowing, giving a refreshing feeling. "Xiao Wu, what happened? Can you tell me about it? You were fine when we went to hunt for soul rings, but why have you changed since we came out of the Star Do Great Forest?" Xiao Wu remained silent, constantly thinking about Ming. In that situation, Ming had no chance of winning. Even if he tried to escape, the chances were slim. "Brother, do you think it's really possible for someone to escape from the Dark Devil God Tiger? As a 10,000-year-old beast transformed into a human." Xiao Wu knew very well how powerful the Dark Devil God Tiger was. She only asked this to deceive herself through Tang San's words. Although Tang San didn't know why Xiao Wu asked this, he recalled the descriptions of the Dark Devil God Tiger from books. Finally, he shook his head and said, "The Dark Devil God Tiger is too rare. I don't know its specific strength, but if someone wants to escape from that 10,000-year Dark Devil God Tiger, it's obviously impossible." When Xiao Wu heard the word someone, she immediately said, "Then do you think an injured Titan giant ape can escape from it?" "That depends on the severity of the injury of that Titan giant ape. If the injury is too serious, it won't be able to escape." Hearing Tang San's words, Xiao Wu felt a bit better, and a smile returned to her face. Chapter 74. A big misunderstanding. Seeing that Xiao Wu's mood had improved a lot, Tang San also breathed a sigh of relief and stopped thinking about why Xiao Wu would ask such questions. "Xiao Wu, I still don't know what your 3rd soul skill is." With her mood improved, when faced with Tang San's inquiry, Xiao Wu distanced herself from Tang San and directly activated her martial soul. "Brother, my 3rd soul skill is very practical. 3rd soul skill, instant movement." In an instant, Xiao Wu appeared in front of Tang San without any reaction time at all. So fast, Tang San thought, "If I activate the purple extreme magic eye, can I see clearly Xiao Wu's movements?" He tried later, and it turned out that with Tang San's current purple extreme magic eye, he couldn't see clearly. If he wanted to see clearly, he still needed to keep improving. Let's go to celebrate Xiao Wu breaking through to soul respect. Let's invite everyone for a big meal tomorrow. Upon hearing the words big meal, Xiao Wu became excited, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Tang San, eager with anticipation. "Can't we go tonight?" Tang San rubbed Xiao Wu's head and said, "No, everyone is very tired today. Zhu Zhuqing and the others have already gone back to rest. After everyone has rested well tomorrow, we can celebrate together." Xiao Wu nodded, indicating she understood. She really didn't expect Zhu Zhuqing and the others to break through to soul respect so quickly. Teacher Shi's words were all lies. He said he was taking them out to play, which surely meant there was something that could quickly increase their strength, and that's why he tricked them like that. If it weren't for Flinder saying that, they wouldn't have known that Zhu Zhuqing and the others had broken through to level 30. She also thought that Zhao Wujin was really careless. He had accompanied them all the way but hadn't noticed anything. After walking with Xiao Wu for a while, Tang San finally sent her back to the dormitory. Rest well. We'll think about where to go play tomorrow. Xiao Wu nodded, watching Tang San disappear around the corner before closing the door and going to rest. The next morning, Xiao Wu was awakened by the chirping of birds outside. Looking at the clear sky, she felt a wave of comfort in her heart. After washing up, she went to find Zhu Zhuqing and the others. At this time, it was easy to guess that Zhu Zhuqing was practicing in the morning, while the other two were still asleep. Xiao Wu went straight to their room, seeing Duge Yin and Ning Rongrong still sleeping in. She got the idea to tease them and found a dogtail grass outside. Holding the dogtail grass, she went to Ning Rongrong's bedside and whispered, "Rongrong, wake up, wake up." Ning Rongrong merely turned over and continued sleeping. Xiao Wu gently rubbed the dogtail grass on Ning Rongrong's face, feeling the tickling sensation on her face in her dreams. Ning Rongrong reached out to scratch. "Rongrong, wake up. Today we don't have training. Let's go out to play. Don't you want that beautiful dress?" Seeing that Ning Rongrong remained indifferent, Xiao Wu continued, "Ning Rongrong, there's a mouse." Upon hearing this, not just Ning Rongrong, but even Duge Yin on the other side sprang up, looking around. "Mouse where? Don't scare me." The two didn't see a mouse, but they saw Xiao Wu's smile and instantly understood what was going on. Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Duge Yin pounced on her together, pinning her down, with Duge Yin quickly restraining Xiao Wu. Ning Rongrong noticed the dogtail grass in her hand and exchanged a glance with Duge Yin. The two of them worked together to tie Xiao Wu up with a blanket, while Duge Yin took off Xiao Wu's shoes, controlling her legs. Ning Rongrong, holding the dogtail grass that Xiao Wu had earlier, looked at her with a grin. "Xiao Wu, how should I put this? I didn't expect it to be you when my face was itchy while sleeping, especially after you shouted mouse earlier. You really scared us?" "Yeah. Xiao Wu, how do you think we should get back at you?" Just as she finished speaking, Ning Rongrong began to tickle Xiao Wu's soles with the dogtail grass, and instantly Xiao Wu couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Rongrong, I was wrong. Let me go." She tried to struggle, but was restrained by Duge Yin. It must be said that Xiao Wu had quite a bit of leg strength. If Duge Yin hadn't been a bit stronger, she might have been hard to control. 10 minutes later, Xiao Wu was laughing so much that she had no strength left, and she was covered in sweat from the blanket. Duge Yin was also panting, clearly having exerted a lot of effort. After Ning Rongrong finished washing up, she came out and said, "Yin Yin, I'm done. Now it's your turn. By the way, did the senior sister come back just now? How come I didn't see her?" At this moment, neither Duge Yin nor Xiao Wu was in the mood to respond to Ning Rongrong, only thinking about how to remedy the situation. "We're done for." "Yes, we're all done for." "What do you mean done for?" Yin Yin explained clearly, not understanding what was happening. Ning Rongrong was still trying to figure out the current situation. After Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong explained what had just happened, Ning Rongrong broke down. "Yin Yin, why didn't you explain it clearly to the senior sister? Do you know how much harm this is to a girl? I just want to wash up, and now you tell me my reputation is ruined. Anyone would find it unacceptable if this happened to them. Don't worry. We'll go explain it to the senior sister together later." Chapter 75. Explanation. Xiao Wu and Duge Yin went to wash up first, leaving Ning Rongrong there in deep thought. On the other side, Zhu Zhuqing was still digesting the information from earlier, although it wasn't much. It was too shocking to process all at once. She didn't oppose her junior sister liking girls, as long as the object of affection wasn't herself. After encountering Tang San, who had just finished training, she politely greeted him. There weren't many students at Shrek Academy, so they were bound to see each other often. They couldn't let their relationship become too strained. "Good morning." After greeting, Zhu Zhuqing planned to leave. She was originally going to wash up after training and then go eat breakfast, but after that incident, she changed her mind and decided to eat first. Tang San called out to Zhu Zhuqing, "Wait a minute, Xiao Wu, I want to gather everyone tonight. I don't know if you're free." Originally, this was supposed to be passed on by Xiao Wu, but since I ran into you here, I'll just mention it. Zhu Zhuqing thought about it and realized she didn't have anything planned for that evening, so she agreed. "Okay, I'll have Xiao Wu come call you later. See you." After parting with Tang San, Zhu Zhuqing headed to the cafeteria to eat. Ning Rongrong was urging the two to hurry. She didn't want Zhu Zhuqing to misunderstand too deeply. "You two hurry up. The senior sister should be eating in the cafeteria now. Let us go explain quickly, or it'll be hard to find her later." The two quickly finished getting ready and went out with Ning Rongrong. This matter concerned their reputation. The three rushed to the cafeteria, where Zhu Zhuqing was only halfway through her meal. After surrounding her, Ning Rongrong glanced around. Besides the teacher managing the meals, Ma Hongjun and Oscar were also present. "Senior sister, come with us. We have something very important to tell you." Saying this, the three of them began to pull Zhu Zhuqing towards the cafeteria exit, but their posture clearly didn't seem like they wanted to have a normal conversation. "Wait, we can talk here. There's no need to go elsewhere." If it were a boy, knowing the people around him were all aware of the situation, it would be absolutely impossible for him to have such an attitude towards them while wanting to chat. Not giving them a punch each would be good enough. However, how could Ning Rongrong and the others speak up in this crowded place? They really couldn't say anything without risking their lives. "Senior sister, we swear we won't do anything to you. We just want to explain what happened this morning. Just come with us for a bit." "Yeah, senior sister. You have to believe us. It's definitely not what you think. We can swear to it." Their commotion had already attracted the attention of several people, and now they just wanted to leave quickly since this kind of thing really couldn't be discussed in public. In the end, Zhu Zhuqing chose to trust them for once. Ning Rongrong and the others took Zhu Zhuqing to a place where there was no one around before they began to explain the situation at that time. Seeing how seriously they were speaking, Zhu Zhuqing temporarily believed them. Once this matter settled down, if it got out later that the three of them were together, it wouldn't be Zhu Zhuqing's fault. "By the way, Xiao Wu, Tang Xin told me that everyone should gather tonight. Have you decided where to go?" Xiao Wu nodded. "Haven we all reached level 30? Plus, since we're going to leave here for Tiando City, we thought we'd invite everyone to dinner together. After all, we probably won't be coming back." That made sense. Once their strength increased, they wouldn't return here. "What about Dai Mubai and the others? Have you informed them, or did you let Tang Xin do it?" This matter was discussed between Xiao Wu and Tang Xin last night. She would inform Zhu Zhuqing, while Tang Xin would be responsible for notifying Dai Mubai and the others. But clearly, Tang Xin met Zhu Zhuqing along the way and informed her. "Yeah, that is how I arranged it with Sangu, but I don't know if he informed them. Forget it. Let us go have some fun in Suatawa City first. It's just right to see if there are suitable places for a gathering." The proposal received unanimous approval from everyone, but before they go, there is still an important matter to attend to. "Is there anything else?" Douluo was puzzled about what else needed to be done. "You all go eat. I'll go clean up a bit. I'm dirty. After the morning training, I didn't get a chance to wash up because of you all." After Zhu Zhuqing said this, the three felt a little embarrassed, as if they had caused Zhu Zhuqing quite a bit of trouble this morning. "By the way, after you finish eating, remember to bring me a portion. You also made me miss breakfast." The three stood together and nodded. "Okay, senior sister, you go ahead. Is there anything you want to eat? Just let us know." Zhu Zhuqing wasn't picky, so she let them choose freely. Anyway, if it didn't taste good, it was fine. She had already eaten something earlier, so she wouldn't be too hungry. After Zhu Zhuqing went back to wash up, the three returned to the cafeteria, where Ma Hongjun and Oscar had already finished eating and left. The teacher in charge of the cafeteria greeted them as they came back. "Are you going to eat? If not, you'll have to wait until noon." The three immediately went to get a meal, and Douluo bought Zhu Zhuqing a bowl of porridge and a pancake. After the food in Shrek's cafeteria improved, they had started to eat there more often, occasionally going to Soto City for a change. "All right, let us start eating. Before we go to Soto City, I'll let Sangu know so he doesn't worry about finding us later." Upon hearing this, Douluo and Ning Rongrong became interested. "Xiao Wu, when did you meet Tang San? Have you known each other for a long time?" Xiao Wu and Tang San didn't elaborate on this question. Since they arrived, they had been training and hunting for spirit rings, so they hadn't had a chance. Seeing the two of them so eager, Xiao Wu began to recount her experiences with them. This caused their focus to shift entirely to Xiao Wu, and the food was barely touched. Zhu Zhuqing initially thought they would come over after she finished cleaning up, but after waiting for more than 10 minutes, they still hadn't arrived. When she checked the cafeteria, the three were chatting while eating. No, it should be said that Ning Rongrong and Douluo were listening to Xiao Wu, as their meals were hardly touched. Zhu Zhuqing approached them, but they were so engrossed in conversation that they didn't notice her. Zhu Zhuqing pulled her own portion over. eating while listening to them talk. Xiao Wu, after knowing Tang San for so long, do you really only see him as a brother? Xiao Wu didn't know how to answer this question. After being together for so long, it was easy to mix familial love with friendship. Chapter 76, Meeting Douluo. Thinking about all her experiences with Tang San, Xiao Wu felt that their relationship was more like inseparable friends. But we don't think so. We see you two more as a couple. The sudden voice startled Ning Rongrong, as they had been so focused on listening to Xiao Wu's stories that they hadn't noticed their surroundings. Senior sister, when did you come? You almost scared me to death. Zhu Zhuqing took a sip of her porridge. I've been here listening for quite a while. You might have been too focused to notice. Xiao Wu quickly finished her meal and urged Ning Rongrong and Duge Yin, you two hurry up. It's already so late, and we still need to go to Soto City. Upon hearing Xiao Wu's words, the other two realized they had wasted too much time, so they quickened their eating speed. Soon after finishing their meals, Xiao Wu went to greet Tang San before leaving with Zhu Zhuqing. The four of them arrived in Soto City and began a big shopping spree, stopping at one shop after another, buying snacks along the way whenever they got hungry. Meanwhile, in another part of space, Time-Space arrived in Soto City and sensed a familiar aura. Xiaomi, we've run into someone we know. Let's go take a look. But at that moment, Xiaomi was still sulking because Time-Space wouldn't let it eat roasted meat. So, it didn't want to pay attention to him. It's just not letting you eat roasted meat. Is it worth being mad for so long? Besides, you should consider the trouble you caused me just to eat one piece of roasted meat. After finding the person with Xiaomi, Time-Space was surprised at how leisurely he was. He directly sat down beside him, poured himself a cup of tea from the teapot next to him, and also poured a cup for Xiaomi Douluo. Do you have time to come out for tea now? Facing Time-Space, Douluo put down his teacup and respectfully called out, Young master. Young master, I'm not this free every day. Being able to come out for a cup of tea is already good. But why do I see Yin Yin with you? It had been a long time since Douluo had seen Duge Yin, and he was still not used to it. When Duge Yin was at the Heaven Do Royal Academy, he could still go visit her. But ever since she followed Time-Space, he had no idea where to find her, let alone see her. Yin Yin should be having a great time now. You don't need to worry about that. But have you completed the withdrawal process for her from the academy? Douluo shook his head. No matter what, Duge Yin's talent was considered top-notch at the Heaven Do Royal Academy, and with Douluo's status, even if he was tough, they could still drag it out. So that means it hasn't been successful yet? Time-Space pushed his teacup aside. The tea here really wasn't tea great, and he wasn't too used to drinking it. How about this? If you have time later, let's go take a look together. Maybe if I go, they'll agree. There's nothing that can't be solved. If it can't be solved, it just means your ability isn't enough. Douluo understood Time-Space intention. He was trying to pressure them directly. I can take you there, but I can't show my face. The Heaven Do royal family has done me a favor. Aren't you afraid of making enemies with the Heaven Do royal family if you go? Time-Space patted Douluo's shoulder to reassure him. Who said I had to go myself? There's a ready-made labor force here. Just let it go. Saying this, Time-Space pointed at Xiaomi, who had been focused on him the whole time, and Douluo hadn't even noticed the little cat. He instinctively wanted to step back but was held back by Time-Space. Don't be nervous. Why is everyone so anxious when they see Xiaomi? It looks very well behaved. Douluo slowly calmed down, looking at Time-Space with a resentful gaze. It's easy for you to say. Who would be nervous seeing this guy? He glanced around and continued in a low voice. 100,000-year spirit beast. Even rarer than a human-faced demon spider. Who wouldn't he be afraid? But speaking of which, how did you tame 100,000-year dark demon evil tiger? You didn't raise it since it was a cub, right? Actually, I really did raise it since it was young, which Douluo guessed correctly. But Time-Space didn't elaborate. That's a secret. I wouldn't share the details. Even if he told them, they wouldn't be able to replicate it. Who would have the spare time to hunt multiple 100,000-year spirit beasts? Seeing Time-Space not saying more, Douluo didn't continue to ask. Subordinates shouldn't keep questioning their superiors. Forget it. By the way, what level is Yin Yin at now? After absorbing a spirit bone last time, she reached level 40. When it came to this matter, Time-Space felt a bit speechless. You two are both mute. We were clearly in the Sunset Forest. And she broke through to level 40. Why didn't you say anything? I didn't notice. If I hadn't thought about letting her absorb the immortal grass and spirit bone, I would have realized she had reached level 40. The dignified title Douluo was now being scolded into silence, but still weakly asked, "Then what level is Yin Yin at now?" Time-Space replied impatiently, "Level 45. Douluo didn't expect that in just a few days, she had progressed from level 37 to level 45. This made him worry that such a rapid increase in spirit power might lead to instability or an unstable realm. There are not many side effects, and she hasn't fully absorbed the medicinal properties of the fairy grass. As she trains gradually, there's no need to worry about her unstable realm when refining the fairy grass." After hearing this, Douluo felt a bit more at ease. Now, thinking about what Douluo should do after Yin withdraws from the Heaven-Do Royal Academy, he still needs to ask him, if he can't leave Heaven-Do, then let him stay here. This time, the time and space directly stated it, but obviously, Douluo can't leave Heaven-Do for a short time. He still needs to prepare for some unexpected situations in Heaven-Do City. It's really a pity that there is a title Douluo who can't be used, making time and space feel uncomfortable just thinking about it. Having a strong helper by your side is still good. Otherwise, if something really happens, Jize and Zhuge might not be able to handle it. The two of them are just there to be muscle and sparring partners, doing some dirty work when there's nothing else to do. Jize and Zhuge, what do you mean? Are we really that useless? We are at least soul saints. Well then, I originally wanted him to be a bodyguard for your granddaughter. Hearing that he could meet his granddaughter, Douluo took a sip of tea. Actually, it's not that he can't leave, it's just that he can't be gone for too long. Time and Space stood up and walked outside. Douluo took out a few silver soul coins and signaled the waiter to place them on the table before following. For a short time, forget it. I'll still let Xiaomi go. I'm at ease with it going. Chapter 77. Celebration and revelry. Time and Space walked with Douluo on the streets of Heaven-Do City, discussing Yan's recent situation while trying to find out who was blocking her withdrawal from the Heaven-Do Royal Academy. You place too much importance on friendship. While it's a good thing, it can also be a bad thing. In the original work, Douluo valued his friendship with Tang San, which ultimately cost him his life. Friendship between people is important, but some people will take advantage of this and use you, so I'm reminding you not to be exploited by those with ulterior motives. The two gradually moved in another direction to talk, and during this time and Space also learned that the one preventing Yan from dropping out was Prince Xuexing. No wonder Douluo hasn't succeeded for so long. If it's Prince Xuexing, then it's understandable. Douluo was previously pursued by the ghost Douluo and only managed to escape by encountering Prince Xuexing. He still can't expose his identity as a member of the Spirit Hall to Douluo for the time being. Knowing who it is good when the time comes. I'll let Xiaomi go pay a visit. If everything goes well, I'll leave first. I'll come back in a couple of days. At that time, Yin Yin will also come along, and you can meet her. Hearing that Yin was coming to Heaven-Do City made Douluo extremely excited. After bidding farewell to Time and Space, he went to buy some of Yan's favorite food. Following the direction pointed out by Douluo, Time and Space quickly sensed Prince Xuexing with his mental power. Xiaomi, it's up to you now. Give him a scare and also tell him to quickly agree to Yan's withdrawal application. If it's done, I'll reward you with a barbecue tonight. Hearing about the barbecue, Xiaomi instantly perked up, standing tall and confidently stating it would definitely handle the matter well. But if you mess it up, you won't get to eat barbecue for a year, understand? Now Time and Space also knew Xiaomi's weakness. It couldn't accept not having barbecue. But Time and Space just couldn't understand how it had grown to like barbecue after only being in the human world for a few days. Xiaomi disappeared from Time and Space's shoulder, and seeing it start to act, Time and Space planned to find a place to rest for a bit. This is Shrek's territory. At Time and Space's speed, it should arrive by midnight. But how could Time and Space travel overnight? Traveling at night is impossible. What if a monster appears in the dark? Arriving at a decent-looking inn, Time and Space booked a good room and took out a small bag of tea and a gold soul coin to hand to the front desk. After the tea is brewed, bring it to me, along with some snacks. The front desk attendant immediately took the gold soul coin, as this was the first time he had seen such a generous customer. After giving instructions, Time and Space went upstairs, now waiting for Xiaomi to come back so they could leave tomorrow. Soon, the front desk delivered the items Time and Space wanted. Indeed, paying money makes things go faster. Half an hour passed, and Xiaomi returned. Seeing its proud expression, it was clear it was very satisfied with the completion of this task. So fast? But thinking about it, it makes sense. It didn't take much time to complete. Placing a snack in front of Xiaomi, time and space gestured for it to eat, but Xiaomi seemed uninterested in any human food except barbecue. Just make do with it for now. Once I confirm your task was excellently completed, I'll buy you a serving of barbecue. Xiaomi disdainfully pushed the snacks aside, picking through the snacks in front of time and space, and slowly eating a meat-flavored snack. That night, time and space looked at the night outside, feeling somewhat lost. Having been in this world for so long, it initially didn't know what it was supposed to do, until it thought about home, but it couldn't become a god. And not being able to become a god meant it couldn't leave here. If it can't become a god in this era, then it can only wait for the next era. In a private room at a restaurant in Soto City, Zhu Zhuqing and the others were having a meal, celebrating everyone's soul power reaching level 30. However, one person looked gloomy, and that was Ma Hongjun. Currently, he was the only one who hadn't reached level 30 and was still at the Great Soul Master level. Don't be discouraged, fatty. If you work hard, you will definitely catch up to us, but I think you might as well not think about it, Oscar said comfortingly while looking at Ma Hongjun with a sly grin. He shouldn't have said anything. As soon as he did, Ma Hongjun instantly turned red with anger. Oscar, if you can't say anything nice, then don't say anything. Let's have a fight and see how strong you really are. Watching the two playfully bicker, Dai Mubai hadn't seen such a scene in a long time. Today, everyone was here except for the teacher. Why didn't you call Flander and the others? No reason, just simply forgot. Plus, they might feel a bit awkward if they come. So I didn't notify them. Ma Hongjun pulled Oscar over to Dai Mubai's side and asked, Boss Dai, how much money do you have left? Lend me some. Dai Mubai also knew Ma Hongjun's character. Borrowing money from him was bound to be for something not good, so he directly refused. No, I only brought a little money this time. I don't have any to lend. But Ma Hongjun still wouldn't give up, circling around Dai Mubai asking, Boss Dai, do you really only have a little money? Just lend me a bit. I promise to pay you back quickly. The boys sat on one side, and the girls sat on the other, with Xiao Wu and Tang San sitting next to each other. Compared to the noise at Dai Mubai's side, Zhu Zhuqing and the others were chatting about clothes, jewelry, bags, and some gossip. After finishing their meal, let's go to the night market in the West City. We haven't explored properly since we got here, and there are many places we haven't been to. Sounds good. I've heard from others that there are many fun things there. The four of them discussed together. After some coaxing, Ma Hongjun managed to borrow some money from Dai Mubai. As soon as he got the money, he found an excuse to leave. Oscar and Dai Mubai watched Ma Hongjun's departing figure, unable to help but sigh. When will this fat guy's bad habit change? Forget it. It's in his nature. If we don't let him go, he might really die. Even the dean didn't say anything. After Dai Mubai went out for a bit and returned, he said, I've already settled the meal bill. Tang San, do you want to go to the place where real men should go? This place for men? Dai Mubai didn't say it directly, looking at the four girls who were still chatting and asking, Are you going? You can also earn some pocket money. But Dugu Yin refused. They had already agreed to go to the night market in the West City, and it was about time to set off. Bro, give me some money. We want to go to the night market to have some fun. Xiao Wu has no sense of money and spends it extravagantly. To prevent her from wasting money, she has put all her money with Tang San. Tang San takes out a small bag, and the money inside is enough for Xiao Wu to spend. As long as she stays safe, that's all that matters. Chapter 78. Bloody Rhino. After Xiao Wu and the others left, Dai Mubai took Tang San to the place where real men should go. However, this route felt somewhat familiar, as if they had walked it before, until the three arrived at the soul fighting arena. Is this the place you said real men should come to? It seems correct. Coming here to experience the thrill of combat is much more enjoyable than wandering around. Since his money was borrowed by Ma Hongjun, he can only come here to withdraw some cash. How about forming a team and battling a few rounds together? Yeah, Tang San. The money earned in a duo battle is much more than in a solo match. You and Boss Dai together will definitely crush the entire arena. After thinking for a moment, Tang San agreed. It's always good to make money. Who would complain about having too much? Then let's go. For doubles, we need to register first. The arena will notify us once they find suitable opponents for us. At the registration desk, Tang Xin still used the title Shura, and Dai Mubai continued with White Tiger. Previously, the master would often bring them to the arena for training, but since Zhu Zhuqing and the others didn't come, they only fought solo matches. They would have to start from scratch for doubles, because both of them were silver fighters. The staff directly raised their duo rank to the top of copper fighters. They just needed to win one match to be promoted to silver fighter duo status. While they were waiting, Oscar brought them some good news. Boss Dai, today the arena announced that to increase the excitement of the soul fighting, they have launched a cumulative prize pool. In simple terms, whether in solo, duo, or team battles, you earn 1 point for every win. You can choose to withdraw or continue. If you win the second match, you earn 2 points, and if you win the third match, you earn 3 points. By this logic, you can win the grand prize when you reach 120 points, totaling 100 gold soul coins. Hearing this, Dai Mubai calculated in his mind. That means they need to win 15 consecutive matches to earn the 100 gold soul coins. Not only that, but during this time, they can also bet on themselves to win, which means they could earn quite a lot. So, do you have confidence in winning consecutively? Dai Mubai didn't care much about the 100 gold soul coins. It was the challenge that piqued his interest. Tang Xin nodded, indicating that it wasn't a big problem. There is some difficulty, but it's not impossible. Winning 15 times in a row is a bit of a test for our soul power reserves. Then let us divide it into 2 parts. If that doesn't work, we can split it into 3 parts. The two reached an agreement. How much to bet would depend on their strength, and the 100 gold soul coins would be split between them. After they finished speaking, someone notified them that their opponents had already been found, just half an hour later. The two used this half hour to get into their best condition, knowing that with a control-type Soul Master and a strong attack-type Soul Master, they needed to finish quickly. After the fight, they had to recover immediately to prepare for the next battle. Xiao Ao, we might not have time to deal with the staff later, so we'll leave that to you. We'll give you 10 gold soul coins. Getting 10 gold soul coins just for having conversation with the staff was practically free money. Leave it to me, Boss Dai. Your professional agent is now online, and I guarantee I'll handle it well. Soon, Oscar obtained the information about their first opponents and handed it over to Tang San and Dai Mubai. After all, they couldn't just do nothing. Otherwise, he wouldn't feel at ease holding onto those 10 gold soul coins. Boss Dai, your first opponents aren't very strong. Both are copper fighters in duo and solo matches. One is named Ma Shi Wu with a wolf spirit, and the other is Li Ji-ting, a plant-type soul master like Tang San. One has a soul power of level 33, and the other has level 35. I'll take the one with level 35, and you take the one with level 33. Is that okay? As they prepared to go on stage, looking at their opponents who were already ready on the fighting platform, Tang Sin reminded them while putting on his mask, be careful. After all, they are here for the 100 gold soul coins, and they might resort to any means necessary to win. The four stood on the fighting platform, and after a brief introduction from the host, the match began immediately. Seeing two young men who didn't seem very old come up, Ma Shi and Li Ji-ting didn't pay much attention to them, instead feeling grateful that the arena had sent them such an easy match. First soul skill, Blue Silver Bind. During the battle, Tang Sin never underestimated his opponents due to their lower soul power. He would always give it his all. Faced with the level 33 Ma Shi, Tang San was even more cautious. He would quickly end the fight while conserving his soul power. As the blue silver grass ensnared Ma Shi, Dai Mubai also approached Li Ji-ting. Although Li Ji-ting was a control-type soul master, Dai Mubai felt that his control was nowhere near as strong as Tang San's. Even if he managed to control him, he could break free with just one punch. Dai Mubai's right fist struck Li Ji-ting, knocking him off the stage, while at the same time, Tang Sin used the blue silver grass to throw Ma Shi down as well. The match ended. This is the fastest match I've ever seen. In just 30 seconds, Shura and White Tiger have defeated their opponents. Let us congratulate them on earning their first point. Tang San and Dai Mubai fist-bumped each other in encouragement. Before they even left the platform, the staff announced their second opponents. Both were level 33 and level 35. Perfect. We didn't get a fight enough just now, and now we have another one. I wonder if this one will be more enjoyable. This time, without the 2S intel, Tang San was still very cautious. Two fairly strong little guys have come. Lei Li, ease up a bit this time. What did you do to the last opponent? That one just wasn't strong enough. I think this guy can be level 37. Even though he has 2 levels higher than me, I'll still win. The host walked to the center of the stage and introduced everyone. Here are the duo who resolved their opponents in 30 seconds, Shura and White Tiger. Their strength is evident to all, very formidable. But their opponents are not to be underestimated either. Lei Li, the Bloody Rhino, as everyone calls him, and his partner, the most cunning, Tu Chi. Let us see how this turns out. I declare the soul fight begins. Lei Li initiated with his martial spirit, heavy armored rhino. With 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings, while Tu Chi's martial spirit appeared to be a short sword, likely an agile attack type. That Lei Li looks tough to handle. Let us take out Tu Chi first. Dai Mubai nodded, activating his martial spirit, White Tiger, and charged toward Lei Li, while Tang Xin used the blue silver grass to control Lei Li first. Just as Dai Mubai was about to strike Lei Li, he redirected his attack. Since it was such a surprise punch, it was still evaded by Tu Chi. Quite slippery. Chapter 79. Evil Soul Master Tu Chi jumped onto Lei Li's shoulder. Due to his small stature, standing on Lei Li's shoulder had no effect on him. Oh dear, I'm glad I reacted quickly. Otherwise, I would have really fallen for that. You were clearly targeting Lei Li, yet you turned your attack toward me. That's really not honorable. Unexpectedly, this feint didn't work, and Dai Mubai and Tang Xin re-strategized. They didn't expect to encounter such a tough opponent in just the second match. Lei Li focused on defense, but due to his martial spirit-esque characteristics, his offense wasn't bad either. No wonder he was called the Bloody Rhino. Dai Mubai moved his shins, looking at Lei Li. I don't care what kind of rhino he is. I'll make him understand why there's a king character on the head of a tiger. After saying that, Dai Mubai charged at Lei Li with extreme speed. In the moment Tu Chi jumped down from Lei Li's shoulder, Lei Li charged out. Watching the two entangled together, Tang Xin swallowed the words he was about to remind them of. Forget it. Tang Xin still planned to catch the slippery Tu Chi first before helping Dai Mubai, immediately using Ghost Shadow Misty Step to rush towards Tu Chi. Seeing Tang Xin's speed, Tu Chi was startled. Wasn't he a control-type soul master? How could he be so fast? The second soul skill, Parasite. As Dai Mubai attacked Tu Chi, he managed to plant the seed on Tu Chi's body, instantly binding him. But Tu Chi, being known as the most insidious one, would not be defeated so easily. Tu Chi slithered out from the blue-silver grass like a snake, leaving Tang Xin dumbfounded. Wait, it can do that? Is this guy's martial soul a type of snake? Reaching Tu Chi's side, Tang Xin grabbed his arm, but instead of panicking, Tu Chi laughed, and several branches crawled towards Tang Xin's arm like snakes. Sensing danger, Tang Xin wanted to withdraw immediately, but Tu Chi wouldn't give him a chance to escape. Mystic Jade Hand. Tang Xin used Mystic Jade Hand to cleverly deflect Tu Chi's attacks, then turned to look at Dai Mubai, only to find that his situation wasn't good either. Even Dai Mubai didn't expect that with his 37-level soul power, he couldn't break through Tu Chi's 35-level defense. Is it the martial soul's characteristics? The two had no choice but to strategically retreat. They were in a big problem. Under normal circumstances, soul masters wouldn't encounter such situations. And Tu Chi's martial soul was very strange, making it hard to understand what kind of martial soul it was. He is too tough. Hitting him feels like hitting a steel plate, making it hard to break through his defense. After 2 exchanges, Tang Xin and Dai Mubai had gained no advantage and had suffered a significant setback. They didn't expect that such a character would exist in the small Soto City soul fighting arena, which was truly incredible. Dai Mubai lamented that he thought his talent was already top-notch here, but then he encountered Tang Xin and others. Now he was facing 2 more in the soul fighting arena. Oscar in the audience also found it unbelievable that someone could suppress Dai Mubai and Tang Xin, and they were even lower-level soul masters. Boss Dai, Tang Xin, go for it. For 100 gold soul coins. Tang Xin activated the purple extreme magic eye and mystic jade hand to look at Tu Chi. I admit you are strong, but you are far from my friend. It's impossible for you to win against us. Dai Mubai activated the amplification of his 3rd soul skill and re-engaged with Lei Li, now clearly dealing more damage than before. Meanwhile, Tang Xin also made progress, and amidst the disturbances from the blue-silver grass, he managed to grab Tu Chi's arm again. Tu Chi attempted the same trick again. But all his movements were seen through by Tang San's purple extreme magic eye. I won't fall for the same trick twice, he said, landing a punch on Touchy's abdomen while retreating with all his might. Touchy, unwilling, had no choice but to concede. On the other side, Dai Mubai's soul power surged, and the feeling of hitting flesh made his attack speed increase. Weren't you just enjoying yourself? Keep going. First soul skill, White Tiger's Fierce Light Wave. Layli took a hit from Dai Mubai's White Tiger's Fierce Light Wave at such close range, his body swaying slightly, losing some control as well. During the time Tang San and Dai Mubai pressured Layli and Touchy, Oscar in the audience let out a sigh of relief. That scared me. I almost thought Boss Dai and the others were going to lose. This thrilling match had the audience gasping in amazement. And just when they thought it would continue like this, leading to a victory for Tang San and Dai Mubai, those fighting Layli and Touchy knew that the real battle had just begun. A flash of red appeared in their eyes, and their power suddenly surged. Dai Mubai was hit back to the edge of the ring. Come on, aren't you tough? Let me have some fun with you. The sudden surge in power caught Dai Mubai and Tang San off guard. Oscar, who had been relieved, now felt his heart in his throat again. What's going on? Dai Mubai, who had been sent flying, found his mind blank, not knowing how he had ended up there. Looking at the blood on Layli, Tang San seemed to understand why he was called the Bloody Rhinoceros. It must be a mutation of the martial soul, making blood the condition for Layli's power surge. Dai Mubai, who stood up again, supported his left wrist. If it weren't for him using his left hand to dissipate some of the impact, he wouldn't have retreated so easily. Affected by the blood, both of them murmured, "Blood, blood, give us blood." Their voices were very quiet, and the audience outside had no idea what they were saying. But this did not prevent Tang San and Dai Mubai from showing shocked expressions upon hearing those words. A thought emerging in their minds. Mubai, you thought of this too, right? No wonder their strength is so strong. It turns out they're evil soul masters. What should we do now? They clearly haven't used their full power. With our strength, we might not be able to stop them. At the same time, Dai Mubai cursed the staff of the Soul Fighting Arena in his heart for allowing such dangerous people to participate in the competition. In that case, the titles of Bloody Rhinoceros and the most insidious Soul Master were not surprising. In any case, to meet their demands, some means were needed, like this. Tang San handed a crossbow-like object to Dai Mubai. What is this? Dai Mubai couldn't find anything magical about it. But since Tang San also didn't know how powerful the Zhuge crossbow was, he just explained to Dai Mubai how to use it. Chapter 80. Tiendo Royal Team Layli and Touchy wouldn't give them any chances. Both their strength and speed had increased. After simply understanding how to use the Zhuge crossbow, Dai Mubai was grabbed by Layli and thrown into the air, then punched heavily towards Tang San. Mystic Jade Hand. At the same time, Tang San cleverly used the technique of using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds to counter the attack. 2 blood-red branches rushed rapidly towards Tang San's face. If it weren't for Tang San's quick reaction, everyone might have witnessed a lifeless corpse. Don't get distracted. Your opponent is me. At this moment, Tang San finally saw Touchy's martial soul. It appeared to be made of branches resembling blood. The overall look was very eerie, but it further confirmed Tang San's suspicion that they were evil soul masters. The two wanted to disguise their deaths as an accident in the arena. Otherwise, letting them go would leave Tang San feeling very uncomfortable. Third soul skill, blue-silver penetration. Most of the arena was covered in the sharp spikes of blue-silver grass. Layli, being tough-skinned, only sustained a white mark from the blue-silver damage. As time passed, both of them grew increasingly thirsty for blood, their attacks becoming fiercer, causing the audience to fall silent. Dai Mubai. Upon hearing Tang San's voice, Dai Mubai immediately took out the Zhuge crossbow he had given him, while Tang San used Parasite again to immobilize both of them. Now, with 2 swift sounds, a small mist of blood appeared around Layli and Touchy. Their faces filled with uncertainty. What is going on? Their bodies felt heavier, and their consciousness slowly faded. In the end, they gave Tang San and Dai Mubai a reluctant glance before collapsing. When they fell, Tang San saw that they had matching flower-shaped tattoos on their wrists. After the staff confirmed that Layli and Touchy had no breath, they announced that the final winners were Tang San and Dai Mubai. Oscar came down from the audience, handed a glass of water to each of them. and introduced the opponents for the third match. Neither of the two mentioned what had just happened. After all, due to the Soul Hall's strong suppression of evil soul masters, very few people knew about such individuals. They only hoped that they wouldn't encounter any evil soul masters in the subsequent soul battles. Fortunately, their silent wishes were answered. In the following matches, they did not encounter any evil soul masters. However, their fights were closely observed by a figure in a black robe hidden in a corner of the stands. This person also had a flower-like pattern on their hand, quietly watching Tang San and Dai Mubai's battles. The duo's winning streak reached 11 matches, but in this match, they faced Yu Qianqing, who also aimed for a 15-match winning streak with his blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex spirit. His teammate was another member of his team, Osro, who had the martial spirit of a Black Panther. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the new round of matches. The quality of this matchup is exceptionally high, with both teams having reached 11 consecutive victories. Yu Qianqing, with the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex spirit, is currently the strongest beast spirit. He and his teammate have cruised through their matches so far, each one being quite easy. Their opponents, Shura and White Tiger, are also formidable, having defeated the Bloody Rhino, Riley, and the Cunning Soul Master, Tookie. Let's look forward to the specific outcomes of these two teams. I declare the match to begin. Tang San watched Yu Qianqing with a serious expression. He had heard about the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex spirit from Yu Xiaojiang, and being one of the top 3 sects made a deep impression on Tang San. He never expected to face him here. After the referee announced the start of the match, Yu Qianqing's entire right hand was covered in dragon scales, transforming it into the hand of a dragon. At the same time, the powerful lightning on his right hand effectively prevented his opponent from recovering from injuries. Meanwhile, Douluo, who was out shopping, unexpectedly encountered her teammate from the Heaven Do Royal Academy, Yin Yan. "It's really you. I didn't expect to meet you here," Yi Lingling exclaimed, hugging Douluo happily. "Lingling, what are you doing here?" Douluo asked, as if she had thought of something. "Could it be that Qianqing is here too?" Yi Lingling nodded, releasing Douluo and pointing to the distant Shijiao brothers who were playing. Osro and the captain went to participate in the Soul Battle Arena event. They've already achieved 11 consecutive victories. I heard their next opponents are also an 11-win team. Should we go take a look? Hearing that she could see Yu Qianqing, Douluo agreed without hesitation. "Sister, let's go and check it out together." At this moment, Yi Lingling noticed Zhu Zhuqing and the others nearby. Along the way, Douluo acted as a mediator, introducing them to each other and helping them get acquainted. "Yin Yan, are you in such a hurry to see your captain because you have feelings for him?" Yi Lingling did not refute this. The entire student body of the Heaven Do Royal Academy basically knew about Douluo's feelings for Yu Qianqing, so there was no need to hide it. "Yin Yan, I haven't seen you around the academy these past few days. Did you come here?" They initially thought Douluo might have encountered some trouble, but considering her grandfather was a titled Douluo, they realized she likely faced no real issues. Still, it was a bit worrisome not to see her for several days. "There were some family matters, and I found a master. He's very handsome. In a few days, we have to go to Heaven Do City, and I'll let you see him then." Soon, they arrived at the Soul Battle Arena, where the stands were packed with people. They exerted considerable effort to find an excellent viewing spot. At this moment, all 4 fighters on the field were injured, but it was still unclear which side had a greater chance of winning. Once again seeing Yu Qianqing, Douluo felt her heart was not as excited as before. Xiao Wu looked at the figure fighting against Yu Qianqing, finding it very familiar. Even with a mask on, she recognized him. "It's my brother. I didn't expect that your captain would be fighting against my brother in Dai Mubai. Fate is quite coincidental. We ran into them in the West City, while they encountered each other in the arena." Hearing Xiao Wu's words, Yi Lingling couldn't help but sigh at this fate. This wonderful connection brought the other members of the Heaven Do royal team closer to Shrek's group. "I wonder which side will win. I bet on our captain. After all, he is from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus sect." Douluo chose to remain silent. It wasn't that she didn't want to speak. It was just that both sides were somewhat difficult to choose from. One was her own team, and the other was her senior sister's team. Chapter 81. Domain. Watching the struggle of the 4 contenders, everyone hoped for their team's victory. However, they had already consumed a lot of stamina and soul power due to the previous 10 matches, and they were starting to feel overwhelmed. At this moment, The strength of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex spirit was evident. Even facing unavoidable attacks, taking them head-on had little effect on him. Could it only end in a tie? If it ended in a tie, the results they had achieved so far would be nullified, and to earn the prize, they would have to start over. It seems our contestants are all exhausted. The outcome will soon be clear, or perhaps the two teams will end in a tie. It would be quite a shame for such strong teams to fall here. Tang Sen looked at the hidden weapons in his storage space, wanting to use them. But he was prohibited from doing so after being judged for killing an opponent in the second match. He considered explaining to the staff that they were evil soul masters. But they would not listen, not believing that evil soul masters would brazenly come to the soul battle arena. Tang Sen realized he couldn't continue like this. Do you have any good ideas? As Asro approached, Dai Mubai threw a punch, but predictably missed. Both sides had nearly exhausted their stamina, yet even so, Asro's speed was still outmatched by Dai Mubai and Tang Sen. Brother, go for it. I believe in you. Hearing the familiar voice, Tang Sen instantly spotted Xiao Wu in the crowd, along with the other members of Shrek, except for Ma Hongjun. It is well known that the main character group's method of increasing strength is not solely through cultivation, while cultivation accounts for part of it. The power of friendship and nostalgic moments also play a significant role. A certain anime's overpowered racer, without that so-called main character halo. Do you think you can win against me? In fact, Tang San had considered giving up, but upon hearing Xiao Wu's encouragement, he remembered that no matter what difficulties they faced, they always encouraged each other to surpass themselves and reach new heights. Waves of light blue circles spread out and expanded on the soul battle platform. Seconds later, blue-silver grass began to sprout from the cracks in the floor of the soul battle stage. If time and space were here, they would directly comment on how outrageous this was, as it didn't let him obtain the 8 spider lances, but instead, he created a domain. However, this domain was still a rudimentary one. While it had little effect on his own substitute, its weakening effect on the opponent was minor. Once the domain opened, Dai Mubai did not receive a significant boost. Even Tang Sen only recovered a mere 5% of his soul power and stamina. Although Dai Mubai's enhancement was not obvious, based on Tang San's subsequent description, he should have had a 2% soul power recovery at that time. The moment this domain was formed, Yu Qianqing felt something was wrong. He sensed a layer of negative effects enveloping him. With his already low stamina and soul power, he felt his soul power inexplicably draining away, realizing that he was likely to lose this match. Knowing they couldn't remain in a stalemate, Yu Qianqing understood that the longer they dragged it out, the more unfavorable it would be for them. It was better to take the initiative and seek a chance. While charging forward, Yu Qianqing squeezed out his soul power. First soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. The soul power surged on the dragon claw of the right hand, filled with lightning and a dangerous aura. As long as he dealt with Tang San, victory could return to his hands, so Yu Qianheng spared no effort in this attack. Asro coordinated with Yu Qianheng, while the recovering Dai Mubai gritted his teeth and charged at Yu Qianheng. In Dai Mubai's view, Tang San's current state could definitely withstand Asro's attack, but he might not be able to handle Yu Qianheng's. Second soul skill, White Tiger Barrier. However, Dai Mubai clearly underestimated Yu Qianheng's attack and overestimated his own abilities. With this strike, Dai Mubai was sent flying after only 2 seconds of resistance. First soul skill, Bind. Tang San seemed to ignore Asro and used his soul skill to control Yu Qianheng, helping Dai Mubai relieve some pressure. But even with Tang San's help, Dai Mubai couldn't hold on for long and was knocked out of the arena. Yu Qianheng, panting, looked at Tang San with a smile on his lips. It seemed that victory was ours. You have no chance left. Asro's attack came at him, but it passed through Tang San's body. Asro was shocked and quickly retreated to Yu Qianheng's side, looking around but not seeing Tang San's figure. Just as he wondered where Tang San had gone, a muffled sound came from behind him. Thinking Yu Qianheng had caught Tang San, he turned around and saw Yu Qianheng on the platform below. What is happening? After dealing with Yu Qianheng, Tang San looked at his hands. In such a short time, his strength had increased so much. Not only had he learned the simplified version of the domain, but his phantom movement technique had also improved to a new level. The afterimage that Asro had hit earlier was created by Tang San's rapid movement. Asro, the outcome is decided. Do you want to go down on your own? Or should I knock you down? During this time, Tang San also used the simplified domain to recover some soul power and stamina. Although it wasn't much, defeating a weakened Osro was still easy. Sorry, as a member of the Tiando Royal Battle Team, I cannot admit defeat. Osro, who had re-entered the martial spirit possession state, knew that his chances of victory were less than 1%, but even so, his pride wouldn't allow him to concede. 10 seconds later, only Tang San stood in the arena, and the referee immediately announced Tang San's victory. Let us, the Assault Shura, secure the final match victory and give our team a chance to continue competing. The most regrettable part was his opponent. He didn't expect a desperate counterattack at the last moment. Listening to the cheers from the stage, Tang San took one last look in Xiao Wu's direction, supporting Dai Mubai as they walked down from the platform, each step taken with great difficulty. Oscar, Xiao Wu, and the members of the Tiando Royal Team rushed down. Oscar took over supporting Dai Mubai, and when Tang San was about to fall, he was caught by Xiao Wu. Brother, you are amazing. After hearing this, Tang San completely lost consciousness. Once they returned to the resting room, Oscar began to tend to their injuries, while Xiao Wu looked at Tang San with concern. Xiao Wu, don't worry. They just exhausted themselves and fainted. They'll wake up in a while. You can go buy some food so they can recover quickly when they wake up. After hearing Oscar's words, Xiao Wu got up to buy things, while Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong stood aside watching. And Dong Guiyin went to check on Yu Tianheng's situation. Chapter 82. Catching up at the Tiando Royal Academy. Everyone gathered together to chat with Dong Guiyin. Listening to Ling Ling, she asked, "You have a master now. Is he reliable? If it's not good, maybe it's better to forget it." Everyone was surprised by Dong Guiyin suddenly having a master and worried for her. It wasn't that they didn't believe her, it was mainly too sudden. She had said she was going home for a trip and then didn't return, and they had never heard of her having anyone she particularly admired before. No, besides her grandfather, there was no one she particularly admired. It's fine, my master is quite good. He helped my family a lot and gave me quite a few gifts. They also knew that Dong Guiyin's grandfather, the titled Douluo, had a significant identity, so the gifts she mentioned should indeed be considerable. What did your master give you? Can you be more specific? At this, Dong Guiyin raised her head proudly. My master didn't give me much. Just a few thousand gold soul coins and some cultivation resources. Everyone felt let down. They had expected something more precious. But it turned out to be just a few thousand gold soul coins and some cultivation resources. However, for others, that was indeed quite a lot, several thousand gold soul coins. Is that all? There's nothing more valuable? The Sure brothers couldn't believe it. If Dong Guiyin really became a disciple for just these things, it would make her, the granddaughter of a titled Douluo, seem a bit less impressive. There's more. My master gave my grandfather and me each a piece of 10,000-year soul bone, which is a huge boost for us. What 10,000-year soul bone? Isn't that something that can't be given to others? 10,000-year soul bones, given to others? They all knew each other, so why couldn't they connect the dots? Is that true? The awakened Yu Tianheng and Osro heard what Dong Guiyin said, and were both confused. What 10,000-year soul bone and giving it to others? Who would casually give away a 10,000-year soul bone? Do you know how rare that thing is? In the end, it was still Yi Lingling who explained it to them before they understood, looking at Dong Guiyin with expressions as if they had seen a ghost. Suddenly, Osro seemed to think of something. Wait a minute, if I also go to find a master, could I also get a 10,000-year soul bone? Where is your master now? I wonder if I have the chance to become your junior brother? Osro had already begun to fantasize about successfully becoming a disciple, ultimately getting the 10,000-year soul bone, then soaring to success and achieving the title of titled Douluo. However, Dong Guiyin looked at Osro disdainfully and said, "You still want to find a master? I'm not trying to discourage you, but with your talent, my master would definitely not look at you." However, Dong Guiyin turned to Yi Lingling and smiled. Lingling might have a chance. Do you want me to introduce you? Maybe my master would agree. Everyone looked at Yi Lingling enviously, making her feel a bit uncomfortable. She fidgeted with the corner of her clothes, finding it hard to express her emotions at that moment. She wanted to refuse, but then thought of her family behind her. If she refused, her family would definitely not agree. Moreover, they might even go to great lengths to get close to Dong Guiyin's master. In the following time, Dong Guiyin introduced her senior sister, Zhu Zhuqing, and junior sister Ning Rongrong. My senior sister is the one my master values the most. As for why he doesn't value me and my junior sister, It might be because we are a bit lazy. In fact, I feel like my master is quite picky about his disciples. He doesn't care about ordinary ones, even if you have talent. This was something Dong Guoyan had always wanted to say. Her senior sister came from the Xingluo royal family, her junior sister from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and her grandfather was a titled Douluo. All three of them had a certain level of power behind them, which could offer some help. If time and space were here, they would definitely give her a punch. With the power behind you, it might seem strong to others, but in my eyes, you are just slightly bigger ants. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. How did you come to Soto City? You shouldn't be here, right? Yu Qianheng sat up, feeling a faint pain all over his body. We heard that teacher Qin Ming is recruiting some students from other academies here, so we wanted to come and take a look. Are you talking about Shrek Academy? Based on the name and the recent events, Dugwian quickly thought of her senior sister Shrek Academy. How did you know? Clearly, they had just mentioned this matter. So how did Dugwian know the name of this academy? At that time, Teacher Qin had also said that the scale of this academy is not large. Not many people know about it, but the talents of the students are all monstrous, and they were just curious to come and take a look. My senior sister is from that academy, and the two people who fought with you are also from there. One is named Dai Mubai, and the other is Tang San. At this moment, Yu Qianheng felt somewhat uncomfortable. Are you saying I was defeated by my future two junior brothers? How am I supposed to face them in the future? The expressions of Yu Qianheng and Oscar kept changing. They were no longer curious. If they remained this curious, they really wouldn't be able to face anyone. Their principal indeed has a good eye, discovering so many geniuses. It's truly admirable. The two wanted to faint. It was really too embarrassing. So, in a few days, we will be able to see your senior sister and junior sisters at the Heaven Do Royal Academy, right? We will treat you to a big meal then. It was clearly a happy occasion, but Dugwian shook her head. No, Master said the three of us want to go to the Heaven Do Royal Academy. We will follow him to another place. When the time comes, he will take us to participate in the Continental Soul Master Elite Competition. These matters were all mentioned in the letter from time and space. They hadn't told Zhu Zhuqing or shown her, which led to Zhu Zhuqing really believing they were going to the Heaven Do Royal Academy. What does your master think? The Heaven Do Royal Academy is so good. Why not go? Is there a better place than the Heaven Do Royal Academy? Time and space didn't specify where they would go. It only said to be prepared, and they would be taken away when the time comes. At this moment, the Stone brothers realized, wait, does that mean Dugwian will also leave the Heaven Do Royal Academy? Doesn't your grandpa know? Dugwian nodded. Grandpa knows about this, and he was the one who helped me handle the withdrawal. The voices in the room became much quieter. All right, if Yin Yin really wants to withdraw from the Heaven Do Royal Academy, the Academy would have long arranged new members for us. Chapter 83. Back that means Dugwian hasn't successfully withdrawn from the Heaven Do Royal Academy yet. As for why, they don't know. Don't worry, Yin Yin. The Academy won't easily let you go. There will always be a way to stay in the Heaven Do Academy. After this incident at night, the Heaven Do Royal Academy also didn't want to stay there any longer. After all, it was really too embarrassing. After Dugwian said goodbye to Yu Tianheng and the others, she returned to Zhu Zhuqing's side. Senior sister, I'm back. At this moment, there was no emotion visible on Dugwian's face, which made Zhu Zhuqing suspicious. How about not chatting with your former team members for a while? Generally speaking, when meeting old friends, there would always be a lot to talk about. Often for several hours or even longer. They had something to do and left first. We will meet again in a few days, so don't worry. But she was mistaken. By the time they meet next, they would meet as opponents, and that would be 2 years later. Afterwards, they watched the match between Tang San and Dai Mubai, seeing them defeat one opponent after another on the soul fighting platform until they finally stood on the podium. The main reason was that Tang San understood domain-type skills, continuously boosting himself and weakening the opponent's strength. And after Yu Qianheng, he didn't encounter any strong opponents. Oscar, who received 10 gold soul coins, was very happy. After all, he hadn't done anything, just handled a bit of the match's indications. And he could get 10 gold soul coins. This was the first time he felt that gold soul coins were so easy to earn. After putting the gold soul coins into his small vault, he followed everyone back to Shrek. Everyone had a great time today, along the way. Xiao shared the fun things she saw at the West City night market with Tang San. By the way, brother, This is for you." Saying this, Xiao Wu took out a pocket watch and handed it to Tang San. After receiving it, Xiao Wu urged Tang San to take a good look. Seeing Xiao Wu's eager expression, he carefully observed the appearance. The craftsmanship of this pocket watch was exquisite, and just by looking, he could tell Xiao Wu had spent a lot of money to buy it. At the moment he opened the pocket watch, Tang San was momentarily stunned. Below the normal decorations was a small photo of him and Xiao Wu. "Brother, how is it? Do you like it?" Xiao Wu had a premonition that she wouldn't be able to accompany Tang San for a long time, and after she left, she was afraid Tang San would feel sad, so she got him this pocket watch. In fact, she had prepared one for herself as well. The same style as Tang San's, and it also contained their photo. "Thank you, I really like it." After saying this, Tang San looked again at the photo, a smile slowly appearing at the corner of his mouth. Then he put the pocket watch back into the 24 Bridges, bright moon night. Everyone returned to Shrek, said their goodbyes, and went back to their respective rooms. After Zhu Zhuqing returned to her room, she planned to start cultivating. "Senior sister, wait a moment. I want to ask, if we part ways with Xiao Wu in the future, will you feel sad?" Douluo, not understanding why she would ask this, thought for a moment before answering. "No, although there aren't many students in the academy, I haven't spent much time with them. So leaving one T have a big impact on me." Indeed, in the original work, Zhu Zhuqing trained with them and established a deep bond, but this time, due to the interference of time and space, the timeline was shifted. Without deep ties, Zhu Zhuqing wouldn't mind parting. What she cared about was only how to become stronger. On the other side, time and space looked at the little cat sleeping on its back and helplessly used soul power to move it back to the sofa in the room. While he lay down on the bed, right now, time and space felt no sleepiness at all. Memories buried deep in his mind began to surface little by little. "Hurry up, the spark is about to go out. If the spark goes out, just wait to die. What will you do if the spark that has lasted over 800 days goes out? Where have you been? Why haven't you replied? You were clearly here a few days ago. Hurry up and reply." A blurry face appeared in front of time and space. He wanted to see clearly, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't see through it. Looking at the little cat sleeping soundly on the sofa, time and space felt increasingly annoyed. "Why can you sleep so comfortably while I can't?" He got out of bed and walked to the little cat, picking it up. Feeling someone grab the back of its neck, the little cat struggled a few times, realizing it was powerless, and opened its eyes to see the culprit. "Is there something wrong? If not, then go to sleep." The little cat had just woken up from its dream, still a bit dazed. "It's nothing. Just saw you sleeping so well, wanted to wake you up to sleep again." The little cat replied, "No, are you sick? I was sleeping so well. And you want to wake me up to sleep again? You're really something else. I don't know what you're thinking. Seriously, just go to sleep. If you don't sleep, I still want to sleep." The little cat buried itself back into the soft sofa and quickly fell back into a dream. Time and space was really speechless. Could sleep this fast? Instant sleep? Not waking the little cat again, time and space went to the recliner by the bed. Moonlight poured through the window onto his face, and occasionally a bird chirped outside. In the end, even time and space didn't know how he fell asleep. He only knew he slept very comfortably that night. When he woke up, time and space quickly washed up and found the little cat was still sleeping. Seriously, who sleeps for so long? After forcibly waking the little cat, time and space took it and left the room, beginning their journey back to Shrek. Without letting Xiaomi carry herself, time and space sped forward, and the scenery around quickly retreated. After a while, time and space would stop to take a walk and enjoy the scenery along the way. In fact, it was just to catch a breath because of her injuries not healing. "How long until we arrive? Is there barbecue there? I want to eat barbecue." Along the way, Xiaomi chattered incessantly, asking all sorts of questions, always inquiring about time and space whenever she encountered something. "All right, stop asking. Now let me tell you what you need to pay attention to when we get there. First, you must imagine yourself as a cat. You're not allowed to speak. No ridiculous actions, and most importantly, you must not reveal your true form unless absolutely necessary." Hearing the demands from time and space, Xiaomi could barely accept it. But imagining herself as a cat, isn't that asking too much of her? Fortunately, after her size was reduced, some habits were similar to those of a cat, so it was still easy to disguise herself. Moreover, for the rest, you will stay close to my 3 disciples and secretly protect them. Understood? Xiaomi didn't understand why your disciples needed her protection. She might as well say they were her disciples. Chapter 84 Departure. Stepping into the small house of time and space, Xiaomi looked around at the arrangement with some disdain. There were no luxurious decorations, no soft sofas, and most importantly, the surrounding environment looked so dirty. You live here? This place is worse than the inn we stayed at. I really don't understand what you were thinking. Just put up with it for now. Stay here while I go find the headmaster here. Some things need to be clarified. Jizai and Zwiga knocked on the door of time and space and walked in. Time, everything is packed up. When do we set off? Time and space didn't look at Jizai and Zwiga who walked in, nor did she answer their question, instead asking another question. How is their training going? Have they made any progress recently? Training? What training? Aren't we on break these days? When do we have training? Although they didn't know why they were unaware of the training situation, they still answer time and space's question. Miss Zhu Zhuqing has been persistent every day, but Miss Duge Yin and Miss Ning Rongrong have been a bit slack lately. A standard reply, but time and space could hear the underlying meaning in the words. It seemed that Duge Yin and Ning Rongrong were slacking off again, but it didn't matter. Once they returned to the spirit hall, they would face the consequences. I'm going down to notify Flander. After that, I'll leave. Zhu Zhuqing should be doing morning exercises now. You go tell her to get ready. Looking at Xiaomi, time and space picked her up and tossed her to Jizai. Take this cat with you and let Zhu Zhuqing keep an eye on her. After tearing open the space beside her, time and space walked in, and when she reappeared, she was in Flander's office. Flander, who was originally handling documents, was startled by the sudden appearance of the rift, thinking something was wrong until he saw time and space. Teacher Time is back, but the way you returned is a bit special. Flander wiped the sweat from his forehead, his words somewhat unclear. He had thought that time and space was impressive, but he hadn't expected her to be this impressive, tearing space to travel. Even a titled Douluo couldn't possibly have such means. I came to talk to you about something. There are matters regarding the forces behind me that require my return, so I can't stay here. Since time and space was leaving, Flander naturally dared not stop her. He could only let her go. Since Teacher Time has matters to attend to, we can understand. It's also troublesome for Teacher Time to make a trip. This matter naturally did not require time and space to come in person. Mainly, it was about taking Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong away. On the surface, they were still students of Shrek Academy. It would be a bit rude to take them away directly. We should win people over with virtue, uphold our martial ethics. We still need to say a word. And besides, if I leave, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong must follow me. I'm a bit worried about leaving them with Yu Xiaojiang for training. Yu Xiaojiang, who was sleeping in the room, sneezed, rubbed his nose, and turned over to continue sleeping. Hearing time and space's words, Flander's smile stiffened on his face. You can leave, but you can't take my students away. That is absolutely impossible. Teacher Yu Xiaojiang is a recognized master, and his teaching ability is completely fine. You should think about it. You can't deny him because of some misunderstandings. This isn't about misunderstandings. It's just that Yu Xiaojiang doesn't have successful cases. All his training is based on what Tang San said, which has some differences for others. The Spirit Hall has many talents, and there are plenty of high-level soul masters in the agility and support categories. Randomly finding one to train their disciples would be more reassuring than letting Yu Xiaojiang help train. Enough talk. I've already made up my mind, and we are about to set off. Flander intended to persuade time and space, wanted to make one last effort. Teacher, this matter can still be discussed. If you don't recognize Yu Xiaojiang as teaching ability, you should at least believe in the teaching ability of the Tiando Royal Academy. We have received an invitation from the Tiando Royal Academy, and will soon be entering it. It is a noble academy, and the teachers there are certainly not ordinary. Just when Flander thought that saying this would make time and space give up the idea of taking the two away, time and space just looked at him. Dean Flander, it's more reassuring to teach my own disciples. In my opinion, the Tiando Royal Academy is also not good enough. Watching time and space leave, Flander felt like his heart was bleeding. Every student who entered Shrek was a genius among geniuses, and now two were being directly taken away by time and space. At the same time, he was also complaining about time and space. You can leave, but why must you take your disciples with you? You already said you were going to the Tiando Royal Academy. As a result, you said that the Tiando Royal Academy isn't good enough. What kind of academy would satisfy you? With 2 more students leaving, Flander felt very low. He soon rallied himself. He couldn't deny the ability of his academy just because 2 left. After all, there were still 5 geniuses in the academy. Once they joined the Tiando Royal Academy, he could rely on those 5 to obtain as many resources as possible, and he could still succeed. Time and Space left and returned to her room. Looking at the decorations here, although she had arranged them bit by bit, she felt no attachment and turned to leave. She hadn't been here long, and there was nothing special, so there was naturally no need for attachment. Arriving at the gathering place, Zhu Zhuqing, Douluo, Ning Rongrong, Jize, and Zhuge were already waiting there. All right, let us set off. After the carriage set off, looking at Shrek getting farther away, Ning Rongrong was a bit confused. We are going to the Tiando Royal Academy. Why are we leaving? Master, can you tell me why we are leaving? The teaching environment of the academy is about to change. Ning Rongrong leaned against the carriage window, looking outside, and asked Time and Space. Time and Space sat in her seat, with Zhu Zhuqing holding Xiaomi in her arms and Douluo teasing her by the side, while Xiaomi showed a look of disdain. Tiando, it's not that great. In my opinion, the Spirit Hall is better. This is a bit double standard. The Tiando Royal Academy. I didn't provoke any of you. Yet you say this about me. Master, where did you find this little cat? How come it's still disdainful of us? Xiaomi jumped onto Time and Space's shoulder, sticking out her tongue to lick her fur that had been messed up by them. Oh, I found it on the way back because I felt sorry for it. Xiaomi paused in her grooming action. No. What do you mean I felt sorry for it? No, I'm not pitiful. At least come up with a more reasonable excuse, or I'll sue you for defamation. Xiaomi looked at Time and Space with a resentful gaze, her eyes full of disagreement with his words. Chapter 85. Assassination Technique. Phantasm. The luxurious carriage rolled down the road, drawing the attention of passers-by, who wondered which prominent family was out for a leisurely outing. Master, where are we going? When will we arrive? By now, there was no need to hide anything from them. I told them a few things, but didn't elaborate further. Wuhuan City. When the time comes, you can go directly to the Wuhuan Hall Academy. Turning to Douluo and Ning Rongrong, I said seriously, once you 2 get there, don't play around anymore. The 3 of you still need to participate in the selection for the Continental Elite Soul Master Competition. I'm not worried about Zhu Zhuqing, but I'm concerned about you 2 not making the cut. That would be a huge embarrassment for your master. All 3 had been to Wuhuan City very few times, so they were filled with anticipation. Upon hearing they were going to the Wuhuan Hall Academy, they understood why their master said it was worlds apart from Tiando. The quality over at Wuhuan Hall was indeed considerably higher. Master, are we really going to the Wuhuan Hall Academy? Will it be difficult for us to get in? Zhu Zhuqing was still worried about not being able to enter, especially since the enrollment period had long passed. But with my identity, getting 3 people into the academy was an easy task. I took out my elder token and handed it to Zhu Zhuqing. Your master is not just anyone. This is the Wuhuan Hall elder token, and it's unique. Getting you all enrolled will be a piece of cake. Looking at the words elder token on the back, Zhu Zhuqing pondered. Master, does that mean you are an elder of the Wuhuan Hall? But I heard that one needs to have strong abilities to obtain an elder token. Ning Rongrong took the elder token from Zhu Zhuqing and examined it closely. However, as she looked, she felt a chill, causing her to shiver involuntarily. Are you implying that you doubt your master has strength? Since I had never shown my true abilities in front of them, aside from Zhu Zhuqing, they had always been uncertain about my strength. Sensing my displeasure, Douluo and Ning Rongrong quickly huddled together, denying it. Master, that is not what we meant. Your strength must be very strong. We just want to know if you stand with the Pope or with the Hall of Offerings. After all, they knew a little about the Wuhuan Hall. The current Pope and the Grand Offering of the Hall of Offerings did not have a good relationship, leading to the division into 2 factions. This was something they were curious about. Jize and Zhuge, who were in front, sensed my displeasure and even moderated their breathing. As for which side I stood on, I wasn't entirely sure. Although I had more contact with the Hall of Offerings, I wasn't wholly aligned with them. To put it accurately, I did not belong to either faction of the Wuhuan Hall. I was neutral. Your master doesn't pick sides. I am the most free person in the Wuhuan Hall. Even the current Pope cannot command me. This statement carried significant weight. The Hall of Offerings served as a backup for the Wuhuan Hall and would only intervene during major events, at which point they still had to obey the Pope's orders. But I didn't have to do that. There hasn't been anyone capable of commanding me born yet, and there never was in the past, nor will there be in the future. Soto City was still quite a distance from Wuhuan Hall. Relying solely on the carriage would take 2 to 3 more days. In any case, they were the only ones anxious. We moved along slowly, with me occasionally checking on their training progress. The 2 techniques I had given to Zhu Zhuqing had her proficiency impressing me quite a bit. Although she couldn't run on water yet, walking on it was no longer a problem. Douluo, on the other hand, had a lot of room for improvement. She still found it difficult to stand on the water surface. Not bad. Zhuqing's progress far exceeds my expectations. However, I can't teach you anything else right now. You need to master these 2 techniques first. Originally, Zhu Zhuqing was delighted to hear praise and wanted to use it as a chance to ask me to teach her more, but that didn't happen. To give her some motivation, I decided to let her see the next technique she would learn. But I can demonstrate the next technique. Jiza and Zhuge, while observing their surroundings, shifted their attention more towards me upon hearing that I would demonstrate a technique. Zhu Zhuqing watched me intently, afraid to miss any movement. This technique is called phantasm. I began to move slowly. Although I was walking very slowly to Zhu Zhuqing, it appeared as though there were multiple images appearing along the path I traversed. As I circled around Zhu Zhuqing, she saw over 10 of me moving around her. After the phantasm stopped, she felt a chill at her neck. I had a dagger pressed against it, but the blade was facing away from her. Let me teach you another thing. Never point the blade at your own people. This technique, fully named the assassination technique, phantasm, could be used to confuse your enemies. But it was not suitable for use in large crowds. Jiza and Zhuge had learned assassination techniques before, but this was their first time seeing such a technique. And they also figure out how it was done. It involved manipulating the weight of one's steps to create afterimages to confuse opponents. After noting it down, they planned to practice it slowly once they returned. How to specifically execute it, I will teach you later. For now, you need to focus on mastering the previous 2 techniques. Watching the 3 train, Xiaomi jumped onto my shoulder and whispered, "Can we have barbecue for dinner tonight? You promised me a barbecue as a reward." Xiaomi looked at me with anticipation, hoping I would agree, as it really wanted to eat barbecue. I thought for a moment and agreed. I asked Jiza to prepare some firewood and handed a large piece of soul beast meat to Zhuge. "Let us have barbecue tonight. You should know how to grill. I definitely can't do it." The fact that I couldn't grill shocked Zhuge, but he quickly accepted it. I was good at everything, and I had my flaws, just that I had never shown them. Taking the meat, Zhuge pulled out some seasonings from his storage space and began marinating the meat. "Do you carry these seasonings with you?" Zhuge nodded. "Yes. We used to carry some seasonings during outdoor missions. We would use them with the game we hunted. After all, eating dry rations all the time can get tiresome." Chapter 86. Arriving at Wuhuan City, time passed, and the moonlight illuminated the continent. Laughter and joy echoed from distant houses as everyone shared their happiness. I looked over there, thinking about how it had been thousands of years since I had been here. What was my hometown like now? Did the flow of time there match here? Zhuge quietly grilled the meat, while Xiaomi drooled beside him, and the other 3 enjoyed a rare moment of leisure. "The meat is ready. We can eat now. But can we really finish all this meat?" Although Zhuge's grilled meat didn't look as good as that from a professional, it was still quite presentable. He took out a small knife from his storage space, rinsed it under clear water, and slowly cut the meat into several portions. After distributing the pieces, he handed a large piece to Xiaomi. "Master, can Xiaomi really finish such a big piece?" After all, Xiaomi was about the size of a domestic cat, and the piece of grilled meat was nearly as big as it was. However, seeing Xiaomi gobbling it up, Douluo thought to herself that it seemed like Master hadn't fed Xiaomi in a long time, considering how quickly it was eating. "Don't worry about it. Its appetite is huge. Maybe this won't be enough for it." After 2 days of traveling, Shirkong and the others finally arrived outside Wuhuan City. The tall city gate is completely different from that of Soto City. In Douluo's view, this place is even better than that of Tiando City. "Master, should we go directly to the Wuhuan Palace Academy, or find a place to stay first?" As soon as she asked, she regretted it. Her master is an elder of the Wuhuan Palace. How could he not have a place to stay here? "That depends on you. Do you want to stay in the academy or outside?" I haven't checked the dormitories at the academy, so I don't know what the environment is like there. If you want to stay outside the academy, I can find a courtyard near my place for you." After thinking for a while, Zhu Zhuqing discussed with the two and ultimately decided to stay outside. Initially, Duge Yin and Ning Rongrong disagreed, but after Zhu Zhuqing's persuasion, they reluctantly agreed. As the carriage entered Wuhuan City, the bustling scene here was something Tiando City and Soto City had never seen. As they passed some streets, they saw several armored patrol teams salute their carriage, and after watching them leave, they continued their patrol. There are so many patrol teams here. Although there are some in Tiando City, there aren't as many as here. In response to Duge Yan's exclamation, Ji Zhe explained, as the headquarters of the Wuhuan Palace, the security level here is naturally much higher. A few days ago, I heard that several teams from the Wuhuan Palace were attacked. None of the attacked teams return alive. Zoj added, "Do you remember the incident where Hao Ian sect secretly raised soul beasts, nearly leading to the destruction of village? The Wuhuan Palace sent people to investigate and found that they were all injured by blunt weapons, just like those from the Hao Ian sect." After Zoj finished speaking, Ning Rongrong rebutted, "But that doesn't prove it was Hao Ian sect's doing. Maybe it was another force that united to do it. The Wuhuan Palace's recent actions have already caused dissatisfaction among many forces, so it's not surprising that such things happened." Jizé looked around and said quietly, "I also heard that there was an incident many people don't know about, where many forces found a chance opportunity and all first-rate forces participated, but in the end, only the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Schools team came out. The other forces were left there, including the team from the Wuhuan Palace." Upon hearing this, Shikong frowned. "Did this happen after I left?" After ending this topic, they quickly arrived at Shikong's residence in Wuhuan City. Looking at the luxurious courtyard in front of them, they couldn't help but exclaim, "Master's place is really nice, but I want to know how Master can live in a place like Shrek after living so well here." For this question, Shikong did not answer and led them to a nearby courtyard. Although this courtyard was not as luxurious as Shikong's, it could still be considered luxurious. "You can stay here for now. I'll go say a word later." This courtyard has 4 rooms, a living room, and a storage room, and the open space in front can accommodate some training. You all tidy up the rooms well, and in the afternoon, I'll take you to handle the enrollment. After explaining some things, Shikong returned to her courtyard, while Jizé and Zoj went back to report to their team. While the 3 were tidying up their rooms, they were also thinking about how to tell their families that they had arrived in Wuhuan City. At this time in Tiando City, Dugabo had bought all of Duge Yin's favorite foods and began waiting, but after 2 days, he still hadn't seen Duge Yin's figure. Could something have happened, and she has to arrive later? At this moment, Shikong also felt as if she had forgotten something. As if she had told someone she would go to Tiando City, but hadn't gone. Who was it? Forget it. I won't think about it. Since I can't remember, that means it's not an important person. Dugabo thought. Not an important person? Kid, I hope you bring a silver needle when you drink tea and eat. Ning Rongrong, while tidying up, thought about her father and her 2 grandfathers. But she wouldn't have thought that her father was currently inside the Wuhuan Palace. And if she wanted to see him, it would take less than 20 minutes. "Sister, don't you want to think about your family?" Thinking of her family, Zhu Zhuqing shook her head, while Duge Yin covered Ning Rongrong's mouth to prevent her from continuing. "Sister, don't mind it." After Zhu Zhuqing indicated she didn't care, Duge Yin pulled Ning Rongrong away. After taking Ning Rongrong aside, Duge Yin told her about Zhu Zhuqing's family situation. Sister has a very complicated family situation. They have a ridiculous rule with the Dai family. Only the strongest in the family can inherit the royal position. Ning Rongrong generally doesn't care about royal matters and didn't expect that there would be a rule that made children fight each other for the position of heir. No wonder Duge Yin stopped me. Fortunately, my family doesn't have such rules. Otherwise, I wouldn't have any days to play. In the future, I should mention her family situation less in front of my sister. After tidying up their rooms, they found Shikong to take them to handle their enrollment. Because of Shikong's identity, they passed through smoothly, and even the dean was polite in front of Shikong. Chapter 87. 2 new forces in the training ground. Hulaina and Xie were currently adapting to their soul and martial fusion technique, while their opponent was a level 67 Soul Emperor teacher. Although Hulaina and Xie were only level 45 at this time, their martial soul fusion technique could already defeat soul masters at the Soul King level. Therefore, the academy arranged for a sole emperor-level teacher to spar with them. Yin watched the battle between Yao Mei and that teacher with an envious expression. If only I and Nana had a martial soul fusion technique. At that moment, other team members also came over, but they brought bad news. Yin, I don't know what His Holiness the Pope is thinking, but he actually made us selected members fight against some newcomers. Only the winners can participate in the next Continental Elite Soul Master competition. At this point, Yao Mei was already at a disadvantage against that teacher, and the battle was about to end soon. A few minutes later, Hulaina and Xiaoyu Chu their martial soul fusion technique and returned to the others. What are you talking about? Are there new people coming? Yin handed Hulaina a cup of water, and she naturally accepted it, took a sip, and put it down. I heard there are 3 new students coming this year. I don't know why His Holiness the Pope would let them in. Hulaina elegantly sat down by the chair, casually picked up some fruit placed aside, and thought not about those 3 newcomers, but about how to train better. Nana, aren't you worried about being pushed down? After wiping his sweat, Seiyu sat down to Hulaina's left, looking at the teammates who had been selected not long ago. To him, it didn't matter who the teammates were. Those 3 are considered the golden generation, and their soul power is far ahead of their peers. Worried? Both Nana and I are Soul Zune at level 45. How high can the soul power of the newcomers be? Besides, our martial soul fusion technique can easily suppress Soul Kings. As for you guys, if you don't train hard at home, just wait to be eliminated. We don't need useless teammates. After speaking, Xiaoyu, Hulaina, and Yin left the training ground. Hulaina planned to ask her teacher why they agreed to let newcomers join the selection for the competition in 2 years. If their presence affected the competition at that time, it would be a loss. The 3 of them soon arrived outside the main hall of the Spirit Hall. At this moment, Bibi Dong was listening to the reports from everyone about recent events, and Time was also present. According to the plan given by the Emperor, some teams in the Spirit Hall indeed avoided ambushes, but there were still some teams that were ambushed, resulting in complete annihilation. Additionally, a new force called Night Court has emerged in the city near the extreme north. They're developing rapidly and have already taken control of the underground forces there. Although their overall strength is quite weak, not even reaching that of a third-rate force. Meanwhile, in the coastal region, another force has appeared, showing considerable strength, with 2 titled Douluos among them. As soon as Hulaina and the others arrived at the entrance, they were stopped by the guards, indicating that they could not enter yet. After the reports from below were mostly concluded, Bibi Dong spoke. In the extreme north, I remember that the Douluo, Porcupine Doll, is there. Have him send someone to negotiate with the Night Court. If they refuse to submit, take action to eliminate them. As for the new force in the coastal region, let's not act rashly for now. I will send Douluo and Douluo there later. After speaking, she looked at Time. I wonder if Elder Time has any insights? The people below looked toward the figure sitting in the hall besides Bibi Dong, curious about what Elder Time would say. The Emperor's decision is indeed good. But regarding the Night Court in the extreme north, I think it's better to let the Porcupine Douluo take action. As for the situation in the coastal region, sending Ju Douluo and Gue Douluo won't be effective. I'll go personally. Regarding the Spirit Hall teams being attacked, we should conduct a covert investigation into those areas that were attacked. If they want to hide, they won't hide too far. After hearing Time's words, Bibi Dong dismissed everyone, indicating that she would make arrangements tomorrow. Once everyone had left, Hulaina and the others stepped inside, but as soon as they entered, they overheard the conversation between Bibi Dong and Time. Elder Time's approach is indeed good, but how can we let you go in person? I think it's sufficient to send Ju Douluo and Gue Douluo. Hulaina chimed in. You know their strength, and their martial soul fusion skills can even trap titled Douluos. You need not worry. Time also gave Bibi Dong enough respect, only speaking after confirming she had no further comments. Ju Douluo and Gue Douluo's strength is indeed considerable, but when facing an unknown force, relying solely on them is not enough. How can you be so sure they only have 2 titled Douluos? Time countered. These 2 emerging forces are likely fellow travelers as well. As fellow travelers, they generally won't reveal their full strength directly. Therefore, I believe the 2 titled Douluos are not all their strength. They probably have at least 4 titled Douluos. Hearing her teacher's rebuttal, Hulaina spoke up. Elder Time, I believe my teacher's approach is correct, and I also trust the strength of Elder Ju and Elder Gue. so I think we should listen to the teacher." Looking at the three who had entered, Tom glanced at them and then ignored them. Regardless of Bibi Dong's thoughts, he understood, but he would definitely visit the coastal region. As for what to think, that would depend on the emperor. I am only offering you suggestions. Whether to accept them is your problem. I have other matters to attend to, so I won't keep you. After saying this, Tom left the main hall. Bibi Dong looked at the three. "Why did you come to find me instead of training? Is there something you need?" Before Hulaina could speak, Yin, who was anxious, asked first, "Your Majesty, I heard that our battle team will have a soul fight with some newcomers later. Is this true?" After hearing Yan's words, Bibi Dong understood that they had come to find her for this matter. They clearly knew it was impossible to replace them, yet they still came to ask. Yes, Elder Time's disciple will also participate in the All-Continent Soul Master Elite competition in 2 years. He asked me for a few spots, but by then, the people will mostly have been chosen. That's why I thought of this method. You all know that Elder Time's strength is even above that of the Grand Offering, so he still has some say in the Spirit Hall. This matter will not affect you. Just focus on your training. Chapter 88. The 3 teaching committees in Tiando City. The Shrek group arrived here after several days of travel, and as soon as they arrived, they saw their senior, Qin Ming. One must admit that anyone who can graduate from Shrek will not have low achievements. Qin Ming, now a teacher at the Tiando Royal Academy, felt very happy to see the former dean and teachers. "Dean, you have arrived." After first greeting Flender, he chatted with the other teachers for a while before finally looking at his junior students. "Dean, this year's students are still as few as ever. If it doesn't work, we might have to lower the standards a bit. The inability to recruit students means no money to earn, and coupled with various expenses. This is also why Shrek can only stay in a small village. Previously, some had advised Flender to lower the standards a bit to recruit students first, but he rejected all those suggestions, and this time was no exception. Life is hard, but I will not lower the admission standards." Qin Ming led them to the Tiando Royal Academy, and upon seeing the grand entrance, Flender couldn't help but exclaim, "I originally thought Shrek's entrance would be like this, but I didn't expect it to be exactly the same." That's right. Once you officially join the Tiando Royal Academy, this entrance will also be considered part of yours. Along the way, Qin Ming explained some of the rules of the Tiando Royal Academy. This is a noble academy and hence somewhat unfriendly to commoners. Today it's getting late. You should rest well. Tomorrow, I will take you to meet the 3 teaching committee members. Only with their approval can you truly enroll. That evening, Yu Xiaojing called Tang San over. "Little San, you're my most prized student. The other 4 may be excellent in their own right, but they are ultimately too ordinary and may not gain the approval of the 3 teaching committee members. They will definitely set some tests tomorrow, and I hope you can give your all. I have read about your simple domain in books. Not everyone possesses a domain. There are certainly no more than 5 people on the continent who have domains, and their strength is undoubtedly at the pinnacle of the continent. So, you can also use those tests to further master your domain and gain a deeper understanding of it." After hearing Yu Xiaojing's words, Tang San was surprised by how powerful the domain was. "Then, teacher, I want to know how those who currently possess domains obtain them." For this question, Yu Xiaojing could not provide an answer. The books only recorded some people with domains, but did not explain how they obtained them. At this moment, Tang San thought of Time's words. He mastered knowledge that any force with some strength would know. Yet there were still many things in this world that he did not know. Tang San felt some disappointment toward Yu Xiaojing. If he knew more about domains, it would greatly help him. However, you need not worry. Once you truly join Tiando, you can ask the 3 teaching committee members. Their status should allow them access to this kind of knowledge. Upon hearing this, Tang San nodded, indicating he understood. He must pass the tests. Only with enough strength can he find out why his father left and where his mother is. As the morning sun cast its first rays, Tang San once again found a high place to practice his purple extreme magic eye, but his progress was still too slow. "Junior, you are really diligent. Getting up so early to start practicing is much better than before." A sudden sound made Tang San turn his head, and he found it was Qin Ming, who had brought them in. "Teacher Qin." This form of address made Qin Ming feel a bit awkward, and he waved his hand. "Just call me senior. Calling me teacher feels too unfamiliar." "Senior." Hearing this title, Qin Ming nodded in satisfaction. After chatting casually with Tang San for a while, the others had mostly woken up. Qin Ming first went with everyone to have breakfast here before taking them to meet the 3 committee members. However, a few of them felt uncomfortable listening to the voices of other students around them, and just as they were about to get into a fight, they were stopped by Qin Ming. Don't get into conflict with them, especially that person. Saying this, Qin Ming looked at the young man surrounded by other students and introduced his identity. That one is the 4th prince of the Tiando royal family. Don't have any conflict with him while at the academy. Although no one had fought, the previous display of strength from Shrek had already displeased the 4th prince. A simple inquiry revealed that they were there to join Shrek Academy. When Shrek's group met the 3 committee members from Tiando, it was no surprise that the Grand Elder tested Tang San. A powerful soul force surged forth, and its intensity was far beyond the soul pressure exerted by Zhao Wujia. As the chief, Meng Xinji, continued to release his soul power, the soul pressure falling on Tang San reached level 36. Even so, Meng Xinji did not stop, which made Xiao Wu worry not only for Tang San. Meng Xinji continued to increase the pressure, as he could tell that this was not yet Tang San's limit. He still had cards he had not revealed. At level 38, Tang San also released his simple domain to assist himself, but the effect was minimal. Seeing Tang San's simple domain left Meng Xinji stunned, but he still did not stop. Seeing the domain was akin to witnessing someone possessing a very precious external soul bone. At this moment, Tang San was gasping for breath, struggling to hold on, and time felt exceptionally long in that instant. It was only when he reached level 40 that Meng Xinji finally stopped, looking at Tang San as if he had seen a treasure. Old Meng, you were too heavy-handed. What if you hurt the child? The 2nd seat by Bao Shan and the 3rd seat, Ji Lin, began to criticize Meng Xinji. This was a student with a domain. After joining the Tiando Royal Academy, they would have a better chance in the upcoming Continental Elite Soul Master Competition 2 years later. Meng Xinji used his soul power to lift Tang San, allowing him to rest properly. Seeing this scene, Flander and Yu Xiaojiang knew that if nothing unexpected happened, it should be stable. However, just then, the 4th prince arrived with Prince Xuesheng. Everyone, the Tiando Royal Academy does not allow students of questionable character to join. You should seek other opportunities. Behind them was an old man with white hair dressed in dark green armor. Xiao Wu noticed this and quietly moved towards the back of the crowd, not wanting to attract his attention. Prince Xuesheng, is there some misunderstanding here? Chapter 89. Father and daughter meet. Not understanding why Prince Xuesheng said they had questionable character, he believed there must be some misunderstanding. He did not want to let these good talents leave just like that, as it would be a loss for the Tiando Royal Academy. No need to say more. This matter is decided. I hope you can leave soon. Meng Xinji still wanted to fight for opportunities for everyone, but at that moment, Douluo stepped forward. Looking at the 3 led by Meng Xinji. 3. They have repeatedly clashed with the 4th prince. Do you still want to plead for them? Douluo was in a very bad mood. He had been happily waiting for his granddaughter to arrive, but unexpectedly, he hadn't even seen her shadow. At the most unhappy moment, he encountered such unreasonable 3 people. Prince, there must be some misunderstanding here, and among them, there is. Enough. I don't want to hear it now. You all have things to do every day, so we'll take our leave, and this matter should not be discussed further. Before Meng Xinji could finish, he was interrupted by Prince Xuesheng, who was also in a bad mood these days. Previously, a soul beast had threatened him, forcing him to agree to Duge Yan's withdrawal application, and when he tried to refuse, he was scratched by a claw, and it still hurt. So when he heard the 4th prince say someone was disrespectful to him, he found a vent for his anger. Shrek had truly suffered an unwarranted disaster this time. In the end, they did not join the Tiando Royal Academy, and Qin Ming felt disappointed in this academy, choosing to leave with Shrek instead. After Prince Xuesheng and the 4th prince left, the fire in his heart had also diminished considerably. Next time, be more careful. Luckily, they came from the countryside. If it were someone else, they definitely wouldn't let it go so easily. I'm tired now. I'll head back first. Leaving the Tiando Royal Academy, Shrek, just like in the original story, arrived at Lamba Academy to meet Lu Erlong here. After some discussions, they also changed the name of the academy to Shrek Academy. However, because this time Tang San was not captured by Douluo, there were still some troubles in the academy, specifically from the self-righteous Tai Long. He often warned Tang San to stay away from Xiao Wu, but this was of little use. At the Spirit Hall, by chance, Ning Rongrong met her father, Ning Fengzhi, here, and they were both surprised to see each other. Should you be at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? Why are you at the Spirit Hall? Facing Ning Rongrong's question, Ning Fengzhi did not answer, but instead asked her back. I want to ask you the same. Aren't you at Shrek Academy? Why are you at the Spirit Hall? And who brought you here? Seeing her father not answer her question, Ning Rongrong puffed up her cheeks and looked at him, lightly punching him with her hand. You answer my question first, and I'll answer yours. Hurry up. Out of his affection for his daughter, Ning Fengzhi took her to find a chair to sit down and began to tell her about his purpose for coming and spoke about the transaction with time. However, Ning Fengzhi always referred to time as elder time, and Ning Rongrong didn't react immediately. I'm done. Now it's your turn to speak. At this point, Ning Rongrong felt a bit proud. I have found a very good master. He gave me a 10,000-year soul bone as soon as he made his move. And he also gave me a fairy grass, which has the same effect as the one you mentioned. Hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Ning Fengzhi was momentarily at a loss for where to start, so he began to explain little by little. Wait, are you saying you found a master? Ning Rongrong nodded. You silly girl. Aren't you afraid he took you as a disciple for some purpose? Besides, why were you bought off by a soul bone? If you want one, I can just give you one directly. And you said you absorbed that fairy grass? Ning Rongrong nodded again and simultaneously released her martial soul. Looking at that 9-story small tower, Ning Fengzhi fell in a deep thought. At this moment, he realized and asked if Ning Rongrong's master was named Time. How did you know? Ning Fengzhi rubbed his forehead, thinking it was fine since Time had indeed given him something, just not for himself, but for his daughter. Forget it, that's fine. I'll go meet your master in a couple of days and discuss some matters with him. By the way, you should also cultivate well. I heard that the reward for the champion of the Continental Elite Soul Master Competition in 2 years is 3 soul bones. Hearing there were 3 soul bones, Ning Rongrong was excited. If she could win those 3 soul bones, then it would be a great benefit for the 3 of them. But these 3 soul bones are prepared for those 3 Golden Generation members, so as long as you can achieve good results in the competition, I will also reward you with a soul bone. After hearing her father's words, Ning Rongrong patted her chest, promising that she would definitely achieve good results. After chatting for a while, Ning Fengzhi left. He planned to find Shirkong and ask him what was going on, why his daughter had become his disciple. However, before he could reach the entrance of the Shirkong courtyard, he was taken to continue treating the grand offering until evening, when he finally had time to seek Shirkong. Looking at Ning Fengzhi standing at the door, Shirkong let him in. As soon as he entered, Ning Fengzhi's originally gentle expression disappeared, replaced by dissatisfaction. Elder Shikong, how can you take my daughter as a disciple without saying a word? This isn't right. He initially thought Ning Fengzhi was there to discuss Qian Daoliu's injuries, but it turned out he was there for Ning Rongrong. They had already met each other. Isn't this good, Sect Master Ning? This way, your sect and our Spirit Hall can further strengthen their relationship, benefiting both sides. But Ning Fengzhi didn't want to get involved with the Spirit Hall. After all, he had witnessed the actions of the Spirit Hall over the years, which had already caused dissatisfaction among many forces. If war broke out in the future, the Spirit Hall would definitely be besieged by many forces, and he didn't want to be implicated like the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. The Spirit Hall's way of doing things was still not suitable for the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. He planned to take Rongrong back to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School after treating the grand offering. Ning Fengzhi's words clearly indicated he didn't want a long-term relationship with the Spirit Hall. Sect Master Ning, I don't know what you're worried about. What do you think of the Spirit Hall's current strength? Shirkong's question puzzled Ning Fengzhi, but he began to think. Even though the grand offering was seriously injured, the Spirit Hall still had many title Douluo. They remained the strongest force on the continent, and the combined strength of the top 3 sects might not even match the Spirit Hall. The strength of the Spirit Hall was formidable. This was an unchanging fact, and no one could shake its position. Chapter 90. Preparing for a confrontation. After Shirkong paused for a moment, he continued. But the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School might not be the same. Recently, a new force has emerged in the extreme north and coastal regions, with at least 2 title Douluo among them. If Sect Master Ning continues on the previous path, then your Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School will have to give up its position among the top 3 sections. Having been in the Spirit Hall for these days, Ning Fengji was completely unaware of the news outside, so he didn't know if what Shirkong said was true or false. Therefore, he couldn't come up with a decision for a moment. It's fine, Sect Master Ning. You have plenty of time to think about it. You don't need to rush this. Unsure of what to do, Ning Fengji decided to ignore it for now. If what Shirkong said was true, the sword Douluo and ancient Douluo of the sect would definitely write to him. All right, let's talk about another matter. You mentioned you have a fairy herb that can evolve the 7-treasure glazed tower into the 9-treasure glazed tower. This was originally part of our transaction. Why did it end up in my daughter's hands, and she even absorbed it? This concerned Shirkong's credibility. They had originally agreed on something, but in the end, he didn't give Ning Fengji what he wanted. Shirkong had long anticipated that Ning Fengji would question him. What difference does it make if I give you the fairy herb? After it reaches your hands, you would still choose to give it to Ning Rongrong. So, giving it to you and giving it to Ning Rongrong is the same. However, Sect Master Ning, giving it to Ning Rongrong is essentially a gift from me as her master. The item I promised to give you. I will replace it with another fairy herb. Saying this, Shirkong took out another fairy herb and introduced it to Ning Fengji. This fairy herb, while it can evolve the 7-treasure glazed tower into the 9-treasure glazed tower, can increase the mental strength of the user to a certain extent. After saying this, he placed the fairy herb in front of Ning Fengji, but Ning Fengji did not take it. If he took it now, it would mean he acknowledged Shirkong as Ning Rongrong's master. At that point, even if the 7-treasure glazed tile school didn't want to stand on the same front as the spirit hall, they wouldn't be able to. Ning Fengji knew very little about the situation outside. He could either choose to take the fairy herb and agree with Shirkong, becoming an ally of the spirit hall, or delay his decision until he confirmed the news. The latter was a safer option, but the former was a gamble, betting that Shirkong was telling the truth and not deceiving him. Sect Master Ning, think carefully. This opportunity only comes once. Shirkong's words directly cut off Ning Fengji's path of delaying, and what followed was a gamble. Agreeing meant becoming allies and facing any future issues together. Refusing meant he would likely not be able to leave the Spirit City after treating the grand offering. After some thought, Ning Fengji decided to reject the gamble this time and took the fairy herb. Then my daughter Ning Rongrong will have to trouble Elder Shirkong to take care of her. Shirkong took out a teapot and poured 2 cups of tea, pushing 1 cup to Ning Fengji. Sect Master Ning, you're too polite. As Rongrong's master, I will naturally train her well. After taking a sip of tea, Ning Fengji bid farewell and turned to leave Shirkong's courtyard. After returning, Ning Fengji also received a letter from the sword Douluo. At that moment, he felt lucky. He had made the right bet. In the following days, Shirkong found Jizai and Zhugu to continue training Zhu Zhuqing and Du Guyan. During these days, Ning Rongrong's motivation also indirectly influenced Du Guyan, encouraging her to begin training as well. Time passed, and 2 years went by. During this time, with the help of Shirkong's numerous precious resources, their strength grew rapidly. Zhu Zhuqing was the fastest among them, having improved 8 levels in 2 years. Her strength rose from 37 to 45. As for Du Guyan and Ning Rongrong, they both improved 7 levels in 2 years, with Du Guyan reaching level 52 and Ning Rongrong reaching level 42. Shirkong was quite satisfied with the strength of Zhu Zhuqing and Du Guyan, but Ning Rongrong's strength ultimately did not meet his expectations. Tomorrow, I will arrange for you to spar with a team of several students. The winners will be able to participate in this Continental Elite Soul Master competition. In fact, their current age would allow them to compete in the next Continental Elite Soul Master competition, but Shirkong had already planned their future paths. He didn't have much time left. Bibi Dong had not dealt with Yi Ting in a timely manner, allowing it to develop rapidly over these 2 years. Now, there were already powerful soul masters among its ranks. As for the forces on the coast, after Douluo and Fei went there and stayed for 2 years, they returned injured a few days ago. Shirkong planned to take the 3 of them to the coastal area after the competition ended, to deal with the situation there while also training them. Master, I want to know how strong they are. Shirkong just happened to have their information and took it out to show Zhu Zhuqing. Their opponents had similar soul power to Zhu Zhuqing, but Zhu Zhuqing had already mastered the 3 techniques Shirkong had taught her over the years. Moreover, in actual combat, she was able to exchange blows with Zhugu. who was suppressed at level 51. Therefore, those people posed no threat to Zhu Zhuqing, and for Du Guyan, it wasn't much of a problem either, considering her soul power was 52, making it easy to deal with them. The only concern was whether Ning Rongrong could handle it. That would depend on the strength of her support, as her opponent was 6 levels higher than her. However, after experiencing Ning Rongrong's support once, Shikong felt reassured. After Ning Rongrong upgraded her martial spirit to the 9-treasure glazed tower, its support effect had also improved. Compared to Zhu Zhuqing's ease, the team on the other side, about to begin their duel, looked at the information of Zhu Zhuqing and the others with some headache. No, even if this Du Guyan was a student of the Tiando Royal Academy, is it really normal for her to have 52 levels of soul power? There's also this new student, level 48, who has the same soul power as mine. You call this a new student? And what is even more ridiculous is the 9-treasure glazed tower. I've only heard of the 7-treasure glazed tower. This 9-treasure glazed tower must be something they made up. The golden generation was watching all of this. It seems they're not that useless after all, as they managed to reach such heights in just 2 years. This might actually improve their battle team. Yin looked at Hulaina's profile and said, whether their S improvement or not, we'll know when they win. The team doesn't need weaklings. Only the strong deserve to stay. Chapter 91. Tang San at level 40 in Heavendo City. A young man in a blue outfit was practicing in a forest, causing the surrounding blue-silver grass to sway. A girl beside him rested her chin on her hand, watching him with hidden emotions. Xiao San, how is it going? How is your control over the domain? Yu Xiaojiang stepped out, looking at Tang San, who was controlling his domain, along with his companion Xiao Wu. Upon seeing his teacher, Tang San retracted his domain and smiled at him. In these 2 years, Yu Xiaojiang had not only been looking for cultivation methods for twin martial souls, but also researching knowledge about domains. However, the records on both were very limited and were not accessible at his level. Through continuous contact over the past 2 years, Tang San had made significant progress in controlling his domain, increasing his amplification from 5 to 8. Xiao Wu added, I feel that the amplification for friendly units has increased to 4. Hearing the results, Yu Xiaojing nodded, very pleased with this outcome. After all, the greater the amplification, the more impressive Tang San's performance would be in the Continental Elite Soul Master Competition. By the way, have you found any clues regarding the domain? Yu Xiaojiang shook his head and said, although I haven't found relevant materials about the domain, I have found someone who can answer our questions. Therefore, I will go find her in the next few days. As for the days leading up to the competition, I want to be able to watch. So let us meet at the Spirit Hall then. After watching Yu Xiaojiang leave, Tang San planned to continue training, but Xiao Wu felt too hungry to wait. Originally, Tang San wanted to go to the cafeteria with her, but when the words were about to come out, he ended up telling her to go first. All right, brother. I'll go eat first. Remember to come find me after you finish your training. Watching Xiao Wu skip away, Tang San didn't understand why he had said that. He clearly didn't want to say it. Why did he say that? At this moment, deep in the forest, a figure slowly emerged. Of course, it's Fate's arrangement. It's my first time seeing a product of human and soul beast, although I feel somewhat repulsed. The mental power is the strongest I've seen at this age. Hearing the voice, Tang San turned to see a small boy, but his intuition told him that this person was definitely not simple. Is he referring to himself as the product of a human and a soul beast? Suddenly, the small boy collapsed to the ground. Tang San instinctively wanted to help him, but at that moment he felt a sudden pain, and the previous voice echoed in his mind. Not bad, not bad. Finally found a suitable place. Those people's mental powers are too weak. I'll have to find another one in a few days. It's really troublesome. Listening to the voice in his mind, Tang San asked who she was. Who I am isn't important. I want to make a deal with you. If you agree, you want to miss out on the benefits later. Let me see what else you have that I don't know. As the voice faded, Tang San felt extremely anxious, fearing that his greatest secret would be discovered. However, when the voice reappeared, it was filled with satisfaction. Twin martial souls, simplified domain. Not bad, with good training, becoming a powerful figure in the future isn't impossible. From the other's reaction, Tang San guessed that she hadn't discovered his biggest secret, and his expression relaxed considerably. Senior, I don't know what kind of deal you're talking about. Right now, I'm just a soul master at level 39. I'm afraid I won't be able to help you. Tang San was very reluctant to get involved with this person, but there was no other way. She was in his mind, and he couldn't get her out. What you said is true, but I have my ways. Let me help you raise your strength first. After saying this, Tang San suddenly felt a mysterious power rapidly sweeping through his body, and his soul power reached level 40. If it weren't for the restriction of the soul rings, Tang San felt it was far from just that. I've already increased your strength a bit. As a demonstration of my power, next, I will give you a divine bestowed soul ring, but after this, I will fall into a deep sleep for 5 years. So when I wake up, I hope you'll have the strength to work for me. But don't think that just because I'm asleep, I want to know what is happening outside. I'll still have a small portion of my consciousness watching. After finishing, a soul ring fell in front of Tang San. The soul ring had no color and quietly floated in front of him. Well, he wanted to ask what this divine bestowed soul ring was. The voice in his mind had already disappeared. If it weren't for his soul power increasing, along with the soul ring in front of him, Tang San would really think it was a dream. No matter what, Tang San still planned to absorb the soul ring first. After all, a divine bestowed soul ring was obviously a good thing. With this thought, Tang San sat cross-legged and gradually used his soul power to draw the divine bestowed soul ring to himself. At first, he didn't feel any pressure, only that the age of the soul ring was continuously increasing. As the age of the soul ring rose, Tang San began to speculate on what the maximum age of the divine bestowed soul ring could be. He also wanted to know where his limit was. As time passed, the age of the soul ring reached 7,000 years, but Tang San still didn't stop. He felt that this was not his limit. He could hold on longer. However, in this life, Tang San didn't consume any celestial herbs, so naturally, he couldn't reach a 10,000-year fourth ring. In the end, the age of the soul ring stopped at 8,100 years. The intense pain coursing through his body lingered. And if it weren't for Tang San's strong willpower, he probably would have fainted long ago. 10 minutes later, Tang San recovered from the intense pain and wanted to test what his fourth soul skill was like. Fourth soul skill, blue-silver prison. The blue-silver grass appeared darker in color. Tang San took out a small knife and scratched it, leaving only a faint mark. Its defensive power had also increased considerably. Not bad. Brother, what are you doing? It's been so long. Aren't you going to eat? Xiao Wu came over with a packed meal. At this moment, Tang San remembered that he hadn't gone to eat yet. Smelling the aroma of the food, his stomach grumbled uncontrollably. You have to eat well while training. Here, the cafeteria didn't have anything good today, so I just packed some random food for you. Taking the meal from Xiao Wu, Tang San happily started to eat. Chapter 92. Was Tang San beaten up? Everything happening here was observed by Tai Long. Usually, he often found Tang San displeasing, but he didn't expect that his goddess had actually brought food for Tang San. Why should his goddess bring food for him? What is Tang San even worth? The more Tai Long thought about it, the angrier he became. After Tang San finished the meal that Xiao Wu had brought, the two planned to go relax together. But as soon as they reached the square, they heard someone challenging Tang San. Hearing that someone wanted to challenge himself, Tang San also went over to see the situation. Even Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar, who were resting in the dormitory, came over upon hearing the news. Unexpectedly, someone dared to challenge Tang San. Should I commend him for his bravery? Dai Mubai looked at Tang San. After 2 years of training, he had shed much of his youthful innocence and matured. His soul power had reached level 44, still the highest in the team. So, do you know who wants to challenge you? Since arriving in Tiando City, everyone from Shrek had changed significantly. Oscar, as if stimulated by something, trained calmly, and his soul power had reached level 37. Although Ma Hongjun was not as focused on training as the others, his soul power was still growing rapidly, now at level 34. However, many were dissatisfied with Ma Hongjun participating in the Continental Elite Soul Master Competition because his soul power level was too low. Oscar had also faced controversy, but with the strength of his third soul skill and his acceptable soul power, others had stopped complaining. As for Tao Lone and the team, Tang San was puzzled about why he suddenly wanted to challenge him. In Tang San's impression, they had no conflicts. Why would he challenge him at this moment? Dai Mubai also didn't know what to say. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Tang San was a bit dense. It was obvious to anyone that Tao Lone liked Xiao Wu, yet Tang Sen couldn't see it. Talon, I'll go talk to him later. Just forget about this challenge. Do what you need to do, and don't worry about it. Tang San felt reassured about Dai Mubai. After more than 2 years of interaction, he found Dai Mubai to be a trustworthy friend. All right, then I'll leave it to you, Dai. Xiao Wu and I will head out first. Watching Tang San and Xiao Wu leave, Dai Mubai couldn't help but sigh and turn to Oscar. Why do you think Talon likes Xiao Wu? Just like you. Why do you like Ning Rongrong? Dai Mubai had sensed something strange about Oscar's change before, but it was only when he heard Oscar call out Ning Rongrong's name in his sleep at night that he realized. If it weren't for that night, they wouldn't have known that Oscar actually liked Ning Rongrong. Although I don't oppose your feelings for Ning Rongrong, you should think it through. Ning Rongrong comes from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, one of the top 3 sects. They might not accept you. So, if you want to pursue Ning Rongrong, you'll need to put in more effort. Looking at Oscar, Dai Mubai stopped the topic. He knew Oscar's efforts well. Even though he trained every day, talent played a significant role. There was no other way to improve faster. Let's go find Talon first and help Tang San resolve this trouble. As for improving strength, Oscar had long had a method, which was time and space. He must have a way to become stronger. He was able to help Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong level up 2 and 4 levels in a short time. So he must have a way to help himself. The only problem was where to find time and space. That was Oscar's biggest dilemma right now, a thought he hadn't shared with anyone. After Dai Mubai and the others found Talon, the subsequent conversation was very unpleasant. Talon was already very dissatisfied with Tang San. No matter how Dai Mubai tried to persuade him, he insisted on challenging Tang San. Helpless, Dai Mubai could only use his own strength to make him give up. After subduing Talon, Dai Mubai earnestly said, Talon, we are on the same team. There's no need to fight over such trivial matters. We can introduce you to other girls. Why cling to Xiao Wu? Talon rubbed his wrist, stood up, and still rejected Dai Mubai's suggestion. Dai Mubai, don't meddle in this. You don't know how it feels for your beloved girl to bring food to someone else. Dai Mubai's mouth twitched. Was he really this angry just because Xiao Wu brought Tang San a meal? If Tang San and Xiao Wu ended up together later, would he explode? Dai Mubai, listen to me. While Tang San hasn't been completely provoked by your actions, change your target. I think Jiang Zhu in our team is quite good. But Talon still refused to listen and insisted on challenging Tang San. Knowing Tang San's strength, Dai Mubai certainly wouldn't let Talon go find trouble. He knew Tang San's capabilities well. 10 minutes later, looking at Talon, who had dislocated his right arm, Dai Mubai said, I'm sorry. But to prevent you from getting hurt worse, I had to do this. I hope you understand. After saying that, he left with Oscar and Ma Hongjun. With his arm dislocated, Talon naturally couldn't continue challenging Tang San and had to go back and find another opportunity. However, the situation of Talon's departure was seen by other students, leading to rumors in the academy that Talon had challenged Tang San and ended up with his right hand disabled. And the story became more exaggerated. Just as Talon got home, he was grabbed by his father by the ear and taken to the backyard. What are you doing? What did I do to make you angry? It hurts, let go. Talon's father, Tainoa, released his ear and looked at his disappointing son, feeling like he wanted to stuff him back into his mother's womb and start over. What are you doing? I want to ask you what you want to do. Didn't I tell you not to cause trouble in the academy? Why do you keep doing this? You can cause trouble, but you've never even fought back. Hearing his father say this, Talon didn't expect him to know about it so quickly, but he had no choice. It was his own lack of skill that made him unable to beat Dai Mubai. Just when Talon thought his father would continue to scold him, he was taken toward the academy. Let's go. Today, I will help you regain your face. I'm going to teach this Tang San a lesson for being so ruthless. Hearing that his father was going to teach Tang San a lesson, Talon's few remaining brain cells started to work rapidly. Chapter 93. Dai Mubai's trouble at this moment. Talon was rapidly thinking, trying to recall when he had been beaten by Tang San and how his father knew about it. Why didn't he have any recollection of this? But Tainoa wouldn't give Talon much time to think, directly taking him to Shrek Academy. When they arrived at the gate of Shrek, Talon still couldn't figure out what was going on and turned to his father. Dad, how did you know I was beaten by Tang San? Sometimes, Tainoa really doubted whether Talon was his biological son, as he completely lacked his own intelligence. The news has spread wildly in your academy, and you, the person involved, don't know? Huh? The school is spreading rumors. Who is it? Who is slandering me? Tang San, and I haven't even fought yet. Who is spreading false information? At this time, Dai Mubai, who heard the rumors in the dormitory, also felt a bit overwhelmed, realizing he seemed to have messed things up. He originally wanted to solve it peacefully, but he hadn't expected it to turn out like this. What do you think we should do now? I heard Talon's family is quite protective. Did I just make trouble for Tang San even bigger? Oscar and Ma Hongjun beside him nodded in agreement with Dai Mubai's words. So, you should think about how to resolve this. Otherwise, I could go find Dean Flinder and let him mediate. Maybe it will just pass like that. Hearing this suggestion, Dai Mubai thought of Talon's family's background and shook his head. No need. The trouble we caused should be resolved by ourselves. If we let Dean Flinder step in, it might provoke Talon's grandfather. In the past 2 years, they have also gotten to know each other and are aware that Tai Long comes from an extraordinary family. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so flamboyant at the academy. On the other hand, Tai Long was brought to the entrance of Shrek Academy by his father, and at that moment, he finally understood what was going on. It must have been that when he left, the academy staff mistakenly thought he was beaten by Tang San, which is why the rumor spread. Understanding the reason, Tai Long began to explain to his father. Damn it, even if it wasn't Tang San who beat him, I still need to regain my honor. I don't care how others see us. Hurry up and hand over that guy, named Dai Mubai. I want to teach him a good lesson. But as the saying goes, now that we're here, no matter who bullies my son, Tai Nuo will be the first to disagree. I must find a way to regain my son's honor. Seeing his father's stance, Tai Long realized he couldn't stop him and secretly hoped that Dai Mubai would go find the dean to resolve this. After a while, the student who went to deliver the message to Dai Mubai returned with him, but he did not see Dean Flinder behind him, and Tai Long knew it was over. You are Dai Mubai? I can sense that your soul power level is not low, at least a soul master. Why are you bullying my son? Regarding this question, Dai Mubai explained about Tai Long challenging Tang San. However, Tai Nuo was very dissatisfied with this answer. What is wrong with my son openly challenging him? Moreover, I have heard my son mention Tang San more than once. Their strength is about the same. Why are you obstructing them? Just let them fight. If something happens, it's his fault. But your intervention changes the nature of the situation. It's bullying the weak, and that's why I despise the most. Saying this, Tai Nuo directly activated his martial soul, the great strength gorilla. Activate your martial soul. I will let someone properly teach you a lesson so you understand the consequences of bullying the weak. Several soul rings surrounded Tai Nuo. 2 yellow, 3 purple, 5 soul rings. Facing a soul king, Dai Mubai felt immense pressure. But the situation had reached this point, and he could only accept the challenge. He activated his own martial soul, revealing 2 yellow and 2 purple for soul rings. Seeing Dai Mubai activate his martial soul, Tai Nuo charged forward. Source of power. Tai Nuo's 3rd soul skill activated, and his momentum increased once again. Watching his captain and his father engage in battle, Tai Long wanted to step in to stop it, but found his strength insufficient and could only watch from the side. More and more students gathered to watch the commotion. Although Tai Nuo was a level 58 assault-type soul king, for some reason, he was being slightly suppressed by Dai Mubai. 3rd soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation. After his attributes were enhanced, Tai Nuo, in a moment of carelessness, took a punch from Dai Mubai head-on. Tang San, who returned from the auction, saw this scene and couldn't believe that someone would fight at the entrance of Shrek Academy, and one of them was Dai Mubai. Boss Dai is impressive. He can actually fight back against the Soul King. However, as time passed, Tai Nuo's defenses and soul power reserves began to show, and Dai Mubai was gradually being pushed back. Xiao Wu, don't move here. I'll help Boss Dai. Activating his martial soul, Blue Silvergrass, he instantly restrained Tai Nuo's arms, giving Dai Mubai a moment to breathe. Tai Nuo turned to see Tang San, his eyes filled with rage. Another one? Do you really think I'm a soft persimmon? Facing the blue silver grass that bound him, Tai Nuo attempted to use his soul power to break free, but suddenly realized his soul power was not responding. He didn't know why, but after absorbing the divine soul ring, Tang San had gained a characteristic that allowed him to absorb the soul power of his target to strengthen himself. I just don't want you to keep fighting. We can sit down and talk about any issues. Don't think that 2 of you can defeat me. Your strengths are just mediocre. As soon as he finished speaking, Tai Nua's legs went weak, and he knelt on one knee. Dai Mubai and Tang San were also confused about what was happening. Tai Nua felt dizzy and suddenly couldn't muster any strength. He instinctively tried to use his soul power, but his condition did not improve. He looked at the blue-silver grass binding him and seemed to understand something, feeling unwilling as he fainted. "Dad!" Tai Long rushed to Tai Nua's side and found his father extremely weak, blood oozing from the wounds caused by the spikes of blue-silver grass growing from his arms. Oscar quickly found a healing-type soul master to treat Tai Nua. However, the healing effect only made Tai Nua's complexion slightly better, with no signs of awakening. "Let us take him to the healing teacher to see what is going on." Tang Sin didn't believe that he and Dai Mubai could quickly deplete a Soul King's fighting strength and make him lose consciousness. After bringing Tai Nua to the medical room, Xiao Wu and the others asked their questions, having just seen Tang San's soul rings. Even if Tang San had broken through to level 40, how could he explain that fourth soul ring? Chapter 94. Fainting, the selection of the Spirit Hall. Tang San knew that he couldn't hide this matter, but he was also worried about the dissatisfaction of the entity in his mind. "I will clarify this matter later, but not now. Everyone has their own secrets." And Tang San now had one more. In the dean's office, Flinder, upon hearing about the situation at the school gate, immediately rushed to the medical room to see what was happening. The healing soul master performing the examination said, "It's due to excessive consumption of soul power. You guys shouldn't have fought this hard." Flinder looked at Dai Mubai and Tang San, wanting to know how they managed to exhaust a Soul King as soul power. "Sometimes I don't know whether to punish you or reward you." Looking at Tai Nua lying on the hospital bed, Flinder knew that if Tai Long's grandfather found out, it would inevitably cause a commotion at Shrek. "You will pay for Tai Nua's medical expenses, and when he wakes up, apologize and provide some compensation. Understood?" At this moment, Dai Mubai and Tang San felt very wronged. They had been fine when fighting against Tai Nua, and it was only after Tang San stepped in that things turned out like this. It was impossible to say that Tang San absorbed Tai Nua's soul power. In the training ground of the Spirit Hall Academy, Time and Bibi Dong arrived here. Today was the day to determine the members of the Spirit Hall battle team. Except for Hu Laina, Xiaoyu, and Yin, who did not need to participate, all other members had to take part. The original 4 members were now very nervous, especially after seeing Zhu Zhuqing and Douluo Yin. Although they trained alongside Hu Laina and the others, the intensity was far less than theirs. Even if they faced a larger number of opponents, none exceeded level 50, so facing the level 52 Douluo Yin, they felt immense pressure. Didn't he know how Elder Time trained his disciples and whether he could pass on his experience? Bibi Dong looked at the 3 of them with admiration in her eyes, while also being surprised by Time's training methods. The training methods given to them were tailored for them and might not be suitable for others. A teacher walked onto the fighting platform. He was a level 67 agility-type teacher with a martial soul flying swallow. "Please have the 7 contestants come up. Only 4 will be able to stay in the end. The auxiliary soul masters on both sides will face off, while the other 5 will draw lots to compete. The winners will be selected. However, one person will be given a bye, so to ensure fairness in the competition, the last person with a bye will face one of the 2 losers. Only by winning can they be selected." Listening to the rules explained by the teacher, no one stepped forward to draw lots. The teacher turned to the 4 members of the team and said, "Your opponent may be one of those on the opposite side, or it could be one of you here, so no matter what, I hope you can all give it your all." The final draw revealed that Douluo Yin's opponent was Zhang Ping, a level 46 Mingongshi, agility type, soul master, while Sun Chuantao's opponent was his companion Li Xie. And Zhu Zhuqing ended up being the one with a bye. Looking at the paper in her hand that said bye, she raised her head to look at Shirkong and Bibi Dong sitting above. "Master, I'm very dissatisfied with this result. Can we redraw?" Upon hearing Zhu Zhuqing's words, Shirkong and the others turned to look at her, surprised that the one who had a bye, Zhu Zhuqing, would say such a thing. It should be noted that having a bye comes with significant advantages. Although she would eventually face one of the 2 who lost, their condition would certainly not be at their peak, making it relatively easy to win against them. "Do you think there is no difficulty?" Shirkong directly voiced Zhu Zhuqing's thoughts, which made Sun Chuantao, Li Xie, and Zhang Ping's expressions turned sour. After all, the difference in soul power between them was not that large. And there was no need to say it like that. This elder's disciple is a bit too proud, since she feels there's no challenge. Let her face both Sun Chuantao and Li Xie together. Let them fight her 1 against 2. After hearing Bibidong's words, Shirkong looked at Zhu Zhuqing. My disciple usually works very hard, and her talent is the highest among the 3. Reaching level 48 at the age of 14 can be considered a genius among geniuses. A bit of pride is also a good thing. Regarding the suggestion from Her Majesty, I think it's acceptable, but I wonder if my disciple will agree. Zhuqing, what do you think? Zhu Zhuqing turned to look at Sun Chuantao and Li Xie. One is level 48, and the other is level 47. Both Archangong Sheet, attack type, soul masters. For her, an agility type soul master, to face 2 attack type soul masters of the same level is indeed very challenging. Alright, let us go with Her Majesty's suggestion. This left Bibidong quite surprised. She had just mentioned it casually, and didn't he expect Shirkong to take it seriously, and Zhu Zhuqing actually agreed. It seems this wasn't so boring after all. Finally, something interesting had come up. Douluo, wanting to persuade her, swallowed her words back down. She knew her senior sister's personality. Once she made up her mind, it would be hard to change it. Alright, I now announce the individual opponents. Ning Rongrong versus Suyu, Douluo versus Zhang Ping, and Zhu Zhuqing versus Sun Chuantao and Li Xie. Due to the changes, the 3 who lost would now fight against each other, leaving only one winner. After saying that, the teacher directly announced the preparations for the first soul battle. First match, Douluo versus Zhang Ping. Please both sides come up to the soul battle platform. Douluo was very confident in her strength, not to mention that her opponent was just a level 46 agility type soul master. Once both of them took the stage, the teacher stood between them and said, I'll repeat the rules. Stop at a certain point. No killing moves. Weapons are prohibited. Both contestants prepare. The match begins. After finishing, the teacher spread her wings and flew into the sky. Douluo and Zhang Ping also summoned their martial spirits at the first opportunity. One had 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, while the other had 2 yellow and 2 purple. Watching the 2 already fighting on the platform, the crowd couldn't help but feel sympathy for Zhang Ping. Her luck was truly unfortunate, being the one to draw against Douluo out of 3. A level 46 against a level 52 with a 6-level difference. And one with a 10,000-year soul skill, they really couldn't think of any way for Zhang Ping to win. After creating some distance, Douluo used her first and second soul skills to enhance her attack, speed, and defense. Watching Douluo's soul skills, Bibidong picked up Douluo's information again, which clearly stated she was a control-type soul master. She is a control type, but it's a bit surprising that a control-type soul master has amplification skills. The 3 watching from the side, including Hulaina, also didn't expect Douluo's soul skills to be like this. Chapter 95, 1 versus 2. With the amplification skills activated, Douluo's offensive became even more fierce. Even if Zhang Ping was unwilling, she could only regretfully lose. The winner is Douluo. The teacher walked onto the platform and looked at Ning Rongrong and Suyu. Now, please Ning Rongrong and Suyu come to the stage. The auxiliary system matchup was very straightforward. The 2 would take turns assisting a soul master for testing, and finally, based on that soul master's performance, the 2 would receive scores. Ning Rongrong's soul skills were all amplification, with no recovery type skills, but the amplification strength was very high, ultimately scoring an 8. Suyu's soul skills were more comprehensive, having both amplification and recovery, but his amplification strength was not as high as Ning Rongrong's, yet he was very well-rounded. His final score was also an 8. Now both of their scores were 8. If Ning Rongrong's soul power had been a bit higher, her score would definitely have been higher than Suyu's. Looking at the results of the 2, the teacher didn't know how to choose. Each had their benefits. But she couldn't arbitrarily decide to keep them both. She could only look to Bibidong for help, hoping she could provide a good suggestion. Meanwhile, Shirkong tapped his fingers on the chair, each tap seeming to hit Suyu's heart, the sweat in his palms showing his nervousness. Both of you are selected. The subsequent matches will determine who takes the stage based on the opponents. Hearing this result, Suyu breathed a sigh of relief. No matter what, he was still selected, which was a good thing for him. On the other side, Sun Chuantao and Li Xie looked at Su Yu with envy, but even if they beat Zhu Zhuqing, they would still have to battle again, unless they hoped to be kept like Ning Rongrong and Su Yu after their match ended. Please Zhu Zhuqing, Sun Chuantao, and Li Xie come to the stage. After hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing took a deep breath and walked toward the soul battle platform. The two she was facing had previously been teammates, so there would definitely be some tacit understanding between them. Thus, this soul battle will be the most challenging one she had faced in these years. But no matter how difficult it was ahead, Zhu Zhuqing would continue to move forward. Begin. As the teacher exited the stage, Sun Chuantao and Li Xie activated their martial spirits and charged forward. In their view, Zhu Zhuqing was overly confident in her abilities. She was completely unaware of their strength, to the point where she thought she could face both of them at once. After all, they were both outstanding among their peers, and today they were being challenged simultaneously by a girl younger than them. Zhu Zhuqing was not flustered. After activating her martial spirit, she darted to one side. Facing two attack-type soul masters head-on was not a wise choice. She had to learn to utilize her advantages. Zhu Zhuqing was originally an agility-type soul master, and with the techniques Shikong had given her, her speed and endurance had significantly increased. Knowing that the two of them were not as fast as Zhu Zhuqing, they chose to attack from two directions, which was better than attacking from the same direction together. However, they also had a flaw. They had given Zhu Zhuqing an opportunity to fight one-on-one, albeit for a brief moment, but it was still an opportunity. As they launched their attack, Zhu Zhuqing charged towards Sun Chuantao. First soul skill, Shadow Piercing Thrust. Arriving beside Sun Chuantao, she swiftly followed up with her second soul skill. After dealing damage, Zhu Zhuqing quickly retreated. Just as she did, Li Xie rushed over to support Sun Chuantao. Thus, Zhu Zhuqing began her kite-flying strategy, with Sun Chuantao as her target. This was not for any other reason, but because Li Xie's martial spirit was special and not suitable to attack first. The two understood Zhu Zhuqing's intentions and stopped separating, reducing the distance between them to 3 meters, not giving Zhu Zhuqing a chance to approach them. Watching the two, Zhu Zhuqing rapidly contemplated what to do. If they continued like this, the one who would ultimately lose would definitely be her. Zhu Zhuqing walked step by step towards them, and the spirit cat appeared for a moment behind her. When she was 5 meters away from them, Zhu Zhuqing's figure suddenly disappeared. Before Sun Chuantao and Li Xie could react, Zhu Zhuqing appeared behind Sun Chuantao, a speed they had not anticipated. They never imagined that Zhu Zhuqing could move this fast. At the distance just now, an ordinary agility-type soul master would certainly be able to see her clearly, but they couldn't see how Zhu Zhuqing got there. As everyone on stage marveled at Zhu Zhuqing's speed, they also admired her calmness. Even when facing two strong attack-type soul masters of the same level, she remained composed. This disciple of Elder Shi is impressive. Her speed far exceeds that of an ordinary soul master and can basically rival some soul kings. After a soul master absorbs their first 10,000-year soul ring, they undergo a qualitative change, reflected not only in soul power but also in physical quality and skills. Zhu Zhuqing repeatedly performed this, sometimes disappearing without attacking and at other times waiting several seconds before striking. This kept the nerves of the two of them taut. They considered counterattacking, but their speed simply couldn't keep up with Zhu Zhuqing's, and if they attacked separately, Zhu Zhuqing would target one of them. Second soul skill, Berserk Blackhorn. Li Xie activated his second soul skill, and Sun Chuantao, knowing he would definitely be eliminated today, directly activated his fourth soul skill. Fourth soul skill, Wind of Terror. The two charged towards Zhu Zhuqing, and as they approached, Zhu Zhuqing's fourth soul ring flashed. Fourth soul skill, Nether Clone. This soul skill consumed a lot of energy for Zhu Zhuqing, using up nearly all of her soul power. Two clones rushed towards Sun Chuantao first, while Zhu Zhuqing followed leisurely behind them. The fact that Zhu Zhuqing charged directly at them was unexpected. They thought that since they couldn't reach her, they needed to create some momentum, but they didn't anticipate her actively charging at them. Sun Chuantao and Li Xie exchanged a glance. They knew such an opportunity was rare and how to seize it. Sun Chuantao slowed down, allowing Li Xie to come to the front. Now, if they wanted to attack Sun Chuantao, they would have to face Li Xie directly first. However, Li Xie's martial soul, the black-horned wild boar, had not only powerful offensive capabilities, but also solid defense. But Zhu Zhuqing did not stop. Instead, she slightly quickened her pace. Seeing this, Sun Chuantao guessed that Zhu Zhuqing would once again use her strange speed to appear behind him, so he assumed a defensive stance. However, Zhu Zhuqing and her clones reached Li Xie without any intention of attacking him, but Sun Chuantao firmly believed she would come to attack him, so he continued to defend. He wasn't worried about Zhu Zhuqing daring to attack Li Xie, as she had missed several opportunities to inflict effective damage on Li Xie before. So this time, he only needed to protect himself. Once her assault passed, it would be their chance to counterattack. Chapter 96. Result, however, the next second. Zhu Zhuqing's two clones and her main body simultaneously used the second soul skill against Li Xie. A dazzling barrage of attacks struck Li Xie, causing some damage, though not significant. But it momentarily stunned the two, as Sun Chuantao, who had been ready to defend Li Xie, thinking she wouldn't attack him, immediately wielded his round blade to assist Li Xie. "Hang in there, I'll help you." Hearing Sun Chuantao's words, Li Xie quickly reminded him, "Don't come over. These attacks have no power. Her main body is not here. Be careful." "What do you mean Zhu Zhuqing's main body is not here?" They clearly saw Zhu Zhuqing's main body attacking Li Xie together with her clones. The next second, Zhu Zhuqing appeared behind Sun Chuantao, her third soul ring flashing. Third soul skill, Nether Slash. A powerful attack struck Sun Chuantao, and a deep wound appeared on his back, blood quickly soaking his clothes. On the stage, Xiaoyu witnessed everything unfold. It was a soul bone technique, where her main body caught up. She created another clone and used the soul bone technique to hide in the shadows. Sun Chuantao could already confirm he was eliminated. Just as Xiaoyu finished speaking, Sun Chuantao stood up, but he was a bit unsteady. "You are strong, but I am not weak either. I will not fall here." Just when everyone thought Sun Chuantao had some trump card left, Zhu Zhuqing stepped forward and threw him off the battle platform. Seeing this scene, Shi Kong covered his eyes with his hand, expecting to see Sun Chuantao unleash a burst of power and finally win against Zhu Zhuqing with Li Xie's help. But just as he finished speaking, Zhu Zhuqing threw him down. Now only Zhu Zhuqing and Li Xie remained on the stage. After dealing with Zhu Zhuqing's three clones, Li Xie revealed a smile. "This soul skill consumes a lot of your energy, and considering your previous consumption, your remaining soul power should be less than 40. While my soul power is still quite ample." Li Xie looked at Zhu Zhuqing, imagining his victory. However, he didn't know that what Zhu Zhuqing feared the least was a one-on-one duel. Even if her soul power was insufficient, her opponent was a soul master who had a counter to her. The crowd also didn't have high hopes for Zhu Zhuqing. Although she had taken out one opponent in a 2-on-1 situation, with less than 40 of her soul power left, and facing a strong attack-type soul master with high defense, they really couldn't fathom how Zhu Zhuqing would win this match. Zhu Zhuqing said nothing and slowly began to circle around Li Xie. Previously, she relied on her speed to create advantages, but this time her actions left everyone puzzled. The next second, everyone saw faint afterimages appearing behind Zhu Zhuqing. She was clearly walking, yet afterimages appeared. This maneuver left the audience wide-eyed. How could such a simple action create such an effect? As Zhu Zhuqing moved, the afterimages increased and became more vivid. After Zhu Zhuqing walked a full circle around Li Xie, she had created 8 afterimages. Faced with these 8 Zhu Zhuqings, Li Xie felt tremendous pressure. Clearly, she had already used her 4th soul skill once before. Her current soul power was insufficient to support another use. What were these phantoms? Was it because her speed was too fast? No, she was just walking, showing no signs of running. Could someone really move this fast just by walking? At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing was using the assassination technique Shadow, step given to her by Shi Kong, a skill not suitable for multi-person battles. Just as Li Xie was contemplating which one to attack, all the phantoms moved, rushing towards Li Xie. Faced with such an attack, Li Xie had no idea which was the real body, making it impossible to mount an effective defense. However, from Shi Kong's perspective, it wasn't a wise choice for Zhu Zhuqing to use the assassination technique Shadow, step at this time. She couldn't directly resolve Li Xie. When employing the shadow step technique later, the opponent would definitely be on guard. Zhu Zhuqing naturally understood this principle, but she also thought of a countermeasure. When attacking together, Zhu Zhuqing activated her first soul skill. First soul skill, Nether Stab. At that moment, even the phantoms executed the first soul skill as their starting move. Seeing this, Li Xie summoned his soul power to form a layer of defense around himself, thinking that if this hit, he would be left with bruises. But when the phantoms truly struck him, he discovered they caused him no harm at all, meaning his earlier defenses were completely unnecessary. You little brat. Li Xie, feeling played, summoned his soul power again, and his third soul ring flashed. Third soul skill, Boar's Roar. He charged at Zhu Zhuqing, but she always dodged just as his attacks were about to land, further infuriating Li Xie. Being mocked repeatedly would anger anyone. After a while, Li Xie stopped, panting heavily, and realized how impulsive he had been. Not only had he not harmed Zhu Zhuqing, but he had also wasted so much soul power, which eliminated his original advantage. The first soul skill, Charge. The wild boar's tusks instantly pierced through Zhu Zhuqing's body, lifting her and throwing her aside. Just as he was about to celebrate his victory, he felt a sharp pain in his neck, followed by the sensation of something stabbing into it. You lost. Upon hearing Zhu Zhuqing's voice, Li Xie dared not move recklessly. He simply dropped his hands. After Zhu Zhuqing released her grip on his neck, he turned to look at the fading silhouette. At this moment, the teacher in charge stepped onto the stage and announced, "The winner of this round is Zhu Zhuqing." The surrounding students cheered. It was the first time they had seen a 1 versus 2 match where the disadvantaged side still won. With Zhu Zhuqing's victory in this soul battle, the selection for the Spirit Hall's battle team came to an end, and the team members were chosen. As the Pope of the Spirit Hall, I announced the participants of this Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite competition. The captain of the Spirit Hall battle team is Xie Yu. The vice captain is Hu Laina, and the members are Yin, Zhu Zhuqing, Yin, Li Xie, Ning Rongrong, and the other support Su Yu. As Bibi Dong called out their names, they all stood up one by one. Looking at everyone, Bibi Dong nodded in satisfaction and finally said, "Now I will introduce your team leader, Elder Time and Space. All matters related to the upcoming competition will be handled by Elder Time and Space." As Bibi Dong finished speaking, Time and Space stood up from his seat and looked down at the students. Chapter 97. Personal training. Looking at the students below, Time and Space didn't say much, just glanced at Bibi Dong. "I will take them away now. We still need to arrange team training for them." After speaking, Time and Space left with the 8 of them. Time was tight and the task was heavy. If he didn't train them now, he couldn't imagine how they would perform in the upcoming competition. To help them train more efficiently, Time and Space took out the items he had prepared over the past 2 years. He brought them to an open area and took out a spatial cube from his storage space, throwing it into the sky. The cube expanded continuously in the air, enveloping all of them, eventually forming a space of 100 by 100. Looking at the surrounding white space, Hu Laina and Zhu Zhuqing felt very curious. It was the first time they had seen such a method. The flow rate of time in this space is 3 times that of the outside. 3 minutes here equals 1 minute outside. In the coming days, you will train here. I will be your opponent, and you need to hold out for the duration of a stick of incense. During this time, I will not use my martial soul or soul power. Do you understand? Hearing this, Hu Laina and the others felt the difficulty wasn't too great, as they were unaware of time and space's strength. But Zhu Zhuqing and the others had already activated their martial souls. Time and Space lit a stick of incense and placed it aside. Once the incense was set, Ning Rongrong immediately provided buffs to everyone, while Douyin quickly unleashed her first and second soul skills. In an instant, everyone's status was maximized, and Zhu Zhuqing vanished from her spot, leaving behind an afterimage. At this moment, they realized that Zhu Zhuqing had not been using her full strength all along. Just as they were still in shock, Time and Space's voice reached their ears. "You're taking this training too lightly. Let me give you a little lesson." Before they could even see Time and Space's movements, the 4 felt a pain in their left arms and were sent flying to the side. The powerful force made them feel a bit dizzy, but after a brief pause, Time and Space's attack resumed, sending them bouncing around like rubber balls. When they recovered, they found the battle had already ended, with Zhu Zhuqing and the others lying beside them. while time and space stood in front of them. You thought I wouldn't be too harsh? That would be a big mistake. I expect you to face this training with 120% seriousness. I'll give you a little rest time, and after you recover, we will continue. Say you looked at the stick of incense that had barely burned 1/5. Surprised by the outcome and how harshly time and space had struck. He couldn't help but lament that Zhu Zhuqing and the others were so strong because they had been training under such intensity. They didn't have much time, and soon time and space lit another stick of incense. This time, the four did not let their guard down. Hulaina and Xiaoyu immediately used their martial soul fusion skill. From the pink mist, a seductive figure holding dual blades emerged, which was the charming demon. As soon as the support skill was activated, they charged at time and space from two directions, while Yin launched a ranged attack from behind. Facing the incoming attacks, time and space charged straight at Zhu Zhuqing. Understanding time and space's intention, the charming demon quickly moved toward Zhu Zhuqing, bringing her dual blades in front of time and space first. After forcing time and space back, they continued their assault. Zhu Zhuqing seized the opportunity to use her third soul skill, leaving a clone in place and summoning two more clones to assist the charming demon in their attack. Her real body hid in the shadow of her clone, and at the moment the shadows of her clone and the charming demon touched, she shifted into the charming demon's shadow. Facing the charming demon's attack, time and space caught one of her curved blades empty-handed. And as for the other curved blade, time and space leaped into the air to evade the attack. Zhu Zhuqing took this opportunity to jump out from the charming demon's shadow and attack time and space. It was difficult to dodge in mid-air, and at that moment, Douluo's attack followed closely. However, they were facing time and space, who had rich combat experience. After letting go of the blade in his hand, he evaded the two attacks in a very peculiar manner. After landing, Zhu Zhuqing, the charming demon, and Douluo did not give time and space a chance to breathe and rushed forward to strike him. At this moment, Yin intercepted time and space's punch from the side, being pushed back several meters before stopping, with the arm guard he used to defend already shattered. No matter how the four attacked, they cannot touch time and space. Slow, too slow, try to be a bit faster. Time and space commented on their attacks as he faced them. Yin, Li Xie, and Zhu Zhuqing, along with Douluo, switch. Let them look for opportunities on the side. Third soul skill, Hellfire. The flame struck directly at time and space, while the charming demon, Yin, and Li Xie watched, ready to continue their assault. This is a good move, but the temperature of the flames is too low. If the temperature were a bit higher, it would be great. With just a wave of his hand, the flames on him extinguished, and he immediately approached Yin, delivering a punch aimed at his abdomen. Yin was sent flying, gasping for breath. Had he not gathered his soul power in his abdomen at the critical moment, that punch would have knocked him unconscious. Second soul skill, Light of Support. Fourth soul skill, Divine Decree of Light. Suyu's soul skills landed on the others, restoring their consumed soul power. Time and space glanced at Suyu behind him, and Suyu felt as if he was being targeted by something terrifying. Remember, don't let the support fall behind, otherwise it will be very dangerous. At this moment, they realized that aside from Ning Rongrong, Suyu had no one else around him, and time and space was less than 3 meters away from the two of them. By the time they wanted to rush over to rescue him, it was already too late. They could only watch helplessly as Ning Rongrong and Suyu were eliminated by time and space. With the elimination of the support, the chances of a few individuals drastically decreased, and they were soon eliminated one by time and space. Despite their best efforts, they inflicted no damage on time and space, not even tearing the corner of his clothing. You can take advantage of the break to discuss how to fight later. What you lack is coordination, which is also the reason I am training you. After saying this, time and space no longer paid attention to them and went to the side to watch. He didn't even care to hear their battle strategies because, no matter what, they were impossible to win. Chapter 98. Yu Shaojing enters prison during the following time. While training them, time and space pointed out their shortcomings. And no matter how they discussed strategies, they still couldn't touch time and space. Hulaina and the others had not even considered that time and space did not use soul power, and they still couldn't touch even the corner of his clothing. However, they were able to withstand him for half a stick of incense, which is commendable, Not many can last that long against time and space. Of course, that was under the condition that he used soul power. As for not using soul power, who would fight without it? That would be looking for trouble. Time flew by, and soon it was time for the Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite Competition. After the training from time and space, the strength of the few had changed dramatically. There is nothing much to say about this competition. My requirement for you is very simple. You must not lose a single match. I want you to win consecutively and take the championship. Time and space believed in their strength. As long as they gave it their all, no academy would be their opponent. In Time and Space's eyes, even Shrek Academy seemed a bit lacking. However, to be cautious, Time and Space still had someone collect the member lists of all the academies. In this time's participant list, Time and Space noticed two new forces, Night Court and Thousand Faces. Time and Space had not heard of Thousand Faces, while Night Court seemed to have avoided the people sent by the Spirit Hall. After letting everyone rest and recover, Time and Space took the list of all participating academies to BB Dong. He had not had much contact or understanding of these two forces in the past 2 years and knew very little about their intelligence. But BB Dong had been gathering information about them during this time. Upon meeting BB Dong, Time and Space wasted no time and directly obtained the information he wanted before leaving. After returning, he carefully reviewed the information on the Night Court and Thousand Faces teams and found that their members were all around level 40 Soul Ancestors and level 48 Soul Ancestors, making them extremely strong. The front members would undoubtedly be a significant obstacle on the path to the championship for the Spirit Hall battle team. The Night Court team's martial spirits were all related to wolves, while the Thousand Faces team's martial spirits were all related to spiders. If possible, he still wanted to observe their fighting styles and then formulate some battle strategies for them. Time and Space went to the worship hall. Over the past 2 years, he had often come here during his free time to check on Qian Daoliu's condition and guide Qian Renchue's training. Watching Qian Renchue still training, Time and Space placed several spatial cubes used for training beside her and left a note explaining how to use them. Just as he was leaving, he happened to meet the second elder, Golden Crocodile Douluo. Elder Time, I heard that you're leading the team for this Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite competition. I hope you can help the Spirit Hall achieve good results. Of course, those little guys have no problem winning the championship now. After that, they just need to gain some practical experience. After reminiscing with Golden Crocodile Douluo, Time and Space planned to return to continue training everyone, but at the Spirit Hall, he encountered an unexpected person. Yu Xiaojiang was being led to the main hall of the Spirit Hall by 2 guards. How could I forget about this? I can't let Yu Xiaojiang see BB Dong, but if I show up, it will definitely cause trouble between me and Yu Xiaojiang. It's time to demonstrate my position. Taking out his longevity token, Time and Space found the 2 guards and explained some things to them before watching from the side. The 2 approached Yu Xiaojiang, using their identity to check him, and ultimately took away his elder token. Seeing Yu Xiaojiang wanting to retrieve his elder token, one of the guards asked a critical question. Where did you get this elder token? This question was very critical. If Yu Xiaojiang said it was his own, the guards could determine that the elder token was forged. Even if it were real, they could still claim it was fake. Why would a level 29 soul master possess an elder token? But if he said it belonged to someone else, the guards would continue to ask questions. If he said it was Tang Hao's, he would definitely not say that. Saying it was from the blue lightning tyrant dragon would also be unrealistic. In the end, no matter what Yu Xiaojiang said, the 2 guards could twist the truth under Time and Space's arrangement. In short, he must not be allowed to see BB Dong. No matter what method it took, if he could be kept in the Spirit Hall forever, that would be even better. Sure enough, Yu Xiaojiang was at a loss for words when faced with the guards' questions, and the guards did not give him a chance to respond, continuing to press him. At this time, the 2 guards were under significant psychological pressure to ask these questions. After all, anyone with an elder token was a top figure in the Soul Master world. If they angered the owner of this elder token, they would be in big trouble. However, seeing Yu Xiaojiang's expression, their pressure lessened considerably. At that moment, one of them heard a voice in his mind. Arrest him and put him in prison. Don't worry about the owner of this elder token. We have already controlled its owner. Time and Space's words gave this guard the courage to take Yu Xiaojiang to prison. After that, he brought the elder token to Yu and handed it over. Looking at the elder token belonging to Tang Hao, Time and Space did not hesitate and directly crushed it. Remember, no one came here with an elder token today, only a swindler. Tell them that, understand? After the guard nodded, he turned and left. Yu Xiaojiang, being pressed into prison by the three, was still arguing, but the three knew time and space's words and naturally ignored him. After all, he was just a small soul master. Let me out. I want to see your pope. I want to see Bibi Dong. Let me see her. Hearing Yu Xiaojiang directly calling their pope by name, the three guards stopped in their tracks. Although Bibi Dong had a somewhat bad reputation in the outside world, with some saying she was too aggressive in her actions, in the eyes of the people of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong was an excellent leader. They did not allow anyone to disrespect their pope, and the three lowered their weapons, planning to teach Yu Xiaojiang a lesson. Faced with the beating of the three, Yu Xiaojiang could only protect his head and vital areas with his hands. After 10 minutes, the three finally stopped beating him, but before leaving, they briefly instructed the patrolling guards to keep a close watch on this disrespectful person toward the pope. Yu Xiaojiang originally thought that this trip to the Spirit Hall would go very smoothly, but unexpectedly, he not only failed to meet Bibi Dong, but was also locked up in prison. However, he would not give up so easily. He had to find a way to see Bibi Dong. Chapter 99. Stronghold. After Yu Xiaojiang was imprisoned, time and space no longer concerned himself with him. Next, he needed to continue arranging Zhu Zhuqin and their training. Meanwhile, a village that had not existed before appeared 20 miles outside of Spirit City, inhabited mainly by robust young men. The oldest among them was only a 60 or 70-year-old man, but it was not quite right to call him an old man. After all, which elderly person has nothing better to do than swing a hammer weighing over 100 pounds? The young men who ran in seemed to be used to it, handing a letter to this old man. Elder 7, a letter has arrived from the sect. After glancing at the letter, Elder 7 crushed it into powder and let it drift away with the wind, while saying to the young man in front of him to keep quiet for the next few days. Once they arrive in 2 days, we will go to the Spirit Hall and rescue Xian. After the young man left, Elder 7 continued to swing his hammer, each strike resonating with the tremor of the earth. After leaving, the young man conveyed Elder 7's message to the others, advising them to reduce their outings recently to avoid any accidents. All right, we understand. It's just a few days without going out, which means a few days without intercepting the Spirit Hall S team. I really hope the main force arrives soon. I'm not adapting well here. I'm not adapting well either, but what can we do? Just bear with it. After this is over, we can go back and rest properly. This place is just a temporary stronghold for the Haotian sect. Due to previous remarks, the hot-tempered members of the Haotian sect naturally could not endure it. So for their own innocence, they unanimously decided to seek an explanation. However, after the even more hot-tempered Elder 7 came out, he directly confronted the Spirit Hall's team and ambushed them on their necessary route. All right, everyone should keep a low profile these days. Don't let the people from a Spirit Hall discover our movements before we act. But clearly, some people did not heed this advice. They were very confident in their sect's strength, as they were well aware of the sect's development over the years. An hour later, 2 young men met at the village entrance. Tang Hu, let us go take a look at Spirit City. Looking at Tang Hu, the young man expressed his thoughts, which shocked Tang Hu, as Elder 7 had clearly instructed them not to act independently. Tang Hua, isn't that inappropriate? Have you forgotten what the elder said? In response, Tang Hua was indifferent, stating that they were just advised not to make any big moves, not that they couldn't go out for entertainment. It's fine. We just want to procure some supplies in Spirit City and have some fun. As long as we don't make any major moves, we won't be discovered. After hearing Tang Hua's words, Tang Hu thought for a moment and agreed, but they agreed that the sooner they returned, the better, to avoid causing unnecessary trouble outside. After gathering some money, the two set off for Spirit City to procure supplies. Originally, their procurement location wasn't in Spirit City, but in a town nearby that was closer and less likely to be discovered. This time, they told others they were going to the previous town for supplies, so no one knew they planned to go to Spirit City. Upon arriving at Spirit City, the two were shocked by the scene before them. It was their first time seeing such a bustling place. The Spirit Hall's environment is quite nice. It looks really luxurious. Even the shops by the street are so large. Tang Hu pulled Tang Hua towards their destination, saying, "Let us buy what we need first and then continue to explore." While saying this, Tang Hu's gaze kept scanning around, seemingly trying to take in the splendor before him. With Tang Hu's pull, the two quickly gathered all the supplies they needed, and since it was still early, they decided to play a little longer before heading back. They also wanted to see what changes had occurred in the world after their sect had been hidden for so many years, and how much of it would be unexpected. At this moment, Time and Space were also on the street buying some snacks. Originally, this wasn't something they had to do themselves, but after not going out for a long time, Time and Space couldn't suppress their boredom. If there is time, I should go out for a walk. Otherwise, I'll start to mold in the spirit hall. Why didn't Xiaomi follow Time and Space? It was because after arriving at the spirit hall, Xiaomi was assigned to stay beside Zhu Zhuqing for her safety. Some might ask, Author, could there be any danger in the spirit hall? In fact, there was no danger in the spirit hall. The main reason was that Time and Space was too lazy. It had been mentioned before that Xiaomi hadn't bathed in a long time, which was bothersome for Time and Space. Moreover, it felt too troublesome to spare time to watch over her, so it was easier to just leave her with Zhu Zhuqing and the others, which not only saved trouble, but also ensured their safety. Walking on the streets of Spirit City, vendors on both sides shouted, hoping passers-by would stop and browse their stalls. Time and Space walked along the street, stopping to buy any snacks or toys they liked. No matter what it was, as long as it piqued Time and Space's interest, they would buy it, and they paid with gold soul coins. Even though Spirit City was a prosperous town, not many people used gold soul coins for purchases, and many had never even seen them. Time and Space's actions caught the attention of Tang Hu and Tang Hua. That person seems quite wealthy, buying things with gold soul coins. They don't even care about change in silver soul coins. You should take a look at where this is, Spirit City, the headquarters of the Spirit Hall, surrounded by many families and forces, all wanting to connect with the Spirit Hall. Tang Hu and Tang Hua whispered, their eyes full of envy. When will I also be this rich? Then I could have whatever I want. Tang Hu shot Tang Hua a glare. It's still not dark yet, and you're already daydreaming. All right, we should head back. The longer we stay, the worse it will be. Saying this, Tang Hu restrained Tang Hua from leaving, but before they left, he took one last look at Time and Space. And it was that glance that caught Time and Space's attention. Turning to look at Tang Hu, their eyes met in the air. After 2 seconds, the two quickly averted their gazes. Time and Space continued to browse the street, while Tang Hu quickly pulled Tang Hua away. After running a distance, Tang Hu realized that his back was completely soaked with sweat. Chapter 100. 4 against 4 training, thinking about Time and Space's gaze just now. Tang Hu couldn't help but tremble, feeling a surge of fear. Time and Space gave him a very dangerous feeling, as if he wouldn't have any strength to resist with just one move from the other party. Let us go quickly. That person is very dangerous. We need to leave here fast. Meanwhile, after exchanging glances with Tang Hu, Time and Space used their identity to have a patrolling guard from the Spirit Hall follow them. In Tang Hu's eyes, Time and Space sensed panic. This person was very suspicious, and having the patrol follow them was just to take a look. They could either be a petty thief or have some other guilty secret. Time and Space didn't think too deeply. After all, there were just 2 people. Not everyone could be thought of as bad. However, the following guard didn't find any issues and returned to report to Time and Space. After hearing the guard's words, Time and Space continued to browse the street. Upon returning, seeing the 8 who had rested well, Time and Space first laid out the items they had bought on the table in front of them. Let us eat something first, then we can continue training. Upon seeing this, Douluo, without any caution, directly reached for the items on the table, while the others also looked at the things on the table. Everything there was something they liked, so it was quite tempting for them. But just as Douluo was about to grab the little cake she wanted, it disappeared right before her eyes. Looking up at Time and Space, she found them eating her little cake. I said, eat a little and then continue training. You can eat now. When Douluo reached for another little cake, it appeared in Time and Space's hand once again. This action left the others both amused and helpless. Douluo also understood that her master was just having fun with them. She couldn't believe that she couldn't even have a little cake. There were originally 5 small cakes on the table. After 2 were eaten by Time and Space, 3 remained. However, every time Douluo reached out, Time and Space would get there first. With only 1 small cake left on the table, Douluo no longer wanted to fight for it. She knew she couldn't win. Why not eat it? Was she not fond of cakes? Time and space, standing across from Douluo, watched her dejected expression and pushed the small cake in front of her before turning to the others. Why aren't you coming to eat? Don't you have anything you like? In response to Time and Space's question, the others took a step back. How can we go up and be clowns? With you here, can we even eat? Faced with this situation, Zhu Zhuqing stepped forward and quickly reached for what she wanted, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't get it. Just when Time and Space thought Zhu Zhuqing was about to make another move, the target of her grab was unexpectedly different this time. Zhu Zhuqing snatched a fruit instead of what she actually wanted, which almost allowed her to take those fruits. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing's actions, the others also came forward, standing in front of her and looking at the items on the table. They planned to act together, but what they aimed for wasn't what they wanted. And with so many people, it was still useless. Time and Space faced them without fear. 10 minutes later, only one item remained on the table. Everything else had been taken, of course, eaten by Time and Space. How could he eat so many cakes? Wouldn't that make him burst? All those items have been returned to the storage space by Time and Space. Your performance was passable. Eat something. After a while, you will split into 2 teams. I will arrange how to divide you later. Time and Space took out those items again and placed them on the table, and also brought out some drinks on the side. Just when everyone thought Time and Space would use the same trick again, he stepped aside to watch them, and the group relaxed once they had their favorite portions. Time and Space considered how to divide the 4, thinking that Hulaina and Xie you should not be on the same team, but they could train separately later. He could only let Hulaina and Xie you be the captains of the 2 teams, with Douluo Yin going to Xie Yu's side and Yin going to Hulaina's side. Looking at Zhu Zhuqing and Li Xie, Time and Space wrote Zhu Zhuqing's name on Xie Yu's side and Li Xie's on Hulaina's side. Now only 2 supports were left. Douluo Yin had a buff-type soul skill, so Suyu was assigned to her, while Ning Rongrong was arranged to go to Xie Yu's side. However, seeing the combination of Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, Time and Space wondered if together they could defeat half of the opposing team. Forget it, let them fight first, and adjustments can be made later. Half an hour later, Time and Space showed them the divided teams, and Yan's joy was evident. He was happy to be on the same team as Hulaina. Discuss your strategies well, and we'll start soon. Time and Space stepped aside, no longer needed, mainly to observe their training results over the past few days. Both sides seemed to be discussing tactics while also glancing at the opposing team. Though it was a test, the few who had been trained by Time and Space for so long would not underestimate any opponent, especially since they were familiar faces. Zhu Zhuqing's senior sister was not only fast, but also had rich combat skills. Even a high-level agility attack soul master with a soul power capped at level 52 was no match for her. Zhu Zhuqing's junior sister, although lacking healing abilities, had the support capabilities of a 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda evolved from a 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda, which were even more outrageous. Douluo Yin shared the intelligence she knew with the 3, hoping it would help in this small test. That being said, the most troublesome on their team are just 2 people, my brother and Zhu Zhuqing. As for Li Xie and Ning Rongrong, just leave them to Yin. Douluo Yin and I will hold back my brother and Zhu Zhuqing for 2 minutes. Is it no problem for you to take down a soul master and a support-type soul master in 2 minutes? Yin was eager not to miss the opportunity to perform in front of Hulaina and patted his chest to guarantee he could complete the task. Then let's do it this way. Although I can't beat my senior sister, I can still hold her back. Zhu Zhuqing completely understood the opposing side's thoughts. She and Xie Yu were the core of their team, and they definitely couldn't beat them in a 4-on-4. The only chance was to find a way to hold back her and Xie Yu while quickly taking down the other 2, forming a 4-on-2 situation. How about it? Any good ideas? Otherwise, we might really lose. Ning Rongrong looked at Zhu Zhuqing and Xie Yu, hoping they could come up with a countermeasure. Chapter 101. Entertainment the day before the competition, Zhu Zhuqing looked at her somewhat silly junior sister and posed a sole question. If they really want to take you 2 down first, just let Li Xie lock on to Qimyan. With your support, whether it's Yin or Douluo Yin, you can hold them for 2 minutes. Do you really think Xie Yu and I can't take them down in 2 minutes? After hearing Zhu Zhuqing's words, Ning Rongrong felt that made sense. The 2 strongest on their side were indeed those 2. All right, then I'll stay back and give you buffs. And the rest is up to you. After the discussion, The two small teams stood facing each other, and time and space walked to the middle. How's it going? Are you all ready? Let us go over the rules. Friendship first, just a friendly match, and if there are no objections, we can start. Both sides move around a bit, nodded at time and space, and got into battle positions. With time and space's command to start, both sides instantly activated their martial souls. Douluo Yin and Yin charged out first, heading toward Zhu Zhuqing and Xiaoyu. The buffs from both supports landed on their teammates before they made contact. First soul skill, Nether Piercing Strike. Zhu Zhuqing used her first soul skill to appear in front of Yin. In Zhu Zhuqing's eyes, there were only strong opponents. Although Douluo Yin was powerful, she no longer felt pressured by her. She wanted to test Yan's strength, as opportunities to battle against a level 52 high-attack Soul King were rare. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing choose Yin, Xiaoyu also aimed his double blades at Douluo Yin. Facing Zhu Zhuqing, a hint of surprise appeared in Yan's eyes. He had thought he would be battling Xiaoyu, but unexpectedly it was Zhu Zhuqing. Regardless, they had 3 Soul Kings on their side, giving them a much larger chance of winning. Second soul skill, Granite Rock. Zhu Zhuqing wanted to choose a frontal confrontation, but after just one exchange, she regretted it. She had underestimated Yan's strength and overestimated her own abilities. Time and space shook his head at this scene. Sometimes it was good for Zhu Zhuqing to experience a setback. As Zhu Zhuqing tried to create distance, Yin didn't give her the chance and directly attacked with his soul skill. Knowing his speed, couldn't keep up with Zhu Zhuqing, but the speed of his soul skill could. Third soul skill, Hellfire. Watching the imminent attack, Zhu Zhuqing used her first soul skill's displacement to dodge at the last moment. Fourth soul skill, Nether Clone. This time, Zhu Zhuqing summoned 3 clones. One of the clones went to assist Li Xie, as she had noticed earlier that Li Xie was struggling against Hulayina. However, with Zhu Zhuqing's 4th soul skill clone assisting, it became quite difficult for Hulayina to deal with the two. Although the clones only had half the strength of the main body, their attributes didn't change much, and with high speed and combat experience, Li Xie managed to briefly suppress Hulayina. On the side of Xiaoyu, he naturally crushed Douluo Yin throughout the match. Given some time, he should be able to eliminate Douluo Yin and then go support Zhu Zhuqing or Li Xie. Time passed second by second, and Xiaoyu was the first to eliminate Douluo Yin. Seeing that there were no issues on Zhu Zhuqing's side, he turned around to help Li Xie. The outcome of this match was basically determined. Without one team member, Hulayina's side no longer had the capability to face Zhu Zhuqing and the others. After the match ended, Shirkong looked at the results, which were as he had expected. Let me talk about the problems you encountered during the battle. Although there weren't too many issues, it still needs to be addressed. He looked at Zhu Zhuqing, and surprisingly, the biggest issue in this small match was actually Zhu Zhuqing, something Shirkong had not anticipated. First, let's talk about the biggest problem. Zhu Zhuqing. How did you engage with a strong attack-type Soul King who is 4 levels higher than you when you first clashed? Remember, in the team, everyone is a genius, and you all have rich combat experience. The choice you should have made at that time was to use your speed advantage to restrain Yin until Xiaoyu came to support you. Remember, you are a team. Don't think you can win against everyone on your own. You need to learn to cooperate with each other. Later, Shirkong pointed out several other issues with the others, and then let them continue their training. They trained like this until the day before the Elite Soul Master competition of the entire continent. On the day before the competition, Shirkong did not let them continue training, but instead gave them a day of rest. After days of training without any break, they needed some rest time. Therefore, on the day before, Shirkong made them all go out for fun, and it was mandatory. The 8 members of the team walked on the streets of Soul Master City. This would not only allow them to relax a bit, but also further strengthen their bond. Let us go. The Spirit Hall has some places that are very suitable for entertainment. Just try to take you 3 over to experience. Indeed, after they came, she noticed that they were all practicing and hadn't had a proper rest. Shirkong brought Zhu Zhuqing and the 3 of them to a lavishly decorated place, and upon entering, they found it very quiet, with everyone engaged in their own activities. Hulayina whispered, "This area is generally where those who study academics are. Let us go over there, where there are many entertainment options." On the other side, Shirkong planned to cook for them, while Xiaomi watched and asked Shirkong, "Is there barbecue?" Shirkong threw Xiaomi out of the kitchen. Although Xiaomi had been cleaned by Zhu Zhuqing and the others, Shirkong still didn't want him in the kitchen. Just thinking about barbecue, go out and find Zhu Zhuqing to follow them. Didn't I say to follow them? Why aren't you with them? Shirkong walked out of the kitchen and looked at Xiaomi. They went out. I didn't know. You didn't tell me. Forget it. I'll go find them. I want to chat with you for now. Watching Xiaomi disappear from his sight, Shirkong shook his head. These past few days had really been too leisurely. It seemed he needed to find something for Xiaomi to do. Shirkong stroked his chin, thinking in his mind about where Xiaomi could go. Perhaps guarding the entrance of the spirit hall? No, that would be too degrading and somewhat overqualified. Shirkong felt that the elite soul master competition of the entire continent would not be too peaceful either, so it would be fine to have Xiaomi guarded. On the other side, Xiaomi quickly found Zhu Zhuqing and the others, discovering they were dancing. But upon seeing Xiaomi, many girls stopped. Can a cat come in here? But it's so dark. Indeed, was it born this dark? Chapter 102. Dinner. Looking at Xiaomi. Many girls reached out to touch him, but all were scared off by Xiaomi's huff. This cat is a bit cute, but it's somewhat scary. I'd rather not touch it. If I get scratched, my hands won't look good. Zhu Zhuqing looked at Xiaomi, unable to understand how it had found its way here since it was still sleeping when they left. Bamboo Qing, how did your little cat come over? Hulaina, who had paused her movements and was sweating slightly, had changed into a tight outfit that perfectly showcased her figure. Zhu Zhuqing felt a little shy looking at her outfit and changed into a loose one, but while changing, she still caught a glimpse of Hulaina's figure. Before they started dancing, Hulaina had teased Zhu Zhuqing quite a bit, making her blush. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing stop, Xiaomi jumped directly into her arms, finding a comfortable spot to lie down. Zhu Zhuqing felt a bit uncomfortable with Xiaomi lying there, so she adjusted its position, but Xiaomi, feeling uncomfortable again, returned to its original spot. Seeing Xiaomi's actions, Hulaina covered her mouth and laughed, not expecting this little cat to be so particular about its spot. Watching Hulaina giggle, Zhu Zhuqing directly tossed Xiaomi into Hulaina's arms. Facing the sudden feeling of weightlessness, Xiaomi did not panic. A few seconds later, it landed in the arms of a girl who often hung out with Zhu Zhuqing and found her to be somewhat fragrant, so it reluctantly lay down. Bamboo Qing, are you giving this cat to me? Looking at Xiaomi in her arms, Hulaina reached out to pet it. To be honest, Hulaina really wanted to keep this cat for herself, as such a spirited cat was rare. The cat belongs to the master. You need his permission for that. I can't make the decision. With a mature technique for petting cats, Hulaina used this method to pamper Xiaomi until it was purring contentedly, even producing a comfortable rumbling sound. However, this sound was different from a normal cat's purr. Xiaomi's voice was deeper. Many animals outside were scared away by this sound, but the people inside were unaware of it. Du Guyan and Ning Rongrong walked over, looking at Xiaomi in Hulaina's arms, and offered a suggestion. To further improve your bond with Xiaomi, you could feed it some barbecue. It really likes barbecue. Upon hearing barbecue, Xiaomi's eyes instantly lit up, looking up at Hulaina and the others. Seeing Xiaomi's reaction, Hulaina was surprised. How about we change its name? I wonder if the master would agree. The name Xiaomi is really too unappealing. Hulaina's suggestion was supported by the other three, but they still needed to mention it to Shirkong. Then let us bring it up with the master later. Maybe he will agree. Seeing that they weren't getting him barbecue, Xiaomi became a bit anxious. If it weren't for Zhu Zhuqing and the others often feeding him barbecue before, it wouldn't have come. However, as the group chatted, they forgot about Xiaomi. Realizing they had forgotten him, Xiaomi jumped down from Hulaina's arms and left on its own. The group chatted for a long time before they noticed Xiaomi was missing. Where's Xiaomi? When did it disappear? Xiaomi's disappearance made Hulaina a bit flustered since it was the master's pet. Don't worry, Xiaomi often does this, but it will usually appear near the master later. Let us continue having fun. After all, the competition is tomorrow. It wasn't until evening that they regrouped to head back. And after a long time apart, Xiaomi appeared in front of everyone, holding a piece of paper in its mouth. Zhu Zhuqing picked Xiaomi up, took the paper from its mouth, opened it, and upon seeing the content, Zhu Zhuqing was very happy, showing the paper to everyone. Master says to let all of us go. He has prepared a meal for us. Seeing the words on the paper, Du Guyan and Ning Rongrong were very happy. The food made by Shirkong was delicious, although he rarely cooked for them. Ning Rongrong pulled Dugi Yin and Hulaina back, as she was already unable to wait. Seeing Ning Rongrong's anxious expression, Xieyu and Yin felt that she was a bit childish. Why was she so eager over just a meal? However, half an hour later, Yin and Li Xie were fighting over a piece of meat in a hot pot. Li Xie, let go, I saw this first. Can't you grab another piece? In response to Yan's words, Li Xie did not back down and continued to struggle for the piece of meat. You said this is the last piece. Can't you eat something else? Just as the two were about to determine who would get the meat, they both loosened their chopsticks, watching the meat float in the air, and both reached out at the same time. But in the next second, another pair of chopsticks grabbed the meat and put it into someone else's bowl, leaving Yin and Li Xie stunned. Where's the meat? Wasn't it just in the air? They both looked towards Xieyu, speaking at the same time. That's my meat. How can you be so shameless? Yin glared at the meat in Xieyu's bowl, not expecting that neither he nor Li Xie would end up getting it. If you don't eat something else, Li Xie will finish all the remaining dishes. Sure enough, Li Xie had already started on the remaining dishes, and even the others were speeding up their eating, causing the food on the table to quickly diminish. Hey, leave me some. Time and Space emerged from the kitchen, holding freshly washed ingredients. And thinking of how the others had looked down on the hot pot when they first arrived, he didn't want to argue. You were so picky at the start, and now you're all fighting over it. All right, stop fighting, there's more, right? Seeing the ingredients in Time and Space's hands, everyone slowed down their eating. After dinner, everyone sat in Time and Space's yard, looking at the moon in the sky, feeling very satisfied. Elder Shi's food is really delicious. You should have said so earlier. If I had known, I wouldn't have eaten anything in the afternoon and would have saved room to eat more. Me too. It's all Yin Yin and Rongrong's fault. The innocent Dugi Yin and Ning Rongrong turned to look at Hulaina, their eyes filled with complaints. If they weren't so full now, they would definitely have gone over to Hulaina. We can't be blamed. It's because Master S food is too delicious, and we forgot for a moment. Time and Space didn't he just make hot pot tonight? He also made some of his favorite dishes from his previous life. But there were many things in this world that didn't exist in his past life. So, it was still quite difficult for Time and Space to replicate the dishes from his previous life. Chapter 103. The competition time passed quickly. Since that night, the members of the Wuhuan Temple Battle Team had developed a certain understanding, and in the upcoming competitions, they basically steamrolled through, no matter which academy's team they faced. They couldn't last more than 5 minutes, and this was even without Xieyu and Hulaina using their martial soul fusion techniques. If they had used their fusion techniques directly, their time would definitely not exceed 3 minutes. In fact, Xieyu and Hulaina wanted to save some time and defeat them directly with their enchanting skills, but Time and Space stopped them, arguing that they should only use it in desperate situations. Naturally, Xieyu and Hulaina would not yield to Time and Space, and in the end, he threatened them with food. If they didn't listen, they would never get to eat Time and Space's cooking again. Under Time and Space's threat, they reluctantly agreed. After all, they couldn't go against food. It was just a few more minutes of fighting, and it wasn't like they were out of time. As for Shrek, they had a much harder time. In their team, only Tang San and Dai Mubai were soul sects. The others were just soul masters. They faced opponents with several soul masters in their teams. And since Tang San didn't absorb any fairy herbs to enhance himself like in his past life, Shrek had to put in a lot of effort to win matches, often winning by a narrow margin. Thus, Shrek was also referred to as the Lucky Academy, as if by some mysterious force, they could always win against their opponents, even when the opponents had more than double the number of soul masters. But today, they encountered a real strong enemy, the team from the Night Court, all of whom were level 40 soul sects, putting immense pressure on Shrek Academy. To win this match, Shrek had to let all their official members take the field, but even then, their chances of winning were still slim. Or they could just play casually and give up on a match. But this all depended on how Tang San arranged it. After all, with Yu Xiaojing absent, Tang San was the intellectual backbone of their team, even though Yu Xiaojing wasn't particularly capable either. In the end, Tang San felt that exposing his team's strength wasn't a big deal. After all, there were many teams that were obviously stronger than them, and they wouldn't intentionally target them. As long as their full strength wasn't completely revealed, everything would be fine. Therefore, in the next match, To prevent Shrek from losing too embarrassingly, Tang San directly let all the official members take the field. Although they were called official members, it was just him, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar, with others like Tai Long following behind. It's worth mentioning that due to changes in time, the scene where the Li Ji tribe would have recognized Tang San did not occur. Without this powerful support, it was quite a blow for Tang San. Facing the Night Court team, Shrek also suffered defeat in this match, but this loss did not impact Shrek. They didn't lose their fighting spirit because of this failure. Instead, it made them even more excited. Time reached the final matches of various regions, and in the past few days, each area had selected their top contenders. Finally, the academies that made it to the final competition at the Wuhuan Temple were the Wuhuan Temple, Shrek, Night Court, Qinyan, and the 9 Element Academies. Just as the battles here concluded, there was still no news from Xiaojiang, which made Tang San feel strange. Tomorrow we will head to Wuhuan City with the main force, where we will compete against the remaining academies. This is also our chance for Shrek Academy to make a name for ourselves. You all perform well. I've already secured the advertisements. As he spoke, Flinder handed the prepared clothes to everyone, and behind him were many different outfits. Looking at those clothes, Tang San and the others couldn't help but twitch their mouths. How many advertisements did they secure? Would they have to change outfits for every single one? If that was the case, they wouldn't be able to handle it. They were there to compete, not to be clowns. Director Flinder, we can just use this set of clothes. We want were the other ones. We really can't manage that. Tang San and the others picked out one set from the clothes, making Flinder feel very regretful. These were all golden soul coins. If Tang San and the others didn't wear them, that money would have to be returned. The thought of having to give back money that was just within reach made him feel very uncomfortable. They're still just kids, unaware of the value of money. They can't seize such a good opportunity to earn. Flinder could only helplessly return the golden soul coins, and fortunately, there were no contracts involved. Otherwise, this situation would have been troublesome for him. After all the academies had packed up, the army of the Tiando Empire came to escort everyone safely to Wuhuan City. The journey was smooth, but Tang San always felt that something bad was going to happen. And his intuition proved correct when the Night Court team's carriage was ambushed by a group of black-clad individuals rushing towards them recklessly. Which academy's team was attacked? Hearing the sounds of fighting, Tang San leaned out to look outside, simultaneously asking the guard beside him, hoping to get some useful information from him. But the guard ignored Tang San, urging the carriage to move quickly. It's okay. Hurry up and get away from this battlefield. I don't know the exact situation, but it seems that the team that got attacked is the Night Court team. The good news is that many people have already gone over to help. As he spoke, the guard wanted to continue urging the carriage to leave quickly. Finally, he warned them once more, saying that in such situations, it's best not to go watch the excitement. If you're not clear about how many people are on the other side, don't go up. Later, Tang San learned that someone had set a trap for the Night Court on the only path to the Spirit Hall, intending to teach them a lesson. At that moment, an old man blocked the way in front of the Night Court, his soul rings appearing. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black. This old man was actually an 8-ring battle soul Douluo. In this spirit empire, where only a few existed, the old man effortlessly gained a right to speak and immediately declared his identity. The second elder of the Night Court has met everyone. Although he is the second elder of the Night Court, his strength is only that of an 83rd level battle soul Douluo, not even a title Douluo. However, for a power that has only developed for a few years, this is already quite strong. The attackers did not expect that a battle soul Douluo would come along with the Night Court. They had thought that the Night Court would develop well, but they did not expect it to develop this well, indicating that the Night Court has more than one battle soul Douluo. Such strength could even compete with the lower 3 sections. Everyone retreat. Upon seeing the second elder of the Night Court's strength, the leader made the decision to retreat without hesitation. The strongest among them was only a 73rd level soul sage, not able to contend with a battle soul Douluo. As they withdrew, the surroundings quieted down. Tang San looked at the figures leaving in the distance, then turned back to the attack team, who had only sustained minor injuries, with no casualties. Soon, under the escort of the Tiando army, they were sent to the Spirit City, and after arriving here, they left. Time stood on the city wall of the spirit city, watching the incoming people while observing their strength, also to prevent any ill-intentioned individuals from following them in. Zhu Zhuqing walked to Time's side and looked at the incoming teams. Master, how is it? Do you know if there are any particularly strong teams? The opponents Zhu Zhuqing and the others had encountered recently were not very strong, and they were not interested at all, hoping that the upcoming teams would be a bit stronger. At this moment, several other teammates arrived, wanting to know what he had to say. This time, there were quite a few teams. The Thousand Faces team consisted entirely of 48 level 4-ring Soul Masters. In the Element Academy, you only need to be cautious of the Shenkong Academy and the Tianshui Academy. The captains of these two academies are not ordinary. I will provide you with their information later, so you can take a good look. I heard that the Tianshui Academy also has a martial soul fusion skill. After playing for a few days, it's time to take things seriously. Remember the goal I set for you, to win continuously and take the championship. After all the teams entered the Spirit City, Time took everyone back. This time, Time's identity was not just as the team's teacher, but also as the overall person in charge of the tournament, which he had negotiated with BB Dong. The final competition would be held in Spirit City, and all matters here would be arranged by the Spirit Hall. BB Dong did not actually want to give him this identity, but Time, who had been bored for many years, would not let such an opportunity slip by. He had not arranged anything earlier for fear of affecting future developments. If his previous arrangements were too grand, it might lead to a collapse of his subsequent plot. Even the soul rings on him were mostly found after running at sea for a long time. Previously, Time had also considered establishing a force earlier, but was worried about his subordinates causing trouble, leading to mistakes in the future. The next day was the first day of the competition in Spirit City. Today, the opponents also emerged, the Tianshui Academy, a formidable opponent. Although their captain was only at level 43, she possessed a top-tier martial soul, the Ice Phoenix, as well as a martial soul fusion skill. They were not like the previous weak opponents, so I hope you will treat them seriously. Martial soul fusion skills are rare, but each one should not be underestimated, which made Li Xie and Su Yu's expression serious, while Ning Rongrong and Douluo Yin still looked relaxed. Their two disciples were still like this. Although they had trained well before, after training, they gave the impression that they had never trained at all. This made Time very troubled. He wanted to say that neither of them was particularly special. To speak of Ning Rongrong first, she was a support type, enhancing her teammates, and she had survived until the end. There was nothing wrong with the entire match, and he didn't know what to say. As for Zhu Zhuqing, it was even more ridiculous. Just because he had previously told them to hide their strength a bit, she unexpectedly only exposed her first and second soul skills. Just exposing those two soul skills left everyone dumbfounded. And, at that time, some were even questioning whether Douluo Yan's position was filled incorrectly, intentionally writing the support as an agility attack type to confuse them. However, in the following matches, if they wanted to slack off, it would be very difficult, as the strength of the other opponents was stronger than the teams they had encountered before. The time came to the second day. As the competition's person in charge, Time arrived early to oversee the venue setup. The first match of the tournament would start in about 2 hours. The organizing committee had already divided the groups the previous night. The first match was the Spirit Hall team against Tianshui. Looking at the competition list, the Spirit Hall would basically face all the strong teams in the subsequent matches, while the Thousand Faces, Shenkong, and Shihua Academies had not encountered them. It was still uncertain whether the Shrek Academy could make it to the final competition, which Time was very much looking forward to. However, there was one team that Time never expected, a team completely outside of his expectations, one he hadn't anticipated at all. At this moment, Time saw a girl with ice blue hair come to the observation platform, which happened to be the position of the Tianshui team. Time realized her identity. She was the captain of the Tianshui Academy, Shui Binger, the wielder of the top-tier ice attribute martial soul. Many other girls in similar uniforms to Shui Binger also came. And seeing the Time helplessly sighed. Look how early others get up. Thinking of his two lazy disciples, they should still be sleeping now. Indeed, he had been too lenient with his disciples and should have made them get up earlier every day. At this moment, Time still hadn't had breakfast and planned to eat a bit first, just to see how the food was today. If it was good, he wouldn't have to cook for lunch. Sister Huowu, how is your opponent today? Our first match-us opponent is not that strong. It's an unknown academy. As soon as he arrived at the cafeteria, Time saw a young man with a pocket mask speaking to a fiery red-haired girl. The young man's silver-white hair was quite eye-catching. The girl gave off a fiery vibe. Feng Xiaotian. Time recognized the young man, someone who could trade blows with Tang San. But unfortunately, he ultimately lost to the protagonist's halo. Chapter 105, How Tion's Strength is quite impressive, and with my own self-created techniques. We are already among the top elite of the younger generation on the entire continent. If there is a chance, Time and Space would still like to recruit Feng Xiaotian under his banner. There are many geniuses in this era, but not everyone can be favored by Time and Space. There are only a few people that Time and Space has its eyes on, such as Feng Xiaotian from the Shinkong sect, Shui Binger from the Tianshui Academy, Huo Wu from the Qihua Academy, and Davis. As for Zhu Zhuqing's Zhu Zhuyun, Time and Space did not take notice of her. Later, Time and Space did not pay attention to Feng Xiaotian and Huo Wu. He would naturally meet them after the competition ends. After having a simple breakfast, Time and Space returned to the venue. By now, many academies had arrived here, some studying tactics, others analyzing their opponents. But whatever they were doing had nothing to do with Time and Space. The competition was their business, and he couldn't possibly go up and fight them. As time passed, more and more people arrived, including royals, nobles, sects, and commoners, all gathering to watch the competition. Soon, as the host was about to finish introducing the rules of the competition, a powerful voice resonated through the air. An old man wielding a giant hammer appeared out of thin air, with 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black soul rings floating beneath him. How could such an exciting competition be without us? Although it's quite late, I think it's fine. As his voice fell, more than 10 figures entered through the entrance of the competition venue. Time and Space observed them and noticed that among those 10 people, 2 had soul power fluctuations clearly reaching the title Douluo level. I didn't expect the Hao Tian sect to participate in this competition. I thought you would remain hidden. Bibi Dong looked at the members of the Hao Tian sect, eager to take action, but an invisible force restrained her. And the suppressing soul power was none other than Time and Space. Originally, Time and Space thought only 3 titled Douluos from the Hao Tian sect had come. But upon probing with his mental strength, he discovered 3 more titled Douluos outside the martial soul city. This meant that the Hao Tian sect had sent a total of 6 titled Douluos, and 6 titled Douluos wielding the Hao Tian hammer were even more formidable. Although only 2 of the 6 had reached level 95, the rest were around level 92 or 93, they were still not to be underestimated. Time and Space stepped into the air, looking at the titled Douluo hovering in the same space. The airspace above the martial soul city was restricted. After saying that, a powerful soul force directly suppressed that titled Douluo to the ground. Seeing this scene, another titled Douluo in the group wanted to take action, but was stopped. I am Tang Xiao, the current sect master of the Hao Tian sect, titled Douluo Xiaotian. May I ask how to address you? Thinking about it, it was reasonable that his base would need to keep some people guarding it. However, he did not expect that it was not Tang Xiao who was left behind, but someone who followed them here. While Time and Space sent a voice transmission to Bibi Dong, instructing her not to take action, he also transmitted to Ghost Douluo, asking him to notify the offerings hall to send a few people over. At the same time, he arranged for Tang Hao and Tang Yuehua to each have one. Titled Douluo Changsheng, if the Hao Tian sect wants to participate in the competition, you could have informed us. There was no need to surround the martial soul city. Time and Space's words shocked Tang Xiao, as he did not expect that Time and Space could detect the 3 elders from such a distance. The members of Shrek looked at Time and Space standing in the air, filled with astonishment, not expecting that their former teacher was actually an elder of the Martial Soul Hall and a titled Douluo. When Tang San heard how Time and Space addressed that group of people, he was momentarily stunned but quickly thought of his second martial soul, the Hao Tian hammer. Previously, Yu Xiaojiang had also mentioned his second martial soul. Tang Xiao fired a signal flare into the air, signaling the other 3 to come over. Now that they were discovered by Time and Space, there was no need to stay outside the city. It was safer to gather together. Time and Space whispered to Bibi Dong beside him, "Don't engage with them yet. Although this is our home turf, there are still many forces present, and the Hao Tian hammer as the #1 weapon martial soul in the world, is not to be trifled with. Just one Tang Hao was enough trouble for us. Let alone, there are now 6 titled Douluos with Hao Tian hammers, and it would be easy to injure civilians here. We can find an opportunity to deal with them after the competition. Time and Space's words stopped BB Dong. Those in high positions always had to consider many factors and the consequences that might arise afterward. After having everyone from Hao Tian sect led to a new area, Time and Space instructed the host to continue with the competition. The sooner it ended, the sooner they could deal with the Hao Tian sect. Time and Space found Xiaomi and looked at it. The competition will take a few more days to finish, and I hope you can stay by Zhu Zhuqing's side to ensure her safety. After saying this, Time and Space took a large piece of roasted meat from the system space and gave it to Xiaomi, who immediately lit up at the sight of it. I'll give you more roasted meat later, as long as you ensure their safety. After saying this, Time and Space returned to BB Dong's side. The position here was excellent, allowing a clear view of every corner of the arena. At this time, Zhu Zhuqing and the others had also arrived at the Fighting Soul platform with the Tianshui Academy members. Time and Space occasionally glanced at the competitors chosen by the Hao Tian sect. There were 4 Soul Masters at level 44, 3 Soul Masters at level 41, and 2 substitutes at level 39. All their martial souls were the Hao Tian hammer, all being assault-type Soul Masters. Now, Zhu Zhuqing and her team faced one more opponent. Although the Hao Tian sect battle team did not have support, their best defense was their offense. At the beginning, Douluo started to roam around looking for opportunities after applying her first and second soul skills to her teammates. The assistant from the Martial Soul Hall was Li Yu, and everyone expected this match to be fierce. Xiaoyu and Zhu Zhuqing charged towards the Tianshui Academy, with Li Xie following closely behind. In an instant, the 3 were controlled by Shui Binger's soul skill, just as the remaining members were about to launch their attacks. Xiaoyu broke free from the control using her soul power and quickly rescued Zhu Zhuqing. However, due to the timing, Xiaoyu did not have time to save Li Xie, which led to Li Xie suffering a wave of attacks from the Tianshui Academy after breaking free. But under Li Xie's healing, her injuries quickly recovered. The Tianshui battle team performed well in both defense and offense. When Zhu Zhuqing and her team